Son, son, a faint voice stirred Chu Ze from his slumber, leaving him momentarily bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. He found himself in what appeared to be an expansive field, sheltered beneath a roof, with the distant pond shimmering in the sunlight. A middle-aged man, looking somewhat gaunt and anxious, gazed at him. "Dad, it's good that you're awake. Your uncle was about to take you to the hospital. In this blazing sun, you decided to go fishing. If it weren't for your Uncle Zhang spotting you, you might have been dragged away by a fish." The man's voice resonated again, filled with concern, seemingly oblivious to the fleeting look of confusion on Chu Ze's face. He extended a bottle of water towards him. "Thanks." Chu Ze accepted the water, instinctively responding. He hesitated, falling into silence as Chu Bo intended to say more, but was abruptly interrupted by a figure who pulled him aside. "You shouldn't put so much pressure on Chu Ze. If the fishing gear doesn't sell, just file for bankruptcy and join my line of work." Zhang Yuan reprimanded him, his tone serious. Upon hearing this, Chu Bo fell silent, unable to muster a response. The fishing gear factory was his hard-earned legacy, initially profitable, but as the millennium approached, making money became increasingly arduous. Now, Chu Bo felt utterly at a loss, unable to sell fishing rods, only managing to offload some odds and ends like hooks, which barely covered the electricity costs. Desperate for change, he recalled his son, who he had brought back from university for the summer break. However, on the first day of testing their fishing rods, Chu Ze nearly suffered heat stroke. Luckily, old Zhang had seen him and hurriedly pulled him from the water, averting a dire consequence. "What's wrong with you doing foreign trade? It's more profitable than your fishing gear factory. Is this really about foreign trade?" Chu Bo retorted, speaking candidly with a friend. "What does it matter? If there's demand, we can make it work. It's about making money, after all. Will you let Ji Cheng take over?" The question caught old Zhang off guard, plunging him into silence. I really don't want to deal with your novelty dolls. I'd rather make clothes," Chu Bo replied, shaking his head as he voiced his concerns. Foreign trade certainly sounds appealing, and the government encourages increasing foreign exchange earnings. Yet, in old Zhang's line of work, the fabric was so scarce that Chu Bo was hesitant to commit. Whether it was prejudice or something else, he simply could not overcome this mental barrier. "You could make clothes. I happen to have some outdated garment-making equipment that I could give you. I'll think about it. If I really do change direction, just give me the outdated equipment first. Once I start making money, I'll pay you back." This time, Chu Bo did not decline and spoke straightforwardly. "Of course." Old Zhang, familiar with Chu Bo's temperament, nodded without further discussion. Meanwhile, Chu Ze, still somewhat dazed, sat beneath a wooden shelter, gazing at the shimmering pond nearby, where some chairs were placed. He was no stranger to fishing spots. However, the environment felt unfamiliar. It resembled the fishing pond behind his father's once thriving gear factory. As he pondered, a sudden, intense vibration surged through his mind. Factory detected. Subcontracting factory successfully activated. Receiving orders can elevate the factory's level, enhancing its research capabilities. Fishing gear factory LV1. Research capacity for fishing gear increased by 10. Beginner's gift package activating. Fishing gear factory level increased by 2 levels. Fishing gear factory LV3. Research capacity for fishing gear increased by 40. Can support 3 individuals. The mechanical voice echoing in his mind confirmed Chu Ze's newfound reality. He was indeed in the long-defunct factory, his once experimental hands, now seemingly more youthful, standing by the pond and observing the reflections on the water surface, coupled with the voice in his head. Chu Ze realized he had been reborn and reached for the fishing gear beside him. Just a brief examination revealed his understanding of its characteristics. The front was somewhat rigid, the casting feel was poor, and it lacked the strength to withstand larger fish. As he assessed the gear, he recognized that this insight was not from his previous knowledge, but rather an immediate understanding upon touching it. Enhancement. In an instant, he grasped the source. The factory's enhancement allowed him to comprehend the rod's attributes, combined with his innate abilities as a researcher. In a flash, ideas for improvements blossomed in his mind. The weight was excessive, making it cumbersome to transport. If I could lighten it, it would gain a competitive edge in the market. And, lost in thought, he felt a voice interrupt him as 2 figures approached, waving. "Chu Ze, you just suffered heat stroke. Don't stay in the sun. Come over here quickly." Upon hearing their calls, Chu Ze walked towards them. "There's no rush with the fishing rod. It's not something that can be resolved immediately," Chu Bo said. Although he recognized that competition was intensifying and the research on fishing rods was ongoing. Once the external exploration of fishing rods reached its limits, they had to delve deeper into materials, which were becoming increasingly scarce. This was the fundamental reason he wanted his son to think of a solution. Solving it is actually quite simple. We just need to develop a new material. Just developing a new material? Chu Bo's expression faltered, hesitating to respond. The ease with which this was stated seemed to trivialize the monumental challenge he faced as a factory owner struggling with materials. But the reality was that developing a new material was exceedingly difficult. Zhang Yuan's reaction mirrored this sentiment. While it sounded easy to say, executing it was quite another matter, much like his own industry, where delving deeper into other directions of development proved challenging. There is indeed a material that would be quite suitable. It is lightweight and sufficiently strong. What material? Carbon fiber. At this revelation, Chu Bo and Zhang Yuan exchanged glances, an unspoken understanding passing between them, neither daring to respond. They were both well aware of carbon fiber as a genuinely high-end material, yet one that was practically unavailable domestically. They couldn't even purchase it if they wanted to. Chapter 2. Crafting Carbon Fiber Fishing Rods. Do you truly believe we can manufacture that carbon fiber? Chu Bo inquired, his tone laced with skepticism. Not one to be uninformed, he had conducted some research and discovered that only the islands and the M nation possessed the capability to produce such materials. Domestically, there were no comparable resources available, and importing from those two regions was undeniably costly. Setting aside the issue of price, there remained the uncertainty of availability. Indeed, we are already equipped to commence production, Chu Ze declared confidently. After casting a glance at Uncle Zhang, he paused momentarily before continuing. The production process essentially comprises 4 stages: fiber spinning, pre-oxidation, carbonization, and graphitization. The first step can be entirely managed by Uncle Zhang's factory, which provides us with the fundamental raw materials. As for the subsequent 3 stages, we already possess the pressure production line. The pivotal element is the high-temperature furnace for the oxidation and carbonization process. Chu Ze expounded upon this, fully engrossing his father, who listened intently. The factory is out of funds, Chu Bo remarked, his earlier excitement now tempered by a hint of despondency. He was reluctant to dip into the savings he had set aside for his son's wedding. Currently, the factory lacked the necessary capital to invest in new equipment. Didn't you reserve some money for my wedding? That's meant for your marriage, and even if I were to withdraw it, 20,000 wouldn't suffice for a high-temperature furnace, Chu Bo replied, a note of exasperation in his voice. Dad, we can do this. My wedding is still a distant prospect. I'm not even of age yet, Chu Ze countered, shaking his head. Moreover, we don't need to purchase high-temperature equipment. We can fabricate it ourselves. Fabricate it ourselves? The assertion left both Chu Bo and Uncle Zhang momentarily speechless, their expressions betraying disbelief as their gazes shifted toward Chu Ze, appraising him. Unfazed by their evident skepticism, Chu Ze maintained his composure. I am not exaggerating. The professor I studied under at Xi'an University of Technology specializes in high-temperature furnace projects, he asserted with a smile. While not entirely truthful, his knowledge of high-temperature furnace capabilities was indeed genuine. After all, in his previous life, he had engaged in research on a new centrifugal device at the 189 Institute, which was aimed at developing controllable nuclear fusion separation technology, a project that had been projected to take 50 years, only for the timeline to be extended by another 50 thereafter. The foremost requirement for such a device was its ability to withstand high temperatures. Thus, when Chu Ze claimed he could construct a high-temperature furnace, it was not mere bravado. Understanding high temperatures was essential to knowing how to mitigate their effects. He was acutely aware of the intricacies involved in the manufacturing of high-temperature furnaces. Can you genuinely accomplish this? Chu Bo scrutinized Chu Ze earnestly, noting the unfamiliar confidence that radiated from his son. A stark contrast to the last time they had met over 6 months prior. I can. Once we fabricate this high-temperature furnace, I will devote additional time to research. And we can produce carbon fiber ourselves. At that point, the competitiveness of our fishing rods will dramatically increase. Let us do it. If we fail, I can always join Uncle Zhang in making dolls, Chu Bo declared, his resolve firm as he slapped his thigh in enthusiasm. At this, Uncle Zhang interjected with discontent. Don't portray me in such a lowly manner. I am engaged in foreign trade, you know. I earn foreign exchange and make a profit. Is it a doll? Although Chu Bo merely glimpsed a path, his son's performance suggested that even without the fish tackle factory, he would not face starvation. Presently, Chu Bo's spirits were relatively high, and he instinctively engaged in a spirited exchange with Zhang Yuanlai. After their banter, Chu Bo disregarded Zhang Yuanlai and turned his attention to his son. What shall we do next? Father, could you procure some materials for me and arrange a laboratory at the factory? Ideally, it should be spacious. Very well. The Boijia fish tackle factory is divided into two distinct areas, one for production and the office building, clearly delineated by the latter, with various fish ponds located behind it. The three-story office building had undergone minimal renovations on the top floor, where Chu Ze eagerly immersed himself in research, focusing on the structure of carbon fiber. Carbon fiber, both in the present and for the foreseeable future, is considered a highly advanced material, with some even humorously likening it to chips in terms of significance. While carbon fiber boasts numerous advantages, it is not without its drawbacks. The most significant of these is its reparability. Once damaged, it is exceedingly difficult to restore. Coupled with the intricate production processes, this results in considerable costs and wastage. Deeply engrossed in the laboratory, Chu Ze commenced his investigation into the structure of carbon fiber. Although materials science was not his primary field, years of research had afforded him a degree of familiarity, if not expertise, with a 40% enhancement in his cognitive abilities. Chu Ze's mind operated with the efficiency of a high-speed engine, significantly amplifying his intellectual capacity. He contemplated the potential of awakening a factory related to nuclear technology or separation devices, which could enable him to surpass the 50-year threshold and achieve controlled nuclear fusion within his lifetime. This was not merely a matter of adding 0.4, but rather elevating to a higher plane of 1.4, affording him greater visibility into numerous directions and outcomes. Sometimes, thoughts arise effortlessly, while at other times, they remain elusive, challenging one's entire existence to grasp. As Chu Ze delved into the intricacies of carbon fiber, he intermittently instructed the procurement of additional materials. Time passed gradually, and before long, over 10 days had elapsed. Observing his industrious son, Chu Bo felt a surge of confidence. How enviable it is to have a father-son duo working together. Zhang Yuanlai's factory was adjacent to Chu Bo's, and he couldn't help but admire the fervent dedication exhibited by Chu Bo's son. Is Ziqing not returning for the summer? He will return, but a few days later. He mentioned he was visiting a band. This lad, apart from constantly asking me for money, knows little else. I regret ever letting him study music. He is neither as handsome as Chu Ze nor focused, always dreaming of forming a band. Reflecting on his own son, Zhang Yuanlai winced in frustration. Let us not dwell on him. Clearly, he preferred to avoid further discussion about his son. I am already producing filament for you. I will find time to move over the obsolete equipment. It can also manufacture filament that meets Chu Ze's specifications. Are you not interested in participating in what Chu Ze suggested? No, it is unnecessary for me to get involved. I am already overwhelmed with the production of dolls and intimate apparel. Once I accumulate more resources, I will venture into a prestigious industry. Agreed. As Chu Bo observed his old friend's persistence, he refrained from further comments and resumed his busyness. It was not only Chu's who was preoccupied. He too had much to attend to, including the procurement of materials, the financial calculations for the factory, and the subsequent sales following the production of fishing rods. Chapter 3. The Celestial Sister? Boijia Fishing Tackle Factory. Old Chu, is this feasible? Zhang Yuanlai had been visiting frequently over the past few days whenever he found some free time. Chu Ze mentioned that they were currently operating at half the cost and had yet to finalize the design. He was merely searching for a relatively stable structure to prepare for mass production. Deep down, Chu Bo felt a tinge of uncertainty. However, for him, it was akin to an arrow poised on the string, ready to be released. The funds set aside for his son's wedding had already been allocated for the purchase of equipment and materials. Why do I feel like it would snap with just a little pressure? Zhang Yuanlai muttered. At that moment, it seemed as if Chu in the laboratory heard Zhang Yuanlai's murmurs. Uncle Zhang, if you can manage to break it. Perhaps you are the Superman left behind on Earth by the Kryptonians, just chuckled, setting aside his work. Although it appeared that he was navigating carbon fiber with ease, the true challenges lay hidden from others. He had been diligently experimenting to find a stable structure, but the results had not been particularly promising. Nevertheless, with a 40% enhancement from research, Chu Ze's mind was as quick as a clockwork mechanism, allowing him to identify a research direction amidst failure. If I do break it, don't blame me, Zhang Yuanlai said, somewhat skeptical as he approached. Not a chance, Chu replied, handing over a fishing rod. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuanlai grasped it with both hands and added a knee to the effort. With a force akin to breaking bamboo, he exerted pressure. Despite feeling the strain in his legs, the rod remained utterly unchanged. Zhang Yuanlai, not one to back down, exerted more force, yet the rod remained steadfast. His eyes wide with astonishment. So sturdy? Zhang Yuanlai examined the fishing rod, perplexed that it appeared far less robust than it truly was. This was far from its limits. Once carbonized, it could withstand pressures of at least 10 tons. Chu smiled, explaining that while carbon fiber might seem soft, its true application revealed a hardness comparable to steel. However, when stretched, its rigidity could increase several-fold. Such a fishing rod can endure pressures of several tons? Zhang Yuanlai questioned, still doubtful as he lifted the rod. Indeed, this is merely the beginning. With deeper research, it might be able to bear hundreds of tons, Chu affirmed, nodding. He had invested considerable effort in the design of the carbon rod. The essence of a fishing rod lies in its hardness and its capacity to withstand stress after bending. When will it be carbonized? Zhang Yuanlai's skepticism was instinctual, yet Chu had no reason to deceive himself. The high-temperature furnace is ready. It just needs to be preheated. And soon we shall conduct a test to see how resilient it truly is. Just as Zhang Yuanlai finished speaking, a ringing phone interrupted the moment. He retrieved his phone, which at that time was still a keypad model, smaller than the previous brick-sized versions, but limited to making calls and receiving texts. Dad, I'm back. I brought a few friends along from Hangzhou, but I've run out of money. Can you transfer some funds? Friends? Please bring it over for me to see. And I will transfer the funds. Zhang Yuan said curtly as he answered the call. He was well aware of his son's temperament and regretted not having insisted on severing his son's aspirations sooner. His incessant desire to pursue music and his claim of having established a recording studio in Yinjing left Zhang feeling that his fortune would soon dwindle under his son's reckless pursuits. Come on, he is still quite young. It's hard for him to back down. Your brother Ze has returned as well. Ze has returned? Yes. You must be around the same age. If you need money, just bring it over. I'll be at your Uncle Chu's factory. That's it, goodbye. Without waiting for his son to respond, Zhang Yuan abruptly ended the call. Simultaneously, in Yuqing, a young man silently hung up the phone. My father misses me. I must reply to him. Also, I want to introduce someone to you. His family has a large pond suitable for fishing. Have you ever experienced that? Shall we head to the hotel first, or go fishing? Zhang Ziqing said, not blinking as he glanced back at his companions in the car. Let us go fishing first. I've never done it before. Then let's go. I'll notify Shifei. Zhang Ziqing's eyes lit up, and he promptly started the car, driving towards the industrial area of Yuqing. Before long, rows of factory buildings came into view. Zhang Ziqing drove into one of the factories, greeting the security guard warmly. The factory wasn't large, comprising 3 workshops and an office building, situated in a rather remote location. Uncle Nya, where can I find my father? Zhang Ziqing clearly had a close rapport with the factory staff, and immediately inquired upon spotting a familiar figure. In workshop number 1. Got it. Thank you, Uncle Nya. Zhang Ziqing nodded and turned to look at a beautiful girl who had just stepped out of the car, dressed in well-fitted jeans and a simple shirt, complemented by sunglasses. By the way, did her mother come along? Zhang Ziqing asked curiously. Yes. Miss Lu's mother is quite concerned. It seems I have no chance now. If your aunt isn't around, you still have no chance. That is hard to say. The girl pouted dismissively, her tone dripping with disdain as she curiously surveyed her surroundings. Soon after, another vehicle entered the factory, parking beside Zhang Ziqing's. 2 figures emerged from the front and passenger seats. They bore a resemblance to each other. Both with oval faces, eyes like glistening droplets, and flowing dark, lustrous hair. One of the girls had her hair freely cascading down. Hello, Aunt Lu. Zhang Ziqing immediately composed his once carefree expression, standing tall and robust. The 3 individuals who had just exited Zhang Ziqing's car exchanged glances, unable to suppress their disdain. Aunt Lu nodded affirmatively, scanning the surroundings much like the previous girl. The graceful figure beside Aunt Lu then hopped over to the earlier girl, their arms naturally entwining. Why didn't you tell me we were going out to play? I thought you wouldn't come. If I had known you were coming, we could have arranged to go out together. No worries. We shall spend a few days in Yuqing before heading to Mount Tai or returning to Yinjing. Indeed, two girls of similar age seemed to have an endless conversation, chatting as if oblivious to their surroundings. Aunt Lu, however, slowly withdrew her gaze. Her expression one of mild confusion. "What brings you here?" she inquired. "I came to see my father and thought we could also fish at the back," Zhang Ziqing replied, eager to join the conversation but responding to her question with utmost sincerity. Chapter 4. Fishing rod. Are we crafting fishing gear? Under Zhang Ziqing's guidance, the group moved seamlessly through the Boijia fishing tackle factory, entering the first workshop. Upon entry, they were immediately struck by a temperature that surpassed the summer heat outside, a sensation akin to skin being scorched. The process of fishing tackle production was unfamiliar to them, piquing their curiosity. Two 15-year-old girls, each stunning in their own right, naturally drew the attention of those within the workshop when they were together. Zhang Yuan, witnessing his son's entrance, paused momentarily, casting a bewildered glance. When did his son become acquainted with such beautiful young ladies? Was his son capable of this? And had he reached adulthood already? Zhang Yuan felt a mix of apprehension and relief upon noticing the presence of adults accompanying them. "Let's not interrupt. Chu Ze is working with new materials," he said, observing his son's demeanor and speaking in a subdued tone. He smiled and nodded at the group that had followed, offering a brief greeting. They stood on a small, elevated platform, allowing them to survey the workshop extensively. Those who followed Zhang Ziqing instinctively turned their attention to a figure moving within the workshop. "They look so young. They can't be much older than us," a whisper emerged, prompting a subtle smile from Zhang Ziqing. "Of course they're young. My brother Ze is only 16 and already in his sophomore year," he replied. 16 and a sophomore? The girl's beautiful, cool eyes sparkled with surprise. "Did he skip grades?" "Yes. He advanced a grade in middle school and another in high school, scoring over 700 on the college entrance exam, placing third in the province. Just shy of being the provincial top scorer," Zhang Ziqing nodded. Despite being older than Chu Ze, he genuinely admired him for his academic prowess. Unlike himself, who struggled academically, Chu Ze was a true scholar. Zhang Ziqing's words left the group in stunned silence. A score of over 700 on the college entrance exam was beyond their wildest dreams. Their gazes instinctively fell upon the young man, illuminated by the fiery glow. His face aglow. The work continued unabated as he deftly intertwined threads, assisted by machinery, beginning the intricate process of weaving. Once completed, the threads were introduced into a furnace emitting flames, slowly turning black under the molten heat. Proceeding to the next phase, a massive closed furnace intermittently emitted sounds, gradually revealing more activity on the other side of the machinery. The young boy stood at one end of the machine, clad in gloves, meticulously rolling material to form a lengthy rod. He subsequently immersed it into a vat of viscous liquid. "What is happening here?" Su Chong observed everything with a curious gaze. The movements were not particularly graceful, yet she found herself inexplicably drawn to the boy, intently watching the entire process unfold. "I don't know." Zhang Ziqing shook his head, once again engulfed in silence. "Uncle Zhang, it's cooled down. You may proceed." Chu Ze raised his gaze, suddenly taken aback, his face expressing astonishment as his eyes fell upon Zhang Ziqing. He was certain that in his previous life, he had never encountered the celestial sister. Yet, in the brief span of 3 days since his rebirth, he found himself seeing her within his own factory. The origin of this entire phenomenon lay with Zhang Ziqing, meaning that his transformation had altered Zhang Ziqing's trajectory, leading to this encounter with the celestial sister. The first butterfly effect of his rebirth had manifested. "Can I strike it?" Zhang Yuanlai's voice interrupted Chu Ze's reverie. For Chu Ze, it was a moment of shock. However, for Chu Bo and Zhang Yuanlai, although they were mesmerized by the beauty of the two young girls, their curiosity regarding the carbon fiber crafted by Chu Ze ultimately prevailed. Returning to the moment, Chu Ze politely smiled at the newcomers before turning to Uncle Zhang. "It's ready." Despite the surprise of encountering the celestial sister, once the initial astonishment faded, all he felt was a sense of wonder regarding the butterfly effect. In his previous life, he and the celestial sister belonged to entirely different realms, with no trace of interaction. In this life, the connection was equally tenuous. Chu Ze had no intention of mingling in the entertainment industry. Apart from the celestial sister, who had dazzled him during his university days, he held little impression of others in that realm. He rarely indulged in dramas, often preferring to remain in the laboratory, conducting experiments. Any form of relaxation paled in comparison to the joy of achieving a new breakthrough. "Then I shall strike it." Zhang Yuanlai spoke again. Go ahead. Chu Ze placed the cooled fishing rod onto the ground, although allowing it to cool for an additional 10 minutes would yield better results. The duration mattered little for testing purposes. As soon as Chu Ze finished speaking, Zhang Yuanlai lifted a heavy iron hammer used for demolition at the construction site and brought it down with force. A loud clang resonated. Zhang Yuanlai immediately leaned in, his eyes wide with wonder as he examined the fishing rod. It merely lost some color, he exclaimed in amazement, while he exerted his full strength. A hammer is a hammer. Even steel tubing would have surely dented under such a blow. Yet, the rod before him had only shed a bit of its hue and suffered a minor abrasion, showing no other damage. Old Zhang, apply a bit more force. Never mind. I'll do it, Chu Bo said, suppressing his tone, and firmly took the hammer from Zhang Yuanlai's grasp. He raised it high and brought it down with great weight. The sound was even louder than before, echoing throughout the factory. Chu Bo eagerly leaned in, his gaze filled with anticipation as he watched the fishing rod, only for that hope to swiftly fade. The rod had cracked. Dad, are you fighting or testing? Did you intend for it to be indestructible? A hint of exasperation appeared on Chu Ze's face. The earlier test had been nothing short of a grand swing. After all, this was not a carbon fiber of T1000 grade. How could it withstand such force? Chu Bo's tone wavered in uncertainty. It's just a fishing rod. It's not like we're trying to catch a killer whale, right? Upon hearing this, Chu Bo's eyes sparkled with renewed enthusiasm. Let me test it again. He promptly picked up another cooled fishing rod to continue testing. The workshop was filled with the rhythmic sounds of machinery and the clanging of hammers striking metal. Zhang Ziqing, curious, approached and picked up a fishing rod. This rod is so light. Yet, as he held it, his gaze flickered with surprise. Chapter 5, to Yanjing Qianqian. It's truly so light. Su Chang lifted a rod, instinctively weighing it in his hands, his eyes betraying astonishment as he passed it to Lu Qianqian. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with wonder as the long rod felt like a feather in her grasp. The disproportionate sensation of size to weight created a striking contrast for her. Mom, feel this, it's incredibly light. Is this made of carbon fiber? Aunt Lu took it, her expression filled with amazement. However, she was no naive child. She quickly sensed the unusual nature of the material. Is this the kind of material used in supercars? Lu Qianqian paused, gazing at the dark fishing rod, her eyes wide with intrigue. The rod was passed among them. Yet Chu Ze, looking at the cracked rod, felt no discouragement. Rather, a contented smile graced his face. Approximately T300. Such compression resistance, if not reaching T500, should be around T300. Even if it hasn't T-crossed the T300 threshold, it's certainly isn't far off. A 40% enhancement is no trivial matter. Chu Ze mused, reflecting on the swift progress attributed to his clearer understanding of carbon fiber and its production methods. The most significant factor, however, was the boost from research. This 40% enhancement allowed Chu Ze, already somewhat familiar with carbon fiber, to fabricate a rod of about T300 quality in a rather rudimentary production environment. Given time for refinement, he could achieve even better results. Success. Chu Bo's excitement was palpable as he felt the weight of the rod, testing its hardness. He understood that the fishing gear factory had been revitalized. Chu Ze glanced at his father's enthusiasm from a distance, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He took out his phone, scoured through his contacts, and dialed a number. Shortly after, a slightly aged voice, tinged with fatigue, resonated through the line. Chu Ze, what is it that you need? Teacher, I have developed a carbon fiber that achieves the compressive strength of T300. Does this help with your current perplexities? The voice on the other end of the line turned serious in an instant. You're not joking, are you? I am not jesting. Although the tests were rather preliminary, even if it doesn't reach T300, it won't be far off. Bring the materials and come to Yanjing. All right, I will set off for Yanjing tomorrow. Chu did not question why he was going to Yanjing. Instead, he readily agreed. Beside him, Zhang Ziqing, intrigued, remarked, you're heading to Yanjing? Yes. Then let us go together. We can enjoy a few days before returning to Yanjing. That might not be possible. I plan to fly over tomorrow. Chu shook his head. According to his recollection, the project for the J-20 had commenced around 2007, but that was merely the initiation phase. In truth, there had been extensive discussions and research on the development of new fighter jets domestically. To be candid, the advent of the fifth-generation fighter jets marked a pivotal juncture in the improvement of international relations. Having experienced so much in a past life, While perfection might be unattainable, one could still serve to protect a region. Passports may not grant access to all destinations, yet they could ensure a return to one's place of origin. In Chu's heart, a secure environment was paramount above all. Propelling the research and development of fifth-generation fighter jets was a pursuit he aspired to undertake. Coincidentally, his teacher was one of the proponents of this initiative. "What is causing you such urgency?" Zhang Ziqing inquired, somewhat bemused. "It's quite important. We can gather once you arrive in Yanjing." Perhaps it was Chu's earnest tone that deterred Zhang Ziqing from further persuasion, and he nodded in agreement. "All right, we'll meet again in Yanjing. For now, shall we go fishing?" Zhang Ziqing had not forgotten the purpose of their visit. "Absolutely. It's a perfect opportunity to test the new fishing rod." Chu nodded, recognizing that his father was an avid angler, with a dozen or so ponds stocked with various fish. The group exchanged brief greetings, establishing a basic acquaintance before heading towards the fishing grounds. Chu Bo and Zhang Yuan naturally did not accompany them, but remained in the workshop, marveling at the fishing rods in hand. Under Zhang Ziqing's introduction, Chu's had a brief encounter with the renowned fairy sister, as he and Zhang Ziqing appeared at the pond behind the office building to fish. However, it was primarily a gathering of youthful boys and girls, their exuberance filling the air, reminding Chu's of a long-lost youth. Subsequently, Chu did not partake in the fishing but instead took out a notebook and began to study intently. The structure of carbon fiber still offered a scientific advantage here at the pond. As Chu prepared for his journey to Yanjing, he understood that he would no longer enjoy such academic benefits. Thus, he needed to comprehend the structure of carbon fiber even more thoroughly. In any specialized field, demonstrating greater expertise would enhance credibility. The next day, Chu arose early, and Chu Bo, even earlier, helped transport the freshly crafted panels to the vehicle. "Father, I have successfully adjusted the fishing rod production line. It can resume normal operations now. This matter is indeed quite significant. Should the factory encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to call me. Rest assured, I will oversee the factory." Chu Bo accompanied his son to the airport, watching him step into the terminal. U-City Airport is modest, featuring only a single waiting lounge. Chu Ze managed the luggage check-in, dragging a small suitcase while carrying a bag. He quietly sat in the waiting area. Frankly, without the enhancement from the fishing tackle factory, Chu Ze distinctly felt a mental stagnation when contemplating carbon fiber. It was akin to an engine that, deprived of sufficient lubricating oil, struggled to function properly. Nevertheless, his journey to Yanjing was imperative. What status did he possess to expect the presence of certain influential figures in U-City? "Hello, it's good to see you again." As Chu Ze closed his eyes to rest, a melodious voice suddenly broke the silence, prompting him to slowly open his eyes. Before him stood a face brimming with collagen, perfectly balanced in beauty, just a few steps away, with eyes that blinked playfully. Hand in hand with Su Chong, their captivating gazes scrutinized him. "Are you also heading back to Yanjing? Aren't you going to stay a few more days?" Chu Ze inquired, somewhat taken aback by the sight of their luggage. "We have matters to attend to in Yanjing." The response came not from the charming girl, but from Aunt Lu. Although she wore a smile, there was an undertone of distance that left Chu Ze feeling somewhat alienated. He held no strong opinions on this. After all, why should he concern himself with his daughter's affairs? They were, in essence, beings from disparate worlds, having no intersection in his past life. And though they crossed paths in this one, it remained merely that. The wait for the flight was not excessively long, as the small airport had few departing flights. And traversing the terminal did not take an hour. The flight took off as scheduled, like a great bird soaring into the sky. Seated by the window, Chu Ze silently gazed at the azure sky and fluffy clouds. Chapter 6. Testing T300 carbon fiber after a journey filled with transitions. Chu Ze found himself once again on the soil of Yanjing. The summer in Yanjing was even more sweltering than in U-City. Upon exiting the aircraft, the heat wave hit him like a wall. This was not Chu Ze's first visit to Yanjing. In his previous life, during his research endeavors, he frequented the city to obtain approvals for various projects and participated in initiatives at local research institutes. Stepping once more onto Yanjing's ground, he felt a wave of nostalgia. Suddenly, a hesitant voice interrupted his thoughts. "Would you like to add me on QQ?" Chu Ze turned to see two young girls. Having been reborn, he now viewed the enchanting sister with the perspective of an older man gazing at younger girls. The enchanting sister's expression, filled with hesitation and a touch of conflict, brought a smile to Chu Ze's face. Such interactions were rarely seen in the media or on screen. 985404888, but I don't chat much on QQ. Chu Ze replied with a smile. QQ was just beginning to rise in prominence and was making quite a significant impact. In contemporary times, WeChat remains the preferred platform for communication, while QQ has been relegated to a mere relic, seldom utilized. Furthermore, he currently lacks the time for conversation. All right, I have noted that. I will add you later. Indeed, it seems a freight truck is necessary for your luggage. Lu Qianqian instinctively glanced at Chu Ze's belongings. Initially, she had perceived a modest suitcase, but upon retrieving their luggage, it became evident that their collection was vastly disproportionate. A colossal trunk occupied the luggage cart, rendering the cart itself akin to a frail youth burdened by a heavy stone. It was utterly impossible to fit it into the trunk. Someone approached to greet him. Chu Ze lifted his gaze to see several figures advancing towards him. Upon reaching him, they scrutinized him with keen eyes and extended their hands in greeting. "Hello, Mr. Chu. This is it. Thank you for your assistance." Chu Ze gestured towards the items on the luggage cart. "Leave it to us. The vehicle is already arranged. Please proceed, and we will follow shortly." Chu Ze nodded, then turned to the celestial sister, waving his hand. "I shall take my leave now." He refrained from uttering any casual remarks about staying in touch. Although he was not well versed in the entertainment industry, he was acutely aware of the celestial sister's rapid rise to fame shortly after her debut in a performance class. Her presence in Yuqing was due to the filming of Jin Fun Shijia in Hangzhou. Zhang Ziqing, a member of the production team, held the title of music consultant for the series, which essentially meant he accompanied his mentor to the set while performing miscellaneous tasks without remuneration. Given the proximity of Yuqing to Hangzhou, Zhang Ziqing had planned to return home, only to be persuaded otherwise. He extolled the scenic beauty of Yuqing and the availability of a dedicated driver. Lu Qianqian, on the other hand, was merely seeking her close friend after completing her obligations. Nevertheless, the two did return together. Chu Ze departed without a hint of hesitation. "What an aloof individual," Su Chong remarked, observing Chu Ze's retreating figure as she linked arms with Lu Qianqian. "I thought it was merely my imagination, but he strikes me as quite the distinguished gentleman." Su Chang's observation was met with the celestial sister's agreement. "Let us go. My mother has arrived." Meanwhile, within the confines of a conference room at the 189 Research Institute, a number of individuals sat with expressions of grave seriousness, some even displaying signs of displeasure. "Are you jesting with us? Carbon fiber? Numerous enterprises have dedicated decades to its research, and now you inform us that a student has developed T300 grade carbon fiber? This implies that all those companies have been rendered inept and the funds allocated have been squandered. Moreover, how can someone not specializing in materials undertake such research with ease?" One elder, with a sharp tone, expressed his incredulity. As an expert in material science, he found it preposterous to receive a task demanding the testing of a carbon fiber material, especially one of T300 caliber. The carbon fiber of T300 has already been utilized as a material in aerospace applications. Due to international sanctions, several material enterprises have been supported, conducting research for over a decade. Yet, no breakthroughs in carbon fiber materials have been achieved. Suddenly, someone claims that a breakthrough has occurred, a sophomore from Xi'an University of Technology. This assertion seems utterly absurd. The elderly gentleman, evidently a person of significant stature, caused an immediate hush to fall over the conference room with his words. A middle-aged man, gazing at the elder speaker, spoke in a grave tone. "Yang, since we are all gathered here, let us refrain from complaints and doubts. The material has already been received at the airport. We shall know the results shortly." The elder responded with a serious demeanor. "I must conduct a thorough examination. If this dubious material is being used to fabricate credentials, I will certainly escalate this matter." Yang's gaze shifted toward a figure, a man in his early 50s. Clad in simple attire. "I have faith in my student," the 50-year-old retorted, meeting the skepticism with a stern look. Just then, the door to the conference room swung open. "Esteemed experts, the materials have been brought back and are currently being installed for testing. The personnel are over there." "Let us proceed," announced the elder. Upon hearing this, Yang promptly stepped out of the conference room, followed closely by the others. At the 189 Institute, within a spacious laboratory, Chu Ze observed the flurry of white coats bustling about, a wave of familiarity washing over him as this was indeed his most comfortable environment. Though the 189 Institute did not boast a prominent reputation, Chu Ze was aware that it was situated within the third ring of Yanjing, a prime location that likely housed cutting-edge research. Given the multitude of research institutes in Huaxia and the existence of confidentiality protocols, many were unaware of each other's presence unless collaborating on a project. As Chu Ze surveyed the scene, a rapid approach of footsteps caught his attention. A diverse group of individuals appeared, consisting of elders and middle-aged as well as young adults. Among them, he recognized a familiar figure whose visage appeared much younger than he remembered. "Chu Ze, come here," Zheng Hao beckoned, and Chu Ze promptly approached. "Teacher," he respectfully greeted. "I shall refrain from introducing individuals. Let us commence testing," Zheng Hao said, appraising Chu Ze before unexpectedly patting him on the shoulder. With that, the others raised no objections. Particularly Elder Yang, who waved his hand decisively. "Initiate the pressure test. Gradually increase the load and observe the magnified readings." Chapter 7. Has domestic carbon fiber truly succeeded? At this moment, within a large laboratory of the 189 Institute, the pressure testing machine displayed fluctuating values as multiple large testing machines operated in synchrony. Each iteration caused the readings to oscillate. The compressive strength test recorded 2,300 MPa, and this figure continued to rise. Yang Gukong, keenly observing the data, fixated his gaze on the changing values with the intensity of a hawk. As the numerical values ascended, the eager gazes of the onlookers gradually diminished. The middle-aged man who had previously restrained Yang Gukong now observed the testing process with utmost seriousness. Carbon fiber, colloquially referred to as black gold, was first proposed in the 1960s and has traversed 4 decades since. Yet in comparison to foreign carbon fibers, they have yet to even reach the entry level. Consequently, last year, the 304 Special Project was established, uniting numerous enterprises with the ambition to dismantle the monopolistic hold on carbon fiber. "Is there an issue with the testing equipment?" A middle-aged man inquired with some hesitation, his gaze fixed on the fluctuating numbers, a flicker of fear suggesting their potential falsity. However, as soon as the words left his lips, he swiftly shook his head. The equipment belonged to them. How could there be a problem? This doubt led to a shared glance among all present, their eyes igniting with fervent anticipation. "Increase the testing intensity," Yang Gukong commanded, and the machines roared even louder. With the emergence of thunderous mechanical sounds, the robots operated fervently, particularly the hydraulic press, which emitted a series of jarring noises reminiscent of a heartbeat. With a resounding thud, the vertical pressure registered at 358 tons. Although one testing machine had halted, the assessment continued unabated. There was no sense of disappointment, as the vertical carbon fiber's load-bearing capacity was inherently inferior to that of the horizontal. The horizontal testing numbers continued to fluctuate: 40, 50, 80, 97. As the third significant digit appeared, the emotions of all present ignited, exchanging incredulous glances. Had it succeeded? As the composite figure surpassed the daunting threshold of 3,000, disbelief flickered in Yang Gukong's eyes. Could it be that the T300 grade carbon fiber, which eluded over a decade of research by numerous enterprises, had suddenly come to fruition? The stark contrast left Yang Gukong's heart reluctant to accept the reality, yet acceptance was inevitable. "I have faith in my student," Zheng Hao spoke softly, as if releasing a profound breath. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly among the crowd. The assembly glanced between Zheng Hao and Yang Gukong. Even the previously persuasive middle-aged man refrained from mediating. Chu Ze too sensed the peculiar atmosphere, casting a puzzled glance at his mentor. "I was mistaken," Yang Gukong began, turning to Chu Ze. "Chu Ze, I apologize, I underestimated you." His straightforward apology caught Zheng Hao off guard, but he chose not to respond further. To be candid, he had not anticipated Yang Gukong's unexpected candor. "Teacher Yang, you jest. I merely stand on the shoulders of others," Chu Ze humbly replied. Regarding carbon fiber, although they had achieved the T300 grade, he did not believe he deserved much credit. After all, he built upon the advancements made in previous generations, where domestic carbon fiber technology had already been surmounted. With the deepening understanding of carbon fiber, certain foundational synthetic techniques naturally emerged. Coupled with the enhancements produced by the factory, Chu Ze considered himself merely a porter rather than an innovator in a new field. Yang Gukong remained silent, merely patting Chu Ze on the shoulder. His gaze involuntarily fell upon the various testing machines, where the values had long since surpassed the threshold of 3,000. Our nation, Huaxia, has developed its own T300 carbon fiber, and it can be further enhanced. Yang Gukong could hardly contain the tumult within his heart. For this day, They had persevered for 40 years. The island nation of Dongli had mastered this technology 4 decades prior, yet they had failed to catch up despite their lengthy efforts. Now, suddenly, a sophomore stood before him, presenting T300 level carbon fiber, striking him squarely in the face. Despite the sting of defeat, Yang Guokong's smile was uncontrollable. You haven't been idle over the summer, have you? But what prompted your sudden interest in carbon fiber? Zheng Hao was equally filled with joy. After all, as a teacher, witnessing his student achieve a breakthrough was a source of pride. I aim to reduce the weight of the aircraft. Utilizing carbon fiber for the munitions bay can significantly lighten the aircraft's load, Chu Ze replied with a cheerful demeanor. So, you have indeed overcome the challenges of carbon fiber? Speak candidly, Zheng Hao remarked, clearly unimpressed and slightly exasperated. My family manufactures fishing rods, and with sales declining, we risk bankruptcy without innovation. Hence, I delved into carbon fiber research, Chu Ze explained. As he spoke, all eyes turned to him, scrutinizing his every word. Even Yang Guokong was no exception. While Zheng Hao's expression revealed a hint of astonishment. After a prolonged silence, Zheng Hao earnestly scrutinized Chu Ze from head to toe, as if seeking a flaw. Is that truly the case? Yet after a moment of observation, he found himself disappointed. Indeed, the group exchanged glances, for they had discerned no inconsistencies on Chu Ze's face, indicating that the T300 level carbon fiber was genuinely developed for fishing rods. Whether it was Yang Guokong, the middle-aged leader, or the others present, their lips twitched in disbelief. They had dedicated a full 40 years to research T300 carbon fiber, only to discover it was intended for fishing. Contemplating the numerous enterprises and significant funding allocated to overcome technological barriers, they were taken aback that a sophomore had achieved this feat moreover. The purpose behind this breakthrough was merely to enhance the family's fishing rods. Chu Ze maintained a calm demeanor, as he had not spoken untruths. His initial motivation for researching carbon fiber was indeed to aid his family's fishing rod business. He had merely understated the advancements made in the factory, resulting in the creation of carbon fiber that barely reached T300 standards. Initially, Chu Ze had considered approaching the development of turbojets, given his experience in project research. With his involvement, the pace of turbojet research would undoubtedly accelerate. This was the very reason he promptly contacted Zheng Hao upon achieving the T300 breakthrough. He now found himself in an awkward predicament, where without tangible results, others held no trust in him. Chapter 8, Factory Management Research Institute 189. With the completion of testing, the conference room. This is a strategic material that warrants careful management. My intention is not to target you or Chu Ze. Rather, the significance of this material cannot be overstated. While carbon fiber has already permeated international markets and is indeed a strategic resource, it is primarily utilized abroad for high-performance vehicles and bicycles, rendering market control unnecessary. Yang Guokong and Zheng Hao are at an impasse, each staunchly defending their positions. Meanwhile, the other attendees in the conference room fell silent, sensing the validity in both arguments. Even the middle-aged host, with his chiseled features, appeared to be in distress. Both parties present compelling points. Although carbon fiber faces significant challenges in domestic applications, it has long been integrated into various industries overseas. This is not a material that can be easily replicated. The push for domestic carbon fiber production has been ongoing since the 1960s. Yet, after 4 decades, we remain ensnared by high costs and low tensile strength. Regardless, I maintain that carbon fiber is distinct from other projects requiring oversight. This material was developed by Chu Ze for his own factory. Imposing control over it would be akin to robbing the populace of their resources. If we were discussing other industries, that might be acceptable, but this is carbon fiber. Surely, you have procured substantial quantities from abroad, yet what tangible advancements have you achieved? I will only consent to factory-level oversight. Zheng Hao, though not tall, standing at less than 1.6 meters, exuded an aura that felt towering. His words rendered Yang Guokong momentarily speechless. Drawing his gaze towards the middle-aged host, perhaps we should seek Chu Ze's opinion. The middle-aged man, equally troubled, turned to the youthful figure seated at the conference table, whose age starkly contrasted with the others present. Upon hearing this suggestion, both Yang Guokong and Zheng Hao focused their attention on Chu Ze. I believe the teacher's assertion holds merit. Carbon fiber is not akin to other industries, and its original intent was for fishing rods. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Ze felt compelled to support the efforts made on his behalf by his mentor. He continued, his tone slightly measured. Furthermore, research into carbon fiber must persist. If it indeed falls under strategic control, what then becomes of the fishing tackle industry? I believe that further investigation could yield enhancements in performance. My proposal is to implement an audit-style oversight for the factory, particularly concerning fishing gear and other civilian applications, which should pose no issue. Chu Ze endeavored to express his thoughts with subtlety. However, the astute individuals present quickly grasped the underlying implications of his statements. For over a decade, numerous companies have failed to achieve meaningful research outcomes. Why should they impose control now? If a promising opportunity were squandered, it could lead to disastrous results. This statement effectively silenced Yang Gukong, who bowed his head in contemplation. Indeed, as Chu Ze articulated, others have achieved results in a short time, while their consortium of enterprises has spent years without realizing the T300. His words, though delicately phrased, struck a decisive blow to Yang Gukong's defenses. I concur. Yang Gukong fell silent for a moment before speaking in a low voice. Then it is settled. I shall prepare the materials for submission. The middle-aged man presiding over the meeting concurred with this approach. Once the meeting adjourned, Zheng Hao departed from the 189 Institute with Chu Ze and returned to the Xiangshan Iha guest house. Established many years ago, this guest house now serves both the Chinese Academy of Sciences and the Academy of Military Sciences. The security at the entrance was notably stringent and under Zheng Hao's guidance. They entered the guest house. Inside Zheng Hao's quarters, the accommodations were not excessively luxurious, but rather a standard twin room. A suitcase was placed in one corner, and a simple tea table accompanied by 2 stools occupied the space. As soon as Chu Ze took a seat, he was met with Zheng Hao's earnest tone. Could you please provide me with a thorough explanation? As he spoke, Zheng picked up a bottle of mineral water, poured it into a kettle, and retrieved some tea leaves from his suitcase. Professor, I believe I can develop a heat-resistant material, Chu Ze stated, prompting Zheng Hao to pause. Turning to face him with sudden intensity. What level of certainty do you have? Zheng inquired with utmost seriousness. Had it not been for the matter concerning carbon fiber, Zheng would have harbored doubts about Chu Ze's assertion. However, the advent of T300 grade carbon fiber compelled him to reconsider whether Chu Ze had perhaps chosen the wrong field of study. He ought to be pursuing materials science instead of dynamics. I am about 80% certain, though some of the raw materials are quite advanced. Currently, I possess only theoretical knowledge, Chu Ze replied earnestly. The limitations in engine formation are not merely design concepts or blueprints. Ultimately, the performance of a jet engine is constrained by materials and the industrial foundation. Without suitable materials, all theories remain mere speculation, devoid of the means to gather substantial data or conduct accurate research, relegating theory to a state of stagnation. Furthermore, without a top-tier industrial foundation, practical application of these theories becomes impossible. It is precisely these 2 factors that render technological advancement laboriously slow. While Chu Ze had not delved deeply into materials research, he recalled a transitional type of material. Please draft a research report for me. I will present it to the materials science team, Zheng Hao said with a grave tone, pulling out a notebook to signal Chu Ze. Without hesitation, Chu Ze settled into his chair and began typing. Ceramic nickel high-temperature alloy. Theoretical tolerance, 1,800 degrees Celsius. Principle. The stable crystalline structure of nickel allows it to integrate with various elements. Zheng Hao observed intently, though his understanding of materials was limited to rudimentary principles. Why combine nickel with ceramics? He inquired, somewhat perplexed. The solidity of ceramics provides superior protection for the nickel base, thereby enhancing both stability and longevity, Chu Ze elucidated. Zheng Hao nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further interruption and quietly observing Chu Ze's work. After Chu Ze completed the research report, Zheng Hao took over the laptop without uttering a word. He then accessed the internal network and dispatched the report written by Chu Ze. Once this task was accomplished, he picked up his sleek black phone and made a call. Lou, I have sent you a report authored by one of my students. Please assess its feasibility. What report? You seem indecisive. Must I evaluate it? It's regarding the high-temperature materials for turbojet engines. Zheng Hao's words were abruptly interrupted. Let me take a look first. Chapter 9. He hasn't added me. The anticipation felt interminable. Chu Ze and Zheng Hao engaged in a sporadic conversation in the hotel room. Yet it was evident that Zheng Hao's mind was elsewhere, frequently glancing at his phone, while Chu Ze remained remarkably composed. Suddenly, the phone rang. Zheng Hao's expression brightened, and he immediately turned his attention to the device. only to find it unresponsive. "Teacher, it's my call." Chu Ze retrieved his own phone. An antiquated Nokia that could only make calls and send texts, unable even to play Snake. He stepped onto the balcony to answer. "Zhe, you truly lack humanity. Returning to Beijing with Mei while I've been languishing here for a day and a night." The voice on the line brimmed with resentment. "What do you mean returning with Mei? We merely happen to be on the same flight. No excuses. By the way, has Su Chang's gorgeous friend changed her contact information? QQ or phone? Just get me one swiftly. I've only informed her of my QQ." Chu Ze replied candidly, but before he could finish, he was met with unrelenting mockery. "Zhe, I had no idea you were so vain. If there's none, then forget it. I'll see if I can invite Su Chang out for dinner tonight." Upon hearing this, Chu Ze instinctively glanced at Zheng Hao. "I've arranged your accommodation. It's right next door. You can pick up the room card at the front desk shortly." Zheng Hao, understanding the situation from the look in Chu Ze's eyes, nodded. Chu Ze naturally agreed. "All right, I'll be free this evening." "Then it's settled. You can come over." After a brief exchange, Chu Ze ended the call. They continued discussing various aspects of engine development. Despite Zheng Hao's initial distraction by the phone call, he found himself increasingly captivated by Chu Ze's insights into the advancements in turbojet technology. The atmosphere in the room grew lively with their debate. In Beijing, within a traditional courtyard, flowers bloomed in the garden, unimpeded by any surrounding structures. Sunlight streamed in, illuminating the empty courtyard. Before a tall floor-to-ceiling window, a languid figure reclined on a large sofa, her long hair cascading naturally, slightly damp from a recent wash, exhibiting a gentle wave. She was engrossed in a book, embodying a serene moment of tranquility. At that moment, a figure stepped inside. "Whose phone is that?" inquired the elegant figure on the sofa, resembling a lazy cat. With a hint of curiosity, "It's Zhang Ziqing's. He suggested dinner tonight, but I declined." As Su Chang set aside his phone, he suddenly reclined on the soft, plush sofa. "He certainly harbors feelings for you." His cool gaze, framed by a gentle smile that could rival the beauty of a city, conveys his interest. How could I not discern his intentions? He even managed to bring along that aloof academic as his wingman when we crossed paths at the airport. With a chuckle, Su Chang picked at the fruits on the coffee table and casually remarked, "By the way, you have his QQ, right? Have you chatted with him? What's he like?" As if pondering something, the girl engrossed in her book instinctively raised it to shield her exquisite face. Su Chang, taken aback, expressed his surprise. "No way. He hasn't responded to you? Or have you not reached out yet?" After knowing each other for quite some time, she should be aware that something was amiss, and her interest was piqued. "I haven't chatted," came the muffled response from behind the pages. Upon hearing this, Su Chang took a decisive step closer and sat beside her. "Not chatting means he hasn't acknowledged you, right?" He flipped the book aside, revealing her stunning visage, which, even without makeup, was reminiscent of a breathtaking waterfall cascading down a mountain, leaving an awe-inspiring impression. "He hasn't added me," Lu Qianqian replied in a resigned tone. "Is that true? Who did you say?" "I did mention it," Su Chang responded, and upon hearing this, Lu Qianqian's demeanor grew even more subdued. "Seriously? You've had people wanting to add you before. How could he not accept?" Su Chang's expression reflected disbelief. Lu Qianqian picked up her book again, silently reading, though her pace had noticeably quickened, indicating a shift in her mindset. "How about we go out for a meal? Lu Eisnt home. And Chu Ze will be there too. He seems rather dismissive of you," Su Chang suggested casually. The beautiful girl shook her head. Honestly, she was reluctant to go. "You should come. You're so lovely, and you haven't offended him. Why would he treat you this way? Aren't you curious?" Su Chang interlinked his arm with hers, his tone brimming with intrigue. At this, a flicker of interest crossed the fairy tale-like girl's face. "All right, if my mom asks, you must cover for me." "Certainly," Su Chang replied with an eager nod. In Yanjing, particularly in Sanlitun, a thriving hub exists where a multitude of dreamers resides. This place serves as a focal point for those dedicated to music. "Are you serious? You really know Su Chang?" "Of course, I'm involved in music in Jinfen. I possess boundless talent, and countless are drawn to me," Zhang Ziqing boasted, his tone laced with arrogance, though his companions regarded him with skepticism. "My childhood friend has arrived in Yanjing. I merely invited him for a meal, but as soon as Su Chang heard, he insisted on joining. Not only Su Chang, but also the second female lead from Jinfen, who is remarkably beautiful." "Stop exaggerating. Jinfen is no small production. The second female lead must be a major star." "Not a major star yet, but a newcomer. I can assure you, she is destined for greatness. Why do I find your words so hard to believe? The young colleague of Zhang Ziqing scrutinized him, his eyes filled with skepticism. The music industry, after all, is still part of the entertainment realm, and within such a grand production as Golden Powder, one would inevitably hear whispers of gossip. How could the second female lead of such a crew possibly know someone as insignificant as Zhang Ziqing? Su Tianfang harbored his own doubts. To them, such stars existed on a pedestal, far removed from their own lives. You'll soon find out, my childhood friend is arriving, Zhang Ziqing remarked. His gaze fixed on a figure emerging in the distance, and he raised his hand in a wave. Initially, he intended to head to the bar, but upon receiving a call back from Su Chang, he promptly changed his mind. After all, a bar, while not chaotic, was hardly a suitable venue for two young ladies. At that moment, Zhang Ziqing's mood was evidently buoyant, especially upon hearing that Su Chang and that exceedingly beautiful girl would be joining them. Thus, he decided to forgive Chu Ze for any prior grievances. As soon as Chu Ze arrived, Zhang Ziqing excitedly waved his hand again. She's here. Just look at how stunning she is. He turned to his friends, his eyes brimming with pride. Chapter 10. Have you forgotten something? Brother, could you possibly give me her contact information later? Su Chang has truly come, and that girl is unbelievably beautiful. Su Tianfang's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the two graceful figures approach, hastily wiping his mouth, though there was no drool, which somewhat alleviated his anxiety. Let us see, Zhang Ziqing replied, moving forward to greet them. Chu Ze took a seat, observing the two individuals Zhang Ziqing welcomed with a curious expression, his mind racing to recall past events. In his previous life, did Zhang Ziqing have ties with Su Chang and the ethereal goddess? Logically, if their bond were as strong as it appeared, Zhang Ziqing, with his personality, would certainly be aware of it. Was this yet another ripple of the butterfly effect? Chu Ze fell into deep contemplation, pondering the implications of such changes, which undoubtedly intrigued someone of his scientific disposition. Su Chang, upon arrival, couldn't help but fix her gaze on Chu Ze. Lu Qianqian remained silent, directly seating herself beside him. Feeling the stir beside him, Chu Ze finally looked up, encountering the near-perfect visage of Lu Qianqian, devoid of any flaw. Here we meet again. Chu Ze smiled slightly, offering a greeting. Lu Qianqian didn't respond verbally, but stared intently at him. Is there something on my face? Chu Ze felt a bit uncomfortable under her gaze, instinctively touching his own face. Have you forgotten something? Lu Qianqian's voice was melodious and clear. Forgotten what? Chu Ze instinctively began to reflect. Meanwhile, Zhang Ziqing and Su Tianfang exchanged knowing glances. Is there a story here? Curiosity sparked between them, their minds swirling with speculation regarding Chu Ze and the strikingly beautiful girl. However, after a moment's thought, Chu Ze hesitantly shook his head. Could you remind me? Chu Ze earnestly sought clarification, struggling to recall what exactly he might have forgotten. It seemed there was no connection between him and the enchanting girl before him. Cece added you on QQ, but there was no response. Your acting skills are truly remarkable. I couldn't discern a hint of deception, as if you were genuinely unaware. If you were to pursue acting, you would undoubtedly be a powerhouse. Su Chang, observing Chu Ze's expressions, couldn't help but interject, feeling a sense of admiration. The transformation in Chu Ze's demeanor genuinely impressed Su Chang. With such acting prowess, who wouldn't be bewildered? I truly didn't notice you added me. I've been quite busy lately and haven't checked QQ. Chu Ze replied, momentarily recalling the exchange at the airport when QQ was mentioned. At that time, he had not given it much thought, after all. One was a future superstar in the entertainment industry, while he had no intention of stepping into that realm. In his mind, it was merely a gesture of politeness, and he never imagined that the celestial sister would actually add him on QQ, so he dismissed the matter entirely. Furthermore, upon arriving in Yanjing, he immediately engaged in carbon fiber testing at the 189 Institute, followed by a series of meetings regarding carbon fiber, leaving him with no opportunity to check QQ until today. Are you truly not acting? Su Chang scrutinized Chu Ze intently. I am neither a child star nor have I received professional training, so how could I act? A bittersweet smile crossed Chu Ze's face. Whether he considered it a compliment or a jest, he was uncertain. What have you been doing these past few days? Su Chang, protective in her inquiry, continued to press. However, Chu Ze chose not to respond. You see, you still say you aren't acting. Now you can't even articulate what you've been up to. Su Chang shifted her tone with a sense of triumph at having caught him in a contradiction. It's not that I can't articulate it. It's that I mustn't. Chu Ze shook his head. Although he had not signed a confidentiality agreement, he was fully aware of the confidentiality regulations. In this era of rapid advancement in Huaxia, the longer they could keep new breakthroughs under wraps, the more advantageous it would be for them, allowing for growth and time through discretion. What is there that you cannot say? Su Tianfang interjected appropriately. Upon hearing this, Chu Ze glanced at Su Tianfang, affirming, it is indeed something I cannot disclose. Without waiting for Su Tianfang's response, he turned to Lu Qianqian, lifting the newly poured tea. I apologize. I will add you when I return. That is fine, Lu Qianqian replied graciously, clinking her cup against his. Su Chang, still eager to inquire further, found herself at a loss for words, but Chu Ze skillfully diverted the conversation. When does the Beijing Film Academy enroll? You all should consider applying there, right? Chu Ze began to unwrap his chopsticks, his tone tinged with curiosity. In September, Lu Qianqian confirmed, taking a sip of her tea and nodding. I was also accepted by the Beijing Film Academy, but I may not attend. Su Chang, still a 16-year-old girl, was instantly captivated by Chu Ze's new topic. Why not? Chu Ze asked, genuinely intrigued. I still feel that the entertainment industry is quite unstable. I want to learn more, Su Chang replied candidly. Sitting beside Zhang Jiqing, Su Tianfang nodded in agreement. The entertainment industry is indeed challenging. My aunt hasn't been offered a role in 6 or 7 years. Lu Qianqian's expression was somewhat subdued, clearly indicating her desire to attend school alongside Xu Chang. However, Xu Chang, along with her family, had her own plans and was reluctant to enroll in a film academy. She yearned to acquire other skills. Xu Chang nodded in acknowledgement. Unbeknownst to everyone, the conversation had subtly shifted under the influence of Chu Ze. It depends on what you wish for. If you aspire to act, then a film academy is undoubtedly the best choice. Conversely, if acting does not align with your future ambitions, then simply pursue what resonates with your heart, Chu Ze remarked, adopting an analytical perspective rather than a definitive stance. Why do you say that? I feel confident in my acting abilities. Attending another school would be perfectly fine, wouldn't it? Xu Chang queried, a hint of confusion in her voice. In all honesty, she harbored considerable confidence in her acting skills. Lu Qianqian also acknowledged Xu Chang's talent, even wishing she could possess such remarkable abilities herself. Acting is just one facet. You seem to overlook a crucial element. What am I overlooking? Connections. Graduates from a specialized academy are inherently more connected in the film industry. When you emerge from the same institution, there exists a camaraderie that fosters opportunities. This is something non-specialized schools cannot provide. Of course, you could also bypass formal education and sign with an agency, treating it as a job, Chu Ze said with a smile. Eager to engage in conversation as long as it did not drift into topics he preferred to keep confidential. His words stirred Xu Chang, prompting her to contemplate deeply. She genuinely sensed the truth in his observation. Alumni from the same school are peers, while those from a company might become rivals. Without a film academy, establishing genuine connections in the fiercely competitive entertainment industry becomes exceedingly difficult. Xu Chang felt as though a veil had lifted, revealing a clearer understanding of many things. Chapter 11. If we don't go today, we might not even pass QQ. As the banquet concluded, Chu Ze glanced at the time, graciously declining the invitation to KTV and opting instead to hail a taxi back to Shangshan Iha guest house. With his departure, Xu Chang and Lu Qianqian did not linger long either, quickly finding an excuse to take their leave. Changchang, will you attend Beiying? Lu Qianqian asked, her large eyes gleaming with curiosity. Perhaps, I should discuss it with my family. Xu Chang replied thoughtfully, refraining from offering a definitive answer. After a brief pause, a wry smile crossed her face as she confessed, the more I think about it, the more I believe she is right. If I truly wish to navigate the entertainment industry, no other school can compare to Beiying. This matter did not hinge solely on her acting prowess, but rather pertained to the limited resources within the entertainment realm. Countless individuals strive to secure these resources. What merit would there be in granting them to her? Honestly, I feel that although he is merely a year older than us, he possesses a maturity and perspective that surpasses ours, the ethereal sister mused, tilting her head and exhaling softly. Her circle of friends was already small, and having just returned from M country, had it not been for her role in a film where she met Xu Chang, she might not have had a single friend to converse with. Indeed, I share that sentiment. Currently, my aspiration is to attend Beiying. Su Chang had already made up her mind. Did Chang Chang want to attend Beijing Film Academy? Suddenly, A crisp voice unexpectedly broke the silence, startling the two young ladies. Mom, you said you wouldn't be back so soon. You could have at least given us a heads up. Lu Qianqian rolled her eyes. Humph. If I hadn't made a surprise visit, I wouldn't have known you two had gone out. Aunt Lu lightly huffed, casting a glance at her daughter. We were just taking a stroll, Lu Qianqian replied, her gaze somewhat evasive. Aunt Lu did not respond, but instead focused her attention on Su Chong. Chong, what prompted your change of heart about going to Beijing Film Academy? Aunt Lu's curiosity piqued. She had previously advised Su Chong against considering other universities. The outcome was evident. Her counsel had not swayed Su Chong, but someone else had succeeded. Nevertheless, if Su Chong attended Beijing Film Academy, her daughter would have a companion. Well, it makes sense now, Lu Qianqian said as she wrapped her arm around her mother's. Exactly, if you've decided to pursue a career in the entertainment industry, you should choose a reputable institution. Su Chong nodded with a smile, and Aunt Lu did not dwell on it further. That's wonderful. It's perfect that Qianqian will have company. Have you eaten? If not, I can whip something up. We've already eaten, Lu Qianqian and Su Chong replied in unison, prompting a nod from Aunt Lu. The two then exchanged glances and hurried into their room. That was close. Thank goodness we didn't go karaoke. Lu Qianqian sighed in relief as she sat in front of the computer, her tone laced with gratitude. Indeed, otherwise I would have faced criticism as well. By the way, Chu Ze accepted your QQ request. Su Chong sat at the computer, watching the pulsating avatar, and immediately nudged her best friend. So what if he did? Lu Qianqian casually tossed her flowing black hair and clicked on the avatar. There were no messages, only the acceptance of her request. Shouldn't you message him? Aren't you curious about what he does? Su Chong urged, her tone brimming with curiosity. Why should I be curious? He hasn't said anything. Lu Qianqian shook her head, her youthful and exquisite face reflecting a tinge of conflict. In fact, her demeanor carried an air of disappointment. Most of the individuals she met always catered to her. And someone like Chu Ze, who spoke only half the truth repeatedly, was indeed a rarity. This led her to doubt her own beauty intensely. If you're not curious, I am. Hurry and chat with him. Remember when we first returned to Yanjing? So many people helped him carry that large suitcase. As a former child star, Su Chang's observational skills were undeniably sharp. Just talk to him, please. I'm genuinely curious, she pleaded, her tone sweetly coaxing. Cornered, Lu Qianqian placed her hands on the keyboard and began typing. Hello, my friend has decided to attend Beijing Film Academy. Thank you. The moment she sent the message, Su Chang's expression soured. Why are you dragging me into this? You're the one who wanted to chat. Look, he hasn't replied at all, Lu Qianqian replied, her demeanor somewhat withdrawn as she observed the lack of activity on QQ. At Xiangshan Iha guest house, Chu Ze returned to the hotel. Seated at the computer desk within the guest house, diligently immersed in his work. In the guest house, Chu Ze hesitated to record his thoughts on the computer, primarily due to concerns regarding security. Instead, he opted for the paper available in the hotel, writing methodically. Suddenly, an avatar flashed on the computer screen, prompting him to click. Crystal, hello, my friend has decided to attend Beijing Film Academy. Thank you. Having recently connected via QQ, Chu Ze immediately recognized the sender. The notion that Lu Yifei sought to engage him in conversation did not evoke surprise. Rather, it left him momentarily stunned. He was acutely aware that the foremost star of the entertainment industry would not take an interest in him. Nevertheless, he chose to respond to her message. No need for thanks, merely a small suggestion. Just ensure you have no regrets later. Chu Ze held no belief that he could dictate anyone's fate. The consequences of any chosen path were never the responsibility of the one who advised. Thus, he had always presented options rather than directing Su Chong down a specific route, merely outlining the pros and cons. How should I reply now? Lu Qianqian inquired, her hands spread in uncertainty. Su Chong hesitated. Just tell him that I wish to express my gratitude by offering some local specialties and ask if he is free to meet tomorrow. Like a mere tool, Lu Qianqian swiftly composed a message and soon received a reply. I'm not available tomorrow. My teacher is taking me to a meeting. Reading the message, Su Chang's expression soured. I must deliver it to the hotel front desk. It is a significant matter regarding life choices. Just have him send me the address. Su Chong spoke again, and Lu Qianqian, clearly adept at online communication, quickly typed out a response with slight embellishments. All right, I will leave it at the front desk. Xiangshan Iha guest house. I will chat no longer. I need to prepare for a shower. Before long, a message arrived that left both Su Chong and Lu Qianqian feeling somewhat frustrated. One was directing Lu Qianqian's typing, rendering further conversation impossible, while the other found their newly added QQ contacts' messages rather superficial. Qianqian, Changchong, make sure to get some rest. Also Qianqian, I have a document here that will be needed for the upcoming CCTV interview. Please familiarize yourself with it in advance. Okay, Lu Qianqian replied, exchanging a glance with Su Chong that culminated in a soft sigh. Su Chong, however, voiced her suspicion. Is he trying to reverse psychology on you to gain your attention? Upon hearing this, Lu Qianqian retorted, if we hadn't gone today, we might not have even connected on QQ. Previously confident, she now felt a lack of certainty. At least regarding Chu Ze. Chapter 12. Our sky cannot be colorless. The next day, Chu Ze rose early, organizing his materials before departing with his teacher, Zheng Hao. With Zheng producing his work ID, they entered the Huazhong Science Institute, situated not far from Shangshanhe Guest House. This institution is among the most renowned in China, well known even to the general populace. Zheng Hao guided Chu Ze through the lengthy corridor of the Huaka Institute, where security measures were notably stringent. Inside the conference room, several individuals were already seated. Among them was Yang Gokong, a prominent figure from the 189 Research Institute, with whom they had previously interacted. As Zheng Hao and Chu Ze entered the meeting room, they immediately captured the attention of many, all of whom were of considerable age. Most attendees were middle-aged, with a few youthful faces present and some elderly gentlemen bearing age spots. Yang Gokong observed Chu Ze and Zheng Hao's entrance with a flicker of surprise, though he sensed an underlying inevitability to their presence. Shortly after Chu Ze took his seat, several others arrived and settled into their designated spots. With everyone present, the meeting was set to discuss the fifth-generation fighter aircraft. Presently, various restrictions impeded progress. Besides importing aviation engines from the north, other avenues were exceedingly difficult. The situation regarding materials was similarly constrained. In light of these challenges, meticulous preparations were made, reiterating the sentiment that our skies must not remain devoid of vibrancy. The middle-aged man seated at the head of the table spoke with a grave tone. At the expansive table, which could accommodate around 100 individuals, Chu Ze found himself without a designated seat, positioned instead on a stool behind Zheng Hao. Many others shared a similar fate, though most appeared to be nearly 30 years of age. Chu Ze was similarly unprepared to discover that the meeting his teacher had invited him to was, in fact, a preparatory session for stealth aircraft. If you are called upon, feel free to express your thoughts directly. As long as it serves our homeland, do not fear making mistakes. Zheng Hao whispered, glancing back. Chu Ze understood his teacher's intent should he be addressed. Is there anyone who wishes to speak first? Asked the middle-aged host. Scanning the room. Following his prompt, several hands were raised. Yesterday, I received a call from Professor Zheng, who mentioned a theoretical framework for a set of materials. At the time, I did not pay much heed, but after a night of discussions in the lab, I believe we may have developed a viable material for our own supersonic jet engines, spoke a middle-aged man with pronounced dark circles under his eyes, evidently having engaged in lengthy deliberation the previous night. As he concluded, the man's assistant promptly displayed relevant data on the projector while distributing printed materials. Ceramic nickel high-temperature alloy. Theoretical tolerance. 1, 800 degrees Celsius. Principle. The stable lattice structure of nickel allows for integration with various elements. Discussion outcome. Extremely high feasibility. And small-scale experiments indicate greater stability than currently researched materials. The documents included experimental data on material composition alongside various test results. Did Professor Zheng propose this? The reputation of Zheng Hao was evidently well established, as gazes shifted between the speaker and him. Unlike other research disciplines, materials science is grounded in practical application. Thus, theoretical notions are often dismissed. However, when the director of a material research institute asserts a high feasibility based on a night's investigation, the atmosphere shifts significantly. This is no longer a mere theory. It has evolved into a theory grounded in practical application. The distinction is profound. Everyone present is acutely aware of Zheng Hao's expertise. He is a researcher in the field of propulsion studies. The notion that he has developed a theory capable of supporting a supersonic aircraft engine seems, at first glance, somewhat fantastical. Among those gathered in the conference room, Yang Gokong is perhaps the only one who appears unfazed, diligently reviewing the materials before him. After years of grappling with the T300 carbon fiber, the fact that it has been resolved comes as no surprise to Yang Gokong, who had long anticipated this outcome. However, his lack of astonishment does not extend to the others in attendance. This revelation was initiated by one of my students. Zheng Hao, eschewing any desire for personal accolades, smiled and gestured to allow Chu Ze, who stood behind him, to take center stage. The room fell into a hushed silence. While their initial reaction to Zheng Hao's proposal had been one of surprise, his subsequent words elicited a more discontented response from many present. The practice of academic grafting is not uncommon among scholars. Yet to apply it to such a pivotal project, one that bears national significance, is utterly unacceptable to those involved in its execution. Such an occurrence would imply a deep-seated rot within the academic community, suggesting that the elite scholars at the forefront have succumbed to decay. Observing the expressions of those around him, Zheng Hao discerned their thoughts and was about to offer an explanation when Yang Guokong interjected. Let us not harbor doubts. This is undoubtedly the brainchild of Chu Ze. Just yesterday, our team at the 189 Institute successfully completed tests on the T300 grade carbon fiber, which was developed in Chu Ze's home factory. As Yang Guokong spoke, Zheng Hao regarded him with a peculiar gaze. To be candid, his previous interactions with Yang Guokong had been somewhat uncomfortable, particularly in the absence of Chu Ze, when he felt unable to counter Yang's assertions. By the time he could muster a rebuttal, Yang Guokong had proven to be quite steadfast. Zheng Hao had not anticipated that Yang would advocate for Chu Ze in such a formal setting. Do not look at me askance, my small-mindedness aside. I cannot tolerate anything less than integrity in matters of great consequence, Yang Guokong remarked, fully aware of the peculiar glint in Zheng Hao's eyes. His statement stirred a low murmur throughout the previously silent conference room, with many eyes instinctively drifting towards the youthful figure of Chu Ze, standing behind Zheng Hao. Professor Yang is correct. Chu Ze has indeed developed the T300 grade carbon fiber. The delegation from the Huaka Institute has already set off, announced the middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit, who was presiding over the meeting. Those attending such a conference must be thoroughly acquainted with the background of all participants. Although Chu Ze's time in the spotlight was brief, the background checks conducted were straightforward. After making his statement, the Zhongshan-suited gentleman turned to Chu Ze, asking, Chu Ze, if provided with a project team, how long would it take to research high-temperature-resistant ceramic nickel alloys? It should take about 2 months, Chu Ze replied thoughtfully, his demeanor earnest. Chapter 13. Could it be that Chu Ze is not a confidential personnel? Just 2 months? Indeed, within a span of 2 months, I should be able to develop an alloy material capable of withstanding temperatures of 1800 degrees Celsius. Chu Ze pondered for a moment before nodding earnestly. After conducting experiments, he found that his research and development efforts in the fishing tackle factory had not enhanced this alloy material. The reason for the improvement in carbon fiber research lay in its ability to augment the hardness and portability of fishing gear. However, despite the lack of enhancement, Chu Ze had prior experience with this material in his previous life. Thus, it merely required further experimentation. All right, I will arrange a project team for you at the Huaka Institute, and you shall lead this research. Considering your age, there might be challenges in gaining respect. So your professor suggested having Lu as a nominal leader. That works for me. Chu Ze nodded without hesitation. At that moment, Lu interjected. Let us transfer some personnel from our institute. Anyone who opposes this, I shall deal with them. Lu clearly exhibited a decisive demeanor, his tone somewhat ominous. Very well, comrades. This project is a temporary initiative and will not interfere with our existing projects. However, I expect everyone to exert their utmost effort. Last year's events at sea should not be repeated for our warriors. With these words, a heavy atmosphere enveloped the entire conference room. The meeting continued to discuss who would be responsible for developing the fighter jet engines, which institute possessed the capability for overall design, and which materials could be utilized. The development of the 5th-generation stealth fighter jet was never solely the endeavor of one team. It necessitated a true integration of resources. Chu Ze remained largely silent, listening intently. As the meeting neared its conclusion, the host in the Zhongshan suit scanned the room, his gaze landing on Chu Ze. Chu Ze, do you have any thoughts? Noticing Chu Ze's hesitant demeanor, he inquired further. Instantly, all eyes in the conference room focused on Chu Ze. I have some rather immature ideas, but I will speak boldly. Our current relationship with the outside world resembles the fable of the tortoise and the hare. While we strive to progress, we can also induce regression in our counterparts. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Ze articulated his thoughts. However, upon hearing his remarks, Many in the room furrowed their brows, finding his ideas somewhat unrealistic, including the meeting's host, Guozhongjie. Yet, observing that Chu Ze was about to elaborate, Guozhongjie refrained from interrupting. In their eyes, they do not believe we are capable of producing such advancements. Therefore, what appears impossible may indeed hold the potential for possibility. All it takes is to find some credible experts to voice their opinions in the media, asserting that our fighter jets are not fifth generation at all, nor can we produce such aircraft. They are merely modified J-10s. Naturally, funding for the aviation sector would be curtailed. Upon hearing Chu Ze's remarks, Guozhongjie was momentarily taken aback, but soon his eyes gleamed with a hint of brilliance. This matter warrants further discussion. The meeting is adjourned. Guozhongjie neither assented nor denied. Chu Ze began to gather his belongings and left the conference room alongside his instructor. Your proposal is truly outrageous, Zheng Hao chuckled teasingly. In response, Chu Ze merely smiled mischievously as he exited the room with Zheng Hao. Xiao Xiao, something feels amiss here, Lu Qianqian remarked, glancing around curiously, a hint of perplexity adorning her lovely face. What seems off? Su Chang replied, somewhat puzzled. Have you not noticed that the guards are all armed? Lu Qianqian said, her tone tinged with mystery. At this revelation, Su Chang's gaze darted around, her expression tightening. She had noticed this before, but had not fully grasped its significance. Lu Qianqian's observation struck her, and she realized the guards were indeed armed. Could they be imposters? Su Chang's voice dropped significantly, but before she could finish her thought, she chastised herself for her naivety. Pausing momentarily, her expression turned contemplative. Could it be that Chu Ze is a confidential personnel? I feel there's a high probability. Lu Qianqian replied earnestly. What a pity. What do you mean by what a pity? I mentioned to Sister Hua that I discovered a remarkably charming and handsome young man. If we sign him, he would undoubtedly rise to fame. Sister Hua suggested bringing Chu Ze to meet her. So this was your plan all along. Lu Qianqian looked at her friend with a hint of astonishment. No wonder Su Chang had been so attentive. It turned out she intended to secure him, having previously wavered. Su Chang now felt resolute about acting diligently, considering the opportunity more seriously. Moreover, she had already discussed arrangements with Sister Hua. Whatever contract she signed, he would sign as well, thus repaying her kindness. Just think about his striking features. He is undoubtedly as appealing as any heartthrob in the entertainment industry. Surely, he would catch Sister Hua's eye. Su Chang nodded, though a tinge of regret lingered in her expression. For that confident and poised demeanor had etched a profound impression in her heart. In light of the entertainment industry's emphasis on physical appearance, his chiseled features made him quite memorable. Such an individual, if introduced into the industry with solid professional skills, would undoubtedly achieve stardom. While Chu Ze's professional capabilities raised some doubts, Su Chang had never questioned his aptitude for learning. What are you planning to do now? Lu Qianqian inquired, tilting her head, her voice bright and clear. What else can I do? I intend to assist Sister Hua with an invitation to audition. Su Chang contemplated, unwilling to concede defeat. Just then, two figures approached the hotel, one old and one young, both carrying briefcases. Chu Ze, Su Chang called out as she spotted them. Chu Ze paused, turning to look at the two lively young women. Teacher, two friends have come to see me. Go on. Do you need me to retrieve something for you? Zheng Hao gazed with a hint of surprise at the two figures that had appeared before him, offering a slight smile and a nod as a form of greeting. No need. I should probably stay in, Chu Ze replied, shaking his head as he approached the two with his briefcase in hand. He had initially thought it was a jest. Did they truly come all this way to deliver local delicacies? As Chu Ze scrutinized the pair, his gaze landed on the gift in Su Chang's hand. So, how about lunch together? Su Chang inquired, a smile gracing her lips as she raised the present in invitation. There's no need to go to such lengths. The guest house provides lunch, Chu Ze declined, shaking his head, not inclined to venture out. He was about to take charge of a high-temperature materials project and preferred to prepare in advance for the afternoon, given that while he had previous exposure to high-temperature materials, his background had been primarily in aerospace engine research rather than materials science. Here we are, braving the blazing sun, and you refuse our invitation to lunch. Su Chang's sudden shift to a somewhat pitiable tone left Chu Ze momentarily taken aback. Let's get to the point. I've been genuinely busy lately, he stated, his expression somewhat peculiar as he scrutinized Su Chang, who felt slightly uncomfortable under his gaze, akin to being regarded as a fool. Chapter 14, The Main Station Apologies. But I have no aspirations of entering the entertainment industry, now or in the future. Chu Ze responded without hesitation upon hearing Su Cheng's comments. The entertainment world might be a paradise for many, yet it was certainly not his domain. Having devoted much of his previous life to scientific research, he relished the work, finding joy in the sense of achievement that came with breakthroughs. He reveled in the collective power of technology, which, through relentless effort, had propelled advancements. While the allure of the entertainment industry might captivate many, it held little appeal for Chu Ze. Even Su Chang and Lu Qianqian had not anticipated such a prompt rejection, utterly devoid of hesitation. Well then, if there's nothing pressing, I'll treat you both to lunch at the guest house, he proposed. Sounds good. Su Chang's eyes brightened, believing there was still a chance, and she nodded without hesitation. However, upon entering the guest house, she soon realized that lunch was indeed just that. Chu Ze was a genuine enthusiast for food. Su Chang even pondered that perhaps his earlier refusal to dine out stemmed from merely considering the distance. The meals at the guest house were not particularly unpalatable, yet they were certainly not exquisite either. Once they finished their meal, they parted ways. As Su Chang strolled down the bustling streets of Yanjing, she found herself questioning her life choices. How could he not desire a career in the entertainment industry? His potential for success seemed unparalleled, and she wondered how many years it had taken her to reach such a level of recognition. Leaving the guest house, confusion enveloped her. Perhaps he truly had no interest in the entertainment world. Lu Qianqian, observing her friend's demeanor, offered some words of comfort. At that moment, the phone rang. Lu Qianqian retrieved her phone from her small bag and answered it. Qianqian, why haven't you returned from shopping yet? Tomorrow, CCTV will interview the Jinfen crew. I wanted to discuss it with you in advance, so please come back early. Okay, Mom. Lu Qianqian hung up the phone and turned to Su Chang. Shall we head back? Let's go. At the Xiangshan Iha guest house, Zheng Hao was seated in a room with Chu Ze. Xiao Ze, there are certain matters I find difficult to express, but as your teacher, I must advise you to refrain from playing with emotions, Zheng Hao said earnestly. Teacher, where are you going with this? They are childhood friends I met through my music studies, one of whom has long been prominent in the entertainment industry. How could she possibly be interested in me? Besides, I am not that kind of person, Chu Ze replied, shaking his head. Very well then. I just received a call regarding your proposal. It has been accepted. The higher-ups believe that your youthful ingenuity is commendable. You are to assist at the main station for a week, addressing any gaps. Zheng Hao expressed his satisfaction with his student. Previously, he had not noticed much, only aware of his youth and eagerness to learn. This sudden outburst had given Zheng Hao a newfound respect for him. Not only was he strong in professional knowledge, but he also exhibited research capabilities in materials. Considering the circumstances surrounding Chu Ze's family, Zheng Hao refrained from probing further. Going to the main station tomorrow? Chu Ze was somewhat taken aback. This was his own suggestion, yet it seemed to have developed further. Yes, arrangements have already been made for a retired official. Surname Zhang? Chu Ze inquired with curiosity. How do you know? Zheng Hao's expression mirrored surprise. Just a guess, Chu Ze thought to himself, bemused. He was well aware that this matter stemmed from a retired official's initiative, albeit 6 or 7 years earlier than anticipated. Chu Ze hadn't expected the butterfly effect to manifest in such a way, yet it felt as if it had not at all. If you prefer not to discuss it, that's fine. Now that it has fallen into your hands, ensure you handle it well. Understood, teacher. Chu Ze nodded. Spending half an hour in Zheng Hao's room before returning to his own, where he began to contemplate his thoughts on his rebirth. Although the time since his rebirth was short, many things had indeed changed. T300 carbon fiber, ceramic nickel high-temperature alloy, and the workplace he was to begin tomorrow. T300 carbon fiber significantly improves aircraft weight and has numerous applications in aerospace materials. As for the ceramic nickel high-temperature alloy, although Chu Ze was not a materials researcher, he had engaged in extensive discussions with material scientists during his previous life while studying engines, gaining insights into some common material compositions. While he was not entirely clear on the specific ratios, knowing the material compositions allowed for experimentation to gather evidence, greatly reducing the research and development time. He was adept at persuading the retired official. Chu Ze found himself feeling a thrill at the thought. A night passed in silence. The following morning, he rose early, savored a light breakfast at the guest house, and then made his way to the main office. At present, the building designated as one of the top 10 architectural marvels was yet to commence construction, still housed within the grandeur of the old structure. Strolling through the streets of Yanjing, Chu Ze headed towards the main office building. Meanwhile, in the recently parked van, Lu Xiaoli wore a serious expression. Upon arrival, she reminded her daughter, "You must greet people. Those in the main office often have connections. Unlike other places, they can be quite arrogant." "I know. You've reminded me several times along the way," Lu Qianqian replied, nodding. She had applied a light touch of makeup, yet her eyes appeared somewhat bleary, revealing traces of morning drowsiness. As the mother and daughter descended from the vehicle, they faced a long flight of stairs leading to the parking lot. Just as they stepped off the last stair, Lu Xiaoli halted abruptly. "Mom, what's wrong?" Lu Qianqian followed her gaze and noticed several figures in formal attire standing at the bottom of the steps, seemingly awaiting someone. One of them appeared to be Deputy Director Zhang from the main office, seemingly there to welcome a visitor. Lu Xiaoli hesitated. After all, this was the Deputy Director, a person wielding significant power in public relations. Who could possibly warrant such a greeting? Curiosity stirred within Lu Qianqian as she scrutinized the scene with her beautiful eyes, puzzled by the unfolding situation. However, their confusion was short-lived, for shortly after, an old, somewhat worn vehicle entered the parking lot. A middle-aged figure, dressed in casual attire and bearing prominent laugh lines, stepped out. "Director Zhang, you're too kind," he remarked. "Not at all. I must at least come to greet you." "Such treatment may not be afforded next time," Zhang replied, extending a welcoming hand. "Shall we go in?" "Yes, just a moment." As they prepared to step forward, their progress was suddenly halted by a figure leisurely approaching them. Chapter 15. "I was retired by your proposal." Lu Qianqian adjusted her attire as she alighted from the car, still intrigued by the identity of the individual whom the deputy director was welcoming. However, after a careful discussion, the mother and daughter realized they did not recognize him at all. "Let us go," Lu Xiaoli called to her daughter. Just as Lu Qianqian was about to move, she unexpectedly paused. "Why is he here?" She observed a figure ascending the steps at the far end, which caused her brow to raise slightly. Lu Xiaoli followed her daughter's gaze, her expression turning to one of astonishment. She retained some memory of Chu Ze from their shared flight to Yanjing, predominantly impressed by his composure. However, after landing, they had no further interaction. To her surprise, she now witnessed the deputy director greeting Chu Ze with a wave. "Chu Ze, why are you in such a hurry?" As Chu Ze was walking, he suddenly paused, a hint of confusion crossing his face as he looked up and inquired. Upon recognizing the familiar visage of the bureau chief, he promptly approached. "General Zhang," Chu Ze greeted respectfully. "Please, no more general. I have been retired due to one of your proposals." Zhang Lijiang replied with a shake of his head, a trace of exasperation evident on his countenance. Who could comprehend that he, who had been stationed at the harbor, was abruptly declared retired? Simultaneously, he had received a new task. Initially, Zhang Lijiang assumed a major upheaval was at hand, but after some inquiries, he discovered that he had been retired by a few words from a young man. "Do not say that. I cannot bear such a burden," Chu Ze remarked, a wry smile playing on his lips. "What burden? If you possess the capability, you must rise to the occasion. Individuals like you are precisely what we need." Zhang Lijiang acknowledged. Although he was retired, he was acutely aware of the responsibilities that lay ahead. "Who is this?" Vice Director Zhang observed Chu Ze with a hint of uncertainty, as if pondering the lineage of some esteemed individual, yet his mind offered no recollection. "A young friend, who will be observing here for about a week," Zhang Lijiang explained with a smile, though he refrained from delving into further details. Vice Director Zhang suppressed his curiosity, offering a polite smile. Given Zhang Lijiang's stature, if it were appropriate to divulge information, he would undoubtedly do so. If not, he would have to contemplate whether he could withstand the implications. "Please, both of you, come inside," Vice Director Zhang gestured, fully aware, as he led the group into the main building of the station. Not far away, a mother and daughter observed the jovial exchange between the two men and the vice director, while the driver seemed unremarkable. The sight of Chu Ze engaging with the leadership of the station sparked an exchange of glances between them. "What status does Chu Ze hold?" Lu Xiaoli pondered. It is worth noting that she had visited Yu City and was aware of Chu Ze's family owning a small factory. However, the current situation bewildered her. How could the son of a mere factory owner converse so freely with the vice director? Though her curiosity was piqued, she glanced at the time and hurriedly ushered Lu Qianqian into the building. Yet Lu Qianqian, observing Chu Ze making his way toward another studio, displayed a flicker of intrigue. In the studio, Zhang Lijiang and his party were settled into the lounge. The staff, noticing the vice director escorting the two men, became alert and began exchanging information. "What backgrounds do these two have?" one inquired. "I do not know the younger one, but the other is a retired general," came the reply. No wonder the vice director personally brought them here. The studio staff understood that a retired general was not someone to be trifled with. And as they watched the two enter the lounge, they recognized that the younger man was also not to be underestimated. Inside the lounge, only Zhang Lijiang and Chu Ze remained. "Chu Ze, here is the document I received. Please review it and let me know if you have anything to add," Zhang Lijiang stated, pulling a file from his briefcase and handing it over. The document was a standard A4 printed sheet, and Chu Ze took it, examining the contents with earnest attention. "I believe that the J10 variant suffices, and there is no need to pursue misleading alternatives. Additionally, it would be beneficial to discuss the status of other industries in Huaxia." Chu Ze glanced at the documents, pondering for a few moments before speaking. The contents of the document revolve solely around the dual concepts of our strengthening and the enemy's weakening. However, the development of aircraft, among other things, is the result of a systematic industrial framework. I shall note this down. Is there anything else to add? Zhang Lijiang did not underestimate Chu Ze due to his youth. Being aware of some of Chu Ze's background through his clearance, he noted his focus on dynamics and materials, even proposing a strategic-level suggestion. A strong sense of belief is essential. Chu Ze spoke earnestly, yet Zhang Lijiang responded with a wry smile. "Have I been too obvious? It is somewhat apparent. I have faith that you researchers will certainly accomplish this. However, it does place me in a rather challenging position." Zhang Lijiang shook his head, acknowledging that despite their limited interactions, both were driven by a common goal. Hence, a strong belief is crucial. "I will make the necessary adjustments." Zhang Lijiang took a deep breath, allowing more oxygen to fill his mind as he leaned back in the chair of the lounge, staring vacantly at the ceiling while striving to recalibrate his thoughts. Meanwhile, as preparations commenced in the broadcasting hall, news spread regarding the arrival of a general at the headquarters. "Have you heard? A general has come to the third broadcasting hall. It appears they are organizing an expert interview, and there seem to be no restrictions on attendance. We can also go and listen. I heard the deputy director is the one welcoming him. We can attend." Lu Qianqian, who was in the midst of her makeup, turned with surprise upon hearing Su Chang's news. "The deputy director?" Lu Qianqian mused, involuntarily recalling certain people and events. "I have inquired, and once our promotional work is completed, we can attend. Cheng Kuan and the others will also be going. Will you join us?" Su Chang's tone was filled with curiosity, for she had never encountered a living general in her life. "I will go." "All right, once we finish the promotional work, we shall head over." "Good." Chapter 16. I was merely giving an example. At the age of 15, a time when flowers are on the verge of blooming, everything feels fresh and new. Upon entering the third broadcasting hall, Lu Qianqian quickly found a seat and began to scan her surroundings. Before long, she spotted a familiar figure seated below the stage. At that moment, sitting in the front was an individual around 50 years of age, exuding an aura of subtle authority as he prepared some microphones. "Have you arrived?" Cheng Kuan greeted Su Chang and Lu Qianqian, who were seated beside him. Although their interactions within the crew had not been particularly pleasant, Cheng Kuan had come to terms with many aspects of the entertainment industry. He had taken on a role originally meant for a friend, yet being replaced was also a testament to another's capabilities. Maintaining a semblance of harmony while navigating the industry was crucial, as one often encounters familiar faces repeatedly. Cheng Kuan nodded in acknowledgement, continuing to observe the stage, which was on the verge of commencing. In the realm of military enthusiasts, there has been much speculation regarding the development of a fifth-generation fighter jet. The host inquired about this matter in a perfectly ordinary manner before passing the conversation to Zhang Lijiang. He clarified that what we are pursuing does not align with the traditional definition of a fifth-generation fighter. Rather, it is an enhancement based on the J-10. At best, we can only optimize and improve upon the existing framework of the J-10. Moreover, the research into stealth materials is far more complex than one might assume. While we certainly aspire to develop a fifth-generation aircraft, we must consider the realities we face. The industrial capacity to support such an endeavor is fundamentally lacking. National defense is paramount. Without it, all else is rendered futile. Everyone desires to create a fifth-generation fighter, yet the disparity between aspiration and reality is significant. His somber tone cast a heavy atmosphere over the studio, affecting not only Cheng Kuan, but also Lu Qianqian and Su Chang. Lu Qianqian's gaze frequently drifted towards a figure in the front row, feeling an inexplicable connection, as if the speaker on stage were occasionally locking eyes with the youth. As if confirming something, Chu Ze nodded occasionally, seemingly in agreement, which piqued Lu Qianqian's curiosity. As the broadcast continued, through her keen observations, Lu Qianqian discerned some underlying nuances. It appeared that Chu Ze's nods were not merely in response to the rhetoric. In this serious discourse, she clearly noticed him giving a thumbs up, a gesture strikingly discordant with the gravity of the topic. What could he possibly be endorsing? Doubts began to ripple through Lu Qianqian's mind. Amidst her contemplation, the third studio session concluded its agenda. Exiting the studio, she glanced at Chu Ze as he stepped backstage, and after a moment of reflection, she departed the main station with her mother. Su Chong had other matters to attend to and busied himself elsewhere. Upon returning to her courtyard home, Lu Qianqian felt an inexplicable urge to open her computer and click on a familiar icon. Crystal, I listened to an interview today. Is it truly so difficult to develop a fifth-generation fighter? Her message was sent, but it did not elicit an immediate response. A situation Lu Qianqian had long since come to accept as the norm. She casually opened a book, settling down at her desk to read. As time passed, a sudden notification sound jolted her to attention, prompting her to sit up straight in front of her computer. Indeed, developing a fifth-generation fighter is an arduous journey, as it surpasses the capabilities of fourth-generation aircraft in every aspect. China has a long road ahead if it wishes to achieve this. Did you listen to the interview with the military expert? Yes, my first play is being promoted at the main station, and I heard that a retired general was giving an interview, so I tuned in. The topic was indeed quite weighty. Despite the heaviness, these are issues that must be confronted directly. The prospect of China developing a fifth-generation fighter truly seems distant. Lu Qianqian, sensing the conversation had shifted to a more engaging topic, brightened and quickly typed a response. I believe you all will succeed. As these words were uttered, a palpable silence enveloped the conversation. Lu Qianqian seemed to have an epiphany, swiftly typing another message. When the Golden Powder family premieres, you must watch. You have no idea. I often end up in tears from the criticism I receive in this role. I will make time to watch, came the prompt reply. Observing the rapid response, a glimmer of assurance flickered in Lu Qianqian's eyes. She was convinced that Chu Ze was undoubtedly affiliated with some clandestine department. And coupled with her observations at the fishing tackle factory, it indicated he was a researcher. Pondering over the chat, she then tapped out another line. Actually, I have a question I would like to ask you. Could you assist me in answering it? I will help you if I can, was the swift reply. Lu Qianqian, reading the response, muttered, such meticulousness in speech. What does it mean to help if you can? If the question is inconvenient to answer, then one simply cannot respond. However, it was evident that Lu Qianqian was not prepared to inquire about certain matters. How do you think I should navigate the entertainment industry? You already have 8 legs in your journey. Why ask me how to proceed? Where do I possess 8 legs? Would that not make me a spider? I meant to ask about your insights on my life as trajectory, yet you liken me to a spider. I recall you articulating sound reasoning to Chong Chong. Do help me analyze this. Lu Qianqian's lips twitched. This person could be so precise at times, yet at others, utterly thoughtless. Focus on your craft. If you aspire to be an actor, delve deeply into honing your acting skills. Given your vocal talents, consider developing your singing. Do you really think my vocal abilities are commendable? Perhaps I have the potential to release an album. Lu Qianqian's eyes sparkled, but her excitement was abruptly tempered by the next reply. I was merely using that as an example. This response silenced Lu Qianqian entirely. Frustrated, she gripped the plush toy beside her, her knuckles whitening. Yet her fingers did not falter. Do you not believe I possess a natural talent for acting? Lu Qianqian's face darkened, the 6-word response inciting her to strike the plush bear in exasperation. So infuriating, she muttered just as a voice echoed from outside the room. Qianqian, what is wrong? Nothing. I encountered a particularly vexing villain in my reading, Lu Qianqian replied. You have a commendable capacity for empathy. You will surely become a fine actress in the future, came Lu Xiaoli's approving voice from outside, further darkening Lu Qianqian's expression. As the conversation continued, punctuated by Lu Qianqian's occasional punches to the plush bear, Lu Xiaoli, busy in the living room poring over documents, nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 17. A new project for Chu Ze. Matters unfolded one by one. Over the course of a week, he had not reappeared at the headquarters, as if everything had simply vanished. At this moment, Chu Ze was already present at the Huaka Institute, leading a team to tackle high-temperature ceramic nickel alloys. The laboratory was situated within the Huaka Institute, while the research team had been personally dispatched by Liu. As Chu Ze delved into his research, his expression was grave. Even as Liu, the nominal head of the materials research group, occasionally checked on the situation. However, Liu found himself visiting less frequently. Recognizing that Chu Ze was more than capable of managing the experiments independently. Just as Liu had anticipated, Chu Ze's youthful visage belied his competence. The 20-member research team he had assembled quickly adapted after an initial period of discomfort. How is the comparison of the microelements progressing? Chu Ze inquired, his tone imbued with seriousness. Scientific inquiry is a rigorous endeavor. It cannot be approached with levity. It entails the meticulous integration of data, extracting desired values from myriad datasets to embark on new explorations. Currently, stability had reached 0.86, according to the data you provided. There remain about 10 combinations to test before proceeding to the extreme high-temperature endurance assessments. Very well, let us strive to complete the selection expediently. Chu Ze nodded. A hint of fatigue etched across his features. Over the past fortnight, Chu Ze had essentially oscillated between the guest house and the research institute. Even meals being consumed within the confines of the laboratory. The ceramic nickel high-temperature alloy, while ostensibly a mere research project, was understood by all involved to potentially signify the inception of China's own fifth-generation fighter jet heart. If the research plan could be successfully executed, it would pave the way for China to develop its own core technology, eliminating reliance on external expertise and achieving self-sufficiency in production. Chu Ze was acutely aware that this was precisely why he had undertaken this materials research. A methodical approach could delay the initiation of independent heart development by nearly 9 years. To Chu Ze, the essence of rebirth lay in advancing all feasible projects ahead of schedule, a testament to the efforts of countless individuals striving for ascendance. In one of the expansive laboratories at the Huaka Institute, lab-coated figures busied themselves with various tasks. Chu Ze, engrossed in data analysis, was taken aback when Zheng Hao appeared. Weary from travel. Teacher, what brings you here? Chu Ze expressed mild surprise at Zheng's arrival. However, Zheng offered no explanation, instead gazing intently at Chu Ze. How much longer will the ceramic nickel high-temperature alloy take? Zheng queried in return. At least half a month, Chu Ze replied candidly, acknowledging the confidentiality of the project based on its audience. Very well, here is the engine proposal you suggested. I have applied to the university for the establishment of a project team, and they have agreed. My purpose in coming to Beijing is to report to the Institute of Science. It may be registered under the auspices of the China Power Research Institute. Zheng then produced a document and handed it to Chu Ze. Chu Ze accepted the paper and, upon a brief glance, raised an eyebrow in perplexity. Looking up at his teacher. Teacher, I am too young to take responsibility for this turbojet project. It would be more appropriate for you to handle it. Chu Ze shook his head. Although he currently serves as the head of a materials project, there is still a nominal Liu alongside this materials research team, which evidently constitutes a collaborative effort, primarily a form of experimentation, likely categorized under a specific project. However, the turbine project is different. It is a project that requires registration with the Academy of Sciences. It is indeed a significant undertaking, and assigning such a project to a mere 16-year-old seems rather inappropriate. What are you worried about? Afraid I might hinder your progress? Zheng Hao remarked, his tone laced with light-hearted teasing, before turning earnestly to Chu Ze. I will refrain from reporting now. Let us wait until your materials research is successful. By then, you will have led a project team. And given that the foundation of the turbine is based on high-temperature ceramic nickel alloys, who would doubt your capabilities due to your age? What use is age if one cannot produce results? You need not fret about external interference. I've spoken with the principal, and he and I will shield you from most troubles. Your only task is to deliver results. Zheng Hao's tone gradually shifted to a more serious note. The foundation of the turbine project rests on high-temperature ceramic nickel alloys. Coupled with Chu Ze's proposed turbine theory, the principal's intention is for him to lead. However, Zheng Hao believes he can assist Chu Ze in his development. Teacher, if you say so, can I possibly refuse? Chu Ze shook his head, tacitly accepting the matter. With Zheng Hao having voiced his support, Chu Ze found it truly difficult to decline without appearing overly sensitive. All right, then you should hasten your efforts. I will be in Yinjing for a while, and will return to Xiqing with you later, Zheng Hao said, patting Chu Ze on the shoulder. Okay, Chu Ze nodded. There was indeed a multitude of tasks at hand, The experimental data was overwhelming, and discerning the correct ratios from it was not a matter of mere waiting. Moreover, he was not a material specialist. Observing Chu Ze immersed in his work, Zhang Hao couldn't help but smile. Are you not concerned he will be overwhelmed? Lu entered, standing beside Zhang Hao, observing the industrious Chu Ze. Judging by his demeanor, he certainly did not seem the type to be easily overwhelmed. Zhang Hao shook his head, chuckling. Lu nodded in agreement. He was acutely aware of Chu Ze's performance over the past several days and knew he was not the type to be subdued. Nevertheless, Lu felt that the idea from Northwestern Polytechnical University carried a gamble. Assigning a youth to lead the development of a turbine engine was indeed audacious. Zhang Hao seemed to sense Lu's thoughts and smiled. In ancient times, there was Huatsubing. Today, we have this young man. I genuinely look forward to the moment our fighter jets soar proudly in the sky. What harm is there in taking a chance? After all, he has researched T300 carbon fiber and high-temperature ceramic nickel alloys. I sincerely hope he can achieve breakthroughs with the turbine, endowing our aircraft with a formidable heart. Zhang Hao adjusted his somewhat heavy glasses, a glimmer of anticipation gracing his face. In truth, it was not only Zhang Hao who felt this way. Lu too exhibited a hint of expectation upon hearing those words. You've got me feeling quite passionate about this, he exclaimed. Laughter bubbling forth as Zhang Hao strode out of the laboratory. Lu shook his head, his gaze tinged with envy. How they longed to cultivate new talent. Yet such youth must possess the capacity for responsibility. The young individuals he currently mentored, when compared to Chu Ze, were indeed like the heavens and the earth, utterly incomparable. Chapter 18. A great nation should not rely on others. Yu City, Boijia Fishing Gear Factory. It was still Xiao Ze's lively spirit that shone through, even without new materials. The slogans on the fishing rods sold remarkably well. Zhang Yuanlai, with a hint of envy, remarked, Indeed, things are looking up. Chu Bo had recently been smiling much more. In terms of business, he harbored no grand ambitions. With the new fishing rods being piloted to various distributors, the feedback indicated they had already surpassed the most challenging phase. Rumor had it that an expert group was on its way. Zhang Yuanlai was more curious about this group, prompting him to arrive early at the Boijia Fishing Gear Factory. However, he felt disappointment when he saw Chu Bo shake his head. I'm not sure about the specifics. They just mentioned they were coming for a research visit. As they spoke, the phone rang, and Chu Ze answered it. Director, the experts have arrived. There are many vehicles. Should we let them all in? Let them all in. Chu Ze's brow furrowed slightly as he moved to the window, observing the procession of vehicles entering. He exchanged a glance with Zhang Yuanlai, both eyes reflecting intense curiosity. What was the meaning of this? Why were so many experts arriving? Chu Bo frowned, apprehensive that these experts might be opportunists. Such individuals often appeared among the judges in fishing competitions. Nevertheless, he welcomed the group, which comprised at least several dozen people. Each wore a serious expression, their demeanor so stern that Chu Bo could only quietly follow alongside them, asking questions only to receive minimal responses. To Chu Bo's surprise, the expert group immediately delved into Factory 1, their gazes fixated on the carbon fiber production with fervor. Could it be that a second-generation heir is here to reap the benefits? Zhang Yuanlai mused, though he had no personal experience. Years spent in the business world had made him aware of such situations. Chu Bo's brow tightened further, his pupils narrowing as he scanned the assembly of experts. High-grade carbon fiber is suitable for military applications, one leading expert boldly proclaimed, causing Chu Bo's expression to tighten even more. Esteemed leader, we are merely a small business, producing fishing rods to make a living. There are countless companies in the world striving to earn a profit, Chu Bo replied, his tone somewhat subdued, his posture slightly hunched. Yet his eyes sparkled with indignation. Indeed, however, companies like yours that can develop T300 grade carbon fiber should not be modest. We intend to establish a military procurement department here, as well as assist you in setting up confidentiality and anti-espionage processes. Chu Bo's anger was palpable, his expression unmistakably vivid as he glared at the leading expert. Yet, as the words left his mouth, he couldn't help but blink in disbelief. What had the expert just said? Establish a military procurement department? Implement military procurement? Establish confidentiality processes? Chu Bo blinked, his eyes feeling somewhat dry as he exchanged glances with the leading expert, enveloping the atmosphere in a heavy silence. Director Chu, what were you just preparing? The foremost expert looked at Chu Bo with a hint of confusion, his expression one of deep perplexity. A great nation should never be beholden to others. Chu Bo exclaimed with indignation, his face suffused with anger, and with a resounding voice, he instantly silenced the entire factory. The group of experts, observing Chu Bo, felt the tension in the air condense, yet it quickly transformed into fervent enthusiasm. Well said, Director Chu. If only we had more individuals like you, our great nation, Huaxia, would have long surpassed others. Absolutely right. How could our magnificent Huaxia gaze up to others? Such a spirit is precisely what is needed to research the T300 carbon fiber. They echoed in admiration towards Chu Bo. He felt as if a refreshing breeze had descended upon him in the sweltering summer, invigorating both body and spirit. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuanlai stood by, gazing at his old friend in a daze, his eyes betraying a sense of envy. Look at Lao Chu's son, and then at my own. Zhang Yuanlai resolved to cut off his rebellious son's allowance. It was one thing not to bring honor to his father, but to constantly ask for money was intolerable. If there was no comparison, it would be bearable, but now that a comparison existed, the frustration only grew. A smile adorned Chu Bo's face as he accompanied the expert group to their hotel, their arrival sparking joy within him. As if he were basking in the warmth of spring. He then picked up the phone to call Chu Ze. The expert group has arrived. They are quite courteous. No worries, just focus on your research. I've already arranged for the recruitment of researchers. I'm not very professional, so I need you to conduct the interviews. However, is it too few to only recruit two? All right, I'll heed your advice and gradually expand. After hanging up, a smile lingered on his face, while Zhang Yuanlai, filled with envy, felt an urge to go to Beijing and chastise his wayward son. How can our grand Huaxia ever be subservient to others? He exclaimed indignantly. Yet the harsh reality was that what he was currently doing was somewhat unimpressive. If only I had a son like Chu Ze, Zhang Yuanlai sighed softly to himself. In Beijing, the sweltering heat of September had already descended. The fiery summer radiated the fervor of the world, and the upperclassmen at various universities exuded a similar enthusiasm. As the time for enrollment approached, throngs of new students appeared at the gates of each institution. Wow, is that the new student from the class of 02? Absolutely stunning. How vulgar. She is clearly a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. That must be Lu Qianqian. I've heard she entered the Beijing Film Academy at 15 and had already acted in a film before even starting, with Chen Kuan as the lead. Indeed, having a good father makes all the difference. With the arrival of the new students, the bustling crowd was captivated by the striking young men and women among them. Accompanying her to school, Su Chong naturally drew attention alongside Lu Qianqian, while a charming Lu Xiaoli added a touch more allure, accompanied by a relatively ordinary-looking middle-aged woman. Qianqian, have you taken on any roles? Not yet. Do you still keep in touch with Chu Ze? I suppose so, Lu Qianqian hesitantly replied. There is existence and there is absence. What does it mean to have? Sister Hua wishes to engage him in conversation. By the way, are you perhaps interested in him? Su Chong, initially perplexed, soon erupted with palpable excitement, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. No, I merely chat with him occasionally, but he is quite busy with work. Lu Qianqian's beautiful eyes reflected a hint of melancholy as she paused slightly before continuing. However, I truly feel he will not enter the entertainment industry. How can you know unless you try? Do you have his contact information? Is it only QQ? Su Chong inquired. Yes, only QQ, Lu Qianqian replied. Then it seems we must ask Zhang Ziqing for it, Su Chong suggested thoughtfully. As they conversed, they stepped onto the school grounds. Regarding dormitory arrangements, it was evident that Lu Xiaoli had leveraged some connections to ensure that Su Chong and Lu Qianqian shared a room. They then visited their classroom to familiarize themselves with the environment. Chapter 19. He is an ordinary person. In the Beijing Film Academy dormitory, at 10 o'clock at night, Lu Qianqian sat before her laptop, her slender fingers dancing across the keyboard. 39, I'm quite busy lately, 39. Su Chong persisted, not yet giving up. I want Zhang Ziqing to invite you for a meal. Lu Qianqian, for reasons unknown, suddenly sent this message, only to regret it immediately after. The reply did not take long to arrive. Let me treat you. Bring along Ziqing, but it has to be 3 days later. This response left Lu Qianqian in a state of uncertainty. Based on her understanding, the only reason one might be invited to dinner was if the sun were to rise in the west. Could he genuinely be contemplating a foray into the entertainment industry? As this thought crossed her mind, she quickly dismissed it, deeming it utterly impossible. What could be the reason? Lu Qianqian pondered, when suddenly a deep voice startled her. Chu Ze is treating us to dinner? The sun has indeed risen in the west. And you actually betrayed me? Su Chang's eyes widened in disbelief. Though she had little interaction with Chu Ze, she genuinely believed that his offer to dine together signified an extraordinary occurrence. I am merely creating opportunities for you. There is no need to go through Zhang Ziqing. Lu Qianqian defended herself, prompting a skeptical gaze from Su Chang. Upon hearing this, the other two roommates, who were preparing for bed, suddenly perked up with interest. Su Chang, which handsome guy from Beijing Film Academy has caught your eye? Do share. So we can offer our counsel, Jiang Danyan exclaimed, instantly intrigued and jumping off her bunk. No, it's not like that. My manager, Sister Hua, is interested in someone and wishes to meet him for a chat, Su Chang clarified. Lu Qianqian, keenly aware, promptly closed her laptop, clearly wishing to keep the chat history private. Nevertheless, both roommates were immediately captivated by Su Chang's words. Your manager has taken notice of someone? That must mean he is destined for stardom. Which handsome man from Beijing Film Academy could it be? I don't recall anyone named Chu Ze, Jiang Danyan inquired, her eyes brimming with curiosity. For the two 15-year-old roommates, her emotions were indeed quite complex. Having painstakingly gained admission to the prestigious Beijing Film Academy, one cannot help but feel overshadowed by others who have already enjoyed a 5-year head start. Moreover, Su Chang, a child star, has garnered recognition for her acting prowess within the industry. On the other hand, Lu Qianqian, ethereal and strikingly beautiful, had already collaborated with Cheng Kuan on a major production prior to her enrollment. To claim that Jiang Danyan is devoid of envy would be disingenuous. However, she adeptly conceals her feelings, her eyes betraying a hint of curiosity. Su Chang clarified the situation, and when she noticed Jiang Danyan's desire to inquire further, she quickly shifted the conversation. I'm not sure what attracted Sister Hua to him. He has no intention of entering the entertainment industry. Once he decides to step in, I will certainly introduce him to everyone, she remarked. Upon hearing this, Jiang Danyan and her other roommates ceased their inquiries and returned to their respective beds. While Su Chang quietly added, Chuz, please confirm the time with me. All right. Lu Qianqian opened her notebook, only to find no new messages. She had long since adapted to the fact that, unless she initiated contact, the other party would never reach out to her. Only when she sought him out would he respond. I shall await your meal. Make sure to bring Su Chang and her manager along to properly feast upon you. Lu Qianqian sent a message, yet, as it was not an immediate reply, she did not receive a response. After waiting a few minutes without a reply, she began to feel drowsy and prepared for bed. At Huaka University, within a vast materials laboratory, flames erupted vigorously. A large assembly gathered outside the monitoring glass, their gazes fixed intently on the scene within. Inside, the fire blazed fiercely, consuming everything in its path. A massive blower hummed ominously. What's the temperature? Chu Ze inquired, his voice slightly hoarse, turning to the data monitoring personnel. His workload had been intense, bordering on overload. Despite his youth, the strain was palpable. Yet, keeping his instructor's words in mind, he persisted in maintaining this rigorous pace. 1004 degrees, maintaining for 10 minutes. It should reach 1008 degrees Celsius shortly. Came the response. Keep a close watch on all data. Chu spoke authoritatively, and the data monitoring personnel nodded earnestly in acknowledgement. The high-temperature ceramic nickel alloy experiment was entering its final phase. Should it succeed, it would signify that China possesses its own high-temperature materials, marking a monumental advancement in aerospace technology. Not only the members of the research team, but also Lu Suo, Zheng Haod, Yang Gukong, and Guo Zhongjia, who had presided over the initial meeting, along with various materials science experts, were all present. Yet, none dared to disturb Chuz. They silently observed, their eyes filled with unshakable anticipation. Who among them did not yearn for the birth of China's first high-temperature material? At 1,500 degrees Celsius, the overall material structure remained stable. 1006, structure stable. 1007, stability maintained. The temperature has successfully reached 1,800 degrees. As the report echoed, Chu Ze, who had initially harbored some apprehension, now felt a sense of relief. The ceramic nickel high-temperature alloy synthesized under such extreme heat had already exhibited a whitish hue, aligning perfectly with his understanding of the material. This indicated that the proportions used in the synthesis were indeed accurate. A stability test at 1,800 degrees Celsius would be conducted, lasting for 2 hours. Chu Ze inhaled deeply, acknowledging the seriousness with which the researchers were executing their tasks. Observers watching the test began to relax, as the alloy showed no signs of deformation at 1800 degrees, revealing much about its resilience. Youth breeds heroes, Guozhongjie remarked, his tone imbued with admiration. To be candid, the inception of this project stemmed from Lu Chongming's impulsive calculations one night, which had spurred him into action. Now, Guozhongjie felt immensely grateful for that moment of impulse. Otherwise, the development of high-temperature alloys in Huaxiao would have been delayed significantly. Old Zheng, I will ardently advocate for Chu Ze in the turbofan engine project, Guozhongjie asserted with unwavering confidence. Is that appropriate? Zheng Hao asked, taken aback by Guozhongjie's assertion. Absolutely, Guozhongjie nodded. The appropriateness of the situation was subjective, and he was willing to take a chance for Chu Ze. Such a prodigy should not be confined by age or experience. In Guozhongjie's eyes, Chu Ze deserved a grander stage. Thank you, Zheng Hao replied gratefully. Having someone willing to support him made his task significantly easier. Meanwhile, Lu Chongming and Yang Gukong looked on enviously at Zheng Hao, wishing for such an ally in their endeavors, as they too would cherish and nurture such talent. Chapter 20. Lu Qianqian, are you leaving Yinjing? After 2 hours of stability at 1800 degrees, with no deformation observed, excitement surged within the laboratory as a collective cheer erupted. Huaxiao had finally produced materials that met high-temperature hardness standards, heralding a new path in aerospace engine research. Chu Ze's face reflected a faint smile, a hint of relief washing over him. Not being a professional materials researcher and lacking the substantial research advantages found in factories, he had relied solely on his recollections of certain properties and the ratios discussed by colleagues to reverse engineer the results. The outcome was indeed gratifying, and Chu Ze exhaled a breath of relief. The advent of high-temperature materials signified that his subsequent research on engines would proceed with far greater ease. He resolved to maintain rigorous testing protocols. Chu Ze remained grounded, understanding that the 2-hour test was merely a preliminary phase, with more extensive testing yet to come. Nevertheless, the pressure of work had significantly lessened, as the testing could simply be conducted in shifts. The burden on Chu Ze had lightened considerably, alleviating the need for constant oversight. In Sanlitun, with rare moments of leisure, Chu Ze visited Zhang Ziqing's recording studio. However, upon gazing at the somewhat dilapidated facility, he wore a perplexed expression. Is this truly your recording studio? Chu Ze's tone was tinged with disbelief. Although Sanlitun is a place where every inch is precious, the current situation could only be described as old and dilapidated. His father, in a fit of madness, had reduced his living expenses, leaving him no choice but to relocate. He warned himself not to find out who had influenced his father, for if he did, retribution would surely follow. Brother Ze, I've been enduring quite a miserable time lately, Zhang Ziqing lamented, his face a mask of frustration and indignation. The transition from the Sanlitun CBD to this rundown area left him struggling to adapt. Considering safety concerns, he had refrained from venturing outside for over 10 days. As they prepared to dine together, he mused, I can't stray too far. Are there others coming? His eyes brightened as he glanced at his recording equipment. Though uncertainty crept in, these devices must not malfunction. Su Chong and Lu Qianqian would also be present, along with Su Chong's manager. What is the situation with you and Lu Qianqian? Zhang Ziqing inquired, his gaze sharp with disbelief. What is the deal? It was merely an acquaintance from the online realm. Someone he occasionally chatted with on QQ. Chu Ze replied, shaking his head. You truly have no interest in her? Zhang Ziqing questioned, skepticism lining his features as he scrutinized Chu Ze. How could you not be interested in someone so beautiful? His incredulity was palpable. Not at all. She is destined to become a shining star in the entertainment industry. I am an outsider, and my work keeps me busy. Even if we were together, it would be fleeting moments spent apart, Chu Ze explained, shaking his head once more. Although they occasionally communicated on QQ, it was primarily during his downtime at the guest house. After washing up and organizing his materials. Regarding Lu Qianqian, Chu Ze held little intrigue. After all, her focus was on making a significant impact in the entertainment world, regardless of her previous quietude. Yet, she remained a captivating presence whenever she appeared. Chu Ze's mature perspective led him to consider the factors of compatibility. As for dining, he chose not to dwell further on the topic. I said I would go, he asserted. I thought you were cursing someone. I possess good manners, you know? Zhang Ziqing retorted, and they exchanged playful banter before tidying up and stepping out. At the North Film Academy's back street, considering that they were both newly enrolled students, Chu Ze had no intention of making his companion trek elsewhere. Instead, he decided to arrange their meal at a local eatery on the back street of the academy. Chu Ze and Zhang Jiqing arrived early. Before long, two girls, masked and sporting baseball caps, entered the eatery and made their way to a private room on the second floor. Despite the casual setting, Chu Ze remained mindful of the fact that the two were public figures. "Busy man Chu, it's a pleasure to finally see you. This is my manager, Sister Hua," Su Chong exclaimed with a cheerful grin as she entered the room, introducing her manager to Chu Ze. "Hello," Chu Ze extended his hand, and Sister Hua paused momentarily before returning the greeting. "Hello, I've heard so much about you from Chong. It's a relief to finally meet you in person." "You truly are quite mature," Sister Hua observed, her eyes betraying a hint of approval as she regarded Chu Ze, having initially received only hearsay from Su Chong. However, upon truly meeting Chu Ze, it became evident that he possessed a maturity far beyond that of his peers, to an almost astonishing degree. "I sought you out for a reason," Sister Hua stated directly, her penetrating gaze scrutinizing Chu Ze. He nodded in acknowledgement and replied with a smile, "I may disappoint you." "Sister Hua, you truly have no interest?" she inquired. "Not at all." Chu Ze shook his head, causing a momentary change in Sister Hua's expression. "Aren't you even willing to hear the terms?" Sister Hua, still somewhat reluctant, pressed on. "There's no need to waste your time, Sister Hua," Chu Ze chuckled lightly. Realizing his sincerity, Sister Hua finally conceded, understanding that he genuinely had no desire to enter the entertainment industry, even to the extent of refusing to hear any proposals. An uncomfortable silence enveloped the room. Sensing the atmosphere, Su Chong promptly attempted to lighten the mood. "What brings the busy Mr. Chu to dinner with us?" he inquired, his curiosity evident as he fixed his gaze on Chu Ze. This question instantly attracted the inquisitive attention of Zhang Jiqing and Lu Qianqian, especially Lu Qianqian, who, from their QQ chats, had subtly gathered that Chu Ze was exceedingly busy, only available after 10 in the evening. The unexpected invitation to dinner piqued her interest significantly. "I'm returning to Xiqing and wanted to treat everyone to a meal," Chu Ze replied with a smile. However, upon hearing this, Lu Qianqian's expression faltered momentarily. "You're going back to Xiqing? Aren't you working in Yinjing?" "Not at all. I'm still in my second year of university. And there's work waiting for me in Xiqing," Chu Ze clarified. "So, you want to be returning to Yinjing?" Lu Qianqian gazed at him, feeling neither disappointed nor elated, but rather a sense of reluctance. Her circle of friends was already limited, with Su Chong being one, and even fewer among the opposite sex. "We'll see how it goes. Though I likely want to be back to Yinjing in the near future, and even if I do return, it will only be for a few days." Chu Ze smiled, perceiving this meal as a farewell of sorts. The two individuals before him were destined to shine brightly in the entertainment realm, while he was set to return to academia, preparing to embark on research related to turbojet development. Perhaps sensing the tone of Chu Ze's words, Lu Qianqian's expression momentarily shifted. The meal, while not entirely lacking in pleasantries, did leave Sister Hua with a sigh. Throughout the dinner, she increasingly felt that if Chu Ze were to enter the entertainment industry, he would undoubtedly achieve great success due to his remarkable clarity of thought. Alas, everyone has their own aspirations. Chapter 21. Return to school. During the course of the meal, Zhang Jiqing consumed quite a bit of alcohol, and Sister Hua sighed softly, having shared a few drinks with him. Su Chong felt a tinge of regret, while Lu Qianqian's emotions were complex. Chu Ze, however, remained unfazed. He abstained from drinking, as he was not fond of liquor, finding it harsh on the throat, and generally disliking alcohol altogether. "It's truly a pity you're not entering the entertainment industry. You should reconsider," Sister Hua spoke as she and Chu Ze made their way toward the exit of the diner, still not quite ready to give up. This elicited a smile from Chu Ze. Noticing this, Sister Hua refrained from further questioning, merely letting out a gentle sigh. "Sister Hua, if you need any recordings, you can reach out to Jiqing," Chu Ze remarked, assisting Zhang Jiqing, who had consumed a substantial amount of liquor. "All right." Hua Jie did not refuse, but rather nodded in acknowledgement, subsequently turning her gaze towards Su Chong and Lu Qianqian. "Are you returning to school?" The two exchanged glances before responding. "Very well, you may go back." Hua Jie nodded, affirming her words. "We shall take our leave as well," Chu Ze said, waving his hand in farewell, then assisting Zhang Jiqing as they departed. Zhang Jiqing had a commendable tolerance for alcohol, managing at least 8 liang. However, it was evident that he had exceeded his limits today, having polished off an entire bottle of white liquor. Damn it, Zagur. Don't let me find out who whispered to my father, or I shall certainly make him pay dearly, Zhang Ziqing slurred. I'll take him on with you. Are you truly going to join me? Indeed, if I don't join you, I shan't bear the surname Zhang. Zagur, you are indeed reliable, Chu Ze replied, his voice gradually fading into the distance. Meanwhile, not far off, Su Chong and Lu Qianqian heard the receding voices and turned to observe the departing duo. He doesn't even bear the surname Zhang. This is just taking advantage of Zhang Ziqing's inebriation. If he were to hear this, he would be quite incensed. Su Chong chuckled uncontrollably. Honestly, I truly believe Chu Ze is suited for the entertainment industry. He is not only tight-lipped, but also manages to conceal his humor in front of unfamiliar faces, Lu Qianqian remarked, nodding in agreement. Is he the same on QQ? Pretty much, Lu Qianqian replied, acknowledging that Chu Ze's chats on QQ were similarly unpredictable and sometimes quite surprising. Those two must be from wealthy families, right? One of Jiang Danyan's roommates speculated, her eyes brimming with curiosity as they observed Su Chong and Lu Qianqian enjoying their meal. Jiang Danyan, seated in a private room, watched as several individuals emerged from the modest eatery, glancing towards the two slender figures heading towards the North Film Academy. Then shifting her gaze to the two young men being assisted as they left. She could discern certain aspects of Su Chong and Lu Qianqian's backgrounds. Su Chong hailed from an ordinary family, but had made a name for herself as a child star and even had her own manager. As for Lu Qianqian, her family background was evidently affluent. She had secured a place in university at the tender age of 15 through connections and had acted in a play prior to entering school. Rumor had it that Lu Qianqian was about to embark on another filming venture. They are so young to be in a relationship, Jiang Danyan mused, her eyes lingering on the direction in which the two young men had departed. Chu Ze set off on his journey 5 days after their meal, heading towards the West City alongside Zheng Haod. The West City, a historic capital of 13 dynasties, is often humorously dubbed by netizens as a place where the sky can be whimsically constructed, yet beneath the surface. One may inquire of the various rulers and powerful officials from different eras. Constructing a dirt road could take a decade in such a fantastical city. Chu Ze was no stranger to the West City. In his previous life, he had studied there and even worked in the early stages of his career, making it akin to a second home. As he became increasingly involved in more significant projects, he transitioned to various research institutes across the nation. Being a sophomore in college, Chu Ze naturally had no need to rent accommodation off campus. It has become unsuitable to stay in the dormitory, so I have arranged for a single room in the faculty building. You should move your belongings over. Upon returning to Xi'an University of Technology, Zheng Haod first entered the faculty office and handed a document to Chu Ze. Teacher, I'd rather not move out of the dormitory. I get along quite well with my 3 roommates. After contemplating for a moment, Chu Ze declined. If you choose not to move, so be it. However, I need to make some rounds during this time. Please cover my classes at school. Zheng Haod pondered for a moment, then nodded, picking up a textbook and extending it toward Chu Ze. But I'm only a sophomore. Isn't that inappropriate? Chu Ze hastily accepted the book Zheng Haod tossed to him. What is inappropriate about it? You've already started taking on projects. Besides, I haven't taught a single class this semester, and I still need your assistance with the research preparations. If you don't help me, who will? Zheng Haod stated matter-of-factly, shooting a glance at Chu Ze that elicited a wry smile from him. Fine then. With that, Chu Ze had no further arguments, only nodding in agreement. After gathering the textbook and lesson plan, he bid farewell to Zheng Haod and turned toward the dormitory. Wow, is that Chu Tian? He is finally back after such a long break. Who? The youngest has returned? Let me take a look. As soon as he stepped into the dormitory, a chorus of exclamations greeted him, revealing 3 familiar figures before Chu Ze. In this era, it was common to rank by age, relishing the joy of being called brother by others. As someone who had skipped 2 grades, Chu Ze naturally had no choice but to accept his position as the youngest, with the eldest, Li Ji, being a robust figure who truly embodied the essence of a big brother. The second brother, He Tian, sported gold-rimmed glasses and exuded an air of cultured elegance, while the third brother, Lin Yunchang, appeared somewhat underdeveloped, standing at less than 1.6 meters tall, ironically bearing a name befitting a warrior, yet possessing a physique that seemed utterly incongruous. Can we not make such a fuss over trivial matters? Chu Ze remarked, closing the dormitory door with a look of exasperation on his face. We're making a fuss? It's a miracle you weren't expelled after 10 days into the semester, He Tian said, adjusting his glasses with a hint of disbelief, prompting immediate agreement from Li Ji. Lin Yunchong, with curious eyes, scrutinized Chu Ze from head to toe, attempting to discern something from his demeanor. I was working on a project with a teacher, Chu Ze explained succinctly. However, the skepticism in the trio's gazes was evident, as they exchanged glances filled with understanding. Since the youngest is back today, I'll treat everyone to dinner. It wouldn't be right not to include the second brother. I'll take care of it tonight. The third brother seems to have recently started dating. Those with girlfriends shouldn't involve themselves in the matters of us single folks, Li Ji and He Tian bantered, solidifying the plan. Chapter 22. An unexpected treat. Upon returning to Xi'an University of Technology, Chu Ze found himself faced with the weekend, dedicating these days to familiarizing himself with the textbooks. However, he was somewhat surprised to observe that Li Ji and He Tian, after treating the group, had been heading to the cafeteria early to get their meals. They consistently ordered more than they could consume, and at first, Chu Ze didn't think much of it. Yet, it soon dawned on him. You don't think my family has gone bankrupt, do you? Chu Ze voiced his lingering doubt. The three roommates remained silent. Yet from their expressions, Chu Ze discerned the truth. A wave of inexplicable emotion washed over him, though his face bore a bitter smile. My family hasn't gone bankrupt. I genuinely went to Yinjing to pursue a project and do not need your assistance. Before he could finish his thought, Li Ji patted Chu Ze's shoulder, interrupting him. Since the matter is out in the open, I shall cover your meals for this semester. Li Ji continued, I'll also take care of your meals next semester. If bankruptcy comes, it comes. There is no shame in it. We have our own hands to work with. Can pride be eaten? He Tian spoke earnestly, his tone laced with concern. Enough with the me talk. Hurry and have breakfast. We still have class to attend. I've heard that Teacher Zheng has indeed returned from Yinjing. I must admit your reasoning and timing are quite commendable. But who is Teacher Zheng? How could he possibly involve us, mere sophomores, in a project? He Tian remarked, pulling Chu Ze closer. Let us eat on the go. Chu Ze attempted to explain further, but Li Ji had already pulled him out the door. Zheng Hao, renowned at Shigong University for his expertise and infamous for his strict demeanor, meant that students arrived at the classroom well in advance, not daring to be careless. Meanwhile, Chu Ze found himself escorted by He Tian and Li Ji to a seat towards the back. Before long, the familiar figure of Zheng Hao appeared in the corridor, striding into the classroom. Upon standing at the podium and gazing down at Chu Ze, he paused momentarily. I'm here to assist. The teacher has asked me to cover his class starting today, Chu Ze murmured. I believe in you, Li Ji said, flanking Chu Ze on either side, refusing to budge from their spot. Teacher Zheng detests disturbances in class. Sit tight. Lin Yunchong, who had remained silent until now, quietly advised. Why are you sitting down? Chu Ze? A single sentence from Zheng Hao caused Li Ji and He Tian to stiffen slightly, turning to gaze at the Chu Ze they'd been sandwiching, their expressions tinged with disbelief. The rest of the classroom seemed to be still trying to ascertain who Chu Ze was. I've said it. The teacher requested my assistance. Chu Ze whispered, feeling the grip on either side loosen just enough for him to slip free and stride toward the podium. From now on, you may address me as Teacher Chu. His words lingered in the air, leaving the three in a state of astonishment. After a few seconds, Li Ji stared in a daze at Chu Ze moving toward the podium. So he was telling the truth? Li Ji finally connected the dots. Though disbelief still clouded his demeanor, He Tian wore a similarly contemplative expression. All the money spent over the past few days seems wasted. It appeared that Chu Ze truly had not gone bankrupt. Instead, he had worked on a project in Yinjing over the summer alongside the teacher. My money, He Tian lamented the expenses incurred in recent days. In response, Li Ji silently patted He Tian's shoulder. Allow me to introduce everyone. This is Chu Ze. From this day forward, he will be taking over my class. Despite his youthful age, do not hesitate to consult him should you encounter any difficulties. I have already validated his capabilities. Over this summer, Zheng Hao has truly grasped the essence of Chu Ze, setting aside fantastical notions. His innate talents have made it evident that Chu Ze is far beyond a mere sophomore. In fact, to suggest that Chu Ze is akin to a second-year graduate student would be an understatement. This realization compelled Zheng Hao to return to the university and advance the turbojet project, even positioning Chu Ze in a role that belies his years. It was during their exchanges that Zheng Hao witnessed Chu Ze's remarkable abilities. Hello everyone, I am Chu Ze, a sophomore and also a substitute teacher for Professor Zheng. Chu Ze stated with composure, unfazed by the astonished expressions of his classmates. Nevertheless, he proceeded to elaborate on the topic at hand. Today, we will primarily discuss aircraft propulsion, specifically turbojet engines. As you may know, turbojets are still in their nascent stages within our nation. Yet, this very fact renders turbojets a pivotal direction for the future development of our Air Force. What are the challenges we face? The difficulties lie in materials and industrial standards. As Chu Ze spoke, he gradually found his rhythm, captivating the attention of his peers. Even his 3 roommates were engrossed in his discourse. Zheng Haod, observing the scene, couldn't he help but smile before stepping out of the classroom. The stage had been set for Chu Ze. Now, Zheng Haod aimed to provide him with an even grander platform. Upon exiting, Zheng Haod stood beside a venerable gentleman in his 60s. What do you think? Zheng Haod inquired with a smile. I must admit, I was somewhat skeptical at first, but having listened to his explanation, it is clear that his comprehension of turbojets is profound, the elder replied, nodding in appreciation. Now I can proceed with confidence. You should know that within a mere 2 months, he has developed heat-resistant materials, Zheng Haod remarked, his gaze fixed intently on Chu Ze. I am quite eager to see the results. Let him unleash his potential. Meanwhile, Lu Qianqian attended her classes at the Beijing Film Academy, diligently acquiring knowledge related to acting, while her mother endeavored to secure her an audition for demigods and semidevils. Life continued as usual, but suddenly, the evening messages she typically received fell silent, as if her contacts had vanished. After 10 o'clock, her attempts to communicate yielded no responses. As the class bell rang, several figures approached Lu Qianqian. Yifei Suchong. We decided to try our luck in Xiqing during the National Day break. Are you in? A spirited young man appeared before Lu Qianqian and Suchong. Try our luck in Xiqing? Lu Qianqian queried, her eyes reflecting curiosity. Apologies for not being clearer. Xieying has just completed a film and is casting for actors. I hear the lead is Jiangwan. We're hoping to secure minor roles during the National Day holiday, the sharp-featured youth explained. I'm not particularly keen on going. Qianqian, what about you? Suchong seemed less enthusiastic about the trip to Xiqing, turning to Lu Qianqian for her thoughts. As she contemplated that Lu Qianqian would likely not join, Lu Qianqian tentatively suggested, shall we go out to have some fun? Suchong paused, momentarily taken aback as she scrutinized Lu Qianqian, suddenly struck by a realization. I nearly forgot. Your indifferent Chu Ze is also in the West City, Suchong exclaimed, as understanding dawned upon her. What did you say? I merely wish to enjoy myself. What does Chu Ze have to do with it? Lu Qianqian's face flushed with indignation. Yes, I will accompany you for some fun. Suchong quickly acquiesced. The robust young man who had initially invited them was momentarily taken aback. Who is Chu Ze? It seems he is indifferent to the person before him. How can this be? A ripple of questions stirred in Zhu Jiwen's mind, gradually expanding in scope. Chapter 23. Teacher Chu is correct. Dignity resides only at the edge of the sword. For many students, National Day is a time of excitement. This holds true for primary school, secondary school, and even university. The surge in tourist numbers during this holiday leads to rampant traffic congestion, transitioning from Yinjing to West City. Lu Qianqian and Suchong did not regard the West Film Studio with the same reverence as Zhu Jiwen and Luo Jin. Their outing was more akin to a leisurely excursion. Qianqian, please be cautious while you are out having fun. I have nearly finalized discussions with the team at Tianlong 8, and I will be joining them next month. Okay, Mom, Lu Qianqian replied, ending the call and gazing at the antiquated charm of West City, where the rich historical culture seemed to spring to life. Even while walking, one could sense the aura emanating from this historic city. Lu Xiaoli had no objections to Lu Qianqian and Suchong's outing, as she was well acquainted with Suchong and felt reassured. Yifei, are you really not coming with us to the West Film Studio? No, we are merely here to have fun, Lu Qianqian replied without hesitation, causing Zhu Jiwen to twitch at the corners of his mouth. As he opened his mouth to speak again, he was pulled back by his companions, resigning himself to part ways. Why are you pulling me? Zhu Jiwen said, somewhat displeased after their separation. However, Luo Jin, who had come along, retorted sharply, clearly. She is here for that person named Chu Ze. Don't hang on to a single tree, for goodness sake. While he did not hold his roommate's actions in disdain, he felt some awareness was necessary. What if this Chu Ze is a woman? Do you believe it? Luo Jin looked at him as if he were foolish, while Zhu Jiwen lowered his head in silence. Let us go to the West Film Studio. Hurry up, Luo Jin urged, then hailed a taxi, calling for Zhu Jiwen to get in. Where are we going? To eat first, or to have fun? Let us have fun first. Shall we visit the terracotta army? Lu Qianqian pondered before speaking. Shouldn't we find Chu Ze first? You truly cannot withstand the test, Su Chong teased, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Qianqian. In response, Lu Qianqian shot her a bemused look, causing passers-by to momentarily halt in their tracks. Su Chong produced a map, glancing down before suddenly fixing an odd look on Lu Qianqian. Wait a moment, the terracotta army site is not far from Chu Ze's school. It seems you have done your research before coming. Su Chang's eyes sparkled with playful curiosity as he scrutinized Lu Qianqian from head to toe. I have no research to speak of, it was merely a coincidence. Perhaps a fleeting visit to Xi'an University of Technology for a meal? Lu Qianqian, feeling the intensity of his gaze, shot back a fierce glare, her teeth clenched in irritation, and boldly approached Su Chong. Let us not avoid each other anymore. Such is the exuberance of youth. The two strolled together towards the terracotta army. The terracotta army, a subject of numerous descriptions in Chinese culture, had never been witnessed by their eyes until now. They purchased tickets and entered, both undeterred by the cost, hiring a charming young guide. The intricate details of the terracotta figures, the corners of their eyes, the patterns on their palms, communicate a spirit from antiquity, the craftsmanship of a great nation. From Qin Shi Huang to Emperor Wu of Han, from the Tang dynasty to the Ming dynasty, among the four ancient civilizations, only we remain unlabeled as ancient Huaxia, encapsulating the essence of heritage. The terracotta army is far from being mere lifeless sculptures. They safeguard the territory of the Qin against foreign incursions, embodying an unwavering spirit even in death, conveying the significance of guardianship. As the guide narrated, Lu Qianqian and Su Chong listened intently, traversing the path lined with terracotta warriors, their hearts stirred by the experience. Initially, they had only expected to observe clay figures, but they emerged with newfound insights. Thank you. Your narration was truly exceptional. You flatter me, the guide replied graciously. After their enlightening tour of the terracotta army, Lu Qianqian and Su Chong departed, bidding farewell to their guide. They hailed a taxi and proceeded to their next destination. The moss-covered school gate whispered tales of history, while students hurriedly passed by. Others seated on benches engrossed in their studies. Upon entering the gates of Xi'an University of Technology, Lu Qianqian and Su Chong felt an unmistakable sense of disconnection. The individuals around them were deeply engrossed in reading and fervently engaging in discussions. Some debates grew so passionate that the participants flushed crimson, prompting Lu Qianqian and Su Chong to pause and observe two young men embroiled in a heated argument. Teacher Chu is right. Dignity resides only on the edge of a sword, and truth lies within the range of artillery. Our task is to conduct thorough research and not send soldiers into battle clad in mere leather and cloth, one youth asserted. I'm not disputing Teacher Chu's wisdom. Rather, I echo what the chief editor mentioned. Our industrial foundation is too fragile. What we truly need is to establish a solid industrial base. Without national defense, how can we discuss foundations? Reflect on how the Qing dynasty's gates were breached. History serves as a cautionary tale. If you aspire to develop, will others allow you to flourish? National defense must be prioritized to ensure a stable industrial foundation and a harmonious society, countered the other. Their debate drew in a nearby group of onlookers. I concur that national defense is fundamental. I attended Teacher Chu's class, and one statement resonated deeply with me. Without national defense, diplomacy is merely a matter of appeasing the powerful. A weak nation has no diplomacy, one of the youths interjected, admiration and conviction evident in his youthful visage. Indeed, Teacher Chu has articulated this point. The earlier debater gestured expansively. When did Teacher Chu say that? Came the response. In the third lesson, when he was lecturing in a regular classroom on the third floor. Perhaps you missed it. Perhaps I overlooked it. Yet I also believe that Professor Zhang's perspective carries a certain weight. There is indeed merit to it, but as researchers, do we not strive to rise above challenges? With the addition of more individuals, the atmosphere of discussion began to soften. This prompted Lu Qianqian and Su Chong to exchange glances. Since their arrival at the university, they had sensed a distinct ambience. As they listened to the discourse, they fell into silence. Dignity resides only on the edge of a sword, and truth lies within the range of cannon fire. In a fleeting moment, the imagery of the terracotta warriors surged in Lu Qianqian's mind. Heritage and guardianship. The spirit of craftsmanship in a great nation. The individuals before her may one day become part of this guardianship. Professor Chu spoke so eloquently. Lu Qianqian remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Su Chang nodded in agreement, and the two walked silently through the campus of Xi'an Technological University, ultimately coming to a stop before a faceless sculpture, its hand gripping a sword. They stood in front of the sculpture, wordlessly absorbing its presence. Professor Chu, I have a question I would like to ask you. Just as Lu Qianqian was about to break the silence, a sudden exuberant voice rang out, instantly capturing her attention. Turning to look, she was taken aback to see a throng of students encircling a figure. The person at the center of this gathering left Lu Qianqian momentarily stunned. Chu Ze? Su Chang exclaimed in disbelief. Chapter 24. What? You are going to Mount Hua? Professor Chu, how can we make the dynamic structure more stable? Chu Ze smiled as he explained. Over the past 10 days, many had initially come due to his youth, but as time progressed, an increasing number of students from outside his class began appearing in the classroom. The primary subject remained dynamics, yet the discussions often meandered naturally. This resulted in Chu Ze gaining considerable recognition at Xi'an Technological University, and inquiries directed at him were consistently met with thorough responses. Even during the National Day holiday, when approached by students with questions, Chu Ze responded with patience. After addressing their queries, Chu Ze was on his way to the cafeteria when he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Professor Chu, we have some questions we would like to ask as well. The familiar voice made Chu Ze pause, and he turned to see two individuals, both sporting stylish sunglasses. One was adorned in a flowing white dress, exuding grace and charm, while the other wore a shirt paired with jeans, appearing more mature. We came to West City for leisure. I had no idea you were so renowned at Xi'an Technological University before our arrival, Su Chang remarked with a teasing smile. Now that you are a teacher, things are different. Qianqian sought you out but received no reply, which left her quite distracted, prompting me to bring her to West City to find you. I have been busy substituting for a teacher and haven't been online much, Chu Ze explained, maintaining his composure. Don't mind Su Chang's jest. We are here simply for recreation. Lu Qianqian's cheeks flushed as she playfully twisted her waist, causing Su Chang to wince slightly with a smile. Su Chang refrained from further teasing and turned to Chu Ze with sincerity. Since we've crossed paths, shall we dine together? I invite you all to the cafeteria. Chu Ze nodded in agreement, not declining the offer. Subsequently, the group made their way to the cafeteria, specifically the second floor of the Xi'an University of Technology, which featured a faculty dining area where one could order dishes cooked to order. As per the words of his three roommates, those possessing a faculty card indeed enjoyed a different level of service. This was not Chu Ze's first visit. He had come here several times at the behest of his roommates, who insisted on experiencing the place together, determined to prevent Chu Ze from quietly outshining them. Familiar with the layout, Chu Ze ascended to the second floor and entered one of the private dining rooms. Lu Qianqian scrutinized Chu Ze intently, prompting him to unconsciously touch his face, yet he found nothing amiss. What is the matter? Chu Ze inquired, puzzled. Nothing much. Have you been particularly busy lately? Lu Qianqian's voice was melodious, though she hesitated, noticing the subtle fatigue etched in the corners of Chu Ze's eyes, and shifted her tone. Indeed, I have been quite busy, and it seems I shall only grow busier, Chu Ze acknowledged with a nod. While there was little to occupy him in terms of teaching courses, he was diligently preparing for an impending project. With so many individuals striving for his success, he felt a profound responsibility to excel. Thus, he devoted most of his time to researching turbojet engines. After all, considering Chu Ze's perspective, his family's fishing tackle factory had reached level 4. With the number of researchers also at 4, though these were not the crux of the matter. The pivotal aspect was that upon upgrading to level 5, a new factory could be randomly unlocked. Chu Ze estimated that the factory would likely be operational by the first half of next year. Currently, whether it was high-temperature resistant materials or the turbojet project, both were deeply etched in his memory. Upon the completion of the turbojet project, Chu Ze aimed to push boundaries concerning research enhancements. Research can indeed consume a lifetime. In his previous life, aside from delving into turbojet technology, he had dedicated over a decade to the study of controlled nuclear fusion. Even with his rebirth, if Chu Ze desired to master this technology, he felt no confidence in achieving it. The media had consistently declared that it would be realized within 50 years. Such claims were made in the 1960s, reiterated in the 2000s, and yet as 2025 approached, the narrative remained unchanged. As someone engaged in this field, Chu Ze understood that without significant breakthroughs, controlled nuclear fusion would remain an elusive goal. Thus, he felt compelled to focus on factory research enhancements, believing that, through multiple validations. He might indeed realize the controlled nuclear fusion research from his previous life within his lifetime. The Terracotta Army sounds intriguing. I have yet to visit. Nor have I explored other places, Chu Ze remarked with a smile, steering the conversation to lighter topics. He certainly did not wish for the atmosphere to grow stagnant. We'll be in Xiqing during the National Day holiday. Why not join us for some fun there? Lu Qianqian blurted out, causing Chu Ze to momentarily be taken aback. Are you really planning to climb Huashan and expecting me to carry your bag? Chu Ze scrutinized Lu Qianqian, his tone laced with playful sarcasm. Don't underestimate our intentions. Lu Qianqian retorted, a mischievous smile illuminating her striking features. After a brief pause, she continued, it's not out of the question. Regardless of our busy schedules, we must take time to rest. A climb up Huashan would be an excellent way to invigorate ourselves. Indeed, is it not your own stamina that is in question? Su Chong chimed in, echoing her sentiment. Chu Ze pondered for a moment. Although Huashan was not within the jurisdiction of Xiqing, it was merely about 120 kilometers away. The preliminary preparations were nearly complete. Only the initiation of the project group was needed to advance to the next phase. Very well, I shall risk life and limb in your company, he declared. It is settled then, no turning back. Hearing this, Lu Qianqian's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she spoke earnestly. All right, let us see if you have any favorites. The food here is decent, Chu Ze remarked, handing over the menu. Xieying Studio, once the premier film production house in the nation, had waned over time. However, even a withered camel is larger than a horse. Xieying holds the distinction of being the most awarded studio in China on the international stage, particularly excelling in the realm of art films. What a pity, a robust young man gazed at the Xieying Studio, his expression reflecting a complex mix of emotions. You seem lost in thought. It would be amusing if you weren't failing, Luo Jin scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. Just then, a voice rose in defense. Not at all. I was earnest in my performance, just overlooked. Come on, why not make a call to inquire? Luo Jin rolled his eyes, clearly uninterested in engaging with those around him. In response, the robust young man promptly retrieved his phone and made a call. Ife, we finished the audition. The casting director said our acting was commendable, but their schedule is booked for half a month. Considering the need for practice, I declined. Is that unfortunate? Not really. At this stage, focusing on our studies is paramount. Are you all going to Huashan? Just the three of you? Coincidentally, we have no plans and have yet to visit Huashan, Zhu Jiwen replied. The car can only accommodate 5. Let us meet over there. All right then, he concluded, hanging up and casting a hopeful glance at his companions. I'm at your mercy, let us go. Luo Jin waved dismissively, feeling resigned to accompany his roommate on the journey to Huashan, abandoning his initial plan to return to Yanjing. Chapter 25. Am I not looking splendid? Huashan, also known as Taiwa, connects the Qinling Mountains to the south and overlooks the Huangwei River to the north. Since ancient times, it has been regarded as the most perilous mountain in the world, featuring 72 half-suspended caves and more than 20 Taoist temples. Hurry up, why are you moving so slowly? Lu Qianqian exclaimed, panting, her jacket, once necessary in the cool morning air, now tied around her waist. However, seeing Chu Ze lagging behind, her face broke into an irrepressible smile, an inexplicable sense of vindication radiating from her. Her beaming countenance captivated passers-by. This challenge seems a bit beyond your capabilities. Your athletic prowess is somewhat excessive. Chu Ze replied with a hint of exasperation. Previously, I had only heard of the athletic prowess of the ethereal sister. Yet it was not until I experienced it firsthand that I truly grasped her remarkable physical capabilities. Despite her frequent training, she effortlessly outpaced me, leaving me to gaze at her gracefully glistening back, adorned with a jacket tied around her waist. You can do better. Come on, we've only traversed half the distance. Lu Qianqian encouraged Chu Ze as she took another stride forward. I wiped the sweat from my brow and pressed on. Hurry up, I'm struggling to catch my breath. Zhu Jiwen gasped, yet he persisted with determination. Brother, I can't go on. You take the lead, Luo Jin lamented, staring helplessly at the seemingly endless staircase ahead. Don't fall behind, my friend. Keep up, Zhu Jiwen urged, gripping the railing as he glared at the silhouettes ahead that seemed to stretch endlessly. Luo Jin, with a resigned expression, had lost the energy to respond and merely gestured in okay before silently following Zhu Jiwen. He contemplated retreating to ride with Su Chong, as Zhu Jiwen's competitive spirit was daunting. If only he possessed the requisite athleticism, things might be different. Zaire, so sprightly. You have the audacity to keep up. Zhu Jiwen muttered as he climbed, prompting an eye roll from Luo Jin, who silently trailed behind, not wishing to engage in complaints nor possessing the strength to do so. The path up Huashan was indeed perilous. However, as dawn broke and we reached the summit, the sight of the rising sun filled me with an exhilarating sense of clarity. What beauty! Lu Qianqian exclaimed, leaning against the railing, her gaze fixed on the distant crimson clouds, her tone imbued with nostalgia. Indeed, Chu Ze, slightly breathless, nodded in agreement. Reflecting on his physical condition, he resolved to dedicate himself to fitness upon returning. Yet, amidst the breathtaking scenery, his eyes lingered on the figure beside him. Noting the sheen of perspiration on her brow and the disheveled strands of hair from the climb, the mountain breeze tousled her hair, enhancing the allure of her gaze fixed upon the vista. Do I look good right now? Her sudden inquiry caught Chu Ze off guard, and he nodded. You look stunning. His sincere words elicited a radiant smile from Lu Qianqian, as she tilted her head and beamed with charm. Shall we offer incense? Chu Ze proposed unexpectedly. You believe in that? Lu Qianqian responded, her curiosity piqued, as she had always perceived Chu Ze as a scientist, typically skeptical of such matters. Not exactly a believer. But during tumultuous times, one seeks divine compassion. In prosperous times, one retreats to cultivate the spirit. The temple once descended to combat the adversities of war. So offering incense feels justified, Chu Ze elaborated. That certainly warrants an offering. By the way, you seem to know quite a bit. Do you also possess knowledge of Taoist secrets? Lu Qianqian inquired, her expression shifting to one of intrigue. I cannot claim knowledge of secrets. But I do know a few Taoist anecdotes, Chu Ze mused, shaking his head. What anecdotes? If one continually draws unfavorable lots, the Taoist priest may present you with a favorable one, solemnly declaring, I have altered your fate against the heavens. Lu Qianqian could not contain her laughter, a melodious sound that resonated through the air. Is there more? She inquired. Do not provoke the Taoist. For other beliefs will advise you to take a step back and embrace the vastness of the sea, whereas the Taoist will warn, should you neglect your duties, your Taoist heart shall be shattered today. Where did you hear such fallacies? Lu Qianqian could not suppress her expression, and she began to express her thoughts. Isn't it rather good? At least there is no internal strife. If a fellow Taoist falls, it does not affect the practitioner. Are you jesting? One of the founding figures of Taoism is the wealth god. You cannot argue against such a spirited state. Chu Ze chuckled, finding himself quite accustomed to this disposition. His thoughts were undeniably clear. Meanwhile, Zhu Jiwen, panting heavily, ascended the mountain only to find his resolve shattered upon seeing two figures engaged in jovial conversation in the distance. Luo Jin, standing aside, had lost all desire to converse, focusing solely on catching his breath. Zhu Gu, Jin Gu, we are going to offer incense. Will you join us? Lu Qianqian greeted the two as they reached the summit and moved towards the main hall. We shall go. Though Zhu Jiwen was breathless, it did not hinder his response. He immediately dragged his trembling legs to follow. He vowed to himself that he must train diligently, as he, Zhu Jiwen, could not afford to lag behind today. At that moment, Su Chang, appearing unflustered and composed, emerged and stood beside Lu Qianqian. How do you find the opportunity one have created for you? Su Chang remarked, linking her arm with Lu Qianqian as they entered the main hall. Didn't you claim you could not climb? Lu Qianqian was not swayed by this. Casting a sideways glance at her friend, I just witnessed your laughter, which was quite delightful. I merely heard a few jokes, Lu Qianqian defended herself. But Su Chang was relentless. Oh, still being stubborn? Am I not looking exquisite? Su Chang mimicked Lu Qianqian's tone, earning herself a playful slap. How infuriating. Lu Qianqian's face flushed as she hurried into the main hall. Both were strikingly beautiful, naturally drawing the attention of onlookers. They entered the hall, purchased a few incense sticks, and subsequently proceeded to draw lots for divination. Zhu Jiwen observed that Chu Ze had not come to draw lots, and his spirits lifted, a faint smile gracing his face. After approximately 15 minutes, the process concluded. Lu Qianqian and Su Chang approached Chu Ze, who was conversing with the Taoist priest. I cannot leap 5 meters down, but I can certainly lift weights. There is a gym behind the Taoist temple. Then how high can you jump to kick a bottle? About 4 meters. But these feats are merely the results of training. One must trust in science and avoid self-defeating tendencies. Indeed, I believe in science. To Lu Qianqian, Their conversation initially seemed dissonant, but upon hearing the content, she felt an even greater sense of incongruity. A Taoist encouraging a researcher to trust in science, and a weightlifting room within the temple. This stark contrast rendered her unable to suppress a smile. Chu Ze watched Lu Qianqian and her companions as they departed, waving his hand to conclude the conversation. Taoist, we are leaving now. We shall descend the mountain and find time to reminisce in the future. Certainly. Chapter 26. The Jet Engine Project. I shall return now. Chu Ze made his way down from Huashan, and that very day returned to Xiqing, his mountain excursion being brief. The brevity of the journey left Lu Qianqian somewhat reluctant to part, yet in response to Chu Ze's words, a smile graced her face. Do not forget our promise? I will make time to visit if I can. Chu Ze nodded cheerfully, watching as several figures departed before he turned back towards the school. Simultaneously, Zhu Jiwen felt a great sense of relief. The pressure from this enigmatic rival had been formidable. He had never encountered such a radiant smile or carefree laughter atop Huashan during the past month of school. However, he was glad to return to the campus, where opportunities abounded. Zhu Jiwen felt a slight easing of tension, contemplating the myriad chances that awaited him at Beiying. After parting ways with Chu Ze, Lu Qianqian and Su Chong returned to their hotel. Do you truly have feelings for Chu Ze? With no one around, Su Chong felt free to voice her thoughts. I feel quite comfortable around him, Lu Qianqian replied candidly, without any denial. You have had limited interactions with those of different surnames. Do not entrap yourself too quickly. Su Chong urged Lu Qianqian to remain composed. In Su Chong's view, Lu Qianqian had been overly sheltered and had little experience with others. She cautioned her not to be easily swayed by mere words. Although she also held a favorable impression of Chu Ze, they were still quite young, and making such determinations too soon could lead to complications in the future. Besides, it's just chatting when time allows. There's nothing wrong with that. Lu Qianqian settled into a chair in the hotel, retrieving a book and a pen for annotations. She often enjoyed quietly immersing herself in philosophical texts. However, today her thoughts felt quite disordered. Though her eyes were fixed on the pages, her beautiful gaze seemed unfocused as she absent-mindedly twirled the pen in her hand. After a while, she slowly began to write. Dignity resides only on the edge of the sword. Truth lies within the range of cannon fire. With this phrase penned, Lu Qianqian gazed silently at it, her mind drifting back to the experiences she had in Xiqing over the past 2 days. The first day, she visited the terracotta army, marveling at the craftsmanship that safeguarded heritage. In the afternoon, she went to Xianjiaotong University, absorbing the discussions noted in her book and sensing the distinctly different atmosphere compared to Beiying. She also recalled a particular sculpture, hidden in anonymity, forging swords for the nation. Though Lu Qianqian did not know the name of this sculpture, she grasped its significance. Then came the journey to Huashan, where the camaraderie during the climb had been delightful, and the conversations atop the peak lingered in her mind. Lu Qianqian felt a whirl of emotions within her heart, even establishing a QQ chat agreement after descending. Just as Su Chong had said, her encounters with those of different surnames had been few, leaving her uncertain about the true meaning of her feelings. In her interactions with others, Lu Qianqian genuinely felt at ease. After spending a few days in West City, despite indulging in its culinary delights, she sensed an elusive flavor was missing. On the 5th day of the National Day holiday, Lu Qianqian received a response on QQ. I'm unable to meet you. I have prior commitments. After 30 minutes had elapsed, she replied, all right, do reach out when you're in Yanjing. A complex array of emotions swirled within Lu Qianqian as she returned to Yanjing with Su Chong and 2 classmates. The group traversed their way back to Yanjing, where Zhu Jiwen was overjoyed, for returning to Yanjing signified leaving West City and distancing oneself from that individual. With more opportunities arising during class at the Beijing Film Academy, he confidently declared to his friends, watch my performance today. I will surely make Lu Yifei forget that person. Although Luo Jin harbored some skepticism regarding Zhu Jiwen's assertions, he still encouraged his roommate. I believe in you. You can do it. Let us head to class. Zhu Jiwen walked towards the classroom with his head held high. The distance between the classroom and the dormitory at the Beijing Film Academy was not too far, approximately a 10-minute walk. Upon entering the classroom, Zhu Jiwen and Luo Jin waited in vain for the person they hoped to see, only to be met by the arrival of the teacher. The Legend of the Condor Heroes had begun filming, and Lu Yifei along with Su Chong had joined the crew. The news struck Zhu Jiwen like a thunderbolt. leaving him bewildered as he gazed at the teacher. Luo Jin gently patted Zhu Jiwen on the shoulder, offering his sympathy. The Huaxiao Power Research Institute, established in Xi'an, stands as one of the nation's most advanced power research institutions, delving into aerospace power, ground armored power, and marine power, an integrated research facility. Under the guidance of Zheng Hao, Chu Ze stepped into this institute, where he was directly introduced to the personnel present. The research project on turbojet engines had commenced, attracting power experts from across the country. Among them were researchers from Yinjing Aerospace Academy and various prestigious research institutes. At that moment, the gaze of many fell upon the individual Zheng Hao brought, their eyes filled with curiosity. Chu Ze, my student, Zheng Hao announced. However, in the realm of scientific research, merit prevails. Within the institute, I am merely his assistant. We have gathered here, well aware of our purpose. The turbojet engines for combat aircraft have predominantly been controlled by foreign entities. Our assembly today aims to break through this blockade and develop our own Chinese heart for our fighter jets. There should be no doubt regarding our capabilities. The core materials for the turbojet engine were developed by Chu Ze, a result recognized by the Academy of Sciences. I hope everyone can unite and collaboratively advance the research on turbojets. Standing beside Chu Ze, Zheng Hao introduced him. As Zheng Hao spoke, the audience, taken aback by Chu Ze's youthful visage, found themselves momentarily dazzled. Isn't that Professor Chu from Xi'an University of Technology? A voice filled with curiosity emerged, prompting Zheng Hao to turn his gaze towards Chu Ze, who, undeterred, stepped forward confidently. After attending classes for over 10 days, the group had shown him great kindness. Chu Ze offered a brief response, his eyes scanning the team of over 100 individuals. This assembly represented merely the core of the research team, with certain manufacturing and collaborative departments absent from the gathering. In truth, my pursuit of admission to Xi'an University of Technology was profoundly influenced by a singular thought. Can a nation survive solely by purchasing weaponry? The answer is glaringly evident. A weak nation has no diplomacy. Our convergence here is not merely serendipitous. It echoes our shared aspiration to reclaim our rightful place atop the world. I must confess, my youth is a significant hurdle. I hope you will grant me the opportunity to collaboratively forge the heart of the Chinese fighter jet. Chu Ze's calm tone and resolute expression cast a hush over the entire conference room, drawing silent attention towards him. After approximately 3 seconds, applause gradually erupted, growing increasingly fervent. Chapter 27. Do you harbor feelings for Teacher Chu? In the Huaxiao Power Research Institute, numerous figures were diligently engaged in their tasks. Old Xiao, how is that document coming along? It's nearly complete and quite comprehensive. I genuinely feel that our high-performance turbojet from Huaxiao is on the verge of fruition. How about you? What progress have you made? Similar to yours, we have arranged for the manufacturing of a combustion chamber to conduct preliminary tests. I can hardly believe this is a research endeavor. The materials provided were exceedingly thorough, allowing us to conduct data analysis seamlessly. Chief Engineer Chu is a genius. The two conversing figures reflected on their sentiments with a hint of awe. When Chu Ze first joined, they had all remarked on his potential, and they were indeed prepared to offer him opportunities. As they began to receive disseminated data, many realized that the design blueprints for the turbojet engine had already been significantly developed. This was no mere research, but rather a direct engagement in experimental data analysis for various subprojects. For a young lad of not yet 17, they felt a sense of disbelief at their own age. This is quite the surprise. If this experiment succeeds, your contribution will be monumental. Even Zheng Hao had not anticipated that with Chu Ze's entry into the project team, the materials he presented would be so groundbreaking. This was far beyond mere research on turbojets. They had unequivocally entered the experimental phase. Your humility is unwarranted. You are extraordinarily talented, save for your youthful impetuosity, Zheng Hao chided with a smile, interrupting Chu Ze's impending retort with a wave of his hand. This is not merely my opinion. It is what Guo Zhongjie from the Academy of Sciences stated. Young people ought to embrace a bit more of that youthful audacity. Zheng Hao spoke earnestly. My life's ambition is to reach for the stars and explore the vast oceans. Gazing up at the night sky, I aspire to conquer the cosmos. Chu Ze, with an air of pride, looked up at the heavens. Teacher, does it resonate? It has a hint of that essence. Yet I fear it may remain out of reach, replied Zheng Hao with a smile, giving Chu Ze a friendly pat on the arm. Youth should be filled with such levity and laughter. Engineer Chu, Your aspirations are grand indeed. Let us in conquering the starry seas." The words sparked enthusiasm among the gathered researchers, who chimed in loudly, "Absolutely. Indeed." Chu Ze's affirmative response elicited cheerful laughter from the group. Chu Ze's daily rhythm did not involve residing at the school. With the commencement of the turbofan project, accommodations were provided at the Huaxiao Power Research Institute, a setup he had grown accustomed to. His days were spent either at the research institute or in his dormitory. After dinner, he tidied up and returned to his room, first washing his face in the bathroom before settling in front of the laptop he had invested significantly in. For someone like Chu Ze, who was used to working on a computer, the absence of a laptop was quite uncomfortable. He brewed a cup of tea, a specialty from his hometown. Though not exorbitantly priced, it held the familiar taste of home. Seated before his computer, Chu Ze logged into QQ. Recently, while filming, many praised my acting skills. It's certainly not as poor as some claim. Holding his tea, he noticed a message from an hour earlier, which brought a subtle smile to his face. I wasn't present on set, so I won't comment. However, as soon as Chu Ze replied, the responses came flooding in. How about I invite teacher Chu to visit the set? Almost instantaneously, another message arrived. I have no time. I want to be free until around February or March next year. He declined without hesitation. Where would I find the time? Although the turbofan project has a clear design and plan, it is far from a trivial endeavor. Every component must be precise. If a design could simply be produced, the world would be inundated with nuclear weapons. The level of industrial manufacturing dictates whether a design can be realized. Add testing into the mix. Let us not even discuss installation tests. Even practical tests will likely take until February or March to complete. Then next year it is. However, we will be relocating, not remaining in Hongdian, but moving to Yunnan province. We shall see. I may only find time then, though it is uncertain. Chu Ze chatted casually. Meanwhile, in a break room of a film crew in Hongdian, Lu Qianqian sat before her laptop, a smile unwittingly gracing her face as she typed. "Oh, your teacher Chu has some free time now," Su Chong remarked, having just finished her scene, still clad in costume and makeup, with her cheeks adorned with vivid blush. She observed Lu Qianqian and quickly deduced the situation. Lu Qianqian appeared to have developed a heightened immunity to Su Chong's teasing, rolling her eyes in response. Has teacher Chu agreed to visit the set? Upon hearing this, Su Chong approached the makeup mirror, retrieved some makeup remover from the box, and began to work on her face. Although the crew had makeup artists, Su Chong was truly unwilling to wait there, as she found her makeup utterly unappealing. She could not bear to remain even a moment longer, and thus decided to remove it herself. "No, he hasn't come to see you, this stunning beauty?" Su Chong inquired with surprise. "He's quite busy," Lu Qianqian replied, shaking her head. "By the way, do you have any feelings for teacher Chu?" Su Chong asked curiously while continuing to remove her makeup. Lu Qianqian paused, unsure of how to respond, then bowed her head in contemplation. After about 10 seconds, she finally lifted her gaze. "Perhaps I do. Lately, I often feel a sense of uncertainty." Lu Qianqian hesitated before speaking. She was uncertain when these feelings had begun to take shape, perhaps after a few conversations, perhaps during that moment on the mountaintop. Or maybe everything started when she returned to Yanjing. Alternatively, it could be a culmination of all these moments, peeling away layer by layer, yet leaving her with an irresistible desire to delve deeper into understanding him. "Then you should pursue him if you have feelings." Su Chong remarked somewhat exasperatedly at her friend's hesitance. "But I sense a distance from him." Lu Qianqian expressed her distress, for she genuinely felt the gap between them. Chapter 28. Should you be so submissive? What distance? If you confess your feelings, the barrier between a man and a woman is but a thin veil. Especially with your beauty, Su Chong responded, no longer focused on removing her makeup, leaving only blush on one cheek as she earnestly gazed at Lu Qianqian. "Even if I confess, I fear I won't be able to reach his heart. What use is my beauty?" Lu Qianqian lamented, her tone filled with despair. Upon hearing this, Su Chang's expression faltered. She had some understanding of Chu Ze. She agreed with Lu Qianqian's assessment. He possessed a maturity that surpassed that of his peers. And though she had thought herself sufficiently mature, in the presence of Chu Ze, she felt unworthy of even carrying his shoes. He seemed like a man who had weathered the storms of life. What do you think teacher Chu is thinking? Su Chang's mind was a bit muddled, and she struggled to come up with a solution. "I feel he doesn't want to be involved with someone from the entertainment industry." Lu Qianqian shared her thoughts. "What do you intend to do?" Su Chong completely left the makeup station, sitting directly across from Lu Qianqian, her gaze fixed intently on her friend. I want to give it a try. Being with him makes me feel genuinely relaxed. But don't you want to become a good actress? Are you really willing to abandon the entertainment industry for a relationship? Su Chong exclaimed, gripping Lu Qianqian's hands tightly. Her first reaction was that her friend might be swept away by a man, perhaps acting impulsively and considering leaving home. It's not about quitting the industry. He might just want a sense of security. Lu Qianqian hesitated before responding. Are you truly willing to be so submissive? Where is the submission in that? Lu Qianqian's beautiful eyes looked at her friend with confusion, genuinely pondering where her submission lay. Isn't it obvious? Preparing to report daily on what you've done. That's just asking for trouble. To speak candidly, I initially believed it was merely my own illusion, as I had not interacted much with those of different surnames. However, within this production team, I have had ample exposure, and I now understand that it was no mere figment of my imagination. Recently, Lu Qianqian has been quite troubled, and the source of her distress lies here. She had previously thought it was just her imagination, whether it was accepting an invitation from Chu Ze to dine, concealing her plans from her mother without hesitation, or the complex emotions that arose upon hearing of Chu Ze's impending departure from Yanjing. There was also the instance when she was invited by classmates to West City, to which she readily agreed without much thought. Climbing the mountain, feeling the morning dew and walking along the trail, though exhausting, brought her immense joy. Upon reaching the summit, facing the rising sun and engaging in conversation near the railings, she believed these moments to be mere illusions as she departed from West City. However, as she entered the caste of Tianlong Babu, her interactions with others of different surnames increased. Lu Qianqian suddenly grasped the essence of missing someone, as a vague silhouette would inexplicably appear in her mind. She was uncertain when this figure had taken root in her heart, perhaps after her journey to West City, during her time at Shigong University, or even while in Yanjing, where the seed had already been sown. At present, Su Chong felt her CPU was about to overheat. Staring blankly at the vexed Lu Qianqian. Often, Lu Qianqian exuded an air of effortless grace and a cheerful smile, perhaps due to her extensive reading of philosophical texts that provided her with a broader perspective on life. Yet, having known Lu Qianqian for so long, Su Chong was witnessing this particular expression for the first time. Can you teach me a method? Lu Qianqian's eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope. Su Chong was at a loss for words. She had heard many tales of love, but the current situation was exceptionally unique. One was a schoolteacher, and the other a rising star in the entertainment industry. Most importantly, the teacher seemed indifferent to the newcomer, while the newcomer had already comprehended her feelings. Furthermore, the time spent with the teacher was scant, making the nurturing of emotions a daunting task. Let us not even mention that. I lack your initiative. Su Chong observed as Lu Qianqian typed away on her computer. The conversation about feeling humble was set aside. Such matters truly depended on the context. If it were a male artist in the entertainment industry, Su Chong would genuinely disapprove of such actions. But given the current circumstances, the individual in question was not seeking someone from the entertainment world. If Lu Qianqian did not take the initiative, she might genuinely miss her chance. It's no big deal. I don't enjoy socializing anyway. When I'm not busy with work, I just read at home, Lu Qianqian remarked, feeling that there was nothing wrong with being proactive. In fact, she sensed that without taking the initiative, facing such a person, she had no opportunity at all. I'm impressed. Thinking about romance so early and wanting to tie yourself down. You're truly the first among female artists in the industry. Su Chong shook her head in resignation, continuing to sit at the makeup table to remove her makeup. They engaged in light conversation, one tapping away at the keyboard while the other removed her makeup, exchanging idle remarks. Let me tell you, there are truly many intricacies within the production team. It's exhausting just to observe. Wherever there are people, there exists a world of complexities, and many matters require one's own judgment. 39. Everything else is quite delightful. However, at times, the emotions of the characters are not well captured. 39. Reflect upon it, ponder deeply, and occasionally read through it several times. Allowing oneself to relax and contemplate will yield varied insights. It is already 11 o'clock, and I must retire for the night. Lu Qianqian, with a smile, engaged in conversation while moving a computer. Yet, as the clock struck 11, the messages abruptly ceased. Chu Ze maintained a remarkably regular schedule, retiring at 11 and rising at 6 each morning, followed by some exercise, a life marked by the discipline of an old guard. In the ensuing hours, little turbulence ensued. The project team was meticulously chosen by Zheng Haod, taking into account that Chu Ze's age would not pose an obstacle. Indeed, as Chu Ze began to demonstrate his capabilities, the research personnel of the project team not only ceased to be a burden, but genuinely came to recognize him as Chief Engineer Chu. This significantly expedited the progress of the project for Chu Ze. Days passed gradually in Chu Ze's routine, oscillating between 2 points of work. Each evening, upon returning home, he would linger on QQ for about half an hour, engaging in conversations without any constraints. Typically, the discussions revolved around each other's lives, work, and interests. Occasionally, since QQ introduced the file transfer feature, he would receive some selfies. Amidst this busy yet fulfilling work, Chu Ze began to cultivate a more focused mindset. With 2 to 3 months having elapsed, the assembly of the first unit was on the horizon. 39. I need to rest early tonight. I may have no time in the coming week. 39. Chu Ze sent a message, then collected his thoughts and lay in bed, contemplating the assembly speed for tomorrow. Completing the assembly would signify the onset of ignition testing. Chapter 29. Chongchong, cover for me. Zheng Hao arose early and arrived at the workshop. He gazed at the enormous jet engine frame, along with various components that had all converged in this space. His excitement was palpable. Shall we commence assembly? Zheng Hao's voice was tinged with restrained emotion. Let us begin. Chu Ze observed that all the parts were in place. Some had been produced at the Huaxia Power Research Institute, while others had traveled from classified factories hundreds or even thousands of miles away, secured through careful and confidential transport. Now arriving here, as Chu Ze's words fell, the research personnel began to cautiously employ the crane. Ideally, the engine's frame should be assembled as a single unit. Given it was a single piece, the weight was considerable. With the crane's assistance, a large group of researchers surrounded the frame, commencing the installation of critical components, such as the combustion chamber, which Chu Ze had prepared well in advance. As the elongated frame took shape, the most exhilarated and anticipatory was not Chu Ze, but Zheng Hao. Having worked since the late 60s, Zheng Hao had witnessed the darkest moments of Huaxia's scientific endeavors. The threat of nuclear weapons had instilled a fervent determination in him during his student years. In the vast expanse of the sky, reconnaissance aircraft traverse an uninhabited realm. As technological blockades unfold one after another, Zheng Hao is indeed a person who has persevered through these technological restrictions. However, the current barriers are more stringent and rapid than ever before. It is precisely for this reason that Zheng Hao places immense importance on the turbofan project. China cannot afford to be without its own heart, for no one can predict when the stances of others may shift, should such a change occur. China's high-performance aircraft would be grounded indefinitely. As time progressed, the assembly work alone extended over 3 days. During this period, Chu Ze and Zheng Hao remained at the Research Institute, even foregoing meals and rest. After 3 days, the colossal machinery was adorned with numerous intricate circuits, the internal components fitting together seamlessly. The assembled turbofan was then relocated into a vast laboratory, fortified with immense bulletproof glass for internal observation. Within the observation room, various instruments were at the ready. Researchers sat orderly before their devices, commencing the necessary tests. Chief Engineer Chu, the instruments are functioning flawlessly. We are ready to begin at any time, Su Yuan exclaimed, barely containing his excitement. As a research personnel from the 119 Institute, he had not anticipated his involvement in the turbofan project. With the materials resolved, his integration into the project team followed the developmental plan meticulously, focusing on data collection. Su Yuan found himself at ease within the team, as his tasks revolved solely around gathering experimental data. However, this ease did not diminish his inner exhilaration. As time unfolded, Su Yuan became increasingly familiar with the data pertaining to each component, for he could envision the hope of the turbofan taking shape. This was not merely a basic turbofan. It represented a truly high-performance engine. He recalled the news from the central station discussing the J-10 modifications, and every piece of data corroborated his involvement with a high-performance turbofan, leading him to question the authenticity of the individual named Zhang featured in the reports. At 10 o'clock, Chu Ze glanced at the time and spoke in a low voice. It's time. The entire data monitoring room nodded in unison, their thoughts absorbed in the task at hand, leaving no room for idle chatter. As the clock struck 10, the moment arrived. Ignition. With Chu Ze's command, a powerful roar erupted throughout the monitoring room. Flames shot skyward, illuminated by the reflection in the glass, casting a radiant glow that appeared to ignite the eyes of everyone present. through the glass. The brilliance etched itself onto the faces of Chu Ze and the other data monitors, their eyes aglow, hearts ablaze. Meanwhile, in a film production set at Hongdian, a director pondered aloud, "Director, I feel that even if Wang Yuyan were to be excited, she would not be tossed about haphazardly." The figure seated in the director's chair paused, momentarily taken aback, before reviewing the script. Suddenly, a look of approval graced his face as he lifted his gaze to the stunning girl, as if she had stepped out of the very narrative. "Yifei, your time at school has not been in vain. Very well, let us make some adjustments here." The director nodded in appreciation. "Thank you, director." Nodding in agreement. The girl merely smiled politely before returning with the script in hand. "Has it changed?" "Indeed it has." Lu Qianqian nodded, seated herself in her chair, and began to peruse the script. "I must say, your current demeanor leaves me quite perplexed," Su Chong remarked with a hint of exasperation as she sat beside Lu Qianqian. "What seems to be amiss?" Lu Qianqian tilted her head, her beautiful eyes seemingly brimming with inquiry. "Everything is amiss. Ever since teacher Chu ceased to acknowledge you. You have transformed entirely," Su Chong observed, her tone laced with peculiarity as she leaned back in her chair and spoke softly. "Surely not. I am merely acting with sincerity." Lu Qianqian pondered momentarily, realizing she found nothing amiss. After a brief pause, she added, "Besides, teacher Chu is not ignoring me. He is simply preoccupied." TSK. You have yet to define your relationship, and already you are defending your teacher Chu. Who knows what fate awaits you? Who sends messages nightly only to be met with dejected silence. Su Chong was unabashedly forthright. Lu Qianqian's expression faltered upon hearing this. "It is not as grave as you suggest," she defended herself. In response, she received an eye roll from Su Chong. At that moment, a melodic voice, laced with curiosity, chimed in. "What is so serious? Qianqian, are you unwell?" Lu Xiaoli approached, having overheard her daughter's words, her gaze scrutinizing Lu Qianqian. "Not at all," Lu Qianqian exclaimed, clearly startled, her expression betraying a hint of panic. She then cast a pleading glance towards Su Chong. "Aunt Lu, it's just that Qianqian was so engrossed in the script yesterday that she couldn't sleep." Su Chong swiftly interjected to diffuse the situation. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoli nodded approvingly. "I heard from the crew that you revised the scene and even received the director's approval. Well done." Lu Xiaoli was quite satisfied with her daughter's performance, recognizing that while a pretty face can suffice, she certainly wished for her daughter to aspire beyond mere beauty. Indeed, Lu Qianqian responded affirmatively while diligently studying the script, exchanging a glance with Su Chong that spoke volumes of their relief. As Lu Xiaoli busied herself with her own affairs, Su Chong lowered her voice. "You won't get into trouble, will you?" Su Chong was alluding, of course, to Lu Qianqian's mother. "My mother disapproves of me dating at this age, insisting I should consider such matters only after turning 20. Her mindset is stubborn. And if she were to discover my current activities, chaos would surely ensue," Lu Qianqian explained in a hushed tone. "Just don't sell me out. I am unaware of your relationship with teacher Chu. That would be out of the question. I will need your cover. Seek someone else." Su Chong hastily shook her head, her survival instincts kicking in. Just then, Lu Qianqian set down her script, gazing at Su Chong with a look of longing. She remained silent. Yet her expressive eyes conveyed a message that proved too much for Su Chong, who weakly waved her hand in surrender. Chapter 30. Accompany me on a journey. Huaxia Power Research Institute. Within a vast laboratory, a cacophony of sharp sounds reverberated. Behind the observation glass, a tremendous jet of flames erupted, manifesting in a series of circular fire rings. The Mach ring is a phenomenon that occurs when a burning jet flame expands upon entering the atmosphere, only to be compressed again as the resultant airflow pressure falls below atmospheric pressure. This cycle of expansion and compression in supersonic airflow gives rise to a series of expansion and compression waves that intertwine and converge, forming distinct rings. The quantity of Mach rings does not correlate directly with speed. Merely possessing these rings signifies that supersonic standards have been achieved. In the observation room, the eyes of Zheng Hao and others gleamed with the brilliance of that fiery tale. After a day of continuous testing, they prepared for ignition to initiate further evaluation, marking a significant phase in their progress. Zheng Hao, gazing at the successive flames, spoke with palpable excitement. Once his emotions settled, he turned to Chu Ze, his expression earnest as he declared, "Chu Ze, you have led an era. This is the culmination of everyone's efforts." Chu Ze shook his head, devoid of arrogance. He attributed the swift advancement of the turbofan project not to his own merit, but to the tireless endeavors of predecessors that had paved the way for this moment. Efforts do not always yield results. He recalled the struggles faced in pursuit of the turbofan, where every attempt was met with resistance, even when offers were made. They were often for compromised versions. Zheng Hao's gaze turned reflective as he continued. Having worked alongside my mentor on this project, we ultimately faced failure. Yet you have propelled our fifth-generation fighter program forward. His tone was imbued with nostalgia, and a blush of excitement spread across his face. The skies, once ravaged, now revealed the rarity of freedom. Zheng Hao understood the significance of this victory, having witnessed a project that had languished for 40 or 50 years without hope, now materializing before him in a dreamlike reality. The preliminary testing results of the turbofan did not create widespread uproar, given that the project was classified. However, as the initial findings were submitted, many were left in disbelief. Guo Zhongjie from the Academy of Sciences, upon reviewing the report, found himself utterly astonished. Had he truly accomplished this in just half a year? His first instinct was skepticism, considering that the foundation of the turbofan project was based on research conducted by Chu Ze, which began only around August or September. The material research had to be completed before the turbofan could proceed, taking approximately half a month. Thus, in total, it had been just over 6 months since the material research commenced. Given the current test results, he felt optimistic about the turbofan's potential. If successful, it would accelerate advancements in other areas, heralding a future where the skies would be graced by the soaring eagle of Huaxia. As the chill of winter enveloped Xiqing, the arrival of the 12th lunar month signaled a time of contemplation for Chu Ze, who was preparing to return to Yuqing for the new year. It would be the first festive season since his rebirth, and he yearned to celebrate in the familiar embrace of his hometown. The testing for the jet engine project continued. Yet as a long-term assessment, it merely required some vigilant oversight of certain data. The daily routine of power cycling had diminished in intensity. With the workload significantly reduced, Chu Ze found himself with some leisure as the project leader. Our filming in Hengdian had concluded, and after a week of rest, we were poised to head to Yunnan province, earlier than anticipated. That was quite pleasant, as I too was preparing to return to Yuqing for the new year. Chu Ze glanced at a message he had received on QQ the previous day and replied promptly. Meanwhile, in Hengdian, Lu Qianqian was engrossed in her script when she was startled by a notification sound. She quickly leaned towards her laptop to read the incoming message. Don't you have time? Can't we go to Yuqing for a little adventure? Fishing at your place? Lu Qianqian's eyes brightened as she typed swiftly. Sure, let us make it happen. Her fingers danced across the keyboard, a smile breaking across her face. Su Chong entered the room and, upon noticing the expression on Lu Qianqian's face, raised an eyebrow in surprise. 7 days off has you this excited? He inquired, curiosity piqued. Of course. I'm planning a little trip. Will you accompany me? Lu Qianqian replied cheerfully. Faced with her radiant smile, Su Chong pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. All right, where to? He asked casually, removing his costume and hanging it on a rack. To Yuqing. In an instant, Lu Qianqian's words caused Su Chang's expression to stiffen, and he turned to her in disbelief. This isn't a trip. You're clearly using me as a cover. The thought of assisting Lu Ai's daughter in a romantic pursuit sent a chill down his spine. He grimaced. Can we skip it? I have engagements. No way, you promised, Lu Qianqian insisted, linking her arm through his. Su Chong, feeling a wave of frustration, slapped his forehead. I should have realized how happy you were. I regret not catching on sooner. Had he been more perceptive, he might have avoided this predicament. Does your esteemed Chu have time now? Su Chang's curiosity got the better of him despite his regrets. He's returning to Yuqing for the new year. The implications of such a timing struck Su Chong, his eyes widening. You're not thinking of introducing him to your parents, are you? That's impossible. He is completely unaware of my intentions. So, you plan to seal the deal? It depends. Chapter 31. Have you started dating? At the Huaxia Power Research Institute. As the new year approached, the number of personnel dwindled significantly. Chu Ze made a special trip to bid farewell. Thank you all for your hard work. I shall take my leave. Engineer Chu, have a wonderful new year. Goodbye, Engineer Chu. Chu's, with a suitcase in hand, stepped out of the Huaxia Power Research Institute. Glancing back at the establishment with a hint of nostalgia in his gaze, he reflected earnestly on the past 6 months, feeling a sense of fulfillment in his rebirth. In this half-year span, he had successfully developed carbon fiber, leveraging this achievement as a springboard to venture to Yanjing, where he was entrusted with material research. After completing his studies on materials, he then moved to Xiqing to delve into the study of turbofan engines. Now, as the turbofan engines entered stability testing, the fifth-generation aircraft project was likely to commence next year. Chu felt he had not squandered his second chance at life. As he boarded the flight back to Yuqing, his thoughts began to drift. Upon returning to the familiar Yuqing, he hailed a taxi, soon arriving at the Boijia fishing tackle factory. "You could have at least given me a heads up about your return, so I could come to fetch you," Chu Bo remarked with a hint of reproach. "You're not a child. There's no need to make a fuss." Chu chuckled, surveying the factory. Although the overall structure had not changed much and the people remained the same, there was a palpable difference in the atmosphere. Previously, during his summer break, the mood had been quite somber. Now, the factory workers greeted one another with smiles. Moreover, the workforce had expanded significantly, and security measures had been enhanced. "The 3 individuals you interviewed haven't taken their leave yet. Would you like to meet them?" Chu Bo inquired. "They want to be on break for a while, so let us take it slow. I plan to stay until after the new year," Chu replied thoughtfully. The fishing tackle factory had reached level 4, allowing for the addition of 4 research personnel, with a 40 research enhancement benefit. The previous interviews had been conducted via phone, as had the arrangement of certain research tasks. "Well, since you've just returned, take some time to rest. By the way, do you have any suggestions for the fishing rod advertisements?" "I've already contacted some filming teams," Chu Bo noted, showing understanding of his son's arrangements. "I have a few ideas. You could invite the filming crew over to shoot, and then proceed with the launch," Chu suggested. Despite his 6-month absence, he had remained in constant contact, as the sales of fishing rods directly influenced the factory's upgrade pace. Thus, he was quite invested in this aspect. The improvement in research enhancement was significant. While carbon fiber might not currently aid his research, who could say what the future held? If he were involved with the 5th-generation aircraft, carbon fiber could indeed be utilized in the fuselage to reduce the aircraft's overall weight. Chu was also keen to discern the conditions for unlocking the new factory. "All right, I'll make the arrangements," Chu nodded. "Now, I'm off to do some fishing," Chu declared, picking up his fishing rod and heading towards the several ponds located behind the factory. As he walked, he noticed several satellite dishes on the back of the office building. Nodding in approval, the work of confidentiality and counter-espionage was never mere rhetoric. Just because it had not manifested yet did not mean it would not in the future. Chu casually selected a spot. Each pond was equipped with a sunshade, under which lay 2 fishing spots. Casually selecting a fishing pond, he deftly cast his line into the tranquil waters. Relishing the rare piece, it was evident that Chu Ze, having been reborn, was still tightly wound. Now, as he engaged with one of the few things he truly understood, a sense of profound relaxation enveloped his mind. Whether he caught fish was of little consequence. Rather, it was the comfort that fishing bestowed upon him. Reclining in his chair, he basked in the warmth of the winter sun, his mind savoring the long-lost stimulation of scientific inquiry. Whenever he pondered carbon fiber materials, his thoughts soared with remarkable acuity. However, he lamented that the fishing rods were crafted solely from fiberglass and carbon fiber, and that innovative materials suitable for rods with enhancements were not easily conceived. After a day of well-deserved leisure, on the following day, Chu Ze attended a meeting at the factory with the 3 researchers he had interviewed over the phone. It was a simple encounter, yet buoyed by his newfound confidence, he took the opportunity to reassess the direction of his work on carbon fiber. Once he had managed the minor tasks at hand, by the 3rd day, he received a phone call, the voice on the other end being particularly melodious. With the return of Zhang Jiqing, the fishing spot began to buzz with activity. "Brother Ze, life has been quite challenging for me, and most importantly, I am at a loss as to where the problem lies," Zhang Jiqing lamented, holding a fishing rod and gazing skyward with a sigh. "Isn't it possible that Uncle Zhang wishes for you to return and inherit the family fortune?" Chu Ze suggested. "Unthinkable. Let me tell you, in the entertainment industry, I admire only those of great talent. A person of my caliber, if noticed by a female celebrity, could ascend to the pinnacle of life in an instant." Zhang Jiqing replied, his expression one of haughty confidence. "Beware of being deceived in matters of wealth and heart," Chu Ze cautioned, recalling the fragmented heart of Zhang Jiqing in his past life. "Impossible. Do you know who I am? I am the one who discards others, not the other way around." Zhang Jiqing retorted with a sidelong glance, radiating pride. Suddenly, with an air of mystery, Zhang Jiqing stated, "I have a feeling that Lu Yifei has taken a liking to me." At this revelation, Chu Ze was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing Zhang Ziqing with newfound seriousness. His first reaction was to ponder whether the butterfly effect of his rebirth had been so profound. Originally, he had not encountered Lu Yifei, yet now they were connected on QQ and occasionally engaged in conversation. It was astonishing to hear that Lu Yifei had developed an interest in Zhang Ziqing. Could it be that Lu Yifei came to Yuqing because of me? Chu Ze regarded him with a mix of skepticism and curiosity. Now you see my charm, don't you? Zhang Ziqing basked in Chu Ze's expression, his pride swelling further. At that moment, a ringtone abruptly interrupted their exchange. Chu Ze glanced at his phone and answered casually. Have you arrived? All right, I'll be right out. Who is it? I still hear a female voice. Are you in a relationship? Zhang Ziqing inquired. A hint of curiosity in his tone. Chu Ze shot him a peculiar look. Didn't you say she had a crush on you? You wouldn't be unaware that Lu Yifei has come to Yuqing? Huh. You certainly have a knack for jokes. Zhang Ziqing laughed heartily, following closely behind Chu Ze, his eyes filled with intrigue. Chapter 32. Long time no see. Bo Jia Fishing Tackle Factory. Ziger, I have come to realize that your ability to boast surpasses mine. I mentioned that Lu Yifei has taken an interest in me, and there is indeed evidence to support my claim. Despite her numerous recording studios, she chose to visit my modest workshop. Yet, your reaction, Zhang Ziqing, seems akin to someone who has just heard the most ludicrous jest. Lu Yifei is a figure of considerable stature, one who, upon entering the entertainment industry, lacked for resources. From her very first day at Beijing Film Academy, she was the subject of countless entertainment news articles. Now, upon hearing that Chu Ze intends to visit the Bojia Fishing Tackle Factory, Zhang Ziqing acknowledges that his sense of humor is not easily amused, yet he still finds it amusing. This is nothing short of a fantastical tale. As Zhang Ziqing spoke, Chu Ze remained silent, his gaze fixed on the entrance. Suddenly, a business vehicle appeared, and his eyes glimmered with intrigue. Zhang Ziqing also remained quiet, simply observing as the vehicle made its way toward the Bojia Fishing Tackle Factory. After Chu Ze greeted the driver, the vehicle entered the factory premises. It came to a halt before the office, and Zhang Ziqing, initially anticipating a joke, was taken aback when the doors of the business vehicle swung open to reveal a familiar face. Not Lu Yifei, but Su Chong. Upon seeing Su Chong, Zhang Ziqing's expression froze, as he was well aware of the connection between Su Chong and Lu Yifei. As the vehicle settled, another figure emerged, a girl with long hair cascading down her shoulders, effortlessly capturing Zhang Ziqing's attention. Lu Yifei. He gazed at the figure alighting from the vehicle and then glanced at Chu Ze, utterly bewildered. How could Lu Yifei possibly be here? This defies logic. According to the entertainment news he had consumed, Lu Yifei was supposedly filming Tian Long Babu. What was happening? Zhang Ziqing questioned his own perception, yet the ethereal girl before him could not be mistaken, unless he were dreaming. Hello, Lu Yifei greeted warmly, her sweet smile igniting a sudden feeling of infatuation in Zhang Ziqing. How long was the journey? Chu Ze replied with a smile, his expression bright. Approximately 7 hours, Ziqing. We meet again. Lu Qianqian chimed in with a playful laugh, linking her arm with Su Chang's and waving toward Zhang Ziqing. Am I dreaming? Zhang Ziqing suddenly twisted Chu Ze's arm. Why are you twisting me? Just testing if I am indeed dreaming. Why not slap yourself? That would hurt too much. Zhang Ziqing replied matter-of-factly, leaving Chu Ze speechless. Lu Qianqian's face lit up with amusement as she surveyed the people and the factory before her, suddenly feeling a sense of nostalgic reunion. It's been a while, Lu Yifei said with a smile, her steps light and buoyant. A gesture that left Zhang Ziqing questioning his own reality. Particularly so when Su Chong uttered a statement that deepened Zhang Ziqing's existential doubts. Teacher Chu, Qianqian has come specifically to see you. Su Chang's words caused Lu Qianqian to blush, yet she did not refute it, her gaze fixed on Chu Ze. What left Lu Qianqian somewhat disheartened was that Chu Ze did not express much, merely offering a polite smile. He jested, perhaps thinking that Lu Yifei had come seeking him. However, he found it hard to comprehend the notion that she would specifically seek him out. There are countless handsome men in the entertainment industry, and he does not consider himself particularly striking. It is hard to believe that a goddess would harbor deep affections for him. He is not a youthful lad of 20, but rather someone who has lived a full life. Though solitary, he has always maintained his own discernment. The realms of scientific research and entertainment are vastly disparate. One might remain unknown for a lifetime, while the other shines brightly in the spotlight. This dichotomy represents a fundamental conflict. much like the intersection between the entertainment industry and academia, which is best left to the realm of television drama. For Chu Ze, such a notion was utterly unrealistic. Moreover, to interact with individuals from the scientific community requires an adaptation to prolonged solitude. Observing Lu Yifei's demeanor, Chu Ze felt she did not seem to embody such traits. Is it still early? Have you eaten yet? Chu Ze inquired gently, gazing at the two approaching figures. We ate on the way, Lu Qianqian replied, a fleeting look of disappointment crossing her eyes, which quickly transformed into a radiant smile. I'll take you fishing, Chu Ze announced. Lu Qianqian cheerfully responded, while Su Chong naturally linked arms with her. Must you be so timid? I've even pointed out the topic for you. Why don't you take it up? Where's your courage to defy your mother? Su Chong expressed a hint of frustration. Lu Qianqian whispered, there's no rush. Let us take our time, or we might end up without friends. Su Chong rolled her eyes, exasperated as she regarded Lu Qianqian. Bringing up the rear was Zhang Ziqing, looking bewildered at the unfolding scene. What transpired? Zhang Ziqing was filled with questions. If measured by weight, it must be at least 160 pounds. Can someone enlighten me as to what has occurred? Zhang Ziqing, feeling like a mere shell of himself, trailed behind, gazing at the two striking silhouettes ahead. They quietly arrived at the fishing pond, where Su Chong instinctively took a seat beside Lu Qianqian, while Chu Ze and Lu Qianqian naturally settled under the same umbrella. Zhang Ziqing felt as though he had lost the power of speech. As Chu Ze adjusted his fishing rod, he lifted his gaze to the distant dark clouds. Indeed, winter weather can shift abruptly. The morning had been sunny, yet by afternoon, ominous clouds loomed. It appeared that rain was imminent. The heavens were unkind. Should we consider rescheduling? Chu Ze inquired of the two young women. Su Chong's eyes turned to Lu Qianqian, silently urging her to make the decision. Didn't you say that the greater the waves, the more valuable the fish? Let us compete today to see who catches the priciest fish, Lu Qianqian said, her enthusiasm palpable as she cast her line. Then let us have a contest, Chu Ze chuckled, effortlessly casting his line in a familiar motion. I'm certain I'll win. I've rarely lost throughout my life. Is that so? Perhaps today is the day I gift you a defeat. Humph. Let us save the boasts for after the contest. Lu Qianqian cast a sidelong glance at Chu Ze, then turned her attention to Su Chong and Zhang Ziqing. Today, I am determined to compete. If it rains heavily later, you can seek refuge in the office building. We shall see. After all, we have an umbrella. Su Chong chuckled, glanced at Zhang Ziqing, and chose not to leave. Zhang Ziqing felt he ought to be beneath the car rather than under the umbrella. He was utterly bewildered, staring blankly at Chu Ze and Lu Qianqian, with Su Chong positioned between them. He questioned whether he had approached this situation incorrectly. Chapter 33. Zhang Yuanlai. Worthless in the winter, the weather changes unpredictably. The distant rumble of thunder accompanied by a torrential downpour was indeed formidable. This rain is quite heavy. It's winter rain. Be cautious not to catch a chill. If it becomes unbearable, you can head back. This umbrella should suffice, Lu Qianqian remarked. I haven't even won against you yet. How could I withdraw? She hummed softly. Yet her body instinctively drew closer to the shelter of the umbrella as she raised her head to feel the fabric warding off the relentless raindrops. The sound akin to pearls cascading onto a jade plate. When will you become busy after the new year? Lu Qianqian casually inquired while seated on a small stool. On the 6th day, Chu Ze replied lightly. Isn't that when school starts? Yes, he affirmed. Lu Qianqian's expression suddenly betrayed a hint of hesitation. We might be in Yunnan for the new year. Would you care to visit my class? Summoning considerable courage amidst the downpour, she spoke up. Visit your class? Chu Ze hesitated, his expression revealing confusion. Yes, just to enjoy some time in Yunnan. It's not exactly a traditional class visit. Dali has many delightful attractions. I might not have time for leisure, Chu Ze pondered, shaking his head. Although the turbofan was undergoing stability testing and his workload had diminished considerably, he still had courses at Shigong University and the upcoming factory unlocked to manage, leaving little room in his schedule. After all, the newly unlocked factory required careful consideration of upgrades and market operations. Otherwise, the benefits would be minimal. Amidst the heavy rain, Zhang Ziqing faintly overheard the exchange between Chu Ze and Lu Yifei. Upon hearing about the class visit, his eyes widened. That would be the crew of Tianlong Babu. If he could visit a class and make connections, his network in the entertainment industry would expand. In fact, Zhang Ziqing felt an urge to respond on Chu Ze's behalf. Worthless, Zhang Ziqing derided Chu Ze inwardly, questioning why he hesitated. What is occupying his mind? He should agree without delay. Inside the office building, a window misted over as the heavy rain poured down. Worthless, Zhang Yuanlai fumed from his position at the window. Don't be angry, Chu Bo consoled him. How can I not be? Look at Chu Ze. A stunning girl seeks him out, and then there's my son, who fails to appreciate such a splendid opportunity. It's utterly pathetic. Zhang Yuanlai observed the pair beneath the umbrella, one engaged in lively conversation, the other relatively silent. Merely watching Chu Ze. Though he believed his son should learn from Chu Ze, he couldn't help but notice the presence of the young lady beside him. And yet he remained oblivious to the chance before him. What else could he be but worthless? Why does he not take a moment to learn from Chu Ze? Zhang Yuan's greatest perplexity lies in the fact that despite having grown up together, his own endeavors seem so ineffectual. Just look at old Chu. How could a grand nation rely on others? And then there's himself, conducting business as if he were a clandestine operative, sealing his shipments tightly, only to have safety inspectors show up. Useless, Zhang Yuan muttered in frustration. Come on, Yunnan has so many delicious foods. Allow me to take you out for a treat. After experiencing her initial unease, Lu Qianqian gazed at the somewhat hesitant Chu Ze and promptly spoke again, her eyes sparkling with eagerness. Perhaps it was this fervent gaze that prompted Chu Ze to ponder for a moment before nodding in agreement. I can stay for a day or two at most. All right then, it's settled. As Lu Qianqian watched the raindrops cascade into the pond, creating rippling waves in the slightly murky water, the fish were nowhere to be seen. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, yet Lu Qianqian's face radiated joy. There's no saving it. Su Chong observed Lu Qianqian's expression, falling into silence. She had previously inquired when Chu Ze had made his way into Lu Qianqian's heart, but Lu Qianqian herself could not pinpoint the exact moment. Perhaps it was during their first flight together, or maybe at the reception. Or perhaps it was at Shigong University, where he truly touched her heart. Or during their chat, while climbing the mountain. For various reasons, Lu Qianqian found it difficult to articulate. Initially, she had assumed that their comfortable interactions were merely an illusion. However, as she entered school, with her mother unable to accompany her for long, she met many people, and upon joining the Tianlong 8th Division production team, she encountered even more. Regardless, she felt a remarkable sense of ease in Chu Ze's company, as if all her anxieties had dissipated. Just like now, with the sky overcast and rain pouring down, one might expect her mood to reflect the dreary weather, yet she felt inexplicably joyful. Outside the Biaojia fishing tackle factory, a van was being filmed. Brother Zhua, are we just going to wait here? What else can we do? By the way, isn't this factory supposed to be a fishing tackle factory? Why is the management so strict? Zhuowei looked at the small fishing tackle factory with a hint of exasperation. It was entirely obstructing his path. I really don't understand. This young girl isn't even famous yet. Why are we exerting so much effort? A young man in the driver's seat expressed his confusion. This is what you need to learn. The scandal after one becomes famous is not only difficult to capture, but this young girl will undoubtedly rise to stardom. My judgment has not failed me, Zhuowei asserted with conviction. Then, in a more serious tone, he added, stay sharp, don't miss anything. Understood. Zhuowei leaned back in the passenger seat, slightly closing his eyes to rest. As time passed, Zhuowei suddenly felt a surge of energy wash over him. Brother Zhua, she is coming out. Let us follow. Zhuowei exclaimed with excitement, watching as a business car emerged, braving the heavy rain as it drove away. Observing the route, it was clear it was heading towards a hotel. This thrilled him even more. This was exactly what he wanted to film. And he had already thought of a title, 16-year-old minor in secret meeting with young man at hotel. Zhuowei possesses his own insights regarding the itineraries of celebrities. Upon discovering that a promising talent he follows had set their sights on U-City, he instinctively sensed an opportunity. Thus, he pursued the trail and arrived at U-City. However, upon witnessing two young ladies alight from a vehicle in front of the Glory Hotel, Zhuowei was momentarily taken aback. This was not quite what he had envisioned. The young man in the driver's seat also appeared puzzled. Brother Zhua, this isn't quite what you anticipated, is it? Have you truly entered into a romantic liaison with that girl named Louis Fei? Do not doubt my judgment, Zhuowei firmly asserted, shaking his head. Although today bore some disappointment, he was certain that a flaw would eventually reveal itself. Just as Zhuowei had predicted, the following day, two gentlemen appeared at the hotel, and the group soon boarded a business vehicle. They commenced to explore U-City, not indulging in the typical tourist attractions, but rather engaging in activities such as fishing in a creek. He even accompanied them to the countryside, observing as the group frolicked amidst the fields and enjoyed the natural splendor. Look at that smile. Do you truly believe she isn't in love? Chu Bo mused, scrolling through photos on his phone, a hint of a smile gracing his face. I cannot believe it, the young man replied, shaking his head in affirmation. Chapter 34. The premier paparazzo of the entertainment industry in the rural fields. This landscape was familiar to Chu Ze and Zhang Jiqing. Yet it was an entirely novel experience for Lu Qianqian and Xu Chang. One had been acting since the tender age of 5, while the other had been raised in affluence abroad. Everything here was refreshingly new. As Lu Qianqian wandered through the pastoral scenery, listening to the melodic chirping of birds and admiring the gentle flow of a distant mountain stream, an unprecedented tranquility enveloped her heart. This environment is truly delightful. Sometimes, a serene heart brings natural coolness, Chu Ze explained with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Qianqian nodded in agreement. In the idyllic countryside, everything brimmed with comfort. The stream flowed gently, its waters whispering secrets. What is going on here? Zhang Jiqing queried, perplexed, as he observed the beautiful silhouette by the creek, picking up small stones. With her slender figure clad in a flowing white dress that danced in the breeze, and donning white sneakers, he found himself unable to fathom how Lu Qianqian, his childhood companion, had transformed into someone with whom he now shared such profound relations. Logically, shouldn't he have enjoyed the advantage of proximity? Why was it Chu Ze who had captured her attention? It was utterly illogical and unscientific. What does this mean? Chu Ze inquired, his expression one of confusion. Why has she come to you, city? Zhang Jiqing pressed on, unable to surmount the mental barrier that plagued him. Perhaps she has been filming for too long and wishes to unwind. She does not have many friends, Chu Ze speculated, offering an explanation. The conversations on QQ had unconsciously granted Chu Ze a deeper understanding of this young lady, embodying the essence of cherishing someone since childhood. Given the scarcity of interactions with those outside her circle, this might explain why she added him on QQ and occasionally engaged in casual chats about daily life. I can't shake the feeling that she has taken a liking to you. Zhang Jiqing's tone was somewhat subdued, though reluctant to admit it. The reality seemed to be as such. Could it be? Chu Ze pondered, his brows slightly furrowed as he observed Lu Qianqian, who was joyfully playing by the brook. This notion had never crossed Chu Ze's mind before, as the realms of scientific research and entertainment were vastly distant from one another, fundamentally at odds. Although Chu Ze currently lacked prominence, he was uncertain when he might enter the international spotlight. By that time, many of his actions would be constrained. For instance, traveling abroad would be impossible, not as a restriction on personal freedom, but due to safety concerns overseas. This was not only true for Chu Ze himself, but also for his significant other. The entertainment industry was not akin to the scientific community. The allure of international awards and opportunities in Hollywood was a stage many artists from Huaxia aspired to reach. Despite her limited exposure, Chu Ze could sense Lu Qianqian's genuine passion for acting. Having lived through 2 lifetimes, Chu Ze naturally contemplated more deeply. Zhang Jiqing's reminder prompted Chu Ze's thoughts to wander, and he began to recognize certain signs he had previously overlooked. However, the obstacles to their relationship made him shake his head in resignation. Chu Ze quietly observed the 2 graceful figures frolicking by the brook, then lifted his gaze to the sky above the mountain peak. It seemed rain was imminent. They should return. He called out to the relaxed duo, and upon hearing his words, Xu Chang and Lu Qianqian offered no objections, their long fingers clutching an assortment of colorful stones. I've collected quite a few stones. I'll carve one for you when we get back, Lu Qianqian remarked, glancing at the sky without a hint of reluctance. Her face beamed with joy, clearly indicating she had enjoyed her day. Although it wasn't a tourist attraction, she truly felt a sense of relaxation, even visiting Chu Ze's ancestral home. All right. Chu Ze hesitated momentarily, but ultimately nodded. His brief pause caught Lu Qianqian's attention, prompting her to glance curiously at Zhang Jiqing. However, she said nothing further and proceeded towards the business vehicle that had arrived from the production team. Zhang Jiqing took the initiative to sit in the driver's seat, while Chu Ze naturally settled into the passenger seat. Yet, as soon as he took his place, Chu Ze's brow furrowed slightly. Could you pass me a cigarette? Chu Ze pondered for a moment before extending his hand toward Zhang Jiqing. But you don't smoke, Zhang Jiqing replied, though he still handed one over. And a lighter, please. After receiving both, Chu Ze exited the vehicle and walked towards a van parked by the roadside. Is he meeting a friend? Lu Chanxian observed Chu Ze's actions with curiosity, her starry eyes reflecting intrigue. Everyone he knows, I know. That vehicle isn't local, Zhang Ziqing explained, also eyeing Chu Ze with a hint of curiosity. Inside the van, two figures were engaged in conversation. Brother Zhua, that man doesn't seem to be from our circle. The young man in the driver's seat lay atop the vehicle, appearing as though he were in slumber. After speaking, his tone took on a peculiar note. You mentioned this young lady possesses such remarkable potential, yet why does she find herself entangled with a suitor from outside the industry? Moreover, he seems rather youthful, and his family background does not appear particularly affluent, merely operating a small factory. Who can say? In truth, Zhuo himself found the situation perplexing. Logically, one would assume that stars, especially female celebrities, should refrain from early romantic entanglements. Ideally, they would engage with individuals from within the industry. Such connections could be capitalized upon for publicity, thereby generating considerable buzz. Yet, this young lady seemed to be involved with someone from outside the circle, and their relationship appeared somewhat peculiar. Lost in contemplation, Zhuo was abruptly roused by the frantic shouts of his companion. Zhuge, it seems he has noticed us. The young man in the driver's seat felt an inexplicable wave of unease as he observed a figure approaching. In stark contrast to his trepidation, Zhuo maintained an air of composure. What is there to fear? He is but one man, and we reside in a society governed by law. Have we committed any transgressions? He murmured, watching as the individual drew nearer. A series of sharp knocks echoed against the car window, dispelling any lingering hope. Yet, Zhuo remained unfazed, lowering the window with a calm demeanor. Good sir, is there something you require? We are awaiting someone. A smile graced Zhuo's face as he rested his arm casually on the window frame. Aren't you waiting for us? You have been following us all day, and yet you inquire about our intentions. Chu Ze also smiled, calmly extending a cigarette toward him. The bluntness of his words momentarily startled Zhuo, particularly as he glanced at the youthful face of the speaker. How shall I address you? Zhuo remained silent, but Chu Ze initiated the conversation, his countenance adorned with an unfamiliar politeness that Zhuo had yet to encounter. Having recently transitioned to a new role, Zhuo aspired to make a significant impact, having already captured the secrets of a few celebrities. Yet, this level of courtesy was a first for him. Zhuo, he replied, his tone contemplative. You are indeed Zhuo. Chu Ze's expression shifted in surprise. Though he had not traversed the entertainment industry, he had certainly heard of Zhuo, a name that resonated beyond the confines of the circle, the foremost paparazzo of the entertainment realm. It was said that the mere loss of his mobile phone could incite a seismic shift within the industry, leaving stars fervently hoping that his passwords were labyrinthine or that only he could unlock them. Are you aware of my identity? Zhuo instinctively accepted the cigarette, feeling the weight of Chu Ze's scrutinizing gaze. An uncomfortable sensation washed over him. While politeness was commendable, the way Chu Ze regarded him felt akin to observing a rare panda, leaving Zhuo feeling profoundly disrespected. I know a bit. Your profession is no easy endeavor. Speaking of which, she has yet to achieve fame. Yet here you are, following her all the way from Hongdian. Your discernment is not lacking, it seems. Zhuo found himself somewhat bewildered by Chu Ze's line of reasoning. How had their conversation shifted to such a personal exchange? He was a paparazzo, striving to ascend as the foremost figure in the realm, and yet here he was, conversing with the boyfriend of the very subject he was pursuing. Disrespect loomed in the air, as Zhuo felt that the other party exhibited a profound lack of regard for his profession. Words should not be spoken recklessly. Do not follow me. I am not part of your circle and have no need to divulge anything. Continuing this pursuit will only lead to trouble. Chu Ze attempted to temper Zhuo's rising ire with gentle persuasion. However, the moment those words escaped his lips, Zhuo's expression grew icy. Young man, after years in this entertainment industry, you are the first to dare threaten me. Zhuo's gaze turned frigid as he inhaled deeply, exhaling a plume of smoke. This individual not only disrespected himself, but also dared to issue threats against him. It was absurd. If he could be intimidated, he might as well write his name backward. I merely offer a warning. Whether you heed it is your choice. Chu Ze shook his head, lamenting that one cannot reason with a stubborn fool. Zhuo's sardonic smile deepened, dripping with disdain. I am genuinely curious to see what sort of problems may arise. Aside from the law, no one can impose limitations upon me. At this, Chu Ze remained silent, turning to depart. He took his place in the passenger seat of the business vehicle once more. Do you know him? Lu Qianqian inquired curiously as she watched Chu Ze enter the car. I do not, but you must be aware of Zhuo Wei, Chu Ze replied, prompting Lu Qianqian to pause, pondering who Zhuo Wei might be. After a moment of contemplation, she looked up, perplexed. Who is Zhuo Wei? Chu Ze was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Zhuo Wei had yet to attain fame. A paparazzo. Does that mean I've been photographed? Yes. But he likely has nothing substantial on you. Just be cautious next time. Chu Ze responded with a smile. What do you mean? Not for discussion. Chu Ze shook his head. Lu Qianqian, understanding the cue, refrained from probing further and instead shifted the conversation. Let us find a carving studio tomorrow. I wish to sculpt these stones. Sounds good. During their conversation, it was primarily Lu Qianqian and Chu Ze engaging, while Zhang Ziqing drove and Su Chong discreetly remained silent, avoiding being a third wheel. Chapter 35. Brother Zhuo, I admire your rebellious spirit. Brother Zhuo, what shall we do next? In the van, watching the business vehicle in the distance spring to life, Zhuo Wei replied with a cold smile, let us follow. The young man is unaware of his own limitations. It is time he learns. After years navigating this industry, he would not be deterred by a trivial threat. Did he not suggest following him? Very well. He would not believe in such superstition and would unearth this fellow's secrets. That's the spirit, brother. What spirit? Brother Zhuo, I appreciate your untamed demeanor. The youth in the driver's seat wore a reminiscent expression, recalling the reasons he had chosen to follow Zhuo Wei's lead. Zhuo Wei smiled softly, observing the business vehicle ahead as it made its way directly back to the Glory Hotel. Lu Qianqian and Su Chong watched as Chu Ze and his companion departed. I have a sense that Teacher Chu has changed, Su Chong remarked, gazing at Chu Ze's retreating figure, his expression filled with confusion. Lu Qianqian, however, smiled faintly at this observation. Changed? Perhaps so. Or perhaps he has merely come to some realizations. Lu Qianqian turned and stepped into the hotel, a faint smile gracing her lips. Qianqian, I now comprehend the meaning of the comfort you spoke of, Su Chong remarked, trailing behind with a hint of regret in his tone. Isn't it a bit late? Indeed, they conversed as they entered the hotel. They probably want TV coming out, right? Zhang sat in the driver's seat, observing the hotel. Keep up with them. Zhuo Wei smiled slightly, pointing at the departing business vehicle. Such audacious youth. This was his first encounter with someone like this. Frankly, Zhuo Wei was somewhat curious about the source of the other's confidence. Following the business car, he once again drove into the fishing tackle factory. The Boijia fishing tackle factory, which Zhuo Wei had thoroughly inquired about since his first day, was merely a small factory, one that teetered on the brink of bankruptcy. Faced with such a factory, Zhuo Wei had nearly turned it inside out. Returning here genuinely left him disappointed. He had followed so brazenly, expecting to glimpse the true source of the other's confidence. Brother Zhuo, what shall we do next? Wait. Zhuo Wei felt as though he were firmly anchored, contemplating whether the young man inside was discussing strategies with his father. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, Zhuo Wei noticed two individuals exiting and approaching the van he occupied, leaving him somewhat perplexed. The two drew near, taking seats in the driver and passenger positions. What brings you here? Zhuo Wei furrowed his brow, his tone less than cordial. If he were to be caught in a predicament, it would spell disaster for him tomorrow. Huaxiao Security, you two are suspected of confidentiality issues. Please accompany us. With that, the figures on either side produced identification, emblazoned with a prominent seal. Simultaneously, one reached into their clothing. In an instant, Zhuo Wei found himself dumbfounded. Staring blankly at the credentials, he recognized the steel seal. Damn, they truly mean well for me. Zhuo Wei quickly realized, cursing inwardly. Name? Zhu Bingjiang. Purpose for coming to Yuqing? To follow two young ladies, hoping to capture some snippets from the entertainment industry. Why did your plans change? What is your objective? Speak honestly. The severe tone made Zhuo Wei swallow hard. At that moment, he fully understood that the young person who had warned him meant well, while he himself was in deep trouble. Zhuo Wei glanced at the words confess for leniency, resist for severity. He had thought he was being threatened and felt a surge of anger, leading him to inadvertently follow the trail to the fishing tackle factory. What do you intend to do? The two individuals seated in the interrogation position exchanged glances, their eyes like daggers piercing into Zhuo Wei. You wish to expose him? Zhuo Wei exclaimed, instantly feeling the weight of their piercing gazes, which left him feeling bitter. Little brother, so impressive. You should have said so earlier. Had you mentioned it, I wouldn't have followed and ended up being summoned for tea. I have yet to achieve success and exposure. Upon reflection, I realize it was merely a moment of anger. He had indeed reminded me, and oh, he should be aware of my situation. Chu Wei, feeling the intensity of the gaze upon him, instantly understood the gravity of the situation. At that moment, a figure entered the room. How are you? The newcomer spoke in a deep voice. Soft bone. The two exchanged glances at Chu Wei, their expressions causing him to tremble with anger, but he lowered his head in silence. The one beside him, however, was a tough nut to crack. Verify it. If there's no issue, let him go. Subsequently, in the interrogation room, Chu Wei showcased an extraordinary ability to draw inferences. With every question posed, he could extrapolate a multitude of insights. After approximately an hour, Chu Wei was escorted back to the van. He lifted his gaze to the overcast sky, which mirrored his tumultuous emotions. This experience was far more exhilarating than a roller coaster, casting doubts upon his professional convictions. Brother Joie, being a paparazzo is truly thrilling. I didn't betray you just now. In the driver's seat, a figure sat with an air of arrogance. Chu Wei looked at his younger brother, a hint of confusion etched on his face. Do you not consider who you are dealing with before standing your ground? If your resolve were not so steadfast, you might have been released half an hour earlier, avoiding the three-way interrogation. In the winter of Qinsheng, rain arrives unexpectedly. It falls gently, like the sorrow of parting that descends softly. Remember to visit my class. Lu Cece sat in the vehicle, comfortably ensconced in the middle row, smiling as she waved her hand. I will come after the new year. Chu Ze nodded, his tone exceedingly gentle. Then we shall take our leave. Lu Cece felt a pang of reluctance, yet a sudden thought brought a radiant smile to her face. The business vehicle, in response to Lu Cece's words, closed its middle door and drove towards the outskirts of Yuqing. Moving through the rain, they parted under the heavy clouds. Is that it? Su Chang's tone was peculiar as she scrutinized Lu Cece. Pausing briefly, she continued, you haven't progressed at all in this relationship. Su Chang thought of her purpose for coming to Qinsheng and looked at her friend with a sense of exasperation. They had come together. Yet Su Chang felt they had gained nothing. It seemed a fruitless endeavor. Who says there hasn't been progress? Lu Cece gazed out the window, her voice laced with a hint of hope, yet tinged with worry. However, all will ultimately reveal itself after the new year. Progress? Su Chang's expression faltered as she pondered whether she had overlooked something. Yet, after a moment, she relinquished the thought, for Lu Cece had been present throughout. Just as Su Chang was about to inquire further, a sudden ringtone pierced the air. Darn it! Lu Cece pulled out her phone, glancing at it before sitting up straight. After taking a deep breath, she answered, Hello, Mom. We are on our way to Yunnan. I went hiking at Huangshan with Chang Chang. It was all right. Just exhausting from the climbing. I didn't answer the phone because I was in the midst of it. Don't worry, I'll take care of myself. Do you want to chat with Chang Chang? Lu Qianqian cast a somewhat pleading glance at Su Chang, silently extending her phone towards him. Aunt Lu, it's all right. I'm having a wonderful time with Qianqian. Rest assured, I will ensure her safe arrival in Yunnan province. With that, Su Chang ended the call, and he felt as though the tautness that had gripped him was suddenly released. Turning to Lu Qianqian, he said, Can you just let me be for a moment? Chapter 36. The Useless Son. Put in some effort, Yuqing. When someone departs, there are naturally others to bid farewell. What are your thoughts? Zhang Ziqing watched the business car gradually disappear from sight, driven away by the chauffeur. Unable to contain his curiosity, he turned to his childhood friend. The situation with Lu Qianqian was evident to any discerning observer, and now Zhang Ziqing understood why he had business opportunities at all. It was entirely thanks to Chu Ze. An outsider, a goddess destined to become a sensation in the entertainment industry, had inexplicably taken a liking to an outsider, and it seemed she was utterly smitten. I need to contemplate this seriously. Chu Ze gazed at the receding business car, aware that he needed to make his next decision. With the new year approaching, it was the perfect time to organize his emotions. She is truly a good girl. I understand that, yet the entertainment industry is unique. And what I am doing is also special. Chu Ze was not new to his interactions with Lu Qianqian. He was well aware of her circumstances. Frankly speaking, before he met Lu Qianqian, he had always thought of the ethereal goddess as being lofty and unattainable, but after spending time with her, he genuinely felt at ease. As the year-end approached, Chu Ze kept a keen eye on the sales of the fishing tackle factory, noting a remarkable surge. Simultaneously, he was getting closer to the fifth-tier factory. After estimating the timeline, he decided not to dwell on it further. During the spring festival, when wanderers return home, Chu Ze felt a sense of relief and began purchasing some festive goods to stock up at home. As the year-end drew near, lanterns were hung outside, marking the passage of time, and firecrackers erupted from every household. In a modest home, situated just a street away from Bojia Fishing Tackle Factory, a small building displayed bright red lanterns. "You seem troubled these past few days," Chu Bo observed his son, able to guess some of his thoughts. Although it was a festive occasion, which typically wouldn't be suitable for such discussions, this household was primarily shared between him and Chu Ze. The father and son prepared a meal together and sat down at the table. The wine was placed before him, for he knew his son rarely touched alcohol, especially not spirits. "In truth, I feel there are things you needn't keep to yourself. Rather than hiding them, why not share your thoughts with me?" Chu Ze poured himself a glass of wine and raised the bottle slightly in a gesture. Chu Ze shook his head, declining the drink, not because of his age, but due to his aversion to spirits. However, his father's words prompted him to lower his head, deep in contemplation. "Dad, I'll drink with you, wishing for our continued prosperity." Chu Ze lifted his cup, smiling as he toasted to his father. "To our flourishing future," Chu Bo echoed in agreement. The condition of his son was clear to Chu Bo. He understood that his son harbored numerous concerns. After all, one's perspective often shapes one's thoughts. In this regard, Chu Bo refrained from bringing up or inquiring into certain matters, maintaining an unspoken understanding. Some topics simply could not be broached. "Have you come to terms with it?" Chu Bo observed the evolving demeanor of his son, a faint smile gracing his lips. "I'll visit Yunnan during my 3rd year." Chu Ze nodded in agreement, recognizing the butterfly effect that had introduced him to unfamiliar individuals, with whom he shared significant intersections. Their late-night conversations as father and son encompassed a wide array of topics, including the development of the factory and visions for the future. Yet, both tacitly avoided mentioning anything related to the research institute. Just after the new year, on the 2nd day, a gentle drizzle fell. Had it not been for the festive spirit of reunion, the weather might have cast a pall over the day. Nevertheless, Chu Ze and Zhang Ziqing tidied up briefly before Zhang Ziqing drove away, under the watchful eyes of Zhang Yuanlai and Chu Bo, departing from U-City. As the new year dawned, Zhang Yuanlai naturally held greater expectations for his son. "Come on, son, put in some effort." Yunnan, with its breathtaking landscapes, was a sight to behold. Due to its geographical position, the ancient city boasted remarkably well-preserved architecture. Numerous film crews frequented the area to shoot period dramas. Currently, Dragon 8 was filming in Dali, attracting a throng of entertainment journalists eager to stake their claim. Zhuo Wei, of course, would not miss such an opportunity. He was currently exhilarated, reviewing his footage. "Brother Zhuo, last night was immensely rewarding." The driver of the van, a young man with a resolute visage, spoke with palpable excitement as he glanced down at his camera. Indeed, this was a lucrative venture. Zhuo Wei nodded enthusiastically. Despite the setbacks faced in U-City, which had somewhat dented his confidence, his time in Dali had replenished it abundantly. He too was engrossed in his camera, which contained not merely photographs, but also videos. The imagery depicted a tent, though no figures were present. The sounds emanating from within were imbued with a tantalizing humanity. Profits were substantial, whether through contracts or exposure. The gains were undeniable. A radiant smile illuminated Zhuo Wei's face. "Brother Zhuo, Lu Yifei's mother has left. Should we continue filming her?" Xiao Zhang, satisfied, set down his camera, his voice brimming with fervor. The initially excited Zhuo Wei's expression faltered as unsettling thoughts crossed his mind. "We can film her. Has she been in contact with anyone recently?" Zhuo Wei pondered before speaking in a serious tone. "It seems she has mostly been acting or reading, but lately, she has become more active, shopping and visiting a stone carving shop." Zhang Quan, overhearing his elder brother's inquiry, promptly reported what he knew. "Then keep a close watch. I'll handle the matter at hand first." Zhuo Wei's eyes brightened, his keen intuition suggesting that significant events would unfold in the coming days. Nonetheless, he continued to scrutinize the content he had captured. The contents at hand were sufficient for him to achieve instant fame. On the set of The Legend of the Condor Heroes, after a scene concluded, Lu Qianqian gathered her belongings and, lifting her skirt, made her way to the actor's lounge. However, before she could step inside, a figure approached her. "Did you send Aunt Lu away?" Su Chong scrutinized Lu Qianqian with wide eyes. "I lack such ability. My mother had matters to attend to in Yanjing." Lu Qianqian blinked innocently, her gaze reflecting pure naivety. Yet, this only elicited disbelief from Su Chong, who pressed further. Is Teacher Chu here? Uh-huh. Nice. By the way, how did you arrange for Teacher Chu? Su Chang's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he examined Lu Qianqian. I have no significant scenes over the next 2 days, just one, and I mentioned it to the director. Oh, so you're not taking me along? Su Chang's expression involuntarily shifted as he scrutinized Lu Qianqian. Chapter 37. Clearly arranged. Can you drive? Zhang Ziqing rubbed his sore back, looking exasperated. I'm underage. But the moment he spoke, he was met with a retort from Chu Ze. You're capable of being punished. Do you not realize that those we are to observe are of a similar age to you? Zhang Ziqing noted with frustration. He discerned that while Chu Ze could indeed drive, he simply did not wish to. Considering the individual they were visiting, the excuse of being underage seemed feeble. Chu Ze merely cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Ziqing without responding. We have arrived. Before Chu Ze could approach, he spotted 2 figures already standing there. Look! Lu Qianqian exclaimed, spotting a vehicle approaching in the distance. It wasn't particularly luxurious, yet it caught her attention as the license plate was from Yuqing. Her starry eyes sparkled with excitement, reflecting both anticipation and concern. As the car drew nearer, Lu Qianqian felt her heartbeat intensify. Su Chang and Lu Qianqian naturally attracted attention. Their presence noted by the seasoned staff of the Legend of the Condor Heroes. Each individual in the crew possessed their own discernment regarding the entertainment industry. However, there was a unanimous consensus within the crew that this young girl was destined to shine. Thus, as they moved about, curious glances inevitably fell upon her. I can't shake the feeling that she is waiting for someone. Remove that feeling. She is indeed waiting for someone, yet her mother has just left. The crew members were well aware of the situation. The young girl's mother had always accompanied her, effectively acting as her family-based manager. Logically, no one should be making Lu Qianqian wait. Amidst the crew's curiosity, a van drew near, prompting exchanged glances among them. This van was the type that appeared quite inexpensive, the kind they might have used 3 to 5 years prior, now long replaced by more comfortable business vehicles. As the van approached, the crew observed the young girl eagerly moving toward it. From the van, a figure emerged. Teacher Chu. Lu Qianqian beamed sweetly. Chu Ze waved in greeting. Long time no see. Long time no see. How have you been? The journey must have been quite arduous, I presume. Lu Qianqian's sweet smile struck Zhang Ziqing like a thunderbolt as she spoke without even glancing in his direction. At that moment, Chu Ze interjected. Brother Chung mentioned that he wanted to explore the ancient city of Dali without wasting a single moment, while I, on the other hand, would prefer to rest. Chu Ze's words instantly cast a shadow of melancholy over Zhang Ziqing, as if he were gazing upon a heartless scoundrel. Reflecting on the exhausting 20-hour drive that brought him here, he felt utterly unqualified to play the third wheel. Lu Qianqian's eyes brightened, and she immediately continued. Chang just mentioned wanting to explore the ancient city as well. Honestly, I'm not too keen on it. As she spoke, she turned to Su Chang, her eyes sparkling with a hint of pleading. Su Chang rolled her eyes, but soon donned a smile. Yes, she longed to wander, desperately so, yet since Qianqian was reluctant, it seemed fortuitous that someone else was willing. Su Chang's gaze fixated on Zhang Ziqing, as if she would unleash her frustration upon him at the slightest refusal. Su Chang could no longer tolerate the escalating tension. She feared that one day, Aunt Lu might scatter her ashes into the sea. Regardless of the outcome, Su Chang merely wished for Lu Qianqian to swiftly reach a resolution. Zhang Ziqing nodded gently, responding silently. I've discovered a rather splendid view nearby. Not a tourist spot, but a truly serene place. Let us go? Su Chang and Zhang Ziqing silently observed the departing couple, exchanging a glance filled with unspoken understanding. Do you wish to explore the ancient city? She asked suddenly. Not particularly, Zhang Ziqing replied sullenly. This was far from his own desire. It was clearly Chu Ze's suggestion. Then let us return to the hotel and rest, Su Chang suggested, rubbing her temples in an attempt to alleviate her worries. However, after a moment of contemplation, frustration enveloped her, prompting her to retrieve her phone without hesitation. She typed a message and sent it forth. Lu Qianqian. When you don't need me, you kick me aside. When you do, you call me good sister. Let me tell you, this is the last time. If you can't secure your desires, you shall come to me in despair. Filled with indignation, Su Chang dispatched the message before stepping into the film crew's vicinity. Zhuge was right. We are indeed the uncrowned kings. Zhang Quan gazed down at the captured photographs, a subtle smile gracing his features. Those who offend the uncrowned kings will surely face dire consequences. With this collection of images, when Zhuogu returns, he would undoubtedly enter his exuberant mode. Previous mishaps had caused the loss of some material, yet now it had all returned. Humph, whether they achieve fame depends on our approval. Zhang Quan scoffed softly, his expression brimming with pride. Unless there were no scandalous stories, anyone captured by his lens would have to answer for their actions. He carefully followed behind Chu Ze and Lu Qianqian, occasionally snapping a few photos. By the brook, the gentle flow of water filled the air with a soothing sound, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and peace. The water cascaded down, flanked by steps where locals washed their clothes, harmonizing with the verdant willows along the stream, giving birth to a poetic scene. Lu Qianqian stood beneath a verdant willow, gazing at the silent Chu Ze, a flicker of hesitation and concern crossing her face. His arrival perhaps signified a momentous decision. Though young, Lu Qianqian comprehended that today could either lead to heaven or descend into hell. However, before Chu Ze could utter a word, she spoke first. "The stone from Yuqing, I carved it." As she spoke, she retrieved a stone from her small waist pouch, a heart-shaped gem that shimmered with a radiant glow, adorned with dark green patterns. Upon the stone's surface, two figures were depicted. Chu Ze glanced down, extending his hand to receive it. The stone felt remarkably smooth, polished by the passage of time and flowing water. Such stones were common in the rivers of Yuqing, and the cool touch of the stone compelled Chu Ze to gaze at her face, mere inches away. In her starry eyes, expectation mingled with a hint of uncertainty and concern, her sincere gaze laden with myriad complex emotions. Chu Ze remained momentarily silent, a researcher destined for obscurity, yet with the potential to shine like a star. At that moment, he felt as though a fortune teller had foretold their fates to be at odds, an entirely different realm. After a prolonged pause, he spoke in a deep voice. "You should know what I do." "I do," Lu Qianqian replied thoughtfully, nodding vigorously. Even without his words, she was no fool. She could surmise certain truths, especially after her visit to Xi'an University of Technology, where a bowing sculpture had illuminated her understanding of the underlying concerns. "What I pursue will lead many to view me as a thorn in their side. Being with me brings you no advantages. As my family, you cannot travel abroad. Being with me might mean you cannot become the great actress you aspire to be, confined to this limited space." Chu Ze paused for a few seconds, his gaze earnest as he spoke. Each word struck Lu Qianqian's heart like a heavy hammer, leaving her momentarily speechless, ensnared in silence. Following his declaration, he remained quiet, simply observing Lu Qianqian. In that silence, she found herself uncertain of the depths of his gaze. Yet in that moment, her mind traversed many thoughts, recollections of their first meeting in Yuqing, the joy of climbing mountains, and the happiness of their conversations atop the peaks. What if I could overcome it? Lu Qianqian's eyes shone with sincerity. "It is not so easily surmountable." Chu Ze shook his head. "It is simple to say, but difficult to enact. I have diligently followed international news and grasped your meaning. I will not go abroad. I still have the opportunity to change my nationality. I will revert it." Lu Qianqian met his profound gaze with unwavering determination. Perhaps one could live a lifetime with another, yet as time passed, she understood that the person she envisioned was not the one she truly desired, because what she desired had already taken root in her heart. Chu Ze gazed at the person before him in a state of bewilderment, seemingly taken aback by the unexpected words. Chapter 38. "First, seal the deal. You are still young. Do not rush into decisions." Chu Ze replied calmly, unaffected by the weight of her words. "I understand your skepticism. As you often say, one must maintain a cool head at all times." Lu Qianqian, unperturbed by his doubts, felt as though a heavy burden had been lifted from her heart. "Look, I have worked diligently over the past few years, earning accolades abroad. I have no regrets. If I do not go abroad, so be it," Lu Qianqian stated firmly, not waiting for Chu Ze's response. Her earnest demeanor left Chu Ze rather astonished as he scrutinized her, realizing she was not jesting. "Hello, Teacher Chu. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Lu Qianqian, your future girlfriend." Lu Qianqian boldly extended her hand, a smile gracing her face as she locked eyes with Chu Ze. Instinctively, Chu Ze reached out, shaking her delicate hand. Suddenly, a wave of fragrance enveloped him as her lips pressed against his. "First, seal the deal. Remember, during the mountain climb, remain single, otherwise, you risk losing your future girlfriend. We shall meet at the summit. I must return to the set now." Lu Qianqian beamed at the still-dazed Chu Ze before turning on her heel and departing. The brief encounter left Chu Ze momentarily entranced, watching her retreating figure. This girl, she even ambushed me, he thought, chuckling softly to himself only after she was out of sight. However, he did not pursue her. Instead, he settled down on a stone beneath a willow tree by the brook, gazing serenely at the water's surface. At that moment, the sound of a ringtone disrupted his reverie. Startled from his contemplation, Chu Ze retrieved his phone and answered. "Hello, who is this? We are from the Chengfei Research Institute. May I speak with Engineer Chu? This is he. We would like to invite you to visit our institute in Province C. The official letter has been sent to both the school and the research facility. The timing is quite urgent, and all parties have agreed to our request, hence our direct contact. Has a time been set? The sooner, the better. We will send someone to pick you up." "All right, I am currently in Dali." "Understood. I will arrange it immediately." After hanging up, Chu Ze stared thoughtfully at his phone. Such urgency. He realized that a special task must have arisen to warrant such haste. Contemplating for a moment, he pulled out his phone to make a call, but decided instead to send a text. "I have an urgent matter to attend to." Before long, a reply came through. "All right, travel safely." From the Tianlong 8 Productions crew. As Lu Qianqian strolled back to the set, she instinctively replied to the incoming message. However, upon her return to the crew, "What is going on?" Su Chong suddenly appeared from the side. "Just the usual," Lu Qianqian replied. Lu Qianqian smiled faintly. Although the outcome was not the most perfect, she had found her answer, and that sufficed. "What exactly is the situation? Are you still hiding things from me? Are you all right?" Su Chong was evidently dissatisfied with Lu Qianqian's response. "No. So, have you two broken up?" Su Chong paused, scrutinizing Lu Qianqian intently. "Not at all. Yet." Lu Qianqian's reply ignited a compelling urge within Su Chong to act. "What is your situation then? I'm utterly curious." Su Chang's tone was saturated with inquisitiveness. Understanding his concerns, Lu Qianqian revealed a sweet smile. At this moment, she finally comprehended the nature of Ruoli's relationship. She had professed her desire to become a great actress. Yet Teacher Chu would clearly not relinquish his current endeavors, considering her aspirations. "I have been reading." Lu Qianqian picked up a book on the self-cultivation of actors and began to read earnestly, displaying a focus unparalleled by any previous occasion. "What are you concerned about?" Su Chong scratched his head, wishing he could delve into her thoughts. "Nothing. I just aspire to be a good actress." Lu Qianqian responded earnestly, keeping her gaze fixed on the book. "How mundane. When will evening arrive?" Zhang Quan observed the bustling crew of Dragon 8, feeling somewhat aimless. Despite the ebb and flow of people, none were the individuals he sought. He could only fidget with his camera intermittently. In the tedious stretch of time, Zhang Quan leaned on the steering wheel, passing the hours. Suddenly, the creaking sound of a car door opening caught his attention, illuminating his expression. He glanced at the figure entering the vehicle, his interest piqued. "Brother Zhua, how is the situation?" His eyes sparkled with eagerness as he inquired. "It depends on whether they are willing to invest. If not, I will gain notoriety." Zhuo Wei's tone was nonchalant, a hint of disdain flickering across his face as he reclined comfortably, exuding an air of control over the situation. "Pay for safety, or else I will garner attention for my reputation." In any case, Zhuo Wei was not the one at a loss. Zhang Quan felt a rush of warmth. As if struck by inspiration, a smile unconsciously gracing his face as he eagerly offered his camera. "Brother Zhua, during your absence, I kept busy. I actually captured footage of Lu Yifei, even of her kissing, and it's on video." Zhang Quan's words momentarily stunned Zhuo Wei. "You filmed a kiss? She doesn't seem like the type to be indiscreet." Zhuo Wei, slightly perplexed, took the camera and expertly powered it on. He scrutinized the footage, revealing a visage that he found strikingly perfect. The figure was tall and graceful, reminiscent of the lines from the ode to the river Luo. By the banks of the Luo River, the goddess danced gracefully, singing sweetly, dreams of her homeland entwined with poetic imagery. Opposite the girl stood a young man, clearly taken aback. Upon seeing this youth, Zhuo Wei was suddenly overwhelmed by an impulse to toss the camera aside. "How did he get here?" Zhuo Wei's voice was laden with disbelief. His hands trembled slightly. "Brother Zhua, do not be so exhilarated. As you have said, we paparazzi are the unsung monarchs. How could he possibly contend with us?" Zhang Quan's tone was filled with reverence, his face adorned with a chilling smile. "Have I perhaps over-indoctrinated him?" Zhuo Wei mused as he observed his assistant's expression, a flicker of doubt surfacing in his mind, which I perceive's excitement. "He is but a hedgehog, reluctant to be summoned for tea again." Nevertheless, recalling his assistant's unwavering demeanor in front of the security personnel, it all seemed quite normal again. Xiaozhong, we paparazzi possess our principles. Brother Zhua, did you not proclaim that we are to eradicate all darkness within the entertainment industry? Zhang Quan inquired, tilting his head in confusion. She is still underage. We must consider the celebrity effect. What if some misinterpret her intentions and begin to engage in premature romance? Zhuo Wei spoke earnestly, consciously deleting the photograph of the young man, leaving only the images of the girl. Chapter 39. Thank you, Chu Ze. The road to Shu is arduous, more difficult than ascending to the heavens. It boasts a rich history and profound cultural heritage. Chu Ze boarded a vehicle, heading straight for Tianfu. The fishery equipment factory has successfully upgraded. A new factory and paint factory can now be established. Please choose to commence production and upgrade as soon as possible. However, on the way to Tianfu, a voice suddenly echoed in Chu Ze's mind. His eyes brightened, and after a moment's contemplation, he dialed his father's number. The conversation revolved around the establishment of the paint factory. In fact, this matter had already been discussed before his return to Yuqing. Following Chu Ze's command, Chu Bo and Yuqing immediately began preparations for the paint factory. Having completed these tasks, Chu Ze closed his eyes to rest as the vehicle entered Tianfu. Upon entering Tianfu, he did not linger but proceeded directly to the Chengfei Research Institute. Chief Engineer Chu, I am Songwen. As soon as Chu Ze alighted from the car, an elderly gentleman clad in a white lab coat approached him. The urgency of this summons is indeed pressing. We have only just received your news. Time waits for no one, and we are eager to hear your insights. The elder grasped Chu Ze's hand, his eyes filled with emotion. What is this matter of such urgency? Is the Xiong E-type turbofan ready for installation? Chu Ze smiled gently, his tone laced with curiosity. Yes, it is ready for installation. The turbofan we are currently using is underperforming. Reports indicate that the goddess of dawn has taken flight again. Songwen led Chu Ze into Chengfei. The institute covered a vast area, being a significant research facility of China aviation industry. The active fighter jets in service are products of Chengfei's research. Prior to this visit, Chu Ze had confirmed the matter with his mentor, prioritizing this project. The installation of an engine requires a complete redesign of the airframe. For him, the workload was manageable, yet it was of utmost importance. After all, no one understood the parameters of the turbofan better than the project leader. Chu Ze followed the elder named Song, strolling into the Chengfei Research Institute. Inside one of the meeting rooms at Chengfei, a considerable number of individuals had already taken their seats. Occasionally glancing out the window, it was evident that they had been waiting for quite some time. Suddenly, a voice filled with excitement resonated within the conference room, heralding the arrival of several figures, instantly invigorating those present. They were well aware of whom they awaited. Yet the sight of the individuals accompanying Elder Song left them momentarily dazzled. The first impression was one of youth, extremely youthful. Their age rendered the world around them somewhat distorted. In their line of work, it was rare to encounter someone of their own age, let alone someone who appeared so remarkably young in such a prominent position. The presence of these youthful individuals made those in the room acutely aware of their own advancing years. Chu Ze, please take a seat, Elder Song gestured, inviting Chu Ze to sit down. Chu Ze did not hesitate. He settled in immediately. In the realm of research, certain protocols existed. If one was deemed capable of occupying such a role, excessive modesty would be misplaced. As Chu Ze took his seat, a serious demeanor enveloped the room. There were approximately 20 individuals present, and as each one settled, an air of distinction emerged, their gazes unconsciously gravitating toward Chu Ze, scrutinizing him. Chu Ze, since you are new here, you may not be fully aware of our current discussions. Allow me to summarize, Elder Song said, his face adorned with a warm smile. His tone sincere, unaffected by Chu Ze's youth. Thank you for your assistance. Chu Ze nodded, clearly aware that this was not his first meeting, and he was the only newcomer. In truth, even without being informed, he could surmise some aspects of the discussion. His conjectures were confirmed as Elder Song continued. We are working on a new design proposal for an advanced turbojet engine for the J-10 fighter model, which is classified as a heavy air combat aircraft. Elder Song stated solemnly. Chu Ze, upon hearing this, felt no confusion. He understood well. Although he believed the Tianyi turbojet engine was a collective achievement, there were many matters he could not openly articulate. To outsiders, it seemed as though the turbojet proposal was entirely his own initiative and research. The invitation from the Chengfei Research Institute likely pertained to the turbojet, It was implausible that it was for the T-300 carbon fiber. Though such material could indeed be utilized in aircraft, it paled in significance compared to other components. Chu Ze, please share with us the various parameters of the turbojet engine you have developed, Elder Song said after providing some context, his gaze fixed intently on Chu Ze. And then he raised his hand, gently applauding. His somewhat clouded eyes were filled with admiration and anticipation, brimming with excitement. Having been entrenched in the aviation field for decades, he had longed to witness such progress. The other attendees shared similar sentiments, their eager gazes burning intensely upon Chu Ze. The Tianyi-type turbojet engine employs a high-pressure compressor, which endows it with formidable power, delivering an afterburning thrust of 155, 865 knots, and 176, 373 knots. The thrust-to-weight ratio stands at an impressive 9.21, while the bypass ratio measures 0.25. The turbine inlet temperature reaches 1,850 K, with a maximum diameter of 1.02 m and a length of 5.05 m. As Chu Ze articulates these pivotal figures, the assembly in the conference room exchanges glances, each person acutely aware that they are not merely hearing about an ordinary turbojet engine. Rather, they are presented with a turbojet that aligns with world-class standards, suitable for installation on heavy combat aircraft. Even if one were to apply a conservative estimate, the engine's performance would still rival that of premier international turbojets. The turbojet features a streamlined design, enhancing the maneuverability of the aircraft. As Chu Ze meticulously details the specifications of the turbojet engine, the attendees diligently jot down each piece of information, none daring to interrupt. When he finally concludes, a hand is raised, and a voice emerges. Chief Engineer Chu, I do not mean to question your credibility, but may I confirm the veracity of the data you've presented? The speaker, a middle-aged man in the room, does not convey skepticism, but rather a hint of trepidation. His eyes brim with anticipation, as he yearns to believe in the authenticity of these figures, rationally convinced they should be accurate. Yet, he cannot help but inquire, fearing that hope may lead to profound disappointment. The aviation industry in Huaxia is in dire need of a powerful engine, and the turbojet engine described seems to be the very solution they require. As this inquiry resonates within the conference room, the previous low murmurs dissipate into an expectant silence. With all eyes fixated on Chu Ze, each individual harbors their own judgment. Yet, as is human nature, they seek a clear and unequivocal answer. Chu Ze is acutely aware of the sentiments prevailing in the room. He knows the response will be positive. Without hesitation, he speaks resolutely. Upon hearing his words, the room does not erupt into fervent cheers. Instead, it resembles a string that has been released, with attendees lowering their gazes to the documents in their hands. These materials have already been scrutinized countless times, casting an eerie atmosphere over the conference. Have you all become overly euphoric, remaining silent? Old Song observes the attendees, a subtle smile creeping onto his face. Initially, when he heard reports of domestic research institutes developing the nation's most advanced turbojet engine, he had harbored doubts. However, through extensive verification, he discovered some details about the research team for turbojet engines in the western city of Huaxia. Established for less than 6 months, they had already developed a world-class turbojet engine. As he delved deeper, Old Song became increasingly astonished. The creation of this turbojet engine was both effortless and profoundly challenging. The impetus was a young prodigy who developed a unique sealing material, which sparked significant interest, leading to the proposal of a high-temperature alloy research plan. With the guidance of his mentor, he successfully became the head of the turbojet project. Thus, the most formidable turbojet engine in Huaxia's aviation industry came into existence. The rapid development of this turbojet engine in merely 6 months filled Old Song with exhilaration. Yet, the dazzling youth of the achiever evoked in him a poignant feeling of having aged while others thrived, a sentiment he recognized as somewhat inappropriate, yet still felt profoundly. Nevertheless, this fleeting thought quickly dissipated in his mind. For him, this was indeed the best of times. He witnessed the emergence of Huaxia's technological heart and the rise of its aviation sector. Similarly, for a genius youth like Chu Ze, this era was equally splendid. Although Huaxia still had many shortcomings, it now possessed a newfound confidence, unlike the times when countless souls perished in the relentless pursuit of progress. Overwhelmed with joy, Old Song found himself momentarily dazed, and all he could say was, "Chief Engineer Chu is remarkable." The middle-aged man who first inquired about Chu Ze raised his thumb, a bittersweet smile gracing his face as he gazed at Chu Ze, reminiscent of a father proud of his son still in high school. Yet here was a young man who had resolved a significant challenge for Huaxiao Aviation. Well done, Chief Engineer Chu. We finally have our own turbojet engine. The audacity of the Eagle Nation shall not prevail when our new fighter jets take to the skies. Once I develop the new aircraft, I must pay homage at Wang Hai's grave to inform him that Huaxia has birthed its mightiest fighter jets, capable of unleashing our own powerful sonic booms in the heavens. In the conference room, voices intermingled, some faces serious, others fervent. Chu Ze felt the warmth of the discussions, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Perhaps, as a reborn individual who cherished scientific research, he found himself once again traversing the path of inquiry due to this very innocence. Undeniably, every domain has its share of dissenters. Yet for Chu Ze, what captivated him most about research was the quest for the unknown, and the camaraderie of like-minded individuals that accompanied this journey. Thus, he would not walk this path in solitude. Chu Ze, thank you, Old Song said sincerely, sitting beside him and listening to the conversations in the conference room. There is no need for thanks on the path of research. Chu Ze smiled and nodded, harboring profound respect for the elder. After all, those who had traversed the hardships of the past deserved such reverence. The era they lived through was exceedingly arduous. Old Song smiled gently, his appreciation for the youthful visage unmistakable. On the first day of the conference, the intensity was not particularly high. After merely 2 hours of participation, a modest dinner was arranged for him. Concurrently, accommodations were directly arranged within the Chengfei Research Institute, where he was introduced to various aspects of the institute by the esteemed Elder Song. Later that evening, he returned to his dormitory. As days passed, Chu Ze's intensity of participation in the conference escalated significantly. During his leisure moments, he found himself naturally seated before his laptop, where an icon flickered incessantly on the screen. I've been performing remarkably well in my recent filming, it chimed, but it's a pity you left a bit too early. Otherwise, I would have shown you around the set. Moreover, Changchang's filming is nearing completion, and he can no longer accompany me. I feel rather lonely on set, so I've asked my mother to keep me company. Throughout my life, I have never witnessed the preliminary stages of film production. Chu Ze responded. Having stayed in Tianfu for a week, he was in no hurry to return to Xiqing. After all, there were still matters to attend to in Tianfu, and discussions over the past few days had been fervent. With concentrated deliberations, the requirements for a new model of heavy aircraft gradually crystallized. The design data was not overly extensive. The improvements were primarily adaptations of existing frameworks to accommodate the newly developed turbojet engines. Although the workload was substantial, the implementation was far less daunting than initially anticipated. Moreover, ever since Lu Qianqian openly expressed her feelings, Chu Ze found himself seated at his computer daily. Young girls often reached out to share amusing anecdotes from their lives, recounting who they encountered and what they did. For instance, they would mention delightful outings with Su Chong, what delectable dishes they enjoyed, and even send captivating photographs. The charming faces in those images captivated him more with each glance, allowing him to relax unconsciously. It seemed that this young lady had genuinely woven herself into the fabric of his life and work. A wry smile crept onto Chu Ze's face as he recognized the shift in his habits. Previously, he would retire to bed after his evening routine. Now, after washing up, he found himself instinctively drawn to his computer, eagerly awaiting the messages that flowed in. His responses were swift, clearly indicating he was seated at his computer, awaiting her messages. However, Lu Qianqian never lingered in conversation for too long. At most, their exchanges lasted half an hour, and it was always her who urged him to sleep at 10:30. This manner of interaction naturally etched a figure into Chu Ze's heart. In truth, ever since Zhang Ziqing had brought up the notion of sincerity, Chu Ze felt a seed taking root within him. Upon reflection, he discerned a burgeoning sense of clarity within. Accompanied by the promise of a forthcoming reunion, this seed flourished as if nourished by fertilizer, sprouting fresh shoots and branches, growing robustly. Chapter 40. My daughter's acting skills are truly exceptional. Make sure to sleep early tonight. You haven't been resting well these past few days. By the way, when do you expect to leave Tianfu? I might need to be busy here for a few more days before returning to Xiqing. Indeed. Chu gazed at the rapid replies in the chat, evidently aware that the other party was seated before a computer. As he engaged in conversation, an involuntary smile crept across his face. I had mentioned visiting Tianfu to spend time with you, but it seems I will have to find you in Xiqing instead, likely during the May Day holiday. That sounds great. In the lounge of the Tianlong 8 Productions crew, Lu Qianqian sat cross-legged, cradling a laptop. Her face illuminated by a sweet smile as she gazed at the screen. Clearly, her spirits were quite high at that moment. Just then, a voice broke the tranquility. Qianqian, why are you still awake? Lu Xiaoli, hearing the commotion from the room, pushed the door open, observing her daughter in a seated position with the computer. Her tone became slightly urging. I was just playing on the computer for a bit, then I'll read before bed. Lu Qianqian swiftly closed the laptop and picked up a book from her bedside, quietly immersing herself in the pages. As she read, a smile unconsciously danced at the corners of her lips. You're studying acting, yet you still manage to find humor in it, Lu Xiaoli remarked. Seated in the living room and evidently attending to some work, peering through the slightly ajar door, the sight of her daughter stirred a sense of curiosity within her. I'm learning performance, combining theory with practice, portraying someone who is reminiscing about joyful moments, Lu Yifei responded, momentarily taken aback, but then spoke with a bright tone. After a slight pause, she added, Mom, do I resemble that character closely? Indeed, you do. Have you perhaps infused a hint of youthful infatuation into it? Yes. You truly understand me, Mom, Lu Yifei replied, a fleeting look of panic flashing in her eyes as she nodded vigorously, her gaze evasively lifting the book higher. Make sure to sleep early and don't stay up too late, Lu Xiaoli remarked casually, indicating her desire for her daughter to retire for the night. Lu Xiaoli harbored no significant doubts, knowing that during the day when there were no filming commitments, her daughter would often be found engrossed in an acting textbook, occasionally seeking advice from seasoned actors. It was evident that Lu Yifei was striving to bridge the gap between herself and the more experienced artists in the crew. All right, please close the door for me, Lu Yifei said, then buried her face under the covers, quietly exhaling a sigh of relief. Just don't cover your head with the blanket while sleeping. Okay, Lu Qianqian complied immediately, understanding that as long as no further questions were posed, everything else was manageable. As she listened to the footsteps gradually retreating, Lu Qianqian felt a wave of relief wash over her. With the sound of the door closing behind her, Lu Qianqian lay in bed, gazing dreamily at the moonlight streaming through the window. At the Chengfei Research Institute in Tianfu, Chu Ze rose early, embarking on a morning run. After half an hour, he returned to his dormitory to freshen up. He then settled at his desk, opening his computer to diligently examine several documents. His gaze reflecting deep contemplation. The paint factory's growth requires time. Under his father's arrangements, the paint factory had already begun implementation and was officially open for recruitment. The factory was conveniently located near the fishing tackle factory, yet it was evident that the current state of the paint factory did not align with Chu's aspirations. The scientific research bonus provided by first-tier factories is merely 10%, which for many researchers is a negligible addition. Chu Ze's understanding of paint is superficial, akin to his grasp of materials, and he has not delved deeply into it. The bonuses from first and second-tier factories do not yield substantial changes. However, the 40% bonus from a third-tier factory prompts Chu Ze to engage in serious study. With this enhanced perspective, he may uncover breakthroughs in the field of paint. It is advisable for paint factories to collaborate with schools. After careful consideration, Chu Ze realizes that a methodical approach may lead to a year without utilizing the paint factory's bonus. This starkly contrasts with his anticipated psychological benefits. Thus, the most straightforward solution is to establish a partnership with a school, which would provide an existing research team. Collaborating with academic institutions poses no difficulty for Chu Ze. Even partnering with a prestigious institution like Xi'an University of Technology would simply require a word. For other ordinary schools, the process is even simpler. Offering financial sponsorship may suffice to forge a partnership. Moreover, if collaboration fails, he could always recruit talent directly. Money can indeed move mountains, especially when it comes to people. The work at the Huaxia Power Research Institute in Xiqing was merely a matter of wrapping up, and Chu Ze had already defined the development approach for the paint factory. He contemplated the work content at Xiqing. The projects at the Chengfei Research Institute were nearing completion, consisting primarily of final tasks. Chu Ze had already made up his mind about returning to Xiqing. However, the turbine work there was also approaching its conclusion. Unless a new project were initiated, he sensed there might be little left to occupy him. The projects that could be swiftly completed had all been finished, and if he were to revisit projects in which he had prior experience, it would only be the controllable nuclear fusion project. Chu Ze had previously considered the controllable nuclear fusion project, but deemed it an inopportune time to initiate it. Without significant bonuses, overcoming the technological barriers of controllable nuclear fusion would be exceedingly challenging. After a moment of reflection, he recalled the invitation from Xi'an University of Technology to serve as a formal lecturer. He had no intention of declining this invitation. If there were truly nothing to engage in, it would be prudent to accept the teaching position at Xi'an University of Technology and simultaneously organize the materials for controllable nuclear fusion. This task is indeed a vast and intricate endeavor. Outside his dormitory, a voice of an elder resonated. Chu Ze. The voice of Elder Song jolted him back to attention. "I'm here," Chu Ze replied, stepping out of his room to find an elderly man in a standard research lab coat waiting in the corridor. "Elder Song, today we are confirming various data, correct?" "Yes, once this matter is settled, we can breathe easier. Additionally, your work at Qingfei has reached a satisfactory conclusion. Do you have any thoughts? Perhaps you should consider staying at Qingfei?" As Elder Song conversed with Chu Ze while they walked towards the research institute, Chu Ze pondered. "I plan to return to Xi'an University of Technology to teach, take some time to reflect, and improve the turbine engine in the meantime. If any projects arise that I can participate in, I will." He contemplated his thoughts without reservation. According to Chu Ze's thoughts, he would first return to Xiqing to address the follow-up of the turbojet, and then proceed to teach at Northwestern Polytechnical University. The university had already taken his situation into account, understanding that if significant projects arose, he would not remain on campus for long. This arrangement was acceptable. Old Song nodded in approval. Teaching at Northwestern Polytechnical University was not without its merits. Much like himself, he too had classes at the university, though due to his busy schedule, he had seldom returned to teach in recent years. As Old Song conversed with Chu Ze, they soon arrived at the entrance of the research institute, donning their anti-static suits. With their appearance, several busy researchers promptly greeted them. "Engineer Song, Engineer Chu," they acknowledged. As Old Song was the chief engineer of the project team, and Chu Ze was there to assist, earning the respect of everyone who readily employed honorifics. "Has the model been produced?" Old Song inquired about the project's progress. "We have made improvements as required and are currently conducting final tests. If all goes well, we will begin trial assembly," came the response. "Good. Expedite the process. Chu Ze will return to Xiqing in a few days, so try to identify as many issues as possible within this time frame." Understood. As time passed, a few days quickly slipped away. For Chu Ze, this period was filled with busyness, discovering and resolving issues. However, such busyness was finite. As the days went by, Chu Ze began to pack his belongings as the matters at the Qingfei Research Institute approached their conclusion. Old Song made a special effort to see him off. "Engineer Chu, travel safely, and do visit Qingfei when you have the time. We truly enjoyed collaborating with you on the research," Old Song expressed sincerely, foregoing pleasantries. Although Chu Ze's tenure at the Qingfei Research Institute was brief, the project team held him in high regard. Old Song genuinely hoped Chu Ze would return to Qingfei. "I will certainly make time." Chu Ze nodded, smiling in response, waved goodbye, and departed from the Qingfei Research Institute, heading towards the airport. Embarking on the journey back to Xiqing, the distance between the two locations felt vast, with a flight duration exceeding 2 hours. Upon safely landing in Xiqing, Chu Ze casually hailed a taxi to Northwestern Polytechnical University. In the office of Zheng Haod, he was greeted warmly. "You're back. How was the Qingfei Research Institute?" Zheng Haod, beaming with pride at his esteemed protege, inquired. Although he was of retirement age, he had been rehired. Witnessing the growth of his students made him feel it was indeed time to retire. The younger generation had risen, and his role now was merely to provide guidance without engaging in frontline research. Chu Ze briefly updated Zheng Haod on the situation. Zheng Haod nodded. Scrutinizing Chu Ze, "Did you hear any news while in Qingfei?" "What news?" Chu Ze asked, intrigued. "About the fifth-generation fighter." Zheng Haod tentatively broached the subject. "There is no explicit information, yet I have surmised a few things." Chu Ze shook his head. Upon entering the city of Qingfei, he had already formed some conjectures. However, this was not to imply that he was privy to any hidden projects related to the heavy combat aircraft he had helped design. This combat aircraft is essentially an evolution of the true Zhan Shi modification. Nevertheless, the development behind the Zhan Shi modification might very well serve as preparatory groundwork for fifth-generation aircraft. This notion had crossed Chu Ze's mind long ago. Yet, Since the other party did not disclose any details, he naturally refrained from inquiring further. After all, it is prudent not to pry into heavyweight projects. Zheng Hao, upon hearing this, nodded and did not pursue the topic further. Instead, he smoothly transitioned to another subject, regarding your teaching position at Xianjiaodong University. The principal has expedited a meeting for the approval. As he spoke, he retrieved a card from the drawer of a nearby desk. This is your faculty card, and your designated seat is over there. Zheng Hao pointed to a specific seat, his voice steady. All right, Chu Ze replied as he accepted the card. Additionally, you need to prepare for the report on the turbofan project. This is a unique situation. Qingfei is indeed in urgent need, and you must be ready to present the report for entry into the technology repository, Zheng Hao reiterated. All the data is prepared, sir. Is there a need for further preparation, or will I be heading to Beijing for the report? Yes, that is correct. I will go to Beijing in a while. Chu Ze affirmed with a nod. Zheng Hao regarded Chu Ze with mild surprise. His swift agreement exceeded his expectations, as he had initially intended to persuade Chu Ze further. Very well, I will notify you when the time comes. For now, you may return and rest. Understood. After reporting to Zheng Hao, Chu Ze returned to his dormitory. Residing in the student dormitory, he had become quite accustomed to living with his 3 roommates. Upon his return, he was inevitably met with inquiries from the trio. Chu Ze naturally shared what he could disclose, while the others refrained from pressing further on matters he could not discuss. As they were all students at Xianjiaodong University and understood the implications of silence. In the ensuing days, Chu Ze's schedule became notably regular. The semester's courses had already been arranged, and since he did not attend Zheng Hao's classes, he sensed that Zheng Hao was contemplating retirement. The latter part of his teaching career was evidently one Zheng Hao relished, rendering Chu Ze's assistance unnecessary. After spending over 10 days at Xianjiaodong University, news arrived from Beijing, accompanied by a message on QQ and a photograph. Teacher Chu, I have wrapped up my filming and am preparing to return to Beijing to study diligently. I will visit you during the May Day holiday. The photograph depicted Lu Qianqian, holding a bouquet of flowers, her face adorned with a sweet smile. In Beijing, at Beiying, Lu Qianqian was seen bidding farewell to Lu Xiaoli, dragging a large suitcase behind her. Rest assured while I'm at school, she called out, her face reflecting deep fatigue, clearly having just returned to Beijing. Take care at school, and if anything comes up, just give me a call, Lu Xiaoli replied, nodding and waving goodbye. At Beiying, what could she possibly worry about? According to her daughter, the boys there had yet to take an interest in her. Thus, Lu Xiaoli departed with a sense of ease. Lu Qianqian, on the other hand, pulled her suitcase towards her dormitory. Before long, she produced her key and unlocked the door. I'm back, Lu Qianqian called out cheerfully as she swung the door open, her laughter ringing melodiously. The 2 occupants inside the dormitory were momentarily taken aback, but their expressions quickly brightened as they approached her eagerly. Yifei, you've finally returned. How was it in Tianlong 8? Did you manage to get Lin Gu and Jun Ji's autographs? The moment Lu Yifei stepped into the dormitory, the 2 inside rushed over, their voices brimming with curiosity. I got both Gu and Jun Ji's signatures, and look, I brought you some local specialties. Lu Qianqian replied, her smile radiant, clearly in high spirits. As she spoke, she began to unpack various items from her large suitcase. Yan Yan, this is for you, she said, handing an item to her roommate Jiang Danyan and another named Zhang, whose name also contained the character for Yen. Lu Qianqian had not prepared a gift for Su Chong, as they belonged to the same production team, and Su Chong was currently away filming an advertisement. Just then, the sound of a key turning echoed through the room. The door swung open, and Su Chong appeared, holding a small bag and dressed in a white dress. You came straight back? Su Chong scrutinized her, her gaze revealing a hint of suspicion. Previously, when she had heard Lu Qianqian mention returning to school, she had assumed it was merely a jest. She had not anticipated Lu Qianqian's actual return. Surely Lu Qianqian isn't planning to use me as a shield again? Su Chong mused, but after a moment's contemplation, she dismissed the thought. After all, if Lu Qianqian were to skip class upon returning to Beiying, Lu Xiaoli would undoubtedly find out. With that relief, Su Chong felt a slight easing of her tension. She had indeed been intimidated by Lu Qianqian. If Lu Xiaoli discovered this, one could only imagine her fury. Upon entering the dormitory, Su Chong surveyed the surroundings. Due to her lackluster relationship with Jiang Danyan, she merely offered a polite greeting before shifting her attention to the tidying Lu Qianqian. Curiosity piqued, Su Chong leaned closer. Resting her hand on the desk that Lu Qianqian was cleaning, her gaze fixed on her intently. So, how are things between you and Teacher Chu? Su Chong inquired, prompting Jiang Danyin and Zhang Yin to exchange startled glances, their interest captured. Teacher Chu? Jiang Danyin pondered silently, trying to determine who this individual might be. Perhaps a significant figure in the entertainment industry? After much contemplation, she could not identify the person, yet her curiosity was undeniably piqued. It's just like that, Lu Qianqian replied, her slender fingers pausing momentarily as she wiped the table, a gentle smile gracing her lips. The emergence of that smile instantly captivated Su Chang's attention. Just like that, Su Chang's eyes were unmistakably filled with scrutiny and criticism, an intensity that made Lu Qianqian feel rather self-conscious. Ku Suchong was keen to discover the answer to her own inquiries when she unexpectedly received a call from Lu Yifei, who was returning to Beijing while she was in the midst of filming an advertisement. They conversed daily, yet Lu Qianqian could hardly withstand Suchong's penetrating gaze. Clearly dissatisfied with such responses, Suchong exclaimed, "Oh, you are utterly annoying. We chat every day, and sometimes he even reaches out to me. Moreover, I am planning to visit Xiqing during the May Day holiday. Is that satisfactory?" Lu Qianqian, caught under Suchong's intense scrutiny, spoke with a sense of resignation, her demeanor reflecting considerable agitation. Feeling a slight stir within her, Suchong realized that she must arrange her work schedule with her manager for the upcoming holiday. Labor is honorable. She mused inwardly, though her face bore a gentle smile. That's great. It means I can finally arrange to see him. Her tone was filled with approval, as if she had made significant progress. Just remember to organize your work properly, she added. Lu Qianqian's large, starry eyes seemed almost to speak, imbued with a hint of desire. Faced with such expressive eyes, Suchong nodded with a smile. Rest assured, what kind of relationship do we share? However, I want to be staying in the dormitory with you for the next few days. I'll be busy with several advertisements. Suchong patted her chest and spoke in a serious tone. All right, you go ahead and take care of your work, Lu Qianqian replied with understanding. Inside the dormitory, Jiang Danyin and Zhang Yin listened to their exchange, sharing glances filled with envy. The news of Lu Yifei's return to Beijing Film Academy quickly spread, resulting in an influx of admirers attending the classes of the 02 performance class. Meanwhile, within the class, some individuals were in exceptionally high spirits. For instance, Zhu Jiwen was radiating joy, feeling as if life could not be more splendid. After facing defeat at Huashan, he had come to deeply understand the true value of physical prowess. Upon returning, he committed himself to rigorous training, developing a strong physique. Beijing Film Academy was his home ground, and Zhu Jiwen firmly believed that he could overturn the weak impression he left at Huashan. Brother, I am currently exuding an aura of testosterone. Can you feel it? Zhu Jiwen proclaimed, flexing his bicep before Luo Xin, creating a refreshing breeze. Not only do I feel it, but the wealthy lady we encountered last time also sensed it. Didn't she leave you her business card? Luo Xin nodded vigorously. Let us not dwell on the past. A mere 200,000 should not burden me with 200 pounds. It's laughable. I am destined to be a man who cannot be weighed down by such trivialities, Zhu Jiwen declared with pride, his tone laced with disdain. Honestly, I feel that choosing Lu Yifei over that 200 might be the wiser option, Luo Xin suggested earnestly after some contemplation. Humph. Do you think I am the type to bow down for money? Zhu Jiwen shot a sidelong glance at Luo Xin, his voice brimming with arrogance, tinged with an accusatory edge. No, I merely meant that 200 is far more manageable. You have no chance with Yifei. Luo Xin's words, though delivered plainly, struck Zhu Jiwen's heart like a cold, piercing blade. You likely have no idea of my strength, Zhu Jiwen retorted, once again flexing his bicep, his clothing straining against his muscular form. Indeed, you are correct, Luo Jin nodded in agreement. Although he believed that Zhu Jiwen had no chance whatsoever, it was undeniable that Zhu had indeed grown stronger. This strikingly handsome figure had caught not only the attention of 200 people, but also attracted the interest of a film crew visiting the school. In the setting sun of Yanjing, the golden rays cascaded upon the buildings, as if delicate gold dust were sprinkled upon them. March in Yanjing heralded the dawn of spring. New buds blossomed on the branches, and the warmth of the setting sun rendered the atmosphere refreshingly crisp and pristine. At around 5 or 6 o'clock, the moon hung high in the sky, and the people of Yanjing reveled in the harmonious glow of both sun and moon. At that moment, A large group of individuals suddenly appeared within the academy, making their way towards the exit. Among them were both the elderly and middle-aged, accompanied by a notably youthful figure escorting an elderly gentleman out. "Xiao Chu, if you have the time to visit Yanjing, do come by the academy," they urged. "Yes, I will certainly visit the academy when I can," replied Chu Ze with a smile. This visit to Yanjing was primarily to facilitate the entry of the turbojet project into the technological repository, as only by doing so could various projects commence. However, the application range of the Tianyi turbojet engine was rather limited, primarily suited for military aircraft, with reconnaissance planes being its only other potential use. Chu Ze greeted the throng of people jovially as they ambled towards the exit. "We are aging, indeed. But age is but a number, as long as there are successors." "It is enough," remarked old Xia. "At the very least, I can depart this world with a smile." The group of elderly men, with their clouded gazes, graying brows, and faces etched with wrinkles and dark spots, watched the departing figure, their eyes reflecting a profound sense of nostalgia. China possessed its own turbojet engine, and the excitement among those who had pursued this goal for years was indescribable. Years ago, China had embarked on this journey, facing numerous disappointments and despair along the way. Yet now, they truly glimpsed hope. China had finally developed its own first-class aviation engine. Many among them were first-hand witnesses to this journey. And even those who were not were inheritors of this legacy. Particularly, some elder academicians observed Chu Ze's departure, their usually clouded eyes now sparkling with an unprecedented brilliance. For in their lifetime, they had witnessed the rise of Chinese technology, and China had finally acquired a robust aviation heart. As the slender silhouette stretched gradually beneath the sun and moon, the promise of Chinese technology soaring into the skies rested in this individual's hands. Everyone gathered at the academy's entrance watched as the figure grew fainter in the distance, all understanding one undeniable truth. As Chu Ze emerged from the academy, he beheld the bustling traffic before him. The academy was located within the Second Ring Road, inherently situated in a vibrant area, albeit predominantly filled with office spaces, resulting in a relatively sparse population. The hour was still early. Chu Ze glanced up at the sky and then at his watch. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved his phone and made a call. In merely a few seconds, a melodious voice resonated through the phone. "Teacher Chu." The voice on the other end was not only clear and pleasant, but also imbued with a hint of delight. Even through the sound alone, Chu Ze could not help but conjure an image of a vivacious girl in his mind, her lips curving into a smile. "I'll treat you to dinner," he replied, a subtle grin forming on his lips. On Beiying's back street, Lu Qianqian, who was hand in hand with her companion, paused momentarily, glancing at the three others beside her. She instinctively stepped to the roadside and began conversing with Chu Ze on the phone. "You're treating me to dinner?" Lu Qianqian turned to glance at her friends Su Chong, as well as the accompanying Jiang Danyin and Zhang Yan. After a few seconds of confusion, Lu Qianqian suddenly realized. "You've come to Yanjing?" Her exquisitely ethereal face lit up with surprise. "Yes. How could I allow Teacher Chu to treat me? I'll treat you instead." "Where are you?" "I'll come to find you." "I'm at Beiying. I'll be there shortly." "All right. I'll be at the back street of Beiying." Lu Qianqian's smile grew even more radiant. Su Chong leaned closer, straining to hear Lu Qianqian's conversation, a peculiar expression crossing her face. Jiang Danyin and Zhang Yan were even more curious, their gazes riveted on Lu Qianqian, who had piqued their interest regarding the enigmatic Teacher Chu. Listening to Lu Qianqian's phone call, it became evident that the Teacher Chu they spoke of was indeed in town. Jiang Danyin had previously inquired about this Teacher Chu, but had not received any answers from Lu Yifei, let alone from Su Chong. Jiang Danyin refrained from asking further, aware that her relationship with Su Chong was merely superficial. Nevertheless, she did not wish to sever ties with Lu Yifei, especially considering she had already completed 2 major productions at such a young age, one being a grand television drama, and the other an adaptation of a classic Jin Yong novel. Reflecting on her own situation, still languishing in school, Jiang Danyin thought that cultivating a good relationship with Lu Yifei might prove beneficial in the future. However, despite not knowing who Teacher Chu was, Jiang Danyin was certain of one thing. Lu Yifei was undoubtedly in a romantic relationship with this mysterious figure. "Then come over. I'll treat you to the same place as last time. I'll go reserve a private room now." Lu Yifei's sweet voice, combined with her radiant smile, drew the attention of passers-by, who could not help but gaze in her direction. After conversing for about a minute, Lu Qianqian hung up the phone and raised her head, only to find 3 pairs of curious eyes fixed upon her. I have some matters to attend to tonight, so I want to accompany you for shopping, Lu Yifei said, her smile blooming like a flower, exuding the aura of youthful exuberance. Upon hearing this, Jiang Danyan and Zhang Yan exchanged surprised glances, remaining silent. However, Su Chong was left speechless, unable to comprehend how someone could utter such callous words with such ease. Humph, clearly, you wanted to shop and drag me along. I'm definitely going to have that dinner. Su Chong could no longer bear the feeling of being the one left behind. Upon concluding her statement, Lu Yifei's gaze fixed intently upon her, those expressive eyes revealing a plea. Su Chong let out a gentle sigh, her resolve softening instantly. After finishing the meal, I slipped away. This was my final boundary. That look, one could hardly blame a man for succumbing to it. Even Su Chong, as a woman, found it difficult to resist those large, blinking eyes directed at her. Very well, Lu Yifei pondered for a moment before reluctantly agreeing. She then turned to Jiang Danyan and Zhang Yan, her tone laden with apologies. My friend isn't part of the industry, she explained, a genuine sense of embarrassment washing over her. After all, under normal circumstances, one would invite their roommate along, but the very thought of it solidified her resolve. Given Chu Ze's unique status, it was indeed inappropriate for him to mingle excessively with those in the entertainment realm. Jiang Danyan and Zhang Yan exchanged glances, nodding in agreement with smiles. All right, they replied before departing. Let me tell you, Jiang Danyan is rather pensive, Su Chong remarked solemnly, observing the retreating figures of the two. Is that so? I find her quite pleasant, Lu Yifei reflected seriously, shaking her head in disagreement. Better to be cautious than to err. One can know a person's face, but not their heart, Su Chong responded, shaking her head, though she chose not to elaborate further. It was a fact that she wasn't particularly fond of Jiang Danyan, as their experiences diverged significantly, having been immersed in the industry since childhood. Her perceptiveness far exceeded that of Lu Yifei. She truly preferred to distance herself from individuals like Jiang Danyan. What brings you to this eatery? Su Chong inquired. Following Lu Yifei to a bustling diner, her tone tinged with confusion. This is where I had my first meal with Teacher Chu, Lu Yifei replied with a sweet smile. Stepping inside, this place held profound significance for her, as it marked the beginning of their connection. Having expressed her feelings, returning here now evoked a different sentiment. This is hopeless, Su Chong exclaimed, tapping her forehead in resignation as she trailed behind. Is that Lu Yifei? Luo Jin, walking along the back street of Beijing Film Academy, halted at the sight of a figure entering the restaurant, momentarily taken aback and uncertain. Indeed, come on, I'll treat you to a meal, Zhu Jiwen exclaimed, pulling Luo Jin along without further ado towards the diner. Chapter 43. I no longer wish to associate with this dog of a brother. Humph. It's all about clinging to the powerful. Zhang Yan's voice was laced with indignation, her eyes reflecting her displeasure as she turned back. And what are you so upset about? Jiang Danyan observed Zhang Yan's expression, which was rife with discontent. Unlike Zhang Yan, whose emotions were visibly worn on her sleeve, Jiang Danyan, while somewhat unsettled, maintained a calmer facade. I lack your capacity for anger, Zhang Yan scoffed, her words dripping with disdain. After a brief pause, she continued. Isn't it merely fear that we might catch the eye of the big shots and steal their favor? A flicker of disdain crossed Zhang Yan's eyes. Her complexion slightly flushed, though it was unclear whether it was due to anger or another underlying reason. Thus, it remains a mystery. Do not fret. One must exercise caution when engaging in romance within the entertainment industry, especially considering her tender age. A fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed Jiang Danyan's eyes. She smiled brightly, her countenance devoid of any trace of anger. Yet, upon her light-hearted remark, Zhang Yan paused mid-step and suddenly burst into laughter, her previous irritation dissipating in an instant, replaced by a vibrant smile. You are quite clever indeed. Zhang Yan felt a wave of relief wash over her, clearly understanding Jiang Danyan's intention. Jiang Danyan chose not to respond and walked away with a light step. What do you plan to do? Zhang Yan quickened her pace to keep up, her tone laced with curiosity. Let's keep it casual. Come, let's go shopping, Jiang Danyan suggested with a smile, leading Zhang Yan on a shopping excursion. On the back street of Beijing, students bustled about, infusing the area with life. Numerous vehicles lined both sides of the road. Inside one van, 2 pairs of eyes were intently fixated on a nearby restaurant, the enticing aromas wafting from within stirring a sense of hunger in both. They had not anticipated such fruitful prospects for the day. A subtle smile graced Chu Wei's face. Although they had not captured much footage yet, he sensed that today would yield a bounty of valuable material. I have a hunch that today's catch will be substantial, Zhang Quan remarked with a hint of excitement. Passionate about their craft, Zhang Quan rested his hands on the steering wheel of the van, discreetly capturing shots with a camera, his gaze keenly assessing the patrons entering the restaurant. Ever since joining Chu Wei, Zhang Quan felt he was progressing daily, reflecting on his former self's naivety. This was growth. Brother Zhua, do you think the other two girls have a chance at fame? Zhang Quan, feeling somewhat bored, initiated casual conversation while observing the silhouettes on either side. One has potential, while the other seems unlikely. She lacks charm, Chu Wei replied succinctly, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings until he suddenly sensed something amiss. Without hesitation, he glanced in the rearview mirror, where an indistinct figure appeared. Moments later, the figure approached the van and gently tapped on the window. Chu Wei was about to scold, but upon recognizing the visitor, his demeanor shifted, and he hesitated momentarily before rolling down the window. A soothing voice emerged. Here, have some water and a smoke. Chu Wei noted the items being offered, water, Red Bull, and 2 packs of cigarettes, along with a lighter thoughtfully included in the bag. Where do you plan to dine? Chu Wei inquired, indicating the food stall with a hint of anticipation. The individual before him seemed like a harbinger of misfortune. Recalling his first encounter in that dim little room was enough to evoke a sense of dread. His expectations were destined to turn to disappointment. Indeed, have they already entered? Chu Ze nodded affirmatively. Yes. Chu Wei sighed softly. He wished to refuse the items, yet what choice did he have but to accept them, aside from enduring emotional turmoil? Thus, he took them. You may go now, Chu Wei said, unwrapping a cigarette with nonchalance, his tone steady. All right. Do not overexert yourselves. Return early, he added. Chu Ze uttered a word, and then strode toward the food stall. As he departed, Zhang Quan seemed to regain his senses, his demeanor filled with resentment as he gazed at Chu Ze's retreating figure. It was as if he had endured a provocation, his complexion flushed. Arrogance, utterly insufferable arrogance. Offering them food was nothing short of an affront to their unacknowledged reign, a contempt for the profession of paparazzi. A paparazzo must cultivate a resilient disposition to withstand unforeseen challenges. Now, the other party attempted to erode their fortitude with mere cigarettes and a bit of water. What paparazzo could withstand such a test? Zhang Quan swiftly grasped his camera, ready to capture the moment, only to have a large hand pressed down upon it. Zhuge? Zhang Quan paused, his eyes filled with confusion as he looked at Chu Wei. The items have been delivered. One must adhere to decorum, Chu Wei replied, his tone somewhat grave, as he retrieved a lighter and ignited a cigarette with a soft click, lighting one for himself in silence. Chu Wei too wished to take a photo, but recalling the experiences of Qian Cheng, he understood that this individual was not to be photographed. Chu Wei's gaze deepened, a flicker of doubt stirring within him. Given Qian Cheng's experiences, it was evident that this person held a significant position. By his estimation, this was likely a researcher of considerable renown. Yet Chu Wei had no means to inquire further. Paparazzi must adhere to principles. We simply wish to unveil the lesser-known facets of celebrities, Zhang Quan expressed, his confusion palpable. You've been photographing that young lady for quite some time. What do you think of her? Chu Wei regarded his assistant, knowing that his single-minded aide had once again wandered into a dead end. As he spoke, Chu Wei offered a cigarette, which Zhang Quan accepted naturally, deftly retrieving his lighter to ignite it for himself first. He then articulated, she is quite reclusive, rarely stepping beyond her threshold, and when not attending classes. She can be found in the library. Zhang Quan spoke of the young lady he had been photographing, a hint of admiration in his tone. After all, having been in the industry for over half a year, he had shadowed numerous stars and potential artists yet to debut. While the private lives of many were often tumultuous, this young lady was genuinely untainted. Not only did she maintain her composure in her mother's presence, but even in her absence, she hardly ventured out. And when she did, it was merely to shop with friends. Such behavior made Zhang Quan feel as if she were not a part of the entertainment industry. Furthermore, while filming for Tianlong Babu, this young lady had never uttered a complaint, diligently adhering to the director's demands, even in less than favorable circumstances. She did not exhibit any signs of emotional turmoil, but instead sought guidance from seasoned actors. I haven't encountered someone so pure in the entertainment industry for quite some time. Zhuo Wei mused, though the authenticity of his words was open to interpretation. After a brief pause, Zhuo Wei continued, she merely wishes to experience a romance. Let her enjoy that beautiful fantasy. When it comes to her next relationship, we can find a way to expose it. Zhu Wei concocted a plausible justification for the situation, attributing the fundamental cause to the peculiarity of the person delivering the cigarettes. This uniqueness compelled him to tread carefully, as he had no desire to be confined in a small dark room again. At a bustling eatery, Luo Jin was dragged to a table, his expression displaying a hint of exasperation. Initially, they had intended to savor Sichuan cuisine, yet upon spotting Lu Yifei entering the establishment, he was forcibly ushered inside. Not long after they settled, it was evident that Zhu Jiwen had no inclination to engage in conversation. Thus, Luo Jin found himself idly surveying the modest eatery, which, despite its small size, lacked a pleasant ambience. Apart from a few private rooms, it housed merely a dozen tables, specializing in Northeastern cuisine. As Luo Jin languished in ennui, he suddenly froze, then tapped Zhu Jiwen. "Old Zhu, look over there," he exclaimed, his tone laced with urgency and his eyes fervently gesturing. Zhu Jiwen, however, was fixated on a semi-enclosed private room where two figures were engaged in lively laughter, causing his gaze to become somewhat dazed. "What's the matter?" he grumbled, clearly irritated as if interrupted during a solemn rite. "Look over there," Luo Jin reiterated, emphasizing his point with increasingly frantic gestures. Zhu Jiwen, still displeased, followed Luo Jin's gaze, and upon the instant his eyes landed, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. "What the hell, it's him," Zhu Jiwen blurted out, his eyes fixated on the emerging figure. Clad in a fitted yet comfortable leisure outfit, the individual strolled toward his direction, though Zhu Jiwen realized they were not approaching him. His demeanor soured instantly as he instinctively glanced at the partially visible private room, where the two striking figures were engaging in animated conversation, particularly the one he was focused on, whose smile radiated like the vibrant bloom of spring flowers. "Yifei is waiting for him," Zhu Jiwen seethed, his gaze igniting with fervent intensity. "I told you, choosing 200 is better than Yifei," Luo Jin began to speak, only to be met with Zhu Jiwen's murderous glare, which made him swallow hard and refrain from continuing. Yet, as Zhu Jiwen observed the approaching figure, he abruptly stood, a radiant smile illuminating his face. "Hello, Teacher Chu. What a surprise to encounter you here. Since we've met, I see you haven't eaten yet, right? We just sat down. Why not join us?" Zhu Jiwen marveled at his own cleverness, believing that by extending an invitation, he might receive one in return for a meal. However, as he regarded Chu Ze's youthful visage, Zhu Jiwen yearned to convey the lines he had rehearsed for half a year, proclaiming, "Before you stands the most hormonally charged man in the history of Beijing Film Academy, a remarkable actor destined for the silver screen since his freshman year." Zhu Jiwen's thoughts fervently organized themselves in his mind, while Chu Ze, unexpectedly encountering a familiar face, momentarily displayed a look of shock. Nonetheless, he quickly composed himself, a gentle smile gracing his features. "You're here too," Chu Ze remarked, glancing up at the intricately designed screen. Within the confines of a partitioned room, Lu Yifei seemed to feel a stirring in her heart, instinctively raising her gaze. Her eyes brightened upon recognizing the silhouette of the person she longed to see outside. She immediately rose and stepped out of the room, her ethereal beauty radiating a brilliant smile. However, just a few steps forward, she discerned Zhu Jiwen and Luo Jin standing before Chu Ze. "Shall we dine together?" Chu Ze's gentle voice resonated in Zhu Jiwen's ears, invoking a sense of warmth. This made Zhu Jiwen regard Chu Ze with newfound respect. The man appeared to possess a commendable martial spirit, devoid of any intention to disrupt their gathering. Yet, Zhu Jiwen's joy was short-lived, as Lu Yifei then spoke up. "Teacher Chu, my classmate was enjoying their meal. Your invitation disrupts their arrangement." Lu Yifei naturally approached Chu Ze, offering a sweet smile. However, her words caused Zhu Jiwen's grin to falter abruptly. "Come on, let us go? Chong Chong and I have been waiting for you for ages. We're starving," Lu Yifei urged, almost pulling Chu Ze back towards the room. "It's a joke. Having Su Chong as a third wheel is already more than enough. If a few more join, can we still enjoy our meal? There are many topics that cannot be discussed freely. Otherwise, why would I have declined to bring my roommate?" Chu Ze flashed an apologetic smile at Zhu Jiwen and Luo Jin as he entered the room. In that instant, Zhu Jiwen felt as though he had lost the ability to articulate. Lu Yifei's words pierced deeper than any rival's dagger could. I told you. 200 is more reliable. Lu Yifei, you have no chance. Luo Jin's tone was melancholic, yet it was met with Zhu Jiwen's fiery gaze. I'll treat. Drink as much as you desire. Luo Jin remained undaunted in the face of that glare. Zhu Jiwen offered no reply, instead leaning despondently against his chair, though his gaze inevitably drifted towards the trio in the room, who were engaged in lively conversation, especially the man seated beside Lu Yifei. Zhu Jiwen wished fervently that the figure next to her was himself. Damn it! Zhu Jiwen gritted his teeth, then turned sharply to Luo Jin. He's just a tad more handsome than I am, slightly taller. Aside from that, what makes him superior? Zhu Jiwen's heart brimmed with defiance, reflecting on how many regarded him as their dream goddess at baying. He had initially thought that upon Lu Yifei's return to campus, he would have the upper hand. Yet not only did he fail to win her over, he found himself overshadowed by the long-absent Chu Ze. Zhu Jiwen could not fathom where he had faltered. What exactly makes him better than me? He muttered, downing a drink with a heavy heart. He simply appeared a bit earlier than you. More importantly, he has captured Lu Yifei's heart. Luo Jin responded matter-of-factly, seamlessly picking up on Zhu Jiwen's lament. Stop it, Zhu Jiwen interjected sorrowfully, waving his hand as he fixed a despondent stare on Luo Jin. I'm heartbroken. Accompany me for a drink. Zhu Jiwen then seized a bottle of beer, directing his gaze towards Luo Jin. That hardly qualifies as heartbreak. Upon witnessing this, Luo Jin instinctively grasped a bottle of beer. You mean I still have a chance? Zhu Jiwen's eyes sparkled with intensity, akin to a drowning man catching sight of a lifeline. You haven't even begun to experience love, so what heartbreak could you possibly suffer? Luo Jin replied in a melancholic tone. Zhu Jiwen fixed his gaze firmly on Luo Jin, this brother of his, who now seemed utterly disinterested. Chapter 44. Zhuowei, can you please respect my profession? Brother, I've suffered a heartbreak. Zhu Jiwen observed the three figures behind the intricately carved screen, laughing and enjoying their drinks, the beer going down quite smoothly. However, after speaking, he noticed Luo Jin about to respond and promptly waved his hand to interrupt. Don't speak. Just accompany me in singing. Faced with Zhu Jiwen's wistful gaze, Luo Jin silently sealed his lips, resigned to lifting his beer in companionship. Inside the private room, Lu Qianqian propped her elbow on the table, naturally resting her chin in her hand. Your sudden appearance in Yanjing truly surprised me. Lu Qianqian refrained from asking Chu Ze why he was in Yanjing, for she understood that what could be shared would be, and what could not be inquired about was beyond her purview. I just happened to return and thought I would check in on you. Shall we go for a stroll after dinner? Lu Qianqian suggested, her gaze drifting from Chu Ze to Su Chong beside him. In response to Lu Qianqian's glance, Su Chong immediately raised her hand. I won't be joining for the shopping. I have to study tonight, as the monthly exam is approaching. Su Chong felt a twinge of helplessness. However, under someone's roof, one must yield. Being able to share a meal was already a stroke of luck. Any further companionship would necessitate consideration of her own well-being. Just the thought of Aunt Lu's check-in call gave Su Chong a headache. Yet, what could be done? A best friend is a commitment one undertakes, and with the ship already set sail, if she did not help Lu Qianqian cover her tracks, she might find herself in the depths as well. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Su Chong quietly continued her meal. The conversation naturally gravitated towards Lu Qianqian and Chu Ze. Clearly, Lu Qianqian had an abundance of stories to share after not seeing Chu Ze for quite some time. Recounting amusing anecdotes from school and experiences on set, the topics flowed freely, as if there were no end to their discussion. As the conversation wore on, Su Chong couldn't help but roll her eyes. Lu Qianqian was divulging all her secrets. Are you staying in Xiqing for your upcoming work? Lu Qianqian inquired, her beautiful eyes revealing concern and curiosity. No, I need to go to Sichuan province, Chu Ze replied, shaking his head. His assignment to Sichuan was not an abrupt decision. Rather, it was due to the Chengfei Research Institute being located there. Additionally, the engine exhibited remarkable capabilities, necessitating testing for the Tianyi-type turbojet engine. This testing was indeed most suitable to take place at the Chengfei Research Institute. However, during this time at the Academy of Sciences, Chu Ze had also received a new task to assist the Xichang base in the development of rocket engines. According to insights gathered from the Academy of Sciences, the indefinite postponement of the Tiangong project is attributed to persistent challenges faced by the rocket engine, which have yet to be surmounted. The Academy, guided by a sense of potential and commonality, recognizes Chu Ze's age and past achievements, viewing him as a miracle worker. Thus, they are inclined to explore the possibility of a fruitful collaboration. Haven't you just returned from there? Lu Qianqian inquired, her expression tinged with curiosity. There is a project that requires support, Chu Ze elucidated, prompting Lu Qianqian to shift the conversation. My show Golden Powder Family has premiered and is receiving positive feedback, she stated with a hint of excitement. For artists entering the entertainment industry, the desire for recognition is universal, yet the number of those who achieve fame is remarkably limited. Particularly, her first project in this realm has garnered considerable acclaim. I haven't watched it yet. I will catch up when I return, she added. Yes, came the agreement. Their exchange elicited a look of exasperation from Su Chong, who was quietly consuming her meal. In that moment, she felt out of place, as if she should be hiding beneath the table. Fortunately, the meal did not linger, and Su Chong promptly excused herself, heading back to her dormitory. Meanwhile, Zhu Jiwen, already intoxicated, left with the support of Luo Jin. In Zhu Jiwen's own words, I am stubborn and do not wish to let Yifei see my disheveled state. After uttering this, he collapsed and fell asleep. This predicament left Luo Jin to bear the weight of Zhu Jiwen as they departed in a somewhat comical fashion. After exiting the restaurant, Chu Ze approached Lu Qianqian with a large bag in hand. He scanned the surroundings before making his way to a car. Haven't you eaten yet? Come, have something. We can go shopping together afterward, he suggested. No, thank you, replied Zhu Wei, accepting the food from Chu Ze with a bemused expression. TMD, am I a paparazzo? Do you understand what a paparazzo is? It's someone who secretly photographs your romance and exposes it, causing damage to your public image. How did you spot us? Zhu Wei asked, taking a deep breath. I saw it at a glance. This observation point is ideal, Chu Ze explained, prompting Zhu Wei to remain silent, merely accepting the meal handed to him. All right then, let us proceed to the shopping district. Thank you for your efforts, Chu Ze called out as he prepared to leave. However, after taking a few steps, Zhu Wei suddenly inhaled deeply. Next time, please respect my profession. I am a paparazzo. Even if you notice me, do not approach, he insisted. I will try my best, came the reply. As the two gradually faded from view, Zhu Wei glanced at the food in his hands. Upon opening it, he discovered a selection of fresh dishes, well packaged. Zhang Quan silently accepted it, pondering for a while before finally voicing, Brother Zhu, he shows no respect for paparazzi. His tone grew increasingly fervent, clearly displeased, akin to a challenge to authority. Zhu Wei remained silent, letting out a soft sigh. The night in Yinjing was not particularly early, as the lights of the Beijing Film Academy illuminated the surroundings. Ku Suchong stood on the balcony with a troubled expression, gazing down at the ringing phone. Aunt Lu, Qianqian is out for a night run. She'll call you back shortly, she murmured, feeling the weight of her fabricated excuse. Perhaps the phone had vibrated, and she had failed to notice. No, I haven't gone out, she replied softly, her face etched with desolation. One line necessitated countless others. Having managed to obscure this call, Suchong fixed her gaze intently on the street below. Though night had fallen, her heart raced anxiously. Could it be that she would have to spend the night outside? Despite her understanding of Lu Qianqian, who she believed would not engage in such behavior, the identity of the companion was crucial. This was Teacher Chu. Lu Qianqian had no resistance against him whatsoever. Just as Suchong felt a pang of dread, fearing Lu Ant would obliterate her, two figures suddenly emerged on the campus path, instantly brightening her spirits. Thank goodness they were back, Suchong murmured to herself, relieved to have preserved her own safety. Yet, as she lay on the balcony, watching the two figures pause momentarily before reluctantly parting ways, she pondered, is this really Teacher Chu? Is he truly a teacher? At that moment, a voice broke her reverie, prompting her to glance at Jiang Danyin, who stood nearby. Although they were not particularly close, they maintained a semblance of decorum. Yes, just an ordinary teacher, Suchong nodded. Jiang Danyin scrutinized the figure below with a serious demeanor. The silhouette was tall, its features obscured. Yet it was evident that the person was quite young, perhaps only slightly older than Lu Yifei. Observing the figure depart into the light, it was clear they hadn't arrived by car. A flicker of disappointment crossed Jiang Danyin's eyes. This individual hardly appeared to be a significant figure, one who would offer her any advantage. Suddenly, the sound of a door unlocking drew the attention of the three on the balcony. As they turned to see Lu Yifei entering, her exquisite face adorned with a sweet smile. "Oh, back from your date, are you?" Suchong teased, feeling at ease with Lu Yifei, unburdened by pretense. However, this earned her a roll of the eyes from Lu Yifei. In a clear voice, Lu Yifei inquired, "Did my mom say anything to you?" It was better left unspoken, for Suchong instantly erupted. "How can you say that? Your mother claimed to have called you dozens of times, and you didn't hear a single one?" Suchong's expression darkened as she scrutinized Lu Yifei from head to toe. "You heard her, didn't you? Why didn't you answer?" "I was having too much fun." Lu Yifei weakly defended herself, which only served to irritate Suchong further. Yet, seeing Lu Yifei's feeble expression, Suchong felt her anger dissipate. "What could have captivated you so completely?" She sighed, opening her mouth to speak. "Go-karting, claw machines, and so on. Haven T, I accompanied you in all of these pursuits?" Suchong raised a hand to interrupt Lu Yifei. Her eyes filled with scrutiny, but upon witnessing Lu Yifei's awkward grin, she waved her hand dismissively. "Enough of this. You should call Aunt Lu back. I just told her you were out running." After Suchong finished speaking, she gestured for Lu Yifei to take out her phone and quickly call for help. Lu Yifei, upon hearing this, promptly picked up her phone and stepped out onto the balcony to make the call. Meanwhile, Jiang Danyin and Zhang Yin exchanged glances, unable to comprehend why Lu Yifei would seek out an ordinary teacher. "Mom, I just went for a night run." "Yes, it's for my health. Don't worry. I'll take good care of myself." "No, I haven't been in a relationship. I'm not even of legal age yet." "Really, you can ask Suchong. It's just that she doesn't enjoy exercising. Otherwise, I would definitely run with her." Lu Yifei was on the phone for about half an hour before she returned to the dormitory. Upon seeing Suchong, her face bore the expression of someone who had narrowly escaped disaster. "Next time, you should accompany me for a stroll," Lu Yifei remarked with a sense of nostalgia, only to be met with a roll of Suchong's eyes. "This is hardly a leisurely outing. It's more like being a shield against arrows. One misstep could lead to utter ruin, and if given the choice, I would prefer not to be by your side." Chu Ze did not linger in Yinjing for long. Including the time for his report, he stayed for merely a week. After that, he boarded a plane to Sichuan province. With Chu Ze's departure, Lu Yifei began to earnestly dedicate herself to her studies at school, though she felt a pang of reluctance. She did not forget their promise to each other, to scale the mountain and meet at the summit. As Chu Ze became increasingly busy, Lu Yifei realized that the time left for her was indeed limited. However, as the news of her rising fame spread, she found herself surrounded by admirers whenever she stepped outside the campus. Simultaneously, the students from the class of 2002 in the acting program began to gain momentum, with some starting to land roles, including Zhu Jiwen, who had also secured a part. As time passed, Lu Yifei took on any advertising opportunities that arose, honing her acting skills during her time at school, while dedicating the remainder of her hours to her studies. As for Teacher Chu, it was evident he had entered a busy phase. Their nightly chats dwindled to every 3 days, leaving Lu Yifei with no choice but to divert her attention to her books. Yet, longing is a mysterious sensation. The tranquility of her life was abruptly disrupted by the arrival of Lu Xiaoli, who was bustling with excitement. "The casting for the return of the Condor Heroes has begun. Your opportunity is significant," she exclaimed. However, the moment Lu Xiaoli spoke, Lu Yifei's brow furrowed slightly. It was not that she was disinterested in the role, but rather, the producer behind it was known for his penchant for sensationalism. Just as during the casting of the 8 parts of the Heavenly Dragon, the promotion surrounding each character had been relentless, and she had been caught up in the hype for quite some time. Is it possible to secure the role without the accompanying publicity? Lu Yifei pondered for a long while, her expression troubled. In the past, she might have brushed off the hype, but now she had to consider many factors. For instance, would the publicity involve scandalous rumors? And what if those reached Teacher Chu's ears? The sense of security is something mutually shared, and Lu Yifei genuinely did not wish to impose any feelings of insecurity upon Teacher Chu. "Publicity can significantly elevate your fame," Lu Xiaoli remarked, her brows slightly furrowing as she spoke in a serious tone. "The fame that can be manufactured is ultimately a mere illusion, a castle in the air, and in the end, it is one's true capabilities that must speak for themselves," Lu Yifei retorted. And in that instant, Lu Xiaoli felt as though her daughter had rebelled. The sense of control she once had over her plans vanished completely. However, after pondering her daughter's words, Lu Xiaoli found them to be not without merit. Huang Xiaoming, the leading actor of the new generation, also engaged in publicity stunts. "This role is indeed significant for you." Lu Xiaoli endeavored to appeal to her daughter's emotions and reason. The Legend of the Condor Heroes is highly regarded among major entertainment companies in the country, ranking just below major film resources. After all, it is a work by Jin Yong, and the number of people who pay attention to it, coupled with the success of previous adaptations, all corroborate the potential for a major hit. Otherwise, the top new generation actor would not have joined the cast. Lu Xiaoli's thought was to strive vigorously for this opportunity. It must not be missed. Even if it meant having Lu Yifei's godfather arrange some matters, she was willing. I do not wish to engage in publicity, especially regarding rumors. Lu Yifei stated with utmost seriousness. Well, there is nothing else worth publicizing, Lu Xiaoli responded, feeling a bit of a headache. Having raised her daughter, how could she not understand her? She sensed Lu Yifei's profound resistance. Was it possible that she had been overly protective? Lu Xiaoli gazed at her daughter, momentarily at a loss for words. Then I shall communicate further. Your Tianlong Babu is also set to premiere. If it becomes a sensation, the likelihood of success will increase significantly. Observing her daughter's determination, Lu Xiaoli refrained from further comment. Chapter 45. Why borrow from talent if one must repay? After bidding farewell to Lu Xiaoli, Lu Yifei naturally settled in front of her computer that evening. She opened it and clicked on a familiar icon. My mother discussed the Legend of the Condor Heroes. Isn't that wonderful? From your tone, it seems you are reluctant to act. The producer enjoys publicity, which I do not favor. I feel that the character of Zilong Nu is quite classic. If portrayed well, she could be immortalized in history. Immortalized in history? With Li Ruodong preceding you. If you don't perform well, you'll be heavily criticized. Have a bit more confidence. What if it turns out splendidly? Teacher Chu, you are quite eloquent. Do share more. As Lu Yifei chatted, a smile unconsciously graced her face. She realized that since becoming familiar with Chu Ze, his previously reserved demeanor had loosened, allowing for a more relaxed conversation. After about half an hour of dialogue, Lu Yifei reluctantly closed her laptop and moved a chair to sit on the balcony, quietly admiring the night view of Beijing. After approximately half a minute, the sound of keys turning in the lock broke the silence. Jiang Danyan entered the dormitory. Her complexion slightly flushed, clearly having consumed a fair amount of alcohol. Upon noticing the graceful silhouette on the balcony, she was captivated by the ethereal glow that illuminated Lu Yifei's stunning features, evoking a sense of envy within her. Jiang Danyan's spirits were evidently high as she greeted Lu Yifei. Yifei, what are you thinking about? Nothing much. My mother found me a role, and I'm contemplating whether to accept it. Upon hearing Lu Yifei's words, she glanced at the figure entering the dormitory and smiled in response. Come in. Zhang Yin and I have recently accepted a role in a new play, and we may need to take a leave of absence from school. It must be quite lonely for you here alone. Jiang Danyan chuckled as she grabbed a stool and made her way to the balcony, settling beside Lu Yifei. That's wonderful news. Congratulations. Lu Yifei expressed her delight. Thank you, Jiang Danyan replied, unable to suppress her smile, and curiously inquired, which play are you considering? I've recently made some connections with producers who might be able to assist you. The Legend of the Condor Heroes, Lu Yifei stated. Upon hearing this, Jiang Danyan was momentarily taken aback, carefully scrutinizing Lu Yifei before realizing she was serious. So, you're contemplating taking on the role in The Legend of the Condor Heroes? Jiang Danyan asked, her heart suddenly stirred, feigning casualness. Yes, Lu Yifei nodded affirmatively. Jiang Danyan's lips curled slightly. Though the dim light of the night obscured the subtlety of her reaction, a glint of determination flickering in her gaze. Xichang Base, an expansive facility situated atop rolling mountains, is one of the locations in China that experiences the most significant climatic fluctuations. When Chu Ze first arrived there, he found it quite challenging to acclimate. However, as time progressed, he became more accustomed to the warm and cool mountain air, aided by his work between the Chengfei Research Institute and Xichang Base, allowing him ample time to adjust. Early in the morning, Chu Ze rose, completed a brief morning routine, and prepared to leave. He set off towards the research institute. The distance between the dormitory and the institute was considerable, yet during rush hours, shuttle buses operated frequently. In approximately 5 minutes, Chu Ze arrived at the research institute. As soon as he stepped inside, he was greeted with urgency. Chu, Engineer Nye is looking for you. Okay, I'm on my way, he replied. A hurried figure approached him, speaking respectfully. Over time, Chu Ze had become familiar with several individuals in the institute and exchanged warm greetings. Upon learning someone was seeking him, He headed straight to Engineer Nye's workspace. "Engineer Nye, you called for me?" Chu Ze asked with curiosity as he arrived before a middle-aged man. The group had been intently examining several items, most of them clad in white lab coats, distinguishable only by their shapes and features. However, with Chu Ze's voice, everyone turned their attention towards him, their expressions shifting with surprise. "You arrived just in time. Come quickly and see where the cooling cycle might be malfunctioning," the lead engineer, a robust man with a square face, said, emanating an infectious enthusiasm. In front of the group stood a colossal apparatus, emitting a loud whirring sound accompanied by a cacophony of explosive noises. Flickers of unstable flames occasionally erupted from within, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. The realms of aerospace and aviation engines are fundamentally distinct, yet they share numerous commonalities. Currently, Chu Ze has not been involved in the ongoing project, specifically the Penghu heavy lift rocket, although he is familiar with it. The rocket's heavy lift capacity significantly enhances strategic capabilities, as greater payload capacity allows for the transportation of more sophisticated and precise equipment into space, thereby augmenting its strategic value. This understanding did not dawn on Chu Ze until he arrived at the Xichang base and began to ponder the implications. Nye Gong serves as the principal leader of the Penghu heavy lift rocket project, which has been in existence for over a decade. Upon closer examination, one could trace the project's origins back to the 1960s. However, due to international pressures, the true inception of the project can be traced back several decades, albeit the nature of its endeavors has evolved since its formation. In an era characterized by pioneering efforts, the rocket and missile project teams were closely intertwined. The distinction between them lay solely in their applications. Rockets carried strategic significance in space, while missiles held immediate strategic value. From the 1960s to the 1980s, resources were predominantly allocated towards missile strategy, with a marked shift towards the development of heavy-lift rockets only occurring over the last decade. The existence of missiles bolsters national defense, while the strength of a rocket's payload capacity serves as a testament to a nation's technological prowess, fundamentally determining its status as a spacefaring power. Unlike missiles, which cannot be publicly demonstrated and serve primarily as a deterrent, rockets can be showcased and can even undertake various international launch missions. "Have you considered incorporating some oxidizers?" Chu Ze pondered for a moment before speaking. "Indeed, the oxidizer you mentioned does enhance performance, though our current control mechanisms lack precision," Nye Yuntian replied, his tone tinged with fervor. Initially, upon hearing that the project team intended to add special consultants, Nye Yuntian felt a strong instinctive resistance, an aversion that was quite pronounced. In the realm of scientific research, he could not tolerate the presence of those who exploit connections to advance their credentials at the Xichang base. In fact, he harbored a deep disdain for such practices. However, the day following Chu Ze's arrival, Nye Yuntian's perspective shifted. Chu Ze's arrival was marked by a ride in a specialized vehicle from the Chengfei Research Institute, and Nye Yuntian was well aware of the institute's reputation. Some of its leaders were even more stringent than he was. Subsequently, the Chengfei Research Institute established a fixed schedule to transport Chu Ze to the Xichang base. Although Nye Yuntian was uncertain about Chu Ze's activities at the Chengfei Research Institute, he was no fool. Through a series of inquiries, he quickly discerned that Chu Ze possessed genuine expertise, fundamentally altering their research progress on rocket engines. "Do you have any other ideas?" Nye Yuntian inquired suddenly. With Chu Ze's arrival, their thought processes had expanded significantly, prompting Nye Yuntian to instinctively seek further insights. "We could consider employing a hybrid transportation mechanism," Chu Ze suggested after contemplating the matter, presenting a new concept. "What is the mechanism of hybrid transportation?" Nye Yuntian inquired with an air of curiosity. The conjunction of aerospace and aviation engines piqued his interest, yet before Chu Ze could fully articulate his thoughts, he was interrupted. "Isn't that quite wasteful?" Nye Yuntian had contemplated this solution previously, but it was fraught with numerous challenges. The most significant issue was the wastefulness of first-stage propulsion. Indeed, the thrust of aviation engines is formidable and sufficient for launching rockets within the Earth's atmosphere. However, deploying a single engine for each launch is simply unsustainable. Although aviation engines are capable of multi-stage and controlled ignition, which allows for recovery, the conversation was interrupted. Chu Ze, unfazed by the interruption, patiently elaborated. "This solution is essentially a cyclic rocket utilization scheme, notably exemplified by a private rocket company in Country M, which has diversified into both automotive and aerospace sectors. The research challenges are minimal, with the primary difficulty lying in stability. Nevertheless, multi-stage ignition in aviation is a subject Chu Ze has explored, albeit superficially, and he is confident in grasping the general parameters of the concept. However, this is not a major research undertaking, merely a minor aspect. Currently, the aerospace sector in Huaxia must not only consider weight, but also cost. As Nie Yuntian aptly noted, financial resources are paramount, wherever savings can be realized. They must be pursued. The greatest savings in the field of rocketry stem from recovery and reuse, which would significantly reduce launch costs. Can you achieve this? Nie Yuntian appraised Chu Ze earnestly, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face. I should be able to, Chu Ze replied, cautious yet optimistic. Last year, the Huaxiao Power Research Institute developed an aviation turbojet engine. Was that you? Indeed, it was, came the affirmative response, causing Nie Yuntian's uncertainty to gradually dissipate. After assessing Chu Ze once more, it appeared he had resolved to commit wholeheartedly. The glimmer in Nie Yuntian's eyes transformed as if he were gazing upon a rare treasure. If Chu Ze's vision could be realized, it would signify a monumental shift for Huaxia, establishing a platform for reusable launch rockets. Once launched into the near atmosphere, activating the second stage would enable the delivery of satellites into space or low Earth orbit. With such cyclical utilization, even if they could not achieve a full 3-star mission, launching one satellite per rocket would drastically lower annual transportation costs. The mere thought exhilarated Nie Yuntian, as he envisioned this breakthrough heralding the rise of Huaxia in the aerospace arena, boldly declaring to the world that Huaxia's space capabilities were on par with the best. I will report this immediately. If you need personnel, they shall be provided. If you require materials, they will be supplied. Nie Yuntian was not one to dawdle. Though formal project approval was necessary, he sensed they could initiate work concurrently. Once results materialized, formalizing the project would be considerably simpler. Nie Yuntian was the type to act on inspiration, and almost immediately, he reorganized the structure of the research institute, assembling a team to commence work under Chu Ze's guidance. Commencing a serious collaboration with Chu Ze on the project, the workload for Chu Ze surged significantly. Rather than expressing discontent, he felt a surge of excitement. As a researcher, the greatest fear is stagnation, and this lifestyle clearly aligned with Chu Ze's preferences. Consequently, he began guiding the researchers at the Xichang base in overcoming the challenges of multi-level ignition. Given his prior experience, Chu Ze believed that success could be achieved in a short time frame, especially since the members of the rocket engine research group were already familiar with the ignition process. Nie Yuntian monitored the project closely, diligently reporting to the director regarding its progress, as a project proposal was required. Director Liu, has the project been established? The pace is rapid, and if we do not formalize it soon, the results will be ready. As Nie Yuntian entered the research institute, he observed a figure on the phone, slightly hunched and bowing in deference. Standing at a modest height of 1.60 meters, this demeanor only exacerbated the impression of weakness. Upon noticing Nie Yuntian's entrance, the director of the Xichang base raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence, and then quickly resumed his subservient posture, acknowledging, yes, we have not acted appropriately. Your criticism is warranted. After approximately 3 minutes, the director finally exhaled, setting down the phone. Director, who holds such influence? We engage in research to stand tall, and you, Nie Yuntian, barely withheld from labeling a traitor directly. However, Nie Yuntian's comment was abruptly countered by Liu. How can you say that? The Chengfei Research Institute has come to me seeking personnel. Yuntian, when will you return them? Liu's tone was laced with disbelief as he scrutinized Nie Yuntian. What kind of discourse is this? Were it not for the individual before me, he would not be so deferential. Return? I established this project through merit. Why should I return anything? Chu Ze is the leader of our new initiative. The moment this was uttered, Nie Yuntian became agitated. The project had only just commenced. He could not fathom why they should relinquish anything. What did you initially state? Expedite the project establishment, or the results will materialize. Nie Yuntian's voice was grave, his expression one of urgency. I can still hold on. I will ensure the project is established promptly. If necessary, I can travel to Yanjing to navigate the special procedures at the Academy of Sciences. Liu's expression turned serious in an instant, his resolve hardening. Why should we return what we borrowed through merit? Chu Ze is, after all, a member of Xichang. What concern is it of the Chengfei Research Institute? It became evident that Lu's stance was wavering. I have acted improperly, he reflected. If only I could sever Chu Ze in twain, Lu mused. Where's the personnel? Do not rush. Our project is at a crucial juncture. Crucial, my foot. You have been stating it is critical since half a month ago. It has become a daily refrain. At the Xichang Base Research Institute, Lu instinctively drew the phone away from his ear, evading the cacophony of ringing that threatened to overwhelm him. This predicament has persisted not merely for a day or two, but has extended over the past fortnight, with him consistently in this state. Lu Suo, despite his efforts to placate and maintain a facade of joviality, ended the call with a pained expression, regretting having taken the brunt of Nie Yuntian's frustrations. Mr. Nie, how much longer must you hold us in this predicament? After exhaling softly, Lu Suo retrieved his phone once more to dial Nie Yuntian. Frankly speaking, he could no longer endure this relentless subservience. It was unbearable. Yet, he understood the necessity of persevering, as the project had just entered a crucial phase. Nie Yuntian's tone grew increasingly urgent as he spoke into the phone. What use is your daily insistence on this matter? The personnel at the Chengfei Research Institute have been relentless, bombarding me with calls and reprimands daily. We must endure. Lu Suo replied. This is a rare opportunity for Chu Ze concerning the heavy-lift rocket, Fat Tiger. Though Nie Yuntian's voice softened, his resolve remained unwavering. He cherished this opportunity immensely. A decade prior, the Fat Tiger had plummeted in the vast Gobi Desert, marking a dark hour for all of China's aerospace community. On that fateful day, which had drawn widespread attention, it had turned into a global embarrassment for space endeavors. The vivid memory lingered in Nie Yuntian's mind, his mentor trembling at the command post. Watching the fireball descend to the earth, a descent that also claimed his mentor's heart and the faith of many aerospace professionals. Following that incident, numerous individuals fell gravely ill, including his mentor, who now relied on a wheelchair. 8 years ago, Nie Yuntian had taken up the path his mentor could not complete and pressed on. If it truly becomes untenable, perhaps you should allow Chu Ze a brief reprieve, Lu Suo suggested, massaging his temples in mild frustration. Lu Suo was acutely aware of Nie Yuntian's sentiments. Had he been able to endure, he would have certainly done so, but the weight was now insufferable. According to the Chengfei Research Institute's perspective, they were contemplating drastic measures, indicating the gravity of the situation. What if we release them, and they adopt our approach? Stalling and resisting? Nie Yuntian's expression faltered, revealing a hint of concern. Lu Suo was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless as he regarded Nie Yuntian. It appeared that Nie Yuntian was fully cognizant of the ramifications of his actions. Feeling the weight of that peculiar gaze, Nie Yuntian lowered his head slightly, opting for silence. Embodying the stance of a director expected to resolve the crisis. Sensing the atmosphere, Lu Suo let out a gentle sigh, his voice steady yet firm. Please come to my office this afternoon. For now, you may return to your duties. Understood, Nie Yuntian nodded, turning to exit the director's office. Meanwhile, Lu Suo remained seated, troubled, massaging his temples. It was evident that Nie Yuntian was resolute in retaining Chu Ze. Yet Lu Suo recognized that retaining him was not a matter of desire, but of capability. The pressure from the Chengfei Research Institute was indeed overwhelming. In the afternoon, Nie Yuntian, clearly attuned to the passage of time, arrived at Lu Suo's office just as work hours commenced. Upon his arrival, Lu Suo remained silent, simply gesturing towards the seating arrangement on the sofa. Lu Su, I still have matters to attend to, Nie Yuntian urged, observing the situation. However, Lu Su remained unhurried, gesturing toward his mobile phone. Just as Nie Yuntian began to feel perplexed, the phone vibrated and rang. Lu, what do you intend to do? What do you mean? What do I intend to do? Clearly, Chu Ze was invited by our Chengfei Research Institute for technical support. It was already enough for the Academy of Sciences to send him to assist you, but why are you preventing him from leaving? The voice on the other end was decidedly rude, clearly not the individual who had called in the morning, and the tone was laced with expletives. The anger conveyed, even through the phone, was palpable to both Nie Yuntian and Lu Su in the office. Chu Ze is currently affiliated with our Xichang Research Institute, Lu Su remarked, casting a glance at Nie Yuntian across the table. You're talking nonsense. Chu Ze is neither from your Xichang base, nor our Chengfei Research Institute. He belongs to Shigong University. He came to provide technical support for both our institutions. Why are you blocking him? I can't be bothered to argue with you. I have reported your actions to the Academy of Sciences. You have seriously disrupted the progress of our Chengfei project. I previously attempted to negotiate with you, but you failed to communicate properly. Very well. I am curious to see just how crucial your project is that you would detain Chu Ze. The voice brimming with fury prompted Lu Su and Nie Yuntian to exchange apprehensive glances. Just as they were about to respond, the line went dead with a series of beeping sounds. In that instant, both Lu Su and Nie Yuntian were struck by a foreboding sense of dread. Have they contacted the Academy? Nie Yuntian questioned uncertainly, looking up for confirmation. Lu Su, momentarily speechless, tacitly acknowledged Nie Yuntian's words. Are they truly willing to play hardball? Nie Yuntian exclaimed in frustration, unable to contain his irritation. Upon hearing this, Lu Su's lips twitched slightly. Whether others could afford to play this game was uncertain to him, but he recognized the fault in their situation. After all, Chu Ze had commenced his research at the Chengfei Institute long before arriving at the Xichang base. In Chinese culture, there exists a principle of precedence. It was no wonder that Chengfei had resorted to involving higher authorities. Lu Su was momentarily at a loss for words, while Nie Yuntian was consumed by uncontrollable anxiety. What are the odds that they will involve the Academy to take Chu Ze away? Nie Yuntian voiced his concerns. His worries were evidently not about whether they would contact the higher-ups, but rather whether Chu Ze would remain or depart, for that was the crux of the matter. Chu Ze was indeed indispensable to the Pang Hu Heavy Launch Vehicle project team. What do you think? Lu Su countered, shaking his head, his demeanor indicating his stance. That cannot be allowed. We are at a critical juncture, Nie Yuntian exclaimed, abruptly rising to his feet in agitation. Lu Su regarded him with a serious expression, scrutinizing him intently. Tell me the truth. At what stage are we now? Is Chu Ze truly irreplaceable? Indeed, Lu Ning found himself quite troubled. The Chengfei Research Institute was resolute in its determination to secure Chu Ze. After this incident, retaining Chu Ze would be impossible. However, it was imperative to ascertain the extent of Chu Ze's capabilities to maximize his utilization. This was of utmost importance. Presently, Chu Ze was conducting research on multi-level ignition and was engaged in single-point ignition testing. When it came to the project, Nie Yuntian spoke with great authority, pausing momentarily before continuing. Once we complete the multi-level ignition and refine the attitude control, it can be applied to rockets. Perhaps with an additional month for Chu Ze, we could fully develop the multi-level ignition research. I have also assigned a team to work on attitude control, which is progressing concurrently. As we have prior experience in this area, making implementation relatively straightforward. Essentially, it involves minor adjustments, and the structural modifications to the rocket are minimal, allowing us to swiftly transition into the experimental phase. If all goes well, we could enter this phase within a month. At the slowest, it would take 2 months. Regarding the progress of Chu Ze's research, Nie Yuntian was evidently well informed. Entering the experimental launch phase in just a month or two. Lu Ning's eyes brightened. He had been listening to Nie Yuntian emphasize the significance of the project, but Lu Ning was not a frontline researcher. Rather, he was an academic-oriented project manager. In matters of technology, Nie Yuntian was the expert. Upon hearing Nie Yuntian's words, Lu Ning had a clearer understanding. You wish to initiate experimental rocket launches? Lu Ning mused, carefully contemplating Nie Yuntian's statements. Although it was merely a statement of progress, he perceptively detected underlying implications. Yes, that is indeed my thought. Nie Yuntian affirmed with a firm nod. However, before he could elaborate, Lu Ning interrupted him. What do you mean by yes? Do you comprehend what you are suggesting? The project has yet to be established, and you are already contemplating experimental rocket launches. Do you think I would consent to this? Do you believe the higher-ups would approve? Lu Ning's incredulity was evident as he pointed out the absurdity of such statements. To consider experimental rocket launches before the project was even formalized was a gross disregard for protocol. Lu Ning's stern admonitions were met with Nie Yuntian's silence, plunging the office atmosphere into a chill. After a prolonged pause, Nie Yuntian finally spoke, his voice tinged with resignation. If we do not proceed in this manner, we would still be waiting for the fat tiger. Nie Yuntian's expression was one of deep discontent. He reflected on the lengthy development of the Fat 5 heavy lift rocket, having taken on the role of project leader 8 years prior. Adding the 7 years spent working with his mentor on projects, he had dedicated a total of 15 years, nearly all of his most vibrant youth, to the heavy lift rocket endeavor. Although he had achieved some results along the way, the fundamental goal of the project remained unfulfilled. Huaxia still lacked its own heavy-lift rocket, and without it, the strength of Huaxia's space program fell significantly short compared to other spacefaring nations. The heavy-lift rocket was not only Nie Yuntian's aspiration, but also that of his mentor. If one were to proceed methodically, Nie Yuntian would find little hope for success within the next 5 years. However, an opportunity to fulfill a long-held desire now lay before him, and he was unwilling to dwell on the intricacies of the situation. His primary concern was merely the potential for the project's success, which Nie Yunfei had already assessed as highly feasible given the current progress. Upon recognizing this possibility, Nie Yuntian felt akin to a mountaineer who glimpses the summit within reach. Despite his exhaustion, he was resolute in seizing this chance. This was no trivial matter. Lu Ning's expression was grave. "I understand, but I must attempt it," he stated. "You know what failure would entail." "I am fully aware." Nie Yuntian nodded firmly once more. Lu Ning fell into silence, perceiving Nie Yuntian as a gambler. Yet, while Nie Yuntian embraced the role of a risk-taker, Lu Ning approached the project with a serious consideration of its potential outcomes, taking into account not only the prospect of success, but also the consequences of failure. In the office, a profound silence ensued, broken not by Lu Ning, but by Nie Yuntian. The upcoming Beidou satellite launch presents a chance to incorporate this project into the Beidou framework. Should it fail, I shall bear all consequences alone, as this is the result of my obstinacy. Upon articulating his stance, Nie Yuntian's intentions were unmistakable. He was willing to pursue this endeavor regardless of support or opposition. "That's utterly reckless. I need to think this over." "Do not act rashly," Lu Ning cautioned, shaking his head, recognizing the gravity of the situation. If successful, it would be fortunate, but if it failed, not only would their positions inevitably be affected, but the ramifications would extend far beyond, influencing international public opinion as well. It was reminiscent of the previous failure of the Penghu launch, which set back China's aerospace progress by a decade. The potential consequences were too significant for Lu Ning to disregard. He understood that a single decision could jeopardize the extensive efforts of China's aerospace personnel. Meanwhile, in an office at the Academy of Sciences, Guo Zhongjie was intently scrutinizing a report, his brow furrowed. He looked up in confusion at the elderly gentleman seated before him at the desk. "It means precisely what it says. The Chengfei Research Institute and the Xichang base are on the verge of conflict," the elder replied, his tone laced with resignation. "Why?" Guo Zhongjie asked, a wry smile creeping onto his face. Having spent time in both locations, he vividly recalled the personalities involved. The mere thought of a confrontation seemed absurd. "The Xichang base is attempting to establish a project concerning the first-stage propulsion engines recycling," the elder explained, handing Guo Zhongjie a dossier. Upon receiving it, Guo Zhongjie examined the contents with utmost seriousness. After about 10 minutes, he looked up, his expression one of disbelief. At that moment, he comprehended why a rift had emerged between Chengfei and the Xichang base. To develop a high-performance fighter jet and engage in a significant project currently under discussion, which pertains to heavy-lift launch vehicles, both endeavors are deemed equally vital by Guo Zhongjie. The advanced fighter jet enhances defensive capabilities, while the heavy-lift rocket elevates the image and strategic value of China. In fact, when considering the discussed project, the strategic significance of the heavy-lift rocket may surpass that of the fighter jet, as it can carry heavier satellites, and increased weight signifies greater functionality. Is the feasibility of this project exceedingly high? Guo's tone reveals a hint of disbelief. Initially, it was he who suggested that Chu Ze provide technical support at the Xichang base. Guo Zhongjie believed that given Chu Ze's exceptional talent with engines, his presence at the Xichang base might yield beneficial results. However, Guo never anticipated that Chu Ze would propose a new solution so swiftly, one that had also passed the scrutiny of the Xichang base. In the realm of rocketry, Guo Zhongjie humbly acknowledged his lack of expertise compared to the researchers at Xichang. His expression shifted to one of astonishment as he perused a legal document sent by Chengfei, which detailed accusations against the authoritarian practices of the Xichang base. Chengfei Research Institute even likened the actions of the Xichang base to those of the Eagle sauce. From the document, Guo Zhongjie could palpably sense the outrage of the researchers at Chengfei. While researchers are typically cultured individuals, the situation had devolved to such a degree. Had Guo Zhongjie not seen this application report beforehand, he would have genuinely felt that the Xichang base was behaving inappropriately. However, after reviewing the legal document, he began to comprehend the actions of the Xichang base. Director Zhang Have you summoned me to facilitate coordination over there? Guo Zhongjie inquired, setting aside the legal document and application materials. Indeed, the research on the fifth-generation fighter jet is nearly complete, with Cheng Fei in charge and other research institutes assisting. The heavy-lift rocket is crucial, yet the demands from Cheng Fei Research Institute must also be duly respected, especially since it involves the Tianyi-type turbojet. Director Zhang rubbed his temples in distress. His greatest dilemma rested solely with Chu Ze. If only he could be divided, his troubles would be alleviated. Understood. Guo Zhongjie nodded in agreement. Chapter 47. Guo Zhongjie. It is truly challenging in a brightly lit female dormitory at Beijing Film Academy. The soft glow of a computer screen illuminated a remarkably delicate face, accentuating wisps of hair that added a touch of ethereal beauty. Long fingers swiftly danced across the keyboard, the soft clatter of keystrokes echoing in the tranquil room. Can I visit you during the May Day holiday? Of course, but I won't be able to stay for long. That's fine. I just want to see you. Lu Yifei replied, pausing to add a heartfelt message. I miss you. I'm currently in Liangshan. You should arrive in Liangshan, and I will come to pick you up. All right. A sweet smile blossomed on Lu Yifei's face, radiating warmth that seemed to brighten the night itself. How to engage in conversation with Teacher Chu? You seem rather happy. Su Chang, glancing at Lu Yifei's expression, could not help but display a hint of exasperation. However, Su Chang's interjection caught Lu Yifei's attention, prompting her to immediately draw closer and link her arm with Su Chang's. Will you accompany me on May Day? I wish to savor authentic Sichuan hot pot. Lu Yifei's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she spoke with unreserved eagerness, her gaze sincerely directed at her dear friend. Unfortunately, I have prior commitments on May Day. I too wish to join you, but look at my schedule. Su Chang's expression faltered momentarily as she produced the announcement schedule from her side and handed it over, her tone laced with regret. At that moment, Su Chang felt an immense sense of relief, grateful for her foresight in having her manager arrange numerous engagements for the holiday. Otherwise, she would have become Lu Yifei's sidekick, forced to witness Lu Yifei's infatuated expressions and bear the risk of being reprimanded by Lu Yi. I am quite clever, Su Chang thought, feeling proud of her actions. Clearly, Lu Yifei was unprepared for this development. After a moment of stunned silence, she gazed at Su Chang with a hint of existential doubt. Without Su Chang, navigating her mother's expectations would be quite challenging, leading Lu Yifei to feel increasingly troubled. I'm going to sleep. Su Chang, unable to meet Lu Yifei's eyes, cast a fleeting glance and then discreetly withdrew her gaze. Sleep well, Lu Yifei replied amiably. After a brief contemplation, she began typing on her computer, not to reschedule with Teacher Chu, but rather to research relevant materials. After all, it was rare to have a legal holiday, and though Teacher Chu was busy, the availability during the holiday would undoubtedly surpass that of ordinary days. At this moment, Lu Yifei was engrossed in her search for pertinent information. Let's all get some rest. Nearby, Jiang Danyan and Zhang Yan, having finished their facial masks and freshening up, bid farewell. Good night. Lu Yifei nodded, clearly not inclined to sleep, as she continued her quest for information. Moonlight streamed through the curtains of the balcony, casting gentle beams into the dormitory. With the lights turned off, a faint glow from the computer screen illuminated the dim room. Lu Yifei sat quietly and focused before her screen, her brow gradually relaxing as she perused the materials. Still awake? Su Chang, poking her head from the bed, observed Lu Yifei still at her computer. I am trying to find a way. Lu Yifei replied in a hushed tone, glancing up at Su Chang. Have you thought of any solutions? Su Chang's expression revealed her unease, though it was less noticeable in the dim light. Let us go to Liangshan for charity work. Lu Yifei yawned slightly, yet the excitement in her eyes remained undiminished. You are truly beyond help, and I doubt Lu Yi would agree to that. Su Chang was genuinely at a loss for words, unable to comprehend how Lu Yifei had become so deeply invested. Even more perplexing was the fact that Lu Yifei seemed to have anticipated her concerns. I'll bring my assistant along. She will agree. I have always enjoyed charitable work. A faint smile graced Lu Yifei's face. In the silvery moonlight, that smile rendered Su Chang momentarily entranced. Lu Yifei's smile was something Su Chang felt utterly defenseless against. However, she could not help but admire Lu Yifei's intentions. You are truly dancing on the edge of a blade, Su Chang remarked, a hint of respect in her tone. The assistant had been arranged by Aunt Lu, and bringing the assistant along was akin to engaging in a perilous dance. Should anything go awry, Aunt Lu would undoubtedly find out. and Su Chong envisioned the chaos that would ensue. She sensed that her upcoming days would be quite hectic. If discovered, at least her moment of reckoning would be postponed. With time, perhaps Aunt Lu might even forget about her minor indiscretion. I have no choice. I truly wish to see him, Lu Yifei confessed. Her longing laid bare, without reservation. Su Chong fell into a contemplative silence, initially believing that Lu Yifei's infatuation with teacher Chu would wane over time, especially given their geographical separation. Yet, it appeared that her feelings had not diminished. Rather, they had matured, akin to fine wine that grows richer with age. The once reserved and restrained Lu Yifei now openly expressed her yearning, presenting a stark contrast to the Lu Yifei of old. Surprisingly, Su Chong, who had once been skeptical of their relationship, began to sense a possibility that the two might indeed find their way to each other. Don't you usually avoid staying up late? I've thought of a solution. Let's rest, Su Chong urged Lu Yifei. All right, came Lu Yifei's soft reply as she closed her notebook and slipped into bed, a faint smile gracing her lips as night fell. At that moment, in an office at Chengfei Research Institute, Guo Zhongjie had just settled in after his long journey from Yanjing. Mr. Guo, originally, Old Song intended to come and greet you, but he has fallen ill from anger. We are all quite furious, a middle-aged man exclaimed, his tone filled with indignation, momentarily catching Guo Zhongjie off guard. Before he could politely respond, the man continued, We've never encountered such shamelessness from the Xichang base. They claim to be engaged in scientific research, yet behave worse than rogues. It's utterly outrageous. You know Old Song's temperament. He's been driven to sickness, and our stance at Chengfei is clear. We trust no one from the Xichang development base. Only you. Guo Zhongjie remained silent, having just arrived and yet faced with a barrage of accusations. He was aware of the discontent brewing at Chengfei Research Institute, but had not anticipated the depth of their frustration. The eminent academician Song, a pillar of Huaxia's scientific community, had succumbed to illness as a result of this turmoil, effectively becoming a bargaining chip in their conflict. Zhao, the head of Chengfei Research Institute, exhibited a demeanor unlike anything Guo Zhongjie had previously witnessed, filled with expletives. Zhao, please, do not rush. I am here to address this matter thoroughly, Guo Zhongjie stated. Recognizing that his purpose for being dispatched was to mediate the discord between Chengfei Research Institute and the Xichang Research Base. In essence, he had come to extinguish the flames of conflict. From the information he had gathered, he was already aware that tensions between the two institutes were escalating. But upon his arrival, he realized it was merely the tip of the iceberg. We, too, are here to resolve issues. Our demands are quite simple. The Xichang Research Base has occupied nearly 20 days of our time, and we, at the Chengfei Research Institute, do not ask for much, merely to reclaim those 20 days and then split the remaining time. Zhao's eyes sparkled with excitement, and his face transformed like a Sichuan opera performer, radiating a beaming smile. However, this request left Guo Zhongjie with a headache as he rubbed his brow. Reclaiming the previous 20 days, given the Xichang Research Base's attitude, seemed utterly implausible. Director Zhao, I fear I am powerless in this matter. We can only strive for balance moving forward to meet each other's needs. Guo Zhongjie had anticipated challenges before arriving, but had not expected them to be this formidable. He observed Zhao's expression shift dramatically in response to his words. No. The Xichang Research Base must compensate for those 20 days. You are aware of our ongoing projects. What's the issue with launching a rocket? Can it be postponed? Zhao's resentment surfaced during their ostensibly cordial exchange, and upon hearing Guo Zhongjie's inability to meet his demands, his demeanor changed instantaneously. Once these words were spoken, Guo Zhongjie fell into silence. After a while, noticing Zhao's anger had somewhat subsided, he finally spoke softly. You must also understand the position of our friends. Friends are fools. Zhao retorted without hesitation, but after reflecting that Guo Zhongjie was not from the Xichang Research Base, he tempered his response. Guo Zhongjie remained speechless. In just 20 days, the once amicable relationship between the Xichang Research Base and the Chengfei Research Institute had devolved into a bitter rivalry. To witness two heavyweight research institutions in China clashing over a single researcher was something he would never have believed possible prior to encountering Chu Ze. Yet, considering Chu Ze's credentials, he found no fault in the situation. Reflecting on the groundbreaking materials developed by Chu Ze, carbon fiber, high-temperature alloy materials, and turbojet engines, not to mention the significant improvements to key projects at the Chengfei Research Institute. Each project was critical, and the two materials had transformed the landscape of Chinese materials science. Thus, Guo Zhongjie was not overly surprised by the fierce contention. Had he been in their shoes, he would have reacted with equal fervor to such conduct from the Xichang research base. Chapter 48. Lu Neng, am I in a hurry? Where is the urgency? It is Zhao who cannot play fair. After leaving the Chengfei Research Institute, Guo Zhongjie made his way directly to the Xichang research base. However, upon arriving, the sense of guilt he had anticipated was conspicuously absent. At that moment, in the office, he found himself staring blankly at a slender figure standing at 1.60 meters, yet exuding a presence akin to 2 meters tall. It is utterly impossible, absolutely inconceivable. Zhao Yulai is nothing short of a scourge to the entirety of Huaxia. I vehemently oppose the notion of Chu Ze and the Chengfei Research Institute splitting matters evenly. Zhao Yulai has undeniably hindered the progress of Huaxia's technological advancements and severely impeded the development of our aerospace endeavors, tarnishing our nation's image on the international stage. How dare he? Lu Neng continued to voice his grievances without affording Guo Zhongjie a moment to interject. At that moment, Guo Zhongjie felt an overwhelming urge to curse under his breath. Enduring some discomfort at the Chengfei Research Institute was one thing, but to find himself enduring it again at the Xichang research base was simply intolerable, especially as he observed Lu Neng's face, brimming with righteous indignation. As if Zhao Yulai were a historical villain of epic proportions, the sight of Lu Neng, so fervently agitated yet devoid of justification, left Guo Zhongjie in a state of temporal disarray, pondering who had monopolized Chu Ze for over 20 days. Director Lu, why the urgency? Guo Zhongjie endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor, though the twitch at the corner of his mouth betrayed his inner turmoil. Before him, Lu Neng was gesticulating wildly, enumerating Zhao Yulai's purported transgressions. It was no wonder that this shameless display had incited complaints from the Chengfei Research Institute. His audacity was truly unparalleled. Am I in a hurry? Where is the urgency? It is Zhao Yulai who cannot bear the stakes, Lu Neng retorted, striving to imbue his gaze with indignation, garnering a measure of admiration from Nie Yuntian, who could only marvel at the director's fervor. However, Guo Zhongjie was evidently not swayed by such theatrics, having built a resilience against them from previous encounters at the Chengfei Research Institute. He merely cast a sidelong glance at Lu Neng and, in a tone devoid of sorrow or joy, remarked, according to the Academy's arrangements, if not, I shall have no choice but to return the individuals to Xi'an University of Technology for teaching duties. Guo Zhongjie's words were unequivocally decisive, silencing the fuming Lu Neng, who turned to exchange a glance with Nie Yuntian. Lu Neng, still somewhat unwilling to relent, spoke in a subdued tone, Engineer Guo. You are well aware of the significance of this project. Your tone lacks the previous unreasonable fervor, suggesting a shift in strategy, perhaps to appeal to reason and sentiment. Yet, before he could finish, Guo Zhongjie interrupted him. This project is important, but the Chengfei Institute's is equally so. Everything you have mentioned, I have already heard at the Chengfei Research Institute. Do you know how Director Zhao berates you? He calls you an obstruction to national defense, a traitor to Huaxia. Guo Zhongjie responded, his tone somber. He understood the importance of both projects. One involved a heavy-lift rocket with extensive operational range, while the other was focused on developing weaponry for warfare. Though still in its preliminary stages, the overall plan was already underway. If the priorities of the two projects were weighted differently, Guo Zhongjie would not be so troubled. It was precisely due to the significance of both projects that even the Academy found itself in a quandary. His words rendered Lu Neng and Nie Yuntian in the office silent, ultimately leading to a soft sigh. No matter how furious Lu Neng appeared, it was merely a facade, driven by the desire to advance his own project. It is evident that the Academy of Sciences, after careful consideration, recognizes the significance of the Chengfei Research Institute's project, which is arguably on par with their own endeavors. Lu Neng and Nie Yuntian exchanged a glance, each discerning the unspoken truth in the other's eyes, the fifth-generation fighter jet. Otherwise, even if the Chengfei Research Institute's project were of great importance, it would not warrant comparison with their own submissions. Let us allocate 5 days, Lu Neng stated solemnly, contemplating the situation. Since change was not an option, he was determined to advocate for the heavy-lift rocket project. The influence of Chu Ze on the newly submitted plan is self-evident. 5 days later, I will take Chu Ze to Tianfu. Guo Zhongjie, relieved, thought about his next steps. He was not intimidated by disreputable individuals. Rather, he feared the cunning of certain researchers. The antics at the Xichang research base had left the Qinfei Research Institute in turmoil. The aircraft researchers at the Qinfei Institute were so incensed that they felt like taking up arms and descending upon the Daliang Mountains. You must ensure their safe return, Nie Yuntian expressed with concern. I will be in Sichuan for some time to coordinate work and personnel arrangements, Guizhongjie replied, choosing not to linger on the topic. Instead, curiosity prompted him to ask, where's Chu Ze? To be candid, Guizhongjie was reluctant to engage with Lu Nong. The presence of Zhao Yulai from Qinfei Institute and Lu Ning from Xichang Base was one he preferred to avoid, even in their meetings. It felt as if they were merely reciting incantations, oblivious to one another. Otherwise, these two rogues might ensnare him in their schemes. He is currently at the testing center, preparing for ignition, Nie Yuntian informed, glancing at Lu Nong, who slightly nodded in acknowledgement. I will go check on him, Guizhongjie declared, stepping out of the office. Chapter 49. A suggestion, shutting down the F-22 production line? Chu, you must return, echoed a heartfelt plea at the gates of the Xichang research base. Guizhongjie observed Nie Yuntian, who held Chu Ze's hands in a poignant farewell, his expression reflecting a mix of bemusement and exasperation. If Nie Yuntian had cast a furtive glance at him during this emotional moment, Guizhongjie might have believed it to be a profound connection. Yet, he found himself rather bewildered. It was clear that Nie Yuntian was anxious about Chu Ze not returning, a subtle jab aimed at him. Chu, do make it a point to visit often. Nie Yuntian's voice trembled with reluctance, akin to bidding farewell to a beloved. Guizhongjie, observing this spectacle, merely waved his hand dismissively. All right, enough of this theatrics. I assure you, I will bring him back next week. What you promised. You must ensure he returns safe and sound. I am counting on Chu to expedite my progress. Nie Yuntian's demeanor shifted, his eyes earnest as he blinked sincerely. However, the swiftness of his turn indicated a more superficial intent, revealing his true nature. Guizhongjie refrained from responding, merely casting a silent glance at Nie Yuntian before turning his attention to Chu Ze. Let us depart, he said. Indeed, Chu Ze nodded. And together they entered a sleek black sedan. The vehicle is entirely black, exuding an impenetrable aura. Moreover, there exists another identical car. Chu Ze and Guizhongjie entered, taking their seats in the rear. You might have surmised some developments regarding the Qinfei Research Institute. Upon entering, Guizhongjie's expression grew serious. Has the preliminary preparation for the fifth-generation fighter jet been escalated? Although Chu Ze had been stationed at the Xichang research base, he remained in touch with the outside world. He engaged in daily conversations via QQ and maintained correspondence with the Qinfei Research Institute. During his time at Xigong University, Chu Ze had already speculated that the fifth-generation fighter project had commenced. Observing Guizhongjie's solemn demeanor, it was evident that he was prepared to share significant information, indicating an elevation in confidentiality. Yes, the fifth-generation fighter. If you are not involved in the Xichang research-based project, your work arrangements might be at the Qinfei Research Institute. Guizhongjie reflected. After all, both projects are pivotal in the military domain, and any breakthrough in either could yield monumental advancements for the entire nation of Huaxia. However, the Academy of Sciences naturally has broader considerations, aiming to grasp both fronts with equal strength. We have already organized 2 research teams to assist you in alleviating the pressure from both projects, although it may require a fortnight. Guizhongjie paused briefly before continuing. If it were an ordinary research team, half a month would be unnecessary. However, Chu Ze's case is distinct, as the background checks of the personnel involved must be meticulously thorough. Otherwise, the consequences could be catastrophic. Understood. As Chu Ze listened, a glimmer of determination crossed his gaze. It was clear he would be integrated into the fifth-generation fighter initiative. Yet, his thoughts wandered to another matter. The paint factory, which is Chu Ze's second establishment, had its research talent recruited directly from academia. After all, coatings are a form of paint. Beyond the fundamental design of the fifth-generation fighter, stealth coatings are crucial for ensuring its formidable evasion capabilities. Currently at a secondary level, it should soon advance to tertiary. At that point, exploratory research can commence. Chu Ze contemplated the research augmentation from the paint factory. At the third-tier factory, he could secure a 40% enhancement in research capabilities, with 3 researchers benefiting from a 20% boost. He believed that with concentrated effort and sufficient time, a critical breakthrough in stealth coatings could be achieved. En route, Chu Ze and Guozhongjie conversed as they headed toward Tianfu Qingfei Research Institute. Old Song, what brings you here? Upon hearing the inquiry, Old Song, who had been engrossed in data, looked up with a perplexed expression. Setting aside his materials, he removed his reading glasses. Chu Ze has arrived. Zhao Yulai's tone was unexpectedly relaxed. Heaven knows the immense pressure he had been under lately. Although the researchers in the fighter jet project had not openly criticized him, he had certainly caught wind of whispers branding him a traitor to the Qingfei Research Institute for allowing Chu Ze to go to the Xichang research base. Chu Ze is here. Old Song's eyes immediately brightened. Indeed, Zhao Yulai nodded vigorously, finally straightening his back after bending for over 20 days. Let us go? Old Song said with a heated tone, immediately striding towards the exit. Zhao Yulai's interaction with Old Song attracted the attention of others. Had that shameless group returned Chu Ze? It seemed Chu Ze had lost weight. The Qingfei Research Institute was filled with eager anticipation regarding Chu Ze's return, and the news spread rapidly throughout the entire fighter jet project team. However, it had become customary for the Qingfei Research Institute to scorn the shameless Xichang research base. As Chu Ze returned, in a meticulously secure laboratory, a dozen figures were seated. It was a fighter jet seminar, and Chu Ze was prominently among them. Although the seminar lacked explicit details, it was evident that Guozhongjie had spoken to him not without intent, but rather to prepare him psychologically. This seminar was officially titled, The Discussion on the Fifth Generation Fighter of China. The attendees were all remarkably significant individuals, including key project leaders from Qingfei and chief engineers from other research institutes. As the meeting commenced, with everyone freely expressing their thoughts and ideas, Chu Ze's expression became increasingly strained the moment the first speaker began. Naturally, we at the 119th Institute support the soon-to-be-established Project J Tinga, and will dispatch our most elite research team to collaborate. Upon hearing this, some in the conference room began taking notes. However, Chu Ze's expression grew peculiar, and perhaps noticing his odd gaze, Old Song and Guozhongjie exchanged glances. Old Song cleared his throat and spoke in a solemn tone, cough. You must truly understand the core of this project. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Guozhongjie. Zhongjie, you take it from here. Old Song indicated for Guozhongjie to continue. Guozhongjie then turned his focus to Chu Ze. Chu Ze, the plan was proposed by you. You should explain it. This statement momentarily startled Old Song, who followed the gaze to Chu Ze, realizing for the first time that it was indeed Chu Ze who had made the proposal. Chu Ze's expression was somewhat bewildered, but upon observing the confused faces of those in the conference room, he began to understand the situation. What the bureau chief and the project referred to as Project J Tinga was actually China's fifth-generation fighter, a matter that was merely a diversion of international information circulating among the public. Chu Ze felt somewhat speechless regarding the secrecy maintained by this group. It was clear they had misled their own people. Fifth-generation fighter? But our industry is not nearly sufficient to support the research of such a fighter. Are you implying that the news from the main station was fabricated? Chu Ze's words prompted some researchers in the conference room to voice their doubts. At this moment, Guozhongjie interjected, everyone need not doubt. The misleading news was indeed proposed by Chu Ze. Guozhongjie cleared his throat, his tone becoming increasingly peculiar as he spoke. With a slight pause, he resumed speaking. Moreover, according to our latest intelligence, our adversaries believe that we are incapable of producing a fifth-generation fighter, and the dismantling of the F-22 production line has been placed on the agenda. The moment these words were uttered, an overwhelming silence enveloped the conference room. Each individual present was a heavyweight in the field of research. Yet, at this moment, they exchanged glances, their eyes gravitating towards Guozhongjie, only to shift to Old Song after a brief 3 seconds, as if seeking confirmation from him. Is this news authentic, Old Song? One researcher, unable to contain his disbelief, inquired. The gazes of the others fixated intently on Old Song. He gently nodded, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. When I first heard this news, I too found it hard to believe. However, it is indeed true. As he spoke, Old Song's gaze turned contemplative as it fell upon Chu Ze. Who could have imagined that the F-22 production line would be dismantled due to a mere suggestion from a 17-year-old? The confirmation of this news plunged the entire conference room into an eerie stillness, where even the sound of a pin dropping could be discerned. If one were to identify any ambient noise, it would be the collective intake of breath. Merely a suggestion had led to the disbandment of the world's most advanced fighter jet production line. Just as one person could turn the tide of an entire army in ancient times, so too did this moment resonate. The gravity of the news left all present with a surreal sensation, as though they were caught in a dream. It was simply outrageous. Had it not been for Guo Zhongjia's words and old song's affirmation, they would have found it hard to accept such a report. Chu Ze, you are remarkable, someone exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up, prompting the others in the conference room to express their admiration in unison. It was undeniable. This was akin to a single individual matching the might of a battalion. The retreat of adversaries in the realm of research is far more challenging than in warfare. As Guo Zhongjia absorbed the atmosphere in the room, despite not being new to this information, he found it difficult to suppress a smile. However, he did not lose his composure entirely. Rather, he observed the fervent atmosphere and applied the brakes. Thus, our research plan remains classified. His tone and demeanor grew serious. While the opponents were retreating, they were advancing, a positive development. Yet, if they lost their composure, it would lead to significant losses. Evidently, the attendees grasped the weight of Guo Zhongjia's words, and their expressions turned solemn. However, a wave of resentment washed over Guo Zhongjia when he heard, "Why is the Xichang research base competing for our personnel?" Instantly, all eyes turned to him. The Xichang research base is also engaged in a significant project, one that is of equal caliber to the fifth-generation fighter. "I hope everyone can understand," Guo Zhongjia explained, as a firefighting delegate appointed by the academy, drawing upon his rich experience to diffuse the situation. "The Xichang research base has its own challenges. Let us not put Guo Zhongjia in an awkward position regarding this topic," Old Song interjected, his voice steady. Guo Zhongjia cast a grateful glance at Old Song, but just as Old Song concluded his statement, he shifted his gaze to Chu Ze. "Chu Ze, why don't you consider joining us at Chengfei? Many of your senior colleagues are already working at the Chengfei Research Institute." As soon as these words were uttered, the eyes of those in the Chengfei Research Institute in the conference room brightened. Simultaneously, Guo Zhongjia felt a jolt in his heart, fixating his gaze intently on Chu Ze. Should Chu Ze acquiesce, Guo Zhongjia resolved to refrain from visiting the Xichang research base for the next 3 years, contemplating his journey only after Lu Neng was no longer present. Teaching was quite agreeable. Chu Ze smiled, remaining unperturbed by the sudden invitation. At this juncture, he possessed his own aspirations and plans. Although he had previously worked on turbojet engines and devices for nuclear fusion in his past life, the existence of the factory system did not confine him. Rather, he aimed to transcend the barriers of technology to the fullest extent possible. Chu Ze's refusal did not surprise Elder Song, though a fleeting glimmer of disappointment crossed his eyes. After all, he was of an age where acceptance of circumstances came swiftly, and he soon redirected the meeting back to its primary agenda. Once the theme of the meeting was clarified, the discussions within the conference room grew increasingly fervent. In a luxurious hotel suite, a 20-year-old woman donned in professional attire entered. While her appearance was not conventionally beautiful, her features were certainly pleasing to the eye. Upon entering the room, she meticulously checked her surroundings. "Ife, are we heading to Liangshan now?" After completing her inspection, she turned to her colleague, whose porcelain-like skin and delicate features, the high nose and beautifully shaped lips, radiated warmth, illuminating the darkness like a night lamp. Lu Yifei's spirits were evidently high. The fatigue from her journey melted away as she reclined on the bed, gazing up at the crystal chandelier, a smile naturally curving her lips. "No rush. Let us procure the books and have them transported with the goods." "All right, I'll follow your lead." Although Guing was older than Lu Yifei, the arrangements for the trip were clearly centered around Lu Yifei. In ancient times, a mother's worth was often measured by her children. And similarly in today's entertainment industry, an artist's status elevates the influence of their manager or assistant. Even a minor role could lead to significant opportunities. Though Guing had no desire to seek a different position, as she felt quite content in her current role. With the release of the Red Powder Family and the Heavenly Dragon 8 parts, Lu Yifei had undoubtedly achieved national recognition. Now, she could hardly venture out without being immediately recognized, even without a mask. To put it succinctly, Lu Yifei was exceptionally popular at this moment. Notably, Guing, as Lu Yifei's assistant and one of her closest associates, observed that there was little difference in Lu Yifei's demeanor before and after her rise to fame. She still spent her days reading and played on the computer at night. Moreover, what celebrity would propose engaging in charity during their peak popularity? This suggestion truly left the entire operations team astonished. Furthermore, it was not merely a fleeting thought. Lu Yifei appeared genuinely intent on personally undertaking charitable endeavors. According to President Lu's idea, we should contact some media, Guing began to articulate. Yet, before she could finish her sentence, Lu Yifei interrupted her. What do we need the media for? I'm merely doing charity, not putting on a show. Lu Yifei resolutely rejected the suggestion. However, this greatly enhances your image. You are now in competition with the little dragon girl, which is a favorable aspect. Guing elucidated the drawbacks to Lu Yifei. No need, if I cannot compete. It is a matter of capability. I refuse to turn charity into a performance, as it contradicts my original intentions. Lu Yifei understood the essence of Gu Ying's words. Were it a different operation within the entertainment industry, she might have acquiesced. However, to use charity as a spectacle was something she could not reconcile with. Not only because she could not pass the scrutiny of Teacher Chu, but also because her own conscience would not allow it. Thus, she declined with resolute determination. Gu Ying gazed at the steadfastness etched on Lu Yifei's face, momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 50. The young girl lacks a utopia. Her heart yearns for clarity ahead. Tianfu. The Grace Hotel, while not truly high-end, offered a degree of privacy. Lu Yifei sat in her suite, troubled as she spoke on the phone. Mom, I truly do not wish for this to resemble a performance. Daughter, listen to me. You are currently in a pivotal moment competing for the role of Little Dragon Girl. Secure the role first, and then you can proceed as you wish, her mother urged. Mom, your words imply that if I do not participate in this spectacle, I cannot secure the role of Little Dragon Girl, Lu Yifei replied, her expression marred with distress. She was unwilling to engage in charity as a mere performance. After all, the truth would eventually surface. Her public relations efforts in the entertainment industry, as her mother pointed out, would have little impact. The industry only records the successful, yet Lu Yifei recognized that she could not solely contemplate her own interests. If she was to forge ahead, she had to consider Teacher Chu's reputation. A negative impact on her own standing could, in turn, adversely affect him. You have numerous commercial engagements lined up. Without them, your visibility will wane. I acknowledge that with the release of Tianlong Bubuan Hongfen Shijia, your fame has significantly increased, yet without active engagement. Your popularity will ultimately pale in comparison to others. Lu Xiaoli spoke earnestly, only to be met with silence from Lu Yifei on the other end of the line. Such a reaction indicated to Lu Xiaoli that she had not succeeded in persuading her daughter. Truth be told, Lu Xiaoli found it perplexing that her daughter, who was not in a romantic relationship, had suddenly grown rebellious and resistant to her guidance. Charity is genuinely about heartfelt dedication and financial commitment. What harm is there in garnering some media attention? It is not as though we are engaging in false philanthropy, so why the resistance? Please pass the phone to Gu Ying, Lu Xiaoli suggested, shifting her strategy upon realizing her daughter was unyielding. Hearing this, Lu Yifei, reclining on the sofa with a book in hand, glanced at Gu Ying and handed over the phone. Gu Ying promptly accepted it. President Gu, she addressed respectfully into the phone. Step out onto the balcony. I need to inquire about something. Lu Xiaoli's tone was notably serious, as she sought to understand her daughter's sudden inclination toward charity and her newfound defiance. Gu Ying instinctively glanced at Lu Yifei, who was curled up like a small cat on the soft sofa, then pointed toward the balcony. Upon seeing Lu Yifei give a slight nod, she immediately moved toward the balcony. President Gu, I am on the balcony. Has Yifei met anyone since arriving at Tianfu? No, not at all. Gu Ying arrived in Tianfu, spending each day in the company of Lu Yifei, scarcely encountering anyone else. However, a peculiar thought crossed her mind, prompting a sudden shift in her conversation. There is something rather strange, she remarked. Lu Xiaoli, situated far away in Yanjing, immediately straightened in her seat, her gaze flickering as she spoke. Upon her recent return, Yifei purchased 2 bottles of water and some snacks for an individual in a Volkswagen, one of whom appeared to be the renowned paparazzo, Zhuo Wei. Gu Ying recalled an incident from earlier that afternoon when she accompanied Lu Yifei on a shopping expedition, encountering a rather unusual situation at the hotel entrance. She found Lu Yifei's actions perplexing. It was evident that the paparazzo had been there with the intent of approaching Lu Yifei, yet she had offered him 2 bottles of water instead. Gu Ying had never heard of any celebrity purchasing water for a paparazzo. In fact, most would rather strike them than acknowledge their presence. Are you saying a paparazzo followed you, and it was Zhuo Wei? Lu Xiaoli's posture became alert, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, mirroring Lu Yifei's expressive gaze. Indeed, Yifei did buy water for them, Guing reiterated. All right, I understand now. Let us end this call. Lu Xiaoli replied, her expression shifting to one of excitement. She felt a sudden clarity regarding her daughter's intentions. Good thinking, Lu Xiaoli exclaimed, her rare approval evident. We should invite some media to capture the moment. At the very least, they could publish a press release that would seemingly have a significant impact. However, the angle matters. If the paparazzi report it, the narrative shifts entirely. The authenticity of their coverage commands greater credibility. Moreover, the perspective offered by candid shots would greatly enhance public appeal. At that moment, Lu Xiaoli comprehended the situation. It was no wonder Lu Yifei had declined the media's request for coverage. That would have been mere theatrics. However, the idea of obtaining candid shots from a prominent paparazzo, especially one recently embroiled in controversy, presented a starkly different scenario. It was an avenue where no one could exert control. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Glory Hotel, Chu Ze gazed down at the bag in his hands. Filled with an assortment of snacks, including potato chips, treasure porridge, and beverages. Despite the bounty within, a grim expression clouded his features as he heard Zhang Quan's voice, brimming with indignation, echo in his ears. She is insulting us. Zhang Quan seethed with rage. As a paparazzo, he felt demeaned by the act of being offered water. This was a profound affront to his identity, a flagrant trampling of his dignity. Since last year, many had fallen victim to his lens. From the Tianlong 8 crew to the infamous tent incident, and the revelations of Lu Xiaoqing's release from prison and the pop diva's romantic escapades, all at the hands of him and Chu Ze. How could this 16 or 17-year-old girl dare to treat him, the uncrowned king of paparazzi, with such disdain? Not only had she recognized him, but she had also provocatively offered him snacks. Zhang Quan, who prided himself on his profession, found himself seething with frustration. Zhang Quan remained silent in his fury for a considerable time, before finally speaking through gritted teeth. Brother Zhua. She actually told me directly that the purpose of this trip is for charity, urging us to return home and rest, advising us against following her into the mountains where it would be arduous. Zhang Quan felt an overwhelming urge to express his gratitude. It was indeed the first time he had encountered a celebrity so forthright about their destination. In his indignation, he opened the drink in his hand and gulped it down with fervor. Chu Ze did not respond immediately. Instead, he stared pensively at the snack bag in his hands, grappling with a moment of existential doubt. Is our concealment technology truly this inadequate? For the first time, Chu Ze questioned his survival skills, silently extracting a bottle of Waha Nutritional Express from the bag. Upon hearing this, an uncomfortable silence enveloped the vehicle. After a considerable pause, Zhang Quan, still seething, finished his drink and turned to his elder brother. Brother Zhua, she might genuinely be going to do charity work. Should we follow her? Despite his dissatisfaction, Zhang Quan understood, based on his acquaintance with Lu Yifei, that she was likely speaking the truth. Following her would merely serve to promote her, Chu Ze stated gloomily. She suggested we rest. And resting would be quite undignified for us. Besides, it would be challenging to find a suitable celebrity on short notice. Zhang Quan's anger reignited at this suggestion, his indignation palpable. Chu Ze glanced at his partner. Get out of the car. Why get out? I can endure this. Endure what? It's likely there won't be any work tonight. We should just stay across from her place. She will certainly rise later than us tomorrow. Oh, the Liangshan region. Stretching from the Dadu River in the north to the Jinsha River in the south, features a rugged terrain characterized by its lofty mountains. For many, venturing into these mountains is no small feat. It is fraught with peril. Yifei, perhaps it's best not to ascend. Guing gazed at the ladder crafted from trees, her trepidation mounting as it seemed to stretch endlessly, almost vertically. Though segmented into smaller sections, she truly grasped the essence of a cliff. Since we've come this far, why not stay at the base of the mountain? Lu Yifei looked up at the wooden staircase, her eyes betraying a flicker of fear. Yet she tightened the straps of her backpack and shook her head. President Lu will be furious with me, Guing lamented. Although she was reluctant to proceed, she pondered for a moment and then chose to follow Lu Yifei closely. You don't exercise much, so carry fewer items, Lu Yifei advised. Observing Gu Ying's preparations without further comment, merely offering cautious counsel. At that moment, a dark-skinned man nearby interjected, Little sister, perhaps you should reconsider going up. We can carry your items for you. Uncle, since we're here, I want to go up and properly assess the situation, Lu Yifei replied with a sweet smile. Securing her backpack tightly before stretching a bit and tying her shoelaces firmly, I'm nearly ready. Thank you for your help. What are you talking about? Regardless, you are doing this for us, he reassured her. Exactly. When you walk in the middle, we'll keep an eye on you. A chorus of voices urged Lu Yifei forward, each man attempting to persuade her. Zhang Quan felt the weight he bore, lifting his gaze to the towering mountains at an angle of 85 degrees, his expression one of disillusionment. Zhugu, shall we not proceed? Yet. Zhang Quan's words elicited no response from Zhuo Wei, but rather the voices of others filled the air. It appears perilous, yet in truth, it is not so, provided we exercise caution. Upon hearing this, Zhang Quan and Zhuo Wei exchanged a glance, their lips twitching in a silent gratitude towards the reassuring elder who truly understood the art of idle chatter. Though hesitant, they set forth, following the figures clad in white sports attire who had already embarked on the journey. The steep wooden ladder, resembling a cliff, made Zhuo Wei acutely aware of the imminent danger. Zhang Quan climbed, pausing occasionally to rest, ensuring his limbs remained strong. He regarded the figure at the forefront with admiration. Zhugu, I believe this is the kind of person charity truly needs, Zhang Quan mused, reflecting on his initial assumption that they were merely venturing into impoverished regions. Indeed, it was as he had anticipated, an impoverished area, but he had not expected such a rugged landscape, one that required traversing cliffs and scaling mountains. Let us proceed, Zhuo Wei said, offering a gentle pat on Zhang Quan's leg, signaling him to continue. Another hour passed, and they finally beheld the platform above. Once they had scaled the summit, a glance back revealed Zhuo Wei's legs growing weak with the realization of the abyss below. The vistas before them were breathtaking, the mist swirling dramatically, captivating the attention of all present. Both Zhuo Wei and Zhang Quan instinctively captured a few photographs. A brief respite allowed Zhuo Wei to catch his breath. The trail was now relatively easy, although the chasm to their right still demanded his utmost vigilance. Zhuo Wei observed Lu Yifei in the distance, conversing with the village chief. Chief Jiao, I gathered some information prior to my arrival. Do you indeed have 30 students here? Yes, Ms. Lu, but you need not enter. It is quite dangerous. The chief replied. No worries, since I am here, and the scenery is truly magnificent, Lu Yifei responded with a sweet smile. Though cautious during the ascent, upon entering the cliffside village, she was struck by its grandeur. Beside her stood a sturdy figure in his 30s who now spoke. Chief Jiao, you are fortunate. After Ms. Lu's arrival, she communicated with us about constructing a steel ladder to facilitate the children's movements. Really? Chief Jiao's gaze immediately fixed upon Lu Yifei, awestruck by her ethereal beauty, a stray lock of hair dancing upon her forehead. A mere drop in the ocean, Lu Yifei smiled softly, her tone gentle. This is no mere drop, it is a monumental achievement. You cannot fathom the anxiety we endure each time the children head to school. Thank you, truly thank you. Chief Jiao's voice was filled with heartfelt gratitude. Upon hearing these words, the villagers exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with excitement. The children, unaware of the underlying sentiments, mirrored their parents' joy with cheerful laughter. Observing the genuine smiles that adorned their faces, Zhuo Wei felt a profound emotional resonance within him. He silently gazed at the radiant expressions, when suddenly, a wave of quietude enveloped him, prompting memories of a book he had read. Just as the sky darkens to a certain extent, the stars begin to shine brightly. The girl, devoid of a utopia, looked toward the horizon with clarity. Brother Zhuo, could you share the story of this place? At that moment, a girl, having stepped away from the crowd, approached him with a melodious voice that resonated delightfully. Zhuo Wei found himself momentarily speechless as he regarded the girl standing slightly taller than him. My personal influence is ultimately limited. I wish for more people to pay attention to these areas, Lu Yifei said sincerely, pausing briefly before continuing. There is no need to feature me. Just focus on this place. Zhuo Wei pondered for a moment before softly affirming. All right. Thank you. As he watched her retreating figure, a gentle sigh escaped him. In the entertainment industry, he had encountered countless individuals, hardworking yet insincere, but few had left a lasting impact on him. Yet, as he observed the graceful figure that animated the crowd, he might not have realized that a subtle smile had unconsciously crept upon his lips. Don't worry, everything is taken care of. Thank you, sister. You are truly sweet. Laughter and joy echoed upon the mountaintop. Chapter 51. Would you like to witness a rocket launch? At the foot of the mountain, unusual occurrences unfolded. A throng of figures gathered to bid farewell to a departing vehicle. Goodbye, sister. Goodbye. The tender voices fluctuated, filled with reluctance, their gazes lingering on the departing car. I will definitely return to see you all. Lu Yifei departed, taking with her the heartfelt yearning of many from the cliffside village. Immediately after leaving the village, she headed to the town, pausing briefly before wandering throughout Liangshan. She visited several rural primary schools, seeking to understand their circumstances. Days passed swiftly, and only then did Lu Yifei and Guing prepare to return to Tianfu. Reflecting on their experiences while seated in the vehicle, Guing felt a twinge of apprehension. She had encountered a genuine precipice. One misstep could lead to dire consequences. Yet, she also recognized this journey as a rare opportunity, acknowledging the invaluable qualities of the girl beside her. How many in the entertainment industry, like Lu Yifei, engage in philanthropy? It was evident that Lu Yifei had conducted extensive research before her arrival. Following such a person, one could at least be assured of stability. Although Guing felt physically drained and the journey posed risks, they had successfully navigated through it all. Meanwhile, Zhang Quan drove behind them, his tone reflective as he gazed at the vehicle ahead. Brother Zhua, there are very few stars in the entertainment industry who engage in philanthropy like this. In recent days, Zhang Quan has been accompanying the young girl throughout her journey, watching her traverse mountains and rivers without uttering a word of complaint or fatigue. Instead, she radiates joy in the rural primary schools they visit. Strangely, Zhang Quan feels a profound admiration welling up within him. Such resilience is indeed rare. Zhuo Wei nods in agreement, his tone tinged with sentiment. The weather has not been particularly favorable, with sporadic heavy rains following the initial 2 days. Despite Lu Yifei's delicate demeanor, Zhuo Wei has genuinely come to recognize the immense strength within her. She has tirelessly carried her share of burdens and navigated through muddy paths, an endeavor that even a robust man like him found challenging. Her perseverance leaves him in awe. The reason for their earlier silence is the daunting cliffs they faced, which still make Zhuo Wei's legs tremble at the thought. After several days, the exhaustion on Lu Yifei's face is evident, yet beneath that fatigue lies a brilliant smile. Zhuo Wei had always thought purity was absent in the entertainment industry. But after spending a few days alongside Lu Yifei, his perspective has shifted. Upon returning to Tianfu, Lu Yifei collapses onto the plush sofa of the familiar hotel. Yifei, we should be heading back soon, right? The audition for the little dragon girl is about to start, and you need to prepare, Guing remarks. Also slumping onto the sofa, utterly drained from the past few days. The mountainous roads of Liangshan are notoriously difficult, often forming paths where many have trodden, and the rain has rendered them even more treacherous. Guing sincerely admires Lu Yifei, who seems to regenerate daily. No, I want to enjoy a few more days in Tianfu, Lu Yifei responds instinctively, shifting positions on the sofa. Although she feels exhausted, she also feels fulfilled. Upon hearing Guing's words, she instinctively checks her phone, her gaze filled with an inexplicable anticipation for the upcoming Friday evening, eagerly awaiting the moment the phone rings. Just as the saying goes, what you desire will come to you. Her phone vibrates, accompanied by a flurry of ringing. The sudden call, especially from a familiar number, momentarily stuns Lu Yifei. Yifei, your phone is ringing, Guing reminds her. Awakening from her reverie, Lu Yifei leaps off the sofa, phone in hand, and strides toward the balcony. Guing watches with a mix of curiosity and surprise, noticing how the weariness seems to vanish from Lu Yifei's face, replaced by sheer delight. Qianqian, I just finished work. Perfect timing. I just got back. Shall I come over? Lu Yifei beams with uncontainable joy. Though her body is fatigued, her spirits soar, and she unconsciously doodles on the glass of the balcony, sketching things she herself cannot quite identify. Come to the Chengfei Research Institute to find me. All right. I'll come over now for dinner, Lu Yifei replied, a sweet smile gracing her face as she hung up the phone, her eyes sparkling with anticipation that only intensified. Upon entering the room, she cast a glance at Guing, who was sprawled on the sofa. Sistering, you should rest well in the hotel. I've come all the way to Tianfu. I want to explore the night market. Lu Yifei greeted her while grabbing a white blazer from the hanger and putting it on, picking up a small handbag as she headed towards the door. I'll go with you. No need. You've worked hard these days. You should take a good rest. As Lu Yifei's voice echoed back, Guing had just risen from the sofa, only to find that Lu Yifei's figure had already vanished from the room. You're truly youthful and vibrant, Guing mused, feeling a pang of regret as she quickly rushed out. Yifei, wait for me. However, as she stepped outside, she saw Lu Yifei's elegant silhouette swiftly departing, prompting Guing to quicken her pace. By the time she reached the elevator in the building's central area, Lu Yifei had already disappeared. Panic washed over Gu Ying as she hastily pressed the button for another elevator, relieved when it arrived promptly. Yet, upon descending, she spotted Lu Yifei already seated in a taxi with the door ajar. Yifei, Gu Ying called out urgently, but it seemed Lu Yifei did not hear her. As she climbed into the taxi, and it sped away. Inside the car, Lu Yifei turned back to glimpse Gu Ying, who stood frozen in place. Her radiant smile exuding an irresistible charm. Master, it seems the taxi drivers in Tianfu are quite adept, she remarked. Indeed, their start is impressive, the driver replied. His tone filled with pride, not unlike a race car driver. This young lady is not only beautiful, but also quite the conversationalist. Not at all. I'm the least attractive in my family, Lu Yifei laughed, engaging in light-hearted banter with the driver. Clearly, the compliments were well received. After all, who could resist the flattery from a lovely 16 or 17-year-old girl? As Lu Yifei continued her playful exchange, her gaze fell upon a familiar car in the rearview mirror, causing her brows to furrow slightly. After a moment of contemplation, she retrieved her phone. Is everything all right? That Chu has been following me. All is well. As long as he doesn't continue to pursue you, there should be no issue. Chu Ze's gentle voice came through the line. That's a relief. These two gentlemen are quite dedicated, lingering beneath my hotel every day. I'm almost there. Lu Yifei's eyes sparkled with eagerness. The taxi wound its way to a relatively quiet spot. Is this a secret meeting with your boyfriend? Zhang Quan's tone held a hint of amusement. Impressive as he may be, he maintains professional integrity. As the taxi halted along a tree-lined road obscured from view, a shadowy figure emerged, indiscernible in features, but evidently male. Simultaneously, Zhang Quan observed Lu Yifei alight from the taxi, gracefully making her way toward the figure, leaping into his embrace. Without a second thought, Zhang Quan swiftly grabbed his camera. In jest, how could he possibly overlook such a scene? He is, after all, a man of remarkable professional integrity. Snap. A photograph was captured. Even after taking it, Zhang Quan had already conceived a fitting title, Rising Starlet Meets Mysterious Boyfriend at Night. The ambience of the photograph, with its subtly discernible silhouettes, left Zhang Quan exceedingly pleased with his creation. Don't take any more photos. Zhuowei hurriedly waved his hand, attempting to intervene. Yet he was ultimately unable to deter Zhang Quan, who was already lost in thought over his title. Observing this, Zhuowei wore a troubled expression. Having spotted a man approaching him directly, accompanied by Lu Yifei, it seemed he had swiftly acquired a new vehicle, a sign that business was thriving recently. Chu Ze naturally leaned against the car window, surveying the entirely transformed interior. Clearly, he was taken aback by how quickly these two had upgraded their status. Please do not doubt my professional capabilities, Zhuowei stated, then shifted the conversation. We just took a picture. May we negotiate? Zhuowei felt somewhat disheartened, as he could distinctly see 3 or 4 figures subtly surrounding the vehicle. One figure approached cautiously, standing beside the other. Mr. Chu, an acquaintance? The young man inquired, his gaze filled with caution, scrutinizing Zhuowei with uncertainty. An acquaintance? No worries, Chu Ze clarified. Upon hearing this, the young man pondered for a moment before silently retreating. This explanation eased Zhuowei's mind, making Chu Ze appear considerably more agreeable. Delete my photo. You are well aware of the implications. Zhuowei was indeed well aware. Recalling the dimly lit room in Yuqing, he knew all too well the stakes involved. Chu Ze, sensing the gravity of the situation, chose not to elaborate further and turned to leave with Lu Yifei. Why should he have the authority to demand deletion? Zhang Quan expressed his frustration, but Zhuowei remained solemn, responding in a contemplative tone. What is lost never truly belonged to you or me. Thus, there is no need for regret. Zhuowei's voice resonated with profound wisdom. Let us not dwell on this. Let us dine. I've heard of an authentic Sichuan hot pot, and this outing should mark an end to our endeavors. As Zhuowei watched the two figures depart, he finally grasped Lu Yifei's true purpose in coming to Tianfu. Perhaps the philanthropic pretense was merely a facade. Her genuine intent might have been to encounter this individual. The name Qingfei Research Institute etched itself firmly in Zhuowei's memory. Without lingering further, he left with Zhang Quan. Meanwhile, Chu Ze and Lu Yifei strolled along the streets of Tianfu. The dimly lit path did little to dampen Lu Yifei's spirits. Rather, her face radiated enjoyment. Relishing the experience of wandering the streets, savoring this rare tranquility, more soothing than reading a book. You see, I am but an invisible man, Chu Ze remarked. Lu Yifei, upon hearing this, smiled gracefully, walking along the beautifully landscaped sidewalk, drawing the attention of passers-by. Invisible? You are still Professor Chu from Xi'an University of Technology. She replied with a sweet smile. As long as you are prepared, that is all that matters. Naturally, I am well prepared to meet Teacher Chu at the pinnacle of our endeavors. Come, let us indulge in some Sichuan hot pot. Lu Yifei, in high spirits, transformed into a lively lark beside Chu Ze, chattering incessantly. As their figures gradually receded, the illumination around them grew ever longer. Zhuo Wei found himself in dire need of exquisite cuisine to soothe his wounded soul. He and Zhang Quan entered a dining establishment within a shopping mall, casually selecting a seat. However, scarcely had Zhuo Wei settled when he unexpectedly caught sight of two familiar figures. The young man donned simple, casual attire that fit him well, while the woman exuded sharpness in her crisp white blazer, complemented by tailored trousers, though her face was obscured by a mask. Upon witnessing them entering the hot pot restaurant, Zhuo Wei silently cursed under his breath and rose without hesitation. He moved decisively toward another entrance, wary of misunderstandings. Zhang Quan, though perplexed, instinctively followed Zhuo Wei. Once outside, Zhuo Wei's gaze momentarily flickered. Those two nuisances, he cursed inwardly once more. He now comprehended that whenever he encountered them together, he would invariably face misfortune. Chu Ze and Lu Yifei naturally chose a cozy corner for their meal. So, during this period, you traveled to Liangshan and visited the cliff village? Yes. While climbing that cliff, I truly felt my legs weaken with fear. However, I conquered it. Additionally, I sponsored several high school students to attend university. Lu Yifei felt an overwhelming desire to share her thoughts with Chu Ze, her words flowing one after another. After visiting Liangshan, I have increasingly come to believe that education can change one's destiny. Yet, my capabilities are limited, and I can only proceed step by step. Lu Yifei's eyes reflected her profound feelings. Ever since her trip to Liangshan, she had gained much insight. Perhaps for the people of Liangshan, education is the sole pathway to a better future, yet this path is fraught with thorns for its students. In comparison to her own life, she found herself exceedingly fortunate. Do not rush, things cannot be hurried. Chu Ze examined the now graceful young woman before him with earnestness. The construction of the cliff's steel ladder, logically, should have commenced 14 years hence, yet it had commenced a full 12 years early. Chu Ze could not help but marvel at how the butterfly effect he had instigated began to manifest in myriad ways. Would you like to witness a rocket launch? Chu Ze suddenly inquired, causing Lu Yifei's star-like eyes to light up with excitement. Can I go? She asked, pointing to herself. You may bring a relative. I have a quota, Chu Ze replied with a nod. The challenges surrounding the project of recycling rocket launches primarily resided with him. If he could swiftly resolve the transportation issues within the foundational framework, they could essentially initiate the rocket launch plan, and the timeline would not be overly lengthy. Wonderful. Whether it was the prospect of bringing a relative or the opportunity to observe the rocket launch that thrilled her, Lu Yifei's radiant smile rendered Chu Ze momentarily entranced. Chapter 52. He dares to speak, I dare to agree. What is the meaning of this? Gu Ying stared in bewilderment at the scene before her, utterly overwhelmed by the magnitude of it all. She found herself seated in a dining establishment, directly opposite an authentic, time-honored Sichuan hot pot restaurant. Particularly striking was the sight of two figures engaged in an animated conversation, rendering Gu Ying completely dazed. The artist she was accompanying was indeed in the hot pot restaurant across from her, engrossed in a lively exchange with a mysterious gentleman. My artist is in love, was Gu Ying's immediate reaction, her mind buzzing with disbelief. The intimate gesture of the mysterious man gently brushing Lu Yifei's hair only heightened her astonishment. Lu Yifei showed no signs of resistance, and from a distance, Gu Ying could discern that she was reveling in the moment. What on earth is happening? Gu Ying thought, utterly flabbergasted, even rubbing her eyes to confirm the reality of her observations. It was one thing to be in a relationship, but another entirely for a female artist, especially one who was merely 6 months shy of her 17th birthday. Countless female artists see their careers plummet following public revelations of romantic entanglements. Originally, Gu Ying had accompanied Lu Yifei in charitable endeavors, admiring her genuine commitment to philanthropy. Coupled with her own qualifications and 2 successful dramas, Lu Yifei had ascended to the status of a national goddess. Gu Ying felt as though she had stumbled upon a rare gem in her life. However, This sentiment was fleeting, as she had only been in her position for 3 months, and now she feared she might be tethered to another obscure artist. Silently observing her female artist, Guing was suddenly interrupted by a voice in her ear. From now on, I'll only shoot dogs. I won't work with Liu Yifei unless she focuses on her career. The stark contrast of this information left Guing engulfed in silence. It was evident that the news had already reached the ears of some passersby. The bitterness in the tone conveyed an inability to accept the sudden revelation of a beloved star's romantic involvement. In that instant, Guing felt as though her entire existence had turned bleak. Her first instinct was to reach for her phone and contact Mr. Liu to discuss public relations strategies. Yet, as she prepared to dial, she hesitated. Perhaps it was wiser to await an explanation first. After all, she was Liu Yifei's assistant, shouldering the responsibilities of both a work and life fate. Having spent a brief time together, she had gleaned some insights into Liu Yifei's character. Suppressing her unease, Guing continued to observe the couple from afar. After their meal, the two strolled through the shopping mall. Watching Liu Yifei bounce about with the exuberance of a child, Guing felt a twinge of worry. Despite Liu Yifei's youth, this joyful demeanor was something Guing had never witnessed before. As the moon rose in its silvery grandeur, her concerns deepened. Fortunately, the entanglement at the hotel entrance between the gentleman and Liu Yifei brought a slight sense of relief to Guing's heart. Though her legs felt as if they might give way under the tension, the situation did not spiral into the nightmarish scenario she dreaded. With that, Guing swiftly turned and entered the hotel, making her way to the elevator. Upon entering the private room, Guing heard the sound of the room card unlocking the door. Seated on the sofa, she could not help but gaze at Liu Yifei, who stepped into the suite, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Sister Ing, I'm back," Liu Yifei said with a sweet smile, clearly pleased with the evening's itinerary. "Yifei, is there nothing you wish to share with me?" Guing inquired, attempting to broach the subject gently, her tone subtly diplomatic. In response, Liu Yifei placed her bag on the sofa and removed her white blazer. Avoiding Guing's scrutinizing gaze, she settled onto the sofa and picked up a book to read. "I had a delightful time today," Liu Yifei said, a sweet smile illuminating her face. "I noticed," Guing remarked, observing Liu Yifei's obvious desire to bury her head in the sand, and she prepared to delicately peel away her facade. "What did you notice?" Liu Yifei instinctively set down her book and looked up at Guing. In response, Guing candidly stated, "You dined with a mysterious young man for hot pot." At once, she could see Liu Yifei's flustered demeanor, a visible sign of her distress. "I told my mother," Liu Yifei hesitated, revealing that while she was not particularly concerned about Guing knowing, she feared her mother's reaction the most. After all, she understood that if her mother found out, she would undoubtedly lose a great deal of freedom. "Not yet." Guing observed Liu Yifei visibly relaxing at her words. With sincere concern, Guing continued, "Yifei, this is not a trivial matter. As an artist, if your fans were to discover this, it could significantly impact your career. So tell me, is that young man your boyfriend?" "Not really," Liu Yifei replied. "Then that is somewhat reassuring. I must tell you, as an artist, one must tread carefully. Timing and age are of utmost importance." Guing sighed in relief, reassured that as long as Liu Yifei had not acknowledged any relationship, it suggested that even if the other party had some dirt, it was likely minor. While she was uncertain if Chu Wei had captured anything incriminating, the absence of a clear relationship meant that even if exposed, there remained a possibility for public relations to manage the situation. If he wishes to define the relationship, you must never agree. Otherwise, only you will be the one to suffer, Guing advised, adopting the demeanor of a seasoned mentor. However, as she spoke, she noticed Liu Yifei staring at her with an odd expression, causing Guing to falter in her discourse and emphasize once more, "I speak nothing but the truth. You must not acquiesce too easily. If he dares to say it, then I shall agree." Liu Yifei's smile gradually faded, her expression turning serious, her tone resolute. Just as she had stated, if Chu Ze dared to propose, she would unconditionally agree. This unwavering stance left Guing feeling as though a child had entered a rebellious phase. Suddenly, however, her expression shifted to one of disbelief as she looked at Liu Yifei. "Are you implying that he is not pursuing you?" Guing asked instinctively, as her mind struggled to comprehend the situation. Even she herself did not take the inquiry to heart, believing it to be merely a misunderstanding of Liu Yifei's words. However, as soon as Liu Yifei spoke, Guing was left in a daze, staring blankly at her. "No, it was I who invited him. Are you pursuing him?" Gu Ying's bewildered expression prompted the most instinctive question, whom Lu Yifei pondered for a moment before nodding openly. But that simple gesture left Gu Ying speechless. Although Gu Ying did not possess a comprehensive understanding of Lu Yifei's family background, she could discern that it was undoubtedly impressive. Logically speaking, despite Lu Yifei's youth, she had been exposed to quite a bit of the world. Moreover, Lu Yifei was not new to the entertainment industry, a realm that profoundly cultivates individuals. Even with the protection of Lu's father, the experiences Lu Yifei garnered were invaluable. Now, upon suddenly learning that Lu Yifei was pursuing someone, and that the other party had not yet acquiesced, Gu Ying felt as if her worldview was crumbling. Her first instinct was to consider a potential alliance, but she quickly dismissed the notion. It was evident that Lu Yifei did not wish for Lu's father to know. What does he do? Gu Ying inquired. A university professor. Lu Yifei replied thoughtfully, but seeing Gu Ying's eagerness to ask further, she quickly interjected, "Oh, don't ask. Just don't tell my mother. Pretend you don't know. I will speak to her myself." Clearly, Lu Yifei was reluctant to delve deeper into the subject. After saying this, she took a book and effortlessly moved a chair to the balcony. While the action seemed light, Gu Ying's heart was weighed down by a tremendous shock, one that left her spirit struggling to heal. She could only sit blankly on the sofa, her mind swirling with a cacophony of keywords: university professor, an assuredly rising star in the entertainment industry, pursuing a university professor, and the professor not yet having consented. Thoughts raced through Gu Ying's mind, each one appearing normal when considered individually. Yet, when these thoughts were combined, they created an unsettling concoction. Setting aside Lu Yifei's other attributes, even in terms of appearance, it was difficult for anyone, including Gu Ying herself, to resist the allure of such a person. Lu Yifei, with her ordinary status, pursuing someone should not have resulted in such bizarre combinations of thoughts. Yet, the reality was that it had occurred and was now before her. Gu Ying's mind buzzed. Yet what amplified this sensation further was witnessing Lu Yifei closely interacting with that boy over the next 2 days, the two exploring the entirety of Tianfu together. Throughout these days, Gu Ying was convinced that Lu Yifei was not deceiving her. She was genuinely pursuing someone. As the fleeting days passed, Gu Ying's heart was filled with doubt. Could there truly be love between a star and an outsider? Having navigated the complexities of the entertainment industry, she felt that the world of celebrities and that of ordinary individuals were, in essence, two distinct realms. Observing that young man's attire, one can discern that he does not hail from a particularly affluent background. Moreover, it seems that in recent days, all instances of paying the bills have been instigated by Lu Yifei. From Gu Ying's perspective over the past couple of days, the likelihood that this young man is living off others is quite substantial, and he appears to be thriving in a rather indulgent manner. Heaven knows the impact these past days have had on her. I keep my promises. Yes, once the time is confirmed, I will inform you. All right, let us stay in touch by phone, and do take care. Lu Yifei gestured a peace sign near her ear, her gaze lingering with reluctance as she turned to step into the airport. Though she felt a pang of sorrow, both individuals were bound by their own commitments. She was due for an audition for The Legend of the Condor Heroes, while Chu Ze had matters to attend to. Chu Ze watched her silhouette disappear into the airport before he entered a sleek, black Hongqi vehicle. "Let us go," he instructed the driver, who nodded in understanding and drove towards Tianfu. The work in Tianfu had been completed by Friday, and the subsequent 2 days spent there were primarily for Lu Yifei's visit. Otherwise, he might have returned to Xichang much sooner. At the Xichang research base, the heavy cycle rocket project, having received approval, was now in its final sprint towards completion. According to Chu Ze's insights, the beta team had already established their presence at the Xichang base, indicating that, on a grand scale, this was indeed a formidable heavy-lift rocket capable of altering the landscape of aerospace exploration. Should this development succeed, Chu Ze firmly believed that the space station initiative would soon ascend to the forefront of priorities, marking a significant stride into the ranks of spacefaring nations. During the 2 days spent in Tianfu, Director Zhao of Qingfei Research Institute had been thoroughly reprimanded by Lu Neng. Upon learning that it was not Zhao's decision, but rather Chu Ze's desire to linger in Tianfu for a couple of days, Lu Neng wasted no time in severing the conversation, promptly hanging up and shutting off his phone. It was said that Zhao was so agitated that he fell ill, remaining in a state of gloom for several days. As night fell like a tidal wave, Chu Ze found himself gazing intently as he entered the Daliang mountain region. The night in Daliang mountain, illuminated by the moonlight, conveyed an almost chilling sensation. Beneath the lunar glow, the distant mountain peaks were faintly discernible, serene and profound. The sound of insects resonated through the mountain paths, and in areas of steep descent, gentle streams echoed through the tranquil night air. As he sped towards the Xichang research base, upon alighting from the vehicle, Chu Ze was greeted by a familiar voice. "Engineer Chu, you have finally returned." Nie Yuntian approached him without hesitation, despite the hour being well past 9. Prior to Chu Ze's return, Nie Yuntian had harbored genuine concerns, even suggesting on more than one occasion that they should confront the Chengfei Research Institute. Now, witnessing Chu Ze's return, he felt an immense sense of relief wash over him. "Apologies for the delay. I spent a couple of days in Tianfu," Chu Ze replied, his eyes reflecting a sense of regret. "I understand. Here are the project documents you requested. However, I feel there's no rush. You can review them tomorrow." Nie Yuntian waved his hand dismissively while handing over a briefcase. "Delaying until tomorrow will hinder the project's progress. I will take a quick look now." "Very well," Nie Yuntian nodded in agreement, not opposing the decision. After parting ways with Nie Yuntian, Chu Ze returned to his familiar single room and powered on his computer. A message icon flickered incessantly on the screen. "I've arrived in Yanjing. You wouldn't believe how few calls I've received from my mom these past 2 days. Just a while ago, I endured an hour of scolding, and now I'm utterly exhausted. I hope you've arrived safely." The message conveyed personal reflections and concern for the matters at hand. Upon reading this, Chu Ze smiled slightly and replied, "I've made it. Don't forget to apply for leave to come watch the rocket launch." No sooner had he sent the message than he saw a new reply. "Rest assured, I won't forget our agreement. Best of luck to you all. Once the launch is successful, I'll celebrate with you. Make sure to get some rest. Tomorrow will be busy." In Yanjing, Lu Yifei beamed at the incoming message and quickly responded. At that moment, a stern and crisp voice echoed from outside the door. "Why aren't you asleep? Who are you chatting with?" "I wasn't chatting. I was just practicing a performance, Mom. I'll go to sleep right away." Lu Yifei immediately lowered her head in response. "Hurry up and sleep." The voice faded away, and Lu Yifei lay on her bed, her beautiful eyes resembling stars as she gazed at the ceiling, a faint smile gracing her lips. The night was silver, casting a serene glow upon the earth. The journey to Tianfu was a promise fulfilled. The young girl's spirits were evidently high as she drifted into a deep slumber, leaving behind unforgettable moments in Tianfu. Chapter 53, Daydreams and Night Visions at Hengdian Film City. Before an ancient palace, a poignant voice echoed, "Everyone must meet their end." While lament, the ethereal figure stood proudly, capturing the attention of all present. Whether crew members or actors, they were spellbound by the enchanting figure clad in a flowing white gown. "In the north dwells a beauty, proud and solitary," a young man remarked, his eyes brimming with admiration. At that moment, he could hardly believe such beauty existed. It felt as though time stood still, entranced by her presence. The figure, suspended by wires, captivated all with her graceful movements. In this instant, everyone felt a singular realization. The embodiment of the goddess of Luo had materialized before them. Her form was as elegant as a startled swan, as graceful as a drifting dragon. She radiated like autumn chrysanthemums in full bloom, robust as spring pines. From afar, she shone like the sun rising over dawn's blush. Upon closer inspection, she dazzled like a lotus emerging from clear waters. Her hair was elegantly arranged, her brows delicately arched. With a captivating demeanor, she exuded tranquility and grace. Standing in her white gown, she appeared as though she had stepped forth from a masterpiece, a fleeting glimpse that rendered onlookers unable to look away. The awe was palpable not only among the young man, but also from the director seated before the monitor, along with other influential producers within the crew, who observed in admiration. As the return of the Condor heroes began filming, it was undoubtedly a moment of utmost completeness. At this juncture, Director Yu, positioned before the monitor, was equally moved, realizing that action scenes could be executed so effortlessly. Indeed, there were those who did not concern themselves with light or angle. It is indeed true that there exists an individual capable of overshadowing any rival actress, regardless of their identity. Director Yu, with a piercing gaze, observed the silhouette of a woman clad in a white gown on the monitor, her long sleeves gracefully falling as she stood with an air of confidence. The moment passed. Director Yu did not hesitate to offer his applause, exclaiming, "Yifei, your performance was exceptional. Your expressions are incredibly vivid. Among contemporary actresses, you are unparalleled. He gave a thumbs up towards Lu Yifei. The proud figure in white suddenly appeared a tad bashful, responding with humility, I'm not worthy. There is still much for me to learn. With a sweet smile, Lu Yifei respectfully clasped her hands together in gratitude. Yifei, you are far too modest with your talents. It would be difficult not to succeed, chimed in a middle-aged man with a bushy beard and graying temples, a cheerful grin on his face. I can't say that for certain. Perhaps tomorrow I might fade away, Lu Yifei replied courteously. As the night shoot came to a close, a fleeting hint of fatigue crossed her eyes. Since departing from Tianfu, she had auditioned for the role of Zilong Nu in The Return of the Condor Heroes. While there were unexpected turns, they were few. Ultimately, she secured the role. With her involvement, the entire production team was swiftly mobilized. Filming commenced in Yanjing and later moved to Hengdian, and before she knew it, 2 months had elapsed. Don't worry, you won't falter. It's best to rest early. The bearded man reassured her. Though he had entertained many ideas regarding the Zilong Nu character prior to joining the production, especially since Lu Yifei was reluctant to engage in promotional antics, particularly regarding romantic angles, he could not resist the consensus of others. With the matter settled, he found little reason to ponder further. All right, Lu Yifei nodded and swiftly made her way towards the resting trailer. The filming schedule had been intense, filled with demanding scenes, and the rigorous pace was aimed at expediting progress. However, just a few steps away, another individual approached her, greeting her warmly. Yifei, your acting is truly remarkable. It's hard to believe you possess such depth at your age. I've ordered some late-night snacks. Do you care to try some crayfish? The speaker was a young man, his tone brimming with admiration and approval. After extending the invitation, he awaited her response. Xiao Ming's acting is also quite commendable, but it's late, and I must rest, Lu Yifei replied with a slight smile. With that, she waved goodbye and briskly headed towards a line of trailers. Due to the tight schedule, many actors found themselves residing in trailers, while crew members simply set up tents, making do with the bare essentials. The sound of snoring could even be heard emanating from the edges of the tents. It was a mutual endurance test. As Lu Yifei's figure receded without a glance back, Huang Xiaoming, witnessing the scene, swallowed the words that had almost escaped his lips, resigning to watch her graceful silhouette gradually vanish into the distance. Do you have feelings for that young lady? Queried her manager, having discerned Huang Xiaoming's expression. She is indeed quite remarkable. Huang Xiaoming did not deny it, and within, he felt a pang of sentiment. In The Return of the Condor Heroes, he not only gained a new understanding of the Luo Shinfu, but also truly comprehended the meaning behind his mother's words about seeking a suitable partner for marriage. Yet, he found himself in considerable distress. After a long moment, Huang Xiaoming quietly withdrew his gaze and let out a soft sigh. His age was rather awkward. He was 11 years older than the other party, and what good would his feelings do? The other's mother was vigilantly watching in the production crew, and judging by Lu Yifei's demeanor, it was evident that she was aware of his intentions. However, Lu Yifei resolutely provided no opportunity for engagement, limiting their interactions to merely acting alongside one another. Huang Xiaoming felt as though she was deliberately avoiding him. Yet, during their performances, her eyes sparkled like stars, brimming with profound emotion that melted his heart. It was astonishing how a girl of merely 16 or 17 could convey such expressive gazes. As the teacher remarked, the eyes tell a story. This young lady was truly remarkable, eager to learn, talented in her craft, driven, and kind-hearted. Huang Xiaoming's manager nodded in agreement, his tone filled with admiration. To be candid, had Lu Yifei's manager not been her mother, he would have earnestly pursued her with fervor. Indeed, Lu Yifei's acting possessed an innate quality that, with further development, could transform her into a true thespian. With the potential to one day claim the title of Best Actress, a highly plausible prospect, coupled with her appearance and temperament, Huang Xiaoming's manager found it difficult to ascertain the limits of Lu Yifei's potential. What manager wouldn't yearn to have such an actress? She was practically a living endorsement within the industry. The two, each harboring unvoiced regrets, fell into a silence that enveloped them. Meanwhile, Lu Yifei swiftly exited the set, skillfully opening the door to her trailer and stepping inside. Qianqian, your acting appears to be improving by leaps and bounds. This afternoon, as I watched you perform, I felt as if I were in a graveyard, Lu Xiaoli remarked with a slight smile, observing her daughter enter the trailer. Since Lu Yifei joined the Beijing Film Academy, it felt as though she had undergone a transformation. awakening to the importance of rising early and maximizing her time for self-improvement. This realization had alleviated countless worries for her mother, filling her with immense pride. Lu Xiaoli was not concerned about her daughter's acting skills. Directors she had collaborated with often reached out to share their contact information for convenience. Lu Xiaoli did not attribute this to her own charm, but rather viewed it as a reflection of her daughter's capabilities. Indeed, your daughter has been working diligently of late. Lu Yifei replied with a slight smile as she entered the trailer, where two figures were seated, her mother and Guing. At that moment, the two were at the table, reviewing some materials. Lu Yifei, while conversing, moved to grab her backpack and sat beside Guing, retrieving a laptop from it. She powered it on, discreetly inputting her password. Observing this, Lu Xiaoli smiled softly, nodding in approval. Don't stay up too late researching today. There's an early shoot tomorrow. Understood. Lu Yifei, with an innocent demeanor, nodded gently, her hand resting effortlessly on the mouse, her expression deeply focused as though she were intently reviewing the data. Beside her, Guing cast a fleeting glance at Lu Yifei before returning to her notes with increased diligence. While others may have been oblivious to Lu Yifei's endeavors, Guing was acutely aware of the situation. Initially, Guing was thoroughly astonished by the enigmatic young man. She had presumed that their relationship would naturally shift with the distance between them. Yet, every night around 9 o'clock, as long as there were no performances, Lu Yifei unwaveringly positioned herself in front of the computer, come rain or shine. Guing realized she had underestimated the young man's significance in Lu Yifei's heart, especially considering Lu Yifei's willingness to engage in conversation even when she was metaphorically dancing on the edge of a blade. Guing found herself in awe, feeling a sense of resentment akin to if you wish to perish, do not drag me down with you. Lu Yifei consistently sat beside her, and barring any performances, they would chat without fail, and even in the absence of General Lu, they would directly connect over the phone for hours on end. Disregarding the notion of a female artist engaging in romantic pursuits, Guing held a profound admiration for Lu Yifei. In the entertainment industry, she exhibited a commendable understanding of providing each other with security, and Lu Yifei had offered an abundance of it since joining the cast of The Legend of the Condor Heroes, where she secured the role of Zilong Nu. Lu Yifei rarely dined alone, except for accompanying General Lu to social gatherings, and when refusing invitations, she did so decisively, leaving no room for speculators within the crew. Gradually, everyone in the production team reached a consensus. Lu Yifei was not romantically involved. However, Guing was acutely aware that all of Lu Yifei's actions were, in fact, to offer reassurance to the mysterious gentleman far away in Tianfu. Lu Yifei shared with him the happenings of her day, leaving no secrets to herself. Observing this, Guing felt an impulse to pursue a romantic relationship with a girl, for who would not be enchanted by a girl like Lu Yifei? The rhythmic keystrokes from the keyboard prompted Guing to instinctively glance at Lu Yifei, who wore a subtle smile, radiating genuine joy. Guing recognized that Lu Yifei was in real-time communication with the other party. We've been rushing the filming. I didn't want to disturb you since I got off work at 11 last night. I just returned from Tianfu yesterday, and there's quite a bit to handle. By the way, there's something I want to share with you. Do tell, Lu Yifei replied, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Ms. Lu, on behalf of the Xichang Research Base, I sincerely extend an invitation to you to attend an event at our base on June 6th. Have you finalized the date? Lu Yifei's eyes sparkled with surprise and excitement. Yes, you may bring a friend along. Upon receiving this affirmative response, Lu Yifei's expression shifted to one of palpable exhilaration. Yes. What news has you so elated and flustered? Lu Xiaoli inquired with a hint of reproach. Mom, on June 20th, I wish to go to Liangshan with Xuchang. Lu Yifei pondered for a moment, instinctively lowering the screen of her notebook. Lu Xiaoli was momentarily taken aback, but soon shook her head and spoke resolutely. No. The crew is still filming. On June 20th, they will be in Yunnan. Although it is nearby, if you wish to engage in charity work, it is best to wait until the filming is completed. Lu Xiaoli's attitude was unwavering, almost a definitive rejection. It's not about charity. During my previous volunteer work, I happened to meet someone from the Xichang Research Base who mentioned that if I had the time, I could witness a rocket launch there. This opportunity is too precious to miss, Lu Yifei explained, clearly having prepared her justification. To bolster her credibility, she turned to Guing and cheerfully remarked, You can ask Jia if you don't believe me. Lu Yifei was evidently aware that the chances of rejection were high. and she exchanged a subtle glance with Gu Ying, conveying an unspoken message. Gu Ying felt a twinge of discomfort under Lu Yifei's gaze. Numerous thoughts raced through her mind. Yet she decided to support Lu Yifei. After all, job opportunities are scarce these days. Is that so? Lu Xiaoli hesitated, glancing at Gu Ying and then at her daughter. However, her stance seemed to soften. How could I deceive you regarding this matter? If you doubt me, just check the announcements from the Xichang research base when the time comes. They will issue a notification, and I'm merely privy to this information in advance. Lu Yifei asserted with confidence, though she was acutely aware of her own inner turmoil. All right, if this is indeed the case, I consent to you taking a few days off to see it. Lu Xiaoli finally relented after some contemplation. If it's for charity, you can go anytime. But if it's to observe a rocket launch, an experience that is rarely available to the average person, I support your desire to witness it. Thank you, Mom. Lu Yifei beamed, while Gu Ying lowered her head, focusing intently on the performance materials before her, becoming even more earnest. When the announcement comes out, I'll take my leave. Okay, but I may not be able to accompany you then. That's a minor issue. That night, Lu Yifei slept soundly. The promise made 2 months prior would finally allow her to witness the endeavors of Teacher Chu. For her, this marked a splendid beginning. Thus, even in her dreams, a soft smile graced Lu Yifei's lips. As twilight descended and thick clouds loomed, it felt as though they danced down upon the girl's heart. Thoughts during the day gave rise to dreams at night. She dreamt of standing atop a mountain, beside a figure, watching a brilliant flame soar into the sky. She envisioned a gentle smile, so close it felt tangible. A promise once made echoed in her mind, filled with the bittersweet essence of love. It had been 2 months since their last encounter, and in that moment, an overwhelming longing surged within her. Chapter 54, a desire to know everything about him. On the set of The Return of the Condor Heroes, a mysterious figure was scanning the surroundings with keen eyes. Once assured of solitude, they discreetly retrieved their phone and made a call. Which one is this? A steady voice emanated from the other end, igniting a spark of excitement in the caller's gaze. Hello, I am with The Return of the Condor Heroes crew, and I have important information to sell. The voice was low and deliberate. What is your asking price? The individual on the other end of the line evidently became intrigued, their tone shifting to one of seriousness. 18,000. Such a sum signifies the potential of a well-known rising star in the domestic arena. The call underscored the significance of the intelligence. Send me the information. I need to evaluate its worth. Rest assured, we are reputable, they insisted. Understood, I will send it to your phone immediately, came the reply. With satisfaction. Zhuo Wei ended the call and turned to Zhang Quan. Did you see that? This is the advantage of possessing intelligence, he remarked, his mood evidently buoyant. Recently, in the entertainment industry, who would not tremble at the mere mention of his name, he was poised to announce that significant news was imminent, and the media would be unified in awaiting his revelations to seize the headlines. Brother Zhuo, you're impressive. Zhang Quan readily expressed his admiration, his eyes filled with reverence. Keep a close watch, Zhuo Wei cautioned, patting Zhang Quan's shoulder. Rest assured, I adhere to professional ethics. My eyes are my measuring tool. Zhang Quan's gaze was keenly fixed on the villa before them, as if not wishing to overlook even the minutest detail. Observing this, Zhuo Wei smiled reassuringly, lowering his gaze to his phone, as the other party had already sent the information. Upon a mere glance, Zhuo Wei nearly hurled his phone out the window. Lu Yifei had taken leave on June 20th to go to Liangshan. Had this information pertained to any other location, he would have purchased it without hesitation. However, if Lu Yifei were to become involved with Tianfu or Liangshan, Zhuo Wei would rather not touch it at all. Thankfully, he had refrained from hastily transferring funds. Indeed, this world is rife with deceit. Zhuo Wei's tone was laced with relief. He would not only refuse to pay 18,000 for such information, but would also feel compelled to pay a few hundred to inform the seller of its worthlessness. I relish wandering through scenic landscapes. While you prefer trekking, we are incompatible. Please do not contact me again. He felt an urge to distance himself from the other party. At the Xichang research base, an atmosphere of intense activity prevailed. The confirmation of the launch time meant that each passing day reduced their available time. Under such pressing circumstances, every moment was to be cherished and fully utilized. Engineer Chu, testing has now entered its 13th round, and the results remain stable. Proceed with the next phase of stability testing, Chu Ze responded, his gaze drifting to a glass window where dust swirled. Faint glimpses of flames revealed a massive cylindrical object soaring through the sky amid the fire. The stability test for the recovery cycle was crucial to the project's success. Everyone at the Xichang research base understood that the Tianyi model aerospace engine was capable of bearing weight. Thus, the greatest challenge lay not in the latter half of the process, but in the recovery of the aerospace engine. Only by achieving stable recovery could the project be deemed a genuine success. The new rocket featured 2 stages of propulsion. The first stage employed an aerospace engine, while the second utilized the space engine. Although the project was under time constraints, the level of confidentiality was paramount. The Tianyi model turbojet engine was soon to become the primary combat model in the country, and any leaks were absolutely unacceptable. Consequently, the Chengfei Research Institute, the Academy of Sciences, and the Xichang Research Base jointly established a confidentiality oversight committee. The endeavor aims for absolute success. Chu Ze's testing continues unabated, with intensity reaching its peak, leaving no time for evening conversations. Liu Yifei clearly understands Chu Ze, aside from sharing updates on her day. She refrains from engaging in any discussions. As they enter the final sprint phase, the Xichang Research Base witnesses the arrival of many elderly individuals. Some are pushed in wheelchairs, while others lean on canes. Guided by a few young researchers, they eagerly seek to comprehend the project's progress. At this moment, this group of elders stands or sits atop a small hill, gazing into the distance, their eyes filled with excitement amidst the swirling dust. I never anticipated that in my lifetime, I would witness the launch of a heavy-lift rocket once more. An elderly man, leaning on his cane, displays a flicker of excitement in his eyes. Life offers only a few 40-year spans, and he has devoted 4 decades to the realm of aerospace, having experienced both glory and despair. Now, as the Xichang Research Base attempts another heavy-lift rocket launch, how could he possibly stay away? Having spent the majority of his life in this field, feeling the weight of international pressures, he could hardly resign himself to inaction. In his murky gaze, a profound anticipation emerges. A remark from one elder seems to unlock a conversation, prompting the others to chime in. I heard that the person spearheading this project is under 20. Is that true? Under 20? Is that for real? Isn't the chief engineer at Xichang a disciple of Old Qin? Surely he would know more. As the elders converse, their attention suddenly converges on an elderly man seated in a wheelchair, their gazes filled with inquiry. Yes, he is indeed under 20. Old Qin's eyes remain fixed on the towering structure before him, his outward calm concealing a heart that trembles with emotion. The dust swirling in the distance mirrors the turmoil within him. Once, he propelled the entire research base forward with pride, believing that China's aerospace would flourish under his stewardship. Yet, as the anticipated fireball streaked through the sky, hurtling towards the earth with tremendous speed and crashing into the ground to create a deep pit, it also left an indelible scar on his heart. Awakening from dreams, while others may experience visions of beauty, he has been haunted by the fading hopes reflected in countless pairs of yearning eyes. This time, he is not merely a participant but a witness. Yet, even as a witness, he arrives resolutely, despite his frail condition. This place is where he devoted the majority of his life. It is the career he pursued with unwavering dedication. Here, China endured its darkest hours. At this very site, the successors launched their charge against the shadows of the past. If sacrificing his life could elevate China's aerospace endeavors, he would do so without hesitation. However, scientific research is not a reckless pursuit. It is an accumulation of gradual breakthroughs, a compilation of achievements. It is a culmination of countless individuals' dedication. The colossal column, illuminated by flames and suspended in midair, stirs a torrent of emotions within Old Qin. Old Qin, what are the odds this time? Inquired an elderly gentleman seated beside him in a wheelchair, his gaze fixed intently on Old Qin. Shaking his head, Old Qin, with a voice weathered by time and fraught with raspiness, replied, "This is the first attempt of its kind globally. Who can claim certainty?" After a brief pause, he continued, "Yet, I place my faith in them. Beyond that, what can we old-timers do?" Old Qin yearned for the national glory that had once slipped from his grasp to be reclaimed by the younger generation in 3 days. He did not know whether dawn would break or darkness would prevail, but he fervently hoped that the successors could elevate China's aerospace endeavors to new heights. In that case, he would depart without regrets. It is said that the new generation has faltered, yet I observe that they have not only persevered but excelled beyond our capabilities. An elder beside him echoed, his tone imbued with nostalgia. Presently, the online narrative depicts the youth as a generation in decline, yet reality attests to their vibrant vitality. If only my grandson possessed half their talent, I would have no worries, he lamented. My family is the same. It is rather frustrating. Let's hold off on the conversation. It seems the new round of tests is about to conclude. How stable it is. The group of elders, their spirits ignited, fixated intently on the distant column, which was now gently descending toward a circular landing platform. Their eyes sparkled with anticipation. 3 days remain. Yes, 3 days, and perhaps the world will be astonished by us. They waited, believing that if success were to be achieved, they would depart without regrets. At Liaoning Airport, Lu Yifei emerged, weary yet determined, dragging a small suitcase behind her. Her striking features partially concealed by sunglasses and a mask. Following closely was Gu Ying, who hurried to keep pace. Lu Yifei, with her elegant and slender hands, pulled her suitcase with one hand while conversing on the phone with the other. Yifei, I couldn't get time off. I regret it immensely. Not to worry. Just focus on your filming. I have to hang up for now. I need to get on the vehicle. All right, send me some photos when you can. Lu Yifei shared a few brief words with Su Chong before ending the call. Accompanied by Gu Ying, she exited the airport. Due to the altitude, the mountainous weather was relatively cool and humid. Su Chong, however, had no time to spare, as the pressures from the agency and the production team necessitated that even Lu Yifei work overtime to complete some scenes in advance to secure a brief respite. To express her apologies, she had even arranged for the catering to be improved. Concerned for Lu Yifei's safety, Lu Xiaoli insisted that Gu Ying accompany her. Outside the airport, a large bus with a capacity of 55 was open at the front, where a young man held a sign reading Xichang Observation Group. Lu Yifei glanced at it before making her way toward the bus alongside Gu Ying. After verifying their identities, they boarded the vehicle. The bus was already filled to capacity, evidently organized in a certain order. Lu Yifei and Gu Ying found an adjacent empty seat and settled down. The demographic was predominantly middle-aged and elderly, with the latter comprising nearly half of the passengers. The presence of the two youthful and radiant girls drew the attention of many. Lu Yifei appeared accustomed to being the center of attention when suddenly a man, around 50 years old, with pronounced wrinkles and graying hair, addressed her. Young lady, which one is your father? Upon hearing this, Gu Ying instinctively stifled a laugh. Even Lu Yifei found herself taken aback by such an inquiry. Noticing the girl's expression, the questioner seemed slightly embarrassed, sensing something amiss. Are you a relative of the project team? Lu Yifei removed her sunglasses and mask, prompting the elder to appraise the astonishingly beautiful girl before him, attempting to rectify his earlier remarks. A friend invited me, Lu Yifei clarified. Your friend must hold a significant relationship with you, the elder mused, reflecting on the rarity of such opportunities. After all, with a rocket launch, one must not only adhere to the schedule, but also determine if they can be accommodated. Yes, we're quite good friends, Lu Yifei replied with a sweet smile. The elder chose not to engage Lu Yifei further, instead turning to converse with his companions. This must be for the heavy lift rocket, right? Indeed. Are you worried about a repeat of the incidents from over a decade ago? Who isn't? The crash years ago set back Chinese aerospace to its origins. Otherwise, why do you think they invited us to witness this? Certainly, this is a morale boost. I've heard many foreign media outlets are present. Inside the bus, the conversation about aerospace ignited spirited exchanges among the passengers. The only one feeling somewhat out of place was Gu Ying, as she could not grasp the discussions, particularly observing Lu Yifei, who was utterly engrossed. This prompted Gu Ying to nudge Lu Yifei. Yifei, do you understand? She whispered. I do. 13 years ago, the launch of Fat Tiger 1 failed and fell into the sea, marking the darkest moment for Chinese aerospace. I saw a lot of foreign news about it, which was quite infuriating, Lu Yifei replied, nodding softly. How old were you 13 years ago? Not yet 4. Did you watch it then? I recently revisited it. Lu Yifei explained. Since learning she would attend the ceremony at the Xichang research base, she had been eager to absorb as much knowledge as possible about the subject. She invested considerable effort in studying the history of Chinese aerospace, becoming familiar with various stories from the Xichang base, even finding some foreign news reports from that time. After all, having the opportunity to learn what Teacher Chu was doing compelled her to delve deeper, so that when she was with him, there would be ample conversation. However, in Gu Ying's eyes, Lu Yifei's fervor seemed excessively intense, leaving her in a state of silent exasperation. The obsession ran deep. It is evident that Liu Yifei could not have independently delved into the annals of space exploration. The only plausible explanation is that the individual she is pursuing is the initiator of this journey. Their endeavors necessitated considerable effort to comprehend. Gu Ying candidly expressed her skepticism regarding Liu Yifei's connection with this teacher Chu, as the disparity between them is quite pronounced. Moreover, what piqued her curiosity was the basis upon which teacher Chu secured an invitation to this event. It is noteworthy that Liu Yifei nearly exhausted her family's resources merely by bringing her along. Gu Ying mused, while noticing Liu Yifei was deeply engrossed in the conversation. At that moment, the bus started its engine, heading towards the Xichang Research Base's guest house. Chapter 55. What charms does teacher Chu possess? After navigating through various locales, the bus finally approached a semblance of habitation. Rows of neatly arranged houses lined the roads, nestled between two mountains, truly situated within a valley. Gu Ying, feeling somewhat nostalgic, rubbed her back, which had begun to ache from prolonged sitting. She herself was somewhat prone to motion sickness. The winding roads exacerbated her symptoms slightly. Upon disembarking, she felt her legs turn to jelly. The Xichang Research Base, being the highest launch facility, benefits from its elevation, leading to more stable weather and extended launch windows. Liu Yifei explained with a smile. As they quietly queued to retrieve their luggage from the bus's cargo hold, Gu Ying, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "What does launch window mean?" It refers to the optimal times for rocket launches, which depend on various factors like weather and humidity, and even interannual windows. It's rather complex, Liu Yifei elaborated. Meanwhile, an elderly gentleman, who had previously conversed with Liu Yifei, regarded her with mild astonishment. "This young lady seems quite knowledgeable," he remarked. "I've merely perused some materials." "I cannot compare to your expertise," Liu Yifei replied, unfazed by the interruption, her smile unwavering. "You are indeed among the younger generation who genuinely understand rockets." The old man chuckled, his expression revealing a sense of pride, a sentiment echoed by the other attendees, who now regarded Liu Yifei with renewed interest. "Your friends Haven T come to see you. Why not join us at the guest house?" the elderly man suggested, scanning the vicinity for the striking young woman as companions. "No, I'll manage on my own," Liu Yifei gracefully declined. Yet, her engaging conversation with the elderly couple left Gu Ying somewhat bewildered. It is unusual for a girl of 16 or 17 to connect so amiably with elderly individuals. Yet, the reality was that not only had she conversed with them, but the discussion was also quite animated. Love truly empowers one, Gu Ying reflected, feeling a mix of admiration and bewilderment towards Liu Yifei, who dared to love fearlessly. Embodying the essence of the saying, "Spring is never too late," and thus, one arrives at the true Jiangnan. The mere invitation to witness a rocket launch allowed Liu Yifei to gain profound insights into the intricacies of rocketry. Gu Ying shook his head, his rational mind cautioning him that he must not be swayed by someone as exceptional as Liu Yifei, for individuals like her are a rarity. The elderly man who had conversed with Liu Yifei did not extend another invitation, but instead smiled and spoke again. "Upon your arrival at the guest house, please refrain from taking photographs and wandering aimlessly. Should you wish to view the Xichang launch base, either your relatives can escort you, or you may wait until tomorrow morning when designated personnel will arrange a tour for us," the elder advised, to which Liu Yifei nodded in acknowledgement. Although personal freedom was somewhat restricted in this locale, Liu Yifei and the others remained unconcerned, recognizing the unique circumstances surrounding them. Having traveled for 3 to 4 hours from Liangqing Airport to the Daliang Mountains, the sun began to set. Liu Yifei observed her surroundings, where individuals either skillfully made their way to the guest house with luggage in hand or were greeted by youthful hosts. While Liu Yifei did not feel envy towards those being welcomed, she nonetheless glanced around, though she failed to spot the figure she longed for. At that moment, a young man approached, holding a letter. "Hello, Miss Liu. Engineer Chu is currently occupied, so he asked me to assist you. He also has a letter for you," the young man said politely as he extended the envelope. "I can manage on my own. I know how to find my room," Liu Yifei replied with a charming smile, graciously accepting the letter but declining the young man's offer of assistance, as she had already received information from teacher Chu prior to her arrival. The location of her room had been clearly marked, complete with a simplified map, making it easy for her to find her way. The brilliance of her smile left the young man momentarily taken aback, and he shyly smiled back. After politely declining the young researcher's kindness, Liu Yifei scanned her surroundings and promptly headed in a specific direction. In a matter of moments, she stepped into the guest house, having already confirmed her identity. The check-in process was quite straightforward. The guest house predominantly featured double-occupancy standard rooms with a small sitting area. Naturally, Liu Yifei shared a room with Gu Ying, although the accommodation was evidently not on par with that of a hotel. However, Liu Yifei did not mind. Upon entering the room, she happily settled onto the sofa and opened the letter sent by Chu Ze's appointed messenger. The letter contained only a brief message. At 9 o'clock this evening, towards the southeast, there will be a spectacular display of fireworks. The handwriting was vigorous and elegant, a style Liu Yifei admired but felt incapable of replicating. What does the letter say, Yifei? Gu Ying inquired curiously, though she refrained from peering over to read it, mindful of maintaining proper decorum. Fireworks at 9 o'clock this evening towards the southeast, Liu Yifei replied, a faint smile gracing her lips, her eyes alight with anticipation. Gu Ying, however, could only manage a slight smirk, pondering what was so captivating about a mere fireworks display. Witnessing Liu Yifei's enchantment left her at a loss for words. Shanghai, the splendid mountain city. A slightly overweight young man sat before his computer, the screen casting a soft glow that danced across his face, creating a play of light and shadow. His appearance was unremarkable, neither handsome nor unattractive. Suddenly, he slammed the mouse onto the desk with a forceful thud. Ignoring the overworked device, he placed both hands on the keyboard and began to type furiously. How infuriating. How could Liu Yifei be in a relationship? She isn't even of age yet. The young man rapidly sent messages in a QQ chat group, quickly garnering agreement from others. The news of Yifei dining with a mysterious man was clearly fabricated. The media's irresponsibility was astonishing. Now, I scarcely believe anything that isn't reported by Chu Wei. The entertainment industry is rife with deception, likely a ploy by competitors to tarnish Yifei's image. They even claimed she traveled to Sichuan to meet her enigmatic boyfriend. I was incredulous. If I recall correctly, Yifei's manager is her mother. The media's desperation for attention is utterly absurd. Is there anyone who can verify this with Chu Wei? In the chat group, voices rose and fell, reacting to a blurry photograph that surfaced in the evening news. The image clearly depicted a hot pot restaurant, where two figures appeared to be engaged in lively conversation. This was an entirely ordinary photograph. Yet a throng of fans could not remain composed, for the profile of one figure bore an uncanny resemblance to Liu Yifei. Once the picture was released, it ignited a tremendous uproar, sending shockwaves through the internet as countless individuals sought to authenticate its legitimacy. Yet, Chu Wei, the one everyone was eager to hear from, remained silent, leaving both hopeful fans and curious onlookers in a state of anticipation. Chu Wei was acutely aware of the fervor surrounding the online discussions. At that moment, he sat in his newly acquired SUV, his expression a blend of resignation and frustration. What does it matter if it's real? I don't have a single photograph. This overwhelming wealth is beyond my grasp, and how could I possibly verify the identity of that young man? There once existed images within my camera, yet now, not a single one remains. Furthermore, even if I had photographs, would I dare to reveal them? With a heavy sigh, Chu Wei resolved not to seek out Liu Yifei's mysterious boyfriend for a photograph, as it would be a sheer waste of battery life. The things I have lost never truly belong to me, so there is no need for lamentation. Chu Wei endeavored to compose himself, but at that moment, the car door swung open forcefully. Brother Zhu, this is infuriating. I've taken so many photos. Yet a mere passerby captures one shot that garners more attention than we ever could. Zhang Quan's tone was rife with indignation. Chu Wei's expression remained neutral, his gaze settling on Zhang Quan. This was a predicament of his own making. He consoled himself internally, forcing a smile that was more painful than tears. He suppressed the urge to strike out in frustration and instead looked up at the sky, uncertain if he could maintain his composure if Zhang Quan continued to provoke him. Chu Wei's gaze gradually deepened, reflecting a growing complexity of emotions. Zhuge, I have finally discerned Liu Yifei's purpose for traveling to Sichuan province. Zhang Quan, ever attentive, moved closer. Chu Wei merely cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Quan, his eyes filled with a deep, contemplative gaze. What purpose? He inquired. To witness the rocket launch. I saw the news. On June 20th, there will be a test launch of a heavy-lift rocket at the Xichang launch base. How unfortunate that I cannot attend. Zhang Quan lamented. You wish to see the rocket? Chu Wei's expression shifted as he scrutinized Zhang Quan earnestly. Zhang Quan, enveloped in regret, felt as though Zhuo Wei's gaze challenged his professional integrity like never before. Suddenly, his demeanor grew solemn. I am going to photograph Louis Fei, and perhaps capture the rocket in the background as well. Zhugu, please do not question my professional ethics. I am destined to usurp your place and become the king of paparazzi. Zhuo Wei wearily waved his hand in dismissal. In a Sihiyuan in Yanjing, Lu Xiaoli, witnessing the escalating impact of the news, swiftly picked up the phone. Mother, have you seen the news? No, what news? What news? Ask yourself, since you haven't seen it. Allow me to read it to you. Louis Fei was seen enjoying a lively conversation with a mysterious man at the Tianfu Hot Pot restaurant. It is rumored that her visit to Sichuan is a secret rendezvous with her enigmatic boyfriend. Lu Xiaoli's tone brimmed with skepticism. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming urge to summon Louis Fei back for a face-to-face interrogation. That's false. Louis Fei immediately refuted. She had anticipated this situation and knew she must never admit to it. Even if photographed, she could not concede, for if her mother discovered the truth, she would undoubtedly impose a strict confinement upon her. This was paramount, so Louis Fei had premeditated her refusal to acknowledge the matter. False. The time, place, and individuals are clearly stated. Saturday evening at 7:30. You dare tell me it's false? Moreover, I could recognize that person at a glance. Lu Xiaoli was not easily deceived, her voice imbued with an air of authority. That was Ying Jie's friend. She was there too. I was merely accompanying her to meet a friend. As she spoke, Louis Fei cast a desperate glance towards Gu Ying. Upon witnessing Louis Fei's pleading eyes, Gu Ying, hands clasped in prayer, felt an inexplicable softness in her heart and took the phone. Ms. Lu. Yes, I was present. That individual is a friend of mine. A younger brother studying here from our hometown. He came to Tianfu, and I invited him for a meal. Truly, there is an ice cream shop opposite the hot pot restaurant, as well as a noodle shop. When Ms. Lu visits Tianfu, or sends someone to check, you will surely see for yourself. I could not have fabricated such details. Beads of sweat began to form on Gu Ying's forehead as she bore the immense pressure. All right, we will return after watching the rocket launch, she replied, conversing for a few moments before returning the phone to Louis Fei. At that moment, Gu Ying felt as though she had emerged from a fierce battle. Very well, mother. I shall not trouble you further. Tomorrow, we will visit the Xichang base, and we will return after the visit. I must rest early tonight. Louis Fei hung up the phone, her expression not much better than Gu Ying's. The moment the call ended, she immediately embraced Gu Ying, exclaiming, Sister Ying, I adore you so much. A smile of relief graced Louis Fei's face, as if she had just survived a calamity. I seem to have completely boarded your ship of mischief. Tell me, is your teacher Chu truly that remarkable? Is it worth hiding it from President Liu just to be together? Gu Ying waved her hand wearily, her face reflecting a sense of disillusionment. Yet, seizing the moment, she curiously inquired about teacher Chu's significance in Louis Fei's heart. Louis Fei pondered seriously before responding with a melodious voice. Imbued with determination, perhaps everything was destined once I arrived in Yuqing. After speaking, she gazed earnestly at Gu Ying and asked, Sister Ying, have you ever felt that a seemingly unremarkable city becomes so comforting because of one person? In that city, I could let my guard down, fish peacefully, and enjoy a simple meal of roasted sweet potatoes, all of which linger in my memory. The mountains, fields, alleys, and ponds I visited remain etched in my mind. Yet this city remains obscure in the grand scheme of the nation. As Louis Fei spoke, a subtle smile appeared on her face. Gu Ying, evidently a good listener, refrained from interrupting and quietly absorbed her words. However, the sentiments Louis Fei expressed left her perplexed and unable to comprehend. While she understood love blossoming like the wind, the notion of loving a city because of a person was beyond her imagination. Yet, observing Louis Fei, Gu Ying fell silent. Suddenly wishing to meet the teacher Louis Fei spoke of, curious about what charm could evoke such feelings in someone as extraordinary as Louis Fei. Chapter 56. A firework that never falls. As dusk descended and stars twinkled sparsely, the night in the mountains revealed a desolate beauty. Stepping out of the guest house, it felt as though one was engulfed in an immense darkness beyond the reach of the streetlights. Only as one adapted to the night could the distant outlines of the mountains be faintly discerned. Louis Fei and Gu Ying were not the only ones emerging from the guest house. Others followed suit, some guided by grandchildren or children, while others, having heard the news, ventured out of their rooms. Outside the guest house, a crowd began to gather. Louis Fei, curious, surveyed her surroundings as some elderly individuals waved fans to ward off the mosquitoes, which indeed swarmed in the mountains, each one robust and persistent. Amidst the crowd, Lu Yifei spotted a familiar figure. Xiaohan, are you testing every night? Indeed, every night. It's quite beautiful. Tonight's session starts at 9. Wasn't he the testing time variable before? Yes, sometimes it was at 7, sometimes at 10. Today, Engineer Chu specifically scheduled it for 9. An elderly couple, led by a young person, displayed silver hair that fluttered in the night air, their wise faces faintly visible in the dim light. Listening to their conversation, Lu Yifei couldn't help but perk up her ears. Chu Gong is the leader of this project? No, the young man pondered for a moment and shook his head. Subsequently, his words trailed off, as the elder evidently recalled something and chose not to pursue the matter further. Instead, he caught sight of Lu Yifei from a distance and offered a polite smile. Perhaps he harbored a fondness for the young girl's understanding of aerospace, prompting him to linger for a while. Lu Yifei naturally responded with a sweet and courteous smile. Acknowledging him, Chu Gong. Gu Ying's gaze flickered slightly, instinctively perking up her ears. However, the conversation did not continue. Though she was skeptical of the notion that one could fall in love with a city, hearing it from Lu Yifei's lips was sufficiently astonishing. Gu Ying remained quietly beside Lu Yifei, who occasionally glanced at her watch as time passed. She understood that the Chu Gong mentioned by the young man must be someone of great significance, and since they had agreed on 9 o'clock, it would undoubtedly be at that precise hour. Yet, she was unprepared for the realization of Chu Laosher's esteemed position within the Xichang research base. As the hour approached, Lu Yifei felt a tightening in her expression and abruptly lifted her gaze to the horizon. There, beneath the silvery moonlight, the silhouettes of mountains appeared, seemingly marking the skyline. As 9 o'clock drew near, Lu Yifei distinctly sensed a tremor beneath her feet. Simultaneously, a colossal roar echoed from afar. The sound was immense, akin to thunder in the tranquil night, and with its emergence, a vivid red flame ignited not far away. The fire illuminated the structures around, resembling a nighttime flare lighting up the entire sky. All present fell silent, their attention captivated by Lu Yifei, whose expressive eyes, reflecting the sounds, were fixated on the distant glow. A great inferno blazed in the sky, slowly ascending. Once it reached a certain altitude, the fireball seemed to illuminate the entire Xichang research base, casting a radiant glow upon every face present. It resembled a brilliant star standing in the heavens, shimmering with unearthly brilliance. Lu Yifei remained silent, holding her breath, fearful that even the slightest exhalation might cause that star to fall. Rationality told her it would not, yet she remained cautiously breathless. At that moment, Gu Ying, standing beside Lu Yifei, flushed with a hue of crimson, unsure if it was the reflection of the flames or the thrill of excitement. The vastness above, Gu Ying struggled to find words to describe the breathtaking scene before her, feeling the intense pressure emanating from the flames. Yet, inexplicably, her heart swelled with pride and joy, as if she were witnessing something sacred and inviolable. Then, a voice beside her broke the silence and made Gu Ying perk up her ears to listen. The posture control is quite stable. An elder quietly observed the blazing inferno in the sky, his murky gaze illuminated by the flames, as if fire burned within his eyes. Beside him stood Chun Lao and Nie Yuntian, accompanying him. Indeed, a unique path in aerospace has been forged. Chun Lao's eyes were filled with emotion. Confronted with the scene before him, he felt a significant weight lift from his heart. From a small glimpse, one can infer the depths of Chun Lao's unspeakable emotions at this moment. Teacher, have we, the successors, lived up to your expectations? Though Nie Yuntian's tone appeared calm, it concealed a myriad of complexities, artfully masked. At this very moment, standing among this assembly of elders, whom he had fervently invited, he and Lu had surmounted numerous obstacles to make this rocket launch widely recognized. He understood vividly that the success of this rocket launch would reshape the entire aerospace domain. While he could not guarantee absolute success, he was determined to ensure that the older generation of aerospace pioneers could witness this historic moment. The path to the summit is fraught with difficulty, yet they have traversed great rivers and crossed vast seas. They have navigated through thickets of thorns and ascended the lofty paths of high mountains. Now, only a precipice stands between them and the pinnacle. This final step, whether it be Lu, himself, or with the consultation of Chu Ze, was unanimously deemed essential to invite the seasoned aerospace veterans who had dedicated their lives at the Xichang Research Base to witness this momentous occasion. I have never been disappointed in you. Chun Lao's voice resonated with emotion. The younger generation had faced challenges head-on. How could he express disappointment? If disappointment were to be felt, it should be directed towards his own self from 2 or 3 decades ago. Logically, he should have created a better environment for the successors back then, rather than enduring technological isolation and striving independently, navigating a path strewn with thorns. Chun Lao's tone was somber, yet brimming with pride. Mount Everest is the highest peak on Earth, but it is by no means the limit for us, the aerospace pioneers of Huaxia. His words instantly stirred profound sentiments among the elder aerospace figures nearby. Indeed, this sentiment has weighed on my heart for 30 years. Who dares to claim that our Huaxia cannot achieve aerospace success? With this triumph, Huaxia will have its rightful place in international aerospace. Resonating voices echoed, rising and falling, infused with both nostalgia and indignation. At that moment, Liu Yifei noticed a group of elderly individuals outside the guest house, some in wheelchairs, others with canes, engaged in animated discussions. What does this mean? Why are they so excited? Guing inquired, puzzled. Yet, realizing that she might not find clarity on her own, she turned to Liu Yifei. For whenever she encountered confusion, Liu Yifei was always there to provide answers. 31 years ago, the Eagle Country published an article congratulating Huaxia on its successful exploration of Mount Everest. Liu Yifei responded to Gu Ying's query. What is the issue with that? Gu Ying remained perplexed, perceiving the statement merely as a standard congratulatory remark. After much contemplation, she still could not discern the underlying significance. The congratulatory message was issued by the Eagle Country's aerospace agency, Liu Yifei clarified. Upon hearing this, Gu Ying was momentarily taken aback. Initially, the statement seemed innocuous. But in light of the issuing agency, she suddenly felt a profound sense of irony. Liu Yifei, having spoken, turned her gaze towards the elderly figures, fully engrossed in their exchanges. The flickering flames danced upon the weathered faces of the elderly, their aged visages etched with deep creases, their gazes clouded and pale. Yet, within those murky eyes lay the weight of experience and untold stories, reflecting an indomitable spirit and unwavering resolve. As the elders focused intently on the blaze, the light cast upon their features radiated determination. In that moment, Liu Yifei comprehended that this flicker of fire, while merely a beautiful spectacle to her and Gu Ying, suspended in the air like a wondrous creation, was an awe-inspiring sight. However, to these elders, this fire symbolized hope, the will of the inheritors, and the strength to rise above adversity. Gu Ying, too, noticed the solemn atmosphere, her previously flushed complexion now under control as she silently observed the roaring flames illuminating the night. The thunderous roar accompanied the inferno. Suddenly, Liu Yifei grasped the essence of the letter she had received. At this moment, she fully understood it was a celebration of fireworks that would never fade. Well said, young lady, she murmured. This is indeed a fireworks display that shall never fall, a dazzling phenomenon destined for eternity, belonging to us, the children of Huaxia. Old Chin's voice resonated with fervor, his words instantly garnering unanimous agreement. Indeed, the young lady speaks most eloquently. Waves of approval echoed in the air. While faces remained obscured in the darkness, Liu Yifei felt the warmth of expectant gazes and excited expressions surrounding her. She, too, wore a radiant and sweet smile. For this was her fireworks display, a celebration that would eternally ascend. The following morning, Liu Yifei and Gu Ying rose early, freshening up for the day ahead. Sister Ying, let us go, Liu Yifei cheerfully exclaimed, grabbing a small bag and fastening it at her waist, dressed in a flowing white gown that exuded vitality. I'm coming, Gu Ying responded. Moments later, the two joined hands and exited the guest house, merging with the larger group to explore the Xichang research base. Overall, their endeavor was to learn about the history of Xichang, listen to tales of past launches, and visit various launch sites. Though Gu Ying listened attentively, her engagement paled in comparison to Liu Yifei's keen interest. Is the launch happening here tomorrow? Gu Ying inquired, curiously surveying the launch site before her. The structure appeared quite simple, featuring a launch pad and a tall framework, with a slender vertical building visible in the distance. No, the Xichang research base has several launch pads. This one is rather outdated and will likely be replaced by newly constructed facilities, Liu Yifei replied, following behind a young researcher. "You seem well-informed and yet so intrigued," Gu Ying remarked, scrutinizing Lu Yifei. "Revisiting old knowledge brings forth new understanding," Lu Yifei winked, only to receive an eye roll from Gu Ying. At that moment, Gu Ying began to reconsider her earlier doubts. After their exploration, a vivid image of the Xichang research base had formed in Gu Ying's mind, while the atmosphere around the base grew increasingly serious. As the launch countdown had entered its final 24 hours, it was around 5 in the morning. On this particular day, Lu Yifei chose not to take a nap. Instead, she persevered through her fatigue until evening. This way, she could retire earlier at night and rise with the dawn. Others shared similar sentiments, engaging in lively conversations. The elderly gentleman who sat across the aisle had become a familiar presence through their exchanges. "My dear girl, you truly possess a profound understanding of aerospace. Why hasn't your boyfriend come to see you?" asked Xia Gang, his tone tinged with curiosity. Although his stay at the Xichang base was brief, he assumed that given the girl's youth, her partner would surely find time to visit her. However, he had never seen him. "He is busy," Lu Yifei replied with calm assurance. "Even the busiest should make time to see you. It has been 2 days, and with the launch approaching, there should be less to distract him," Xia Gang remarked candidly. Lu Yifei's expression remained largely unchanged, her demeanor unperturbed. "There's no rush in these 2 days," she responded with genuine tranquility, which earned her the approval of Xia Gang's wife. "Indeed, let me tell you, those in the aerospace field are notoriously hard to pin down. If he has to dash off to Zhocheng, you might not see him for half a year. At your age, if you're pursuing someone in this field, you must be prepared for such realities," Xia Gang's wife said, her voice imbued with the wisdom of experience. "Prepared I am. He is busy, and I shall focus on my own matters," Lu Yifei replied, her sweet smile revealing a positive outlook. This exchange prompted a shared glance between Xia Gang and his wife, reflecting their satisfaction with the young woman. Naturally, they would have been even more pleased had she been their grandson's girlfriend. A gathering of onlookers had little recourse but to linger in the dining hall, engaged in idle chatter. Within the Xichang research base, the massive Huating-1 rocket stood tall in the assembly hangar, a testament to human ingenuity, the second heavy-lift launch vehicle of Huaxia, its predecessor having fallen in the vast Gobi Desert. "Chu Gong, you have worked hard during this period," Nie Yuntian expressed, his voice filled with gratitude. The swift development of Huating-1 was not merely a result of the progress at the Xichang research base, but rather a direct consequence of Chu Ze's involvement, which fundamentally resolved the rocket's thrust issues. With the thrust problem addressed, and combined with the extensive experience amassed at the base, the project advanced with remarkable speed. It was akin to a sudden surge of strength. Without power, one continually seeks alternative solutions. Yet, once strength is attained, everything seems to fall effortlessly into place. "I have not struggled. The credit belongs to everyone. We have not rested during this time," Chu Ze replied, shaking his head. For him, this period felt less like hardship and more like a comfort, as he had entered a familiar research state, one he genuinely cherished. "Rest early tonight," Nie Yuntian said, conveying unspoken understanding. At this moment, a middle-aged man in a white lab coat spoke up. "Nie Gong, Chu Gong, are you able to sleep tonight? I find myself unable to, as I shall endure the night until success is achieved. I fear that should you succeed, you may find it even harder to rest. Even if it leads to sudden death, it can be considered a death without regrets." The words of the middle-aged man seemed to open a floodgate, as voices began to express the sentiments of their respective speakers. Once conversation began, it took on an unstoppable momentum. Sleep was still a necessity. One must be well-rested to face the reports from foreign media the next day. Chu Ze chuckled, feeling genuinely at ease amidst a commendable team, reveling in the atmosphere of research. Naturally, alongside the good, there existed the bad. However, on the whole, the excellent traditions passed down from the older generation were predominantly positive, with the negative being a rare occurrence. "Listen to Engineer Chu. We should all get some rest. A good night's sleep will ensure we are energized for the challenges ahead." Nie Yuntian spoke solemnly. The expressions of the gathered researchers turned serious in response. Chapter 57. This moment is their glory. I cannot sit idle. The following day at the Xichang research base, the morning mountains were shrouded in mist, the horizon still illuminated by the pale moonlight, casting a soft glow upon the undulating terrain, making the peaks against the sky all the more striking. At the guest house, figures rose early. For many, this day held profound significance. The hazy mountains exuded a solemnity as shadows emerged from the guest house, their faces equally grave. Aside from exchanging greetings with familiar faces, most proceeded silently towards the observation platform. Lu Yifei and Gu Ying were no exception. Having risen early to prepare, they stepped out together. After walking a few paces, they noticed figures clad in white lab coats, standing out distinctly in the swirling fog. In addition to those in white, personnel dressed in blue and yellow uniforms were also present, each bearing a serious expression. Their steps were resolute and swift. Why do their uniforms differ? Gu Ying inquired, turning to Lu Yifei for clarification. Different roles. Some are ground staff, while others are command personnel at the launch center, Lu Yifei explained, answering her query while scanning the area. Disappointingly, she did not spot any familiar faces. The observation platform was situated a considerable distance from the launch point, on the weaker side of the command center, featuring a series of constructed seating arrangements. Lu Yifei had just settled into her designated seat when a ripple of excitement spread through the crowd. Following the source of the commotion, she saw a group of elderly individuals, some in wheelchairs and others leaning on canes. What captivated attention was not merely their presence, but the gleaming metals adorning each elder's chest, symbols of their past achievements. Their faces bore an air of gravity. Shortly after the elders were seated, a strange sound echoed from a distance, accompanied by the opening of the rocket hangar, revealing a colossal object before Lu Yifei. From afar, she beheld the massive rocket, slowly emerging from the hangar, its 6 thrusters prominently displayed. Towering amidst the clouds, the rocket stirred a sense of pride within Lu Yifei's heart and reflected in her gaze. Watching the rocket launch on television is a vastly different experience compared to witnessing it in person. It is utterly breathtaking. Beside me, Gu Ying gazes intently as the rocket emerges from a colossal structure, slowly making its way to the launch platform amidst the clouds. The rocket traverses through the mist, appearing as a colossal entity that evokes an overwhelming sense of awe. Lu Yifei's beautiful eyes are fixated on the rocket, absorbing every detail with utmost seriousness, as if she were admiring every inch of it. This event has attracted not only seasoned aerospace veterans, but also representatives from the Chengfei Research Institute, including Zhao Yulai. However, the demeanor of the Chengfei representatives as they observe the rocket's emergence seems rather peculiar. Zhao Yulai is accompanied by Lu Neng from the Xichang Research Base, though they maintain a considerable distance from each other, with Gu Zhongjie standing between them. Recently, Gu Zhongjie has faced quite a challenging existence as a diligent firefighter. He finds himself caught in the middle, attempting to prevent a confrontation between the two prominent figures. Though distance may lend beauty to their discourse, it also gives rise to a certain art of language. At this moment, Gu Zhongjie is subjected to the verbal exchanges between these two esteemed leaders in national research. Just look at the impact of Chu's under my supervision. Has Chengfei seen any results? You need not rely on Chu's at all, Lu Ning boasts, his tone replete with arrogance. His sidelong glance acts as a spark, igniting Zhao Yulai's indignation. How dare you? There is no way Chengfei has not achieved results with Chu's. It plays an incredibly pivotal role for us. Zhao Yulai responds, his anger palpable, perceiving Lu Ning's words as a gross affront. He reflects on the sacrifices made by the Xichang Research Base, which has utilized a significant amount of Chu's resources during their own critical push. After all, they had spent a full 20 days and endured countless grievances, akin to Liu Bei borrowing from Jingzhou without returning. Yet now, Lu Neng brazenly flaunts his words. If there are results, then speak up. How am I to know if you do not? Lu Neng replies nonchalantly, igniting a fiery wrath in Zhao Yulai, who feels an overwhelming urge to reduce the audacious man before him to ashes. Let us engage in conversation. Physical altercations would be ill-advised if caught on camera. Gu Zhongjie interjects, observing Zhao Yulai's reddening face and clenched fists, desperately trying to mediate the escalating tension. Both men are unwilling to concede, their verbal duel resembling a battle of wits. Though their exchanges are vigorous, Gu Zhongjie, as the intermediary, finds himself in an increasingly precarious position, particularly as their confrontations grow more intense. He feels a throbbing headache as he witnesses the brewing conflict once more, sensing that Zhao Yulai is on the verge of violence. Casting a glance at Lu Neng's slender frame, Gu Zhongjie resolves to continue his role as the peacemaker. He pauses briefly, then speaks again. Let us be quiet and watch the rocket launch. If it succeeds this time, it will greatly benefit your aircraft. Gu Zhongjie now possesses a wealth of firefighting experience, swiftly interrupting the verbal incantations of the two individuals. Simultaneously, he has disrupted Zhao Yulai's escalating thoughts. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yulai fell into silence, reassuring his restless heart that Chu Ze would soon be taken away. Lu Neng, having gained an advantage, chose not to speak further, respecting Gui Zhongjia's presence. Naturally, Lu Neng believed he had triumphed in this exchange. After all, what need is there for a victor to converse with the vanquished? Moreover, he was acutely aware that the Chengfei Research Institute undoubtedly had its achievements. However, the current state of the Fat Tiger No. 2 at the Xichang Research Base was somewhat of a semi-confidential nature, whereas the projects at the Chengfei Research Institute remained strictly classified. On the observation platform, as Fat Tiger No. 2 steadily approached the launch pad, numerous elderly individuals frequently glanced at the time, their gazes distant with admiration. They had dedicated their lives to rocket science. Yet this particular rocket structure was markedly different from that of their era. The atmosphere on the observation platform was grave and silent. The presence of a group of formally attired elders indicated that this launch held exceptionally significant meaning. They could only hope for success. One elder murmured to himself, aware that his apprehensions were unwarranted and that he should place his trust in the younger generation. However, sitting there, he found it difficult to remain at ease, as memories of Fat Tiger No. 1 plummeting through the darkness like a meteor filled his mind. Once bitten by a snake, one is afraid of a rope for 10 years. Many of the elders shared similar sentiments, leading to their reticence. Even Chun Lao, who considered himself seasoned by life's tempests, found himself contemplating his own acceptance of the past. Yet, upon receiving another invitation from Nie Yuntian, he returned to this place that once filled him with pride, but now brought him sorrow. Fully aware that regardless of success or failure, attending this event would be a burden on his frail body, he nonetheless resolutely arrived. The silence among the elders cast a heavy atmosphere over the families gathered on the observation platform, who were equally aware of the launch's significance. However, the presence of these illustrious veterans imbued the event with even greater importance. "Teacher Chu, you will succeed," Lu Yifei whispered, her lips pursed and her eyes brimming with anticipation. In the command center, a solemn atmosphere also prevailed. Among the distinguished elders were their mentors, their seniors, guiding beacons, and family members who transmitted their life beliefs. For everyone at the Xichang Research Base, this was a mission that allowed for no failure, only success. From the inception of this project, Nie Yuntian had worn a serious expression. It was not due to the project's slow progress or insurmountable challenges. This flight into the heavens was of paramount importance, a matter of utmost significance. Having once witnessed the dark descent of Chinese aerospace, he now beheld a glimmer of hope. Until success was achieved, he could not allow himself to smile. He must approach every matter with utmost seriousness, meticulously verifying each detail. In the command center, Nie Yuntian surveyed the group with an intensely earnest gaze. It was time to clarify the final responsibilities. The launch was divided into 2 phases. The initial phase would be under the command of Engineer Chu, while I would take charge of the latter half. The second phase would further subdivide into 2 teams. One, led by Engineer Chu, would be responsible for the cyclical recovery, while I would oversee the launch into space, with the Beidou team managing the satellite deployment. Each individual must fulfill their respective duties to ensure success. Nie Yuntian spoke with a calm demeanor, then glanced at Chu Ze. Meeting Nie Yuntian's gaze, Chu Ze nodded in a composed manner, his excitement tempered by rationality. The aerospace team of Huaxia had awaited this moment for far too long, and this rhythm of work was one he knew all too well. "We will succeed," he reassured Nie Yuntian, sensing the tension in him. Nie Yuntian said nothing, merely nodding firmly before signaling to Chu Ze. The two instantly entered a state of focused work. The time from project initiation to launch was remarkably brief, necessitating a clear division of labor between them. Once immersed in their tasks, the atmosphere in the command center shifted dramatically. They checked the fuel infusion, verified all electronic devices, and 1 hour later, the ground crew withdrew. They conducted final verifications of the ignition devices and the multi-layer ignition systems. The satellite team confirmed the final attitude protection of the satellite. Chu Ze and Nie Yuntian issued commands in unison, collaborating effectively. Although the command center appeared chaotic, everything progressed in an orderly manner. After the directives were dispatched, the researchers in the command room focused intently on the streams of data, vigilant against any discrepancies. The researchers awaited their turn, as their battlefield would only begin with the ignition countdown. In a corner, a documentary camera recorded the scene before it with fidelity. Two figures, their voices rising and falling in alternation, appeared on screen. The middle-aged Nye Yuntian and the youthful boy. A strong youth signifies a strong nation. Observing the footage, the aged director of the reporting team, Li Xingdong, felt a surge of emotion. To protect the boy, he might not appear in the documentary, yet witnessing this moment, he could hardly ignore the significant role the youth played within the project team. Having been on the front lines of scientific research filming, he had witnessed countless stories, many of which would be classified. Many unknown researchers devoted their youth silently, leaving traces in desolate Gobi deserts and remote mountains. The world may not know their names, but they would recognize their offspring, instilling fear in adversaries and comfort in citizens. One day, the world will know of your deeds, Li Shengdong murmured, his gaze lingering on the youthful face. The viewing platform stood still as time gradually slipped away, and the clouds began to dissipate, revealing the rocket's body with increasing clarity. In that moment, Mr. Chun was struck by a profound thought, hoping that soon, the clouds would part and dawn would break. It would happen, it was certain. His words were like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples that prompted the elderly bystanders to nod in quiet agreement. At the same time, a deep voice resonated through the broadcast. 60 years ago, we emerged from nothingness, embarking on our journey into space. 40 years ago, our Xichang research base launched the nation's first satellite, rising from the east, shining brightly from the east. 30 years ago, it was said that the pinnacle of our exploration lay on the summit of Mount Everest. 13 years ago, Fat Tiger 1 fell into darkness. A painful memory for our Xichang research base, a blemish on our nation's space achievements. Today, Fat Tiger 2 emerges, allowing us to make our voice heard. Our quest does not culminate at the peak of Everest, but extends into the vastness of the cosmos. We are now entering the final 30 minutes of the countdown, and we shall witness the launch of China's first heavy-lift rocket. The broadcast, though succinct, cast a solemn atmosphere over the viewers on the platform. Even Gu Ying, who was previously indifferent to space endeavors, found her heart invested in the imminent launch of the rocket. Following the broadcast, an eerie silence enveloped the platform. Suddenly, an aged voice broke through the stillness. "Help me up," Mr. Chun requested, his tone resolute. A woman standing beside him, presumably his granddaughter, spoke urgently. "Let me assist you. Help me up." Mr. Chin's voice was filled with determination as his murky gaze fixed on the rocket, now emerging from the mists. Our nation's space exploration has endured decades of technological blockade. Countless space pioneers have toiled in the shadows for so long, regardless of success or failure. This moment is their glory, and I cannot remain seated. His resolute voice echoed through the silent platform. At that moment, Lu Yifei, who had been seated, sprang to her feet, her eyes alight with intensity as she gazed at the now clear rocket. Gu Ying rose as well, and one by one, others followed suit, standing in silent solidarity. Chapter 58. The light craft has passed through 10,000 mountains. Together we strive for the future. Time continued its relentless passage. The viewing platform remained quiet, with the broadcast occasionally breaking the silence. As the countdown reached the 30-minute mark, various checks were conducted. A crisp, steady voice emerged from the speakers, causing Lu Yifei to momentarily freeze, as she recognized it unmistakably, Mr. Chu's voice. "Mr. Chu," Lu Yifei murmured, her eyes reflecting surprise. Although her voice was soft, Gu Ying, standing nearby, caught the words, turning to look at Lu Yifei with curiosity. "Is this Mr. Chu?" Gu Ying was long intrigued by the man she had only heard of but never met. Initially, she had thought Lu Yifei and this Mr. Chu were worlds apart. The disparity between the two was indeed vast, yet as Gu Ying discovered how deeply Lu Yifei had become enmeshed, her perspective began to shift. Upon arriving at the Xichang research base, it became evident that Lu Yifei was truly ensnared, unable to extricate herself. Suddenly, the mellifluous voice emanating from the broadcast was none other than Teacher Chu, as portrayed by Lu Yifei. At that moment, Gu Ying was taken aback. Teacher Chu was not the layabout she had envisioned, but rather an individual engaged in a significant research endeavor. It turned out that this was not merely a ticket for a show, but a genuine familial pass. The abrupt transformation left Gu Ying somewhat flustered, yearning to inquire but finding herself at a loss for words. Given Lu Yifei's evident preoccupation, it was clear that she would not be paying attention to Gu Ying, even in ordinary circumstances. As the clock struck 8 or 9 in the evening, Liu Yifei's focus would invariably drift elsewhere, surfacing only when it was time to film, garnering but a modicum of attention. Now, with the imminent launch of the project in which teacher Chu was involved, Guing acutely felt her redundancy. She listened intently to the countdown and the calibration sounds. However, with the final 10 minutes upon them, calibration had long since ceased. The countdown commenced. 10 minutes, 9 minutes, 8 minutes, 7 minutes. Guing felt, for the first time, that time was dragging. The rhythmic ticking resonated in her heart, second by second. As they approached the final minute, it seemed as though time itself had come to a standstill. The atmosphere around her grew palpably tense, her hands suddenly clasped in the anxious grip of Liu Yifei. The air was thick with anticipation, and silhouettes of distant onlookers were discernible. Within the command center, the voice was clear as it resonated through the broadcast. Entering the final minute of the countdown, Liu Yifei's familiar voice emerged from the speakers, laden with an unprecedented gravity. In that moment, she was no longer the dazzling star of the entertainment industry, but rather an ordinary individual, a family member of an astronaut, gazing up at the rocket with fervent hope for a successful launch. Each passing second slipped away, and the live broadcast transitioned into the final countdown. Accompanying this was the synchronized chant of the audience, their voices aged yet resolute. 19, 18, 17, each number reverberated through the atmosphere. In the command center, on the ground crew, at the observation platform, and throughout the Xichang research base, all personnel gazing at the rocket felt an unspoken connection to the countdown. Similarly, those at other launch sites, including Jiuquan, Wenchang, and Guiyuan, instinctively joined in the final countdown, as this launch represented a new milestone in the annals of Chinese space exploration. The countdown continued, second by second. 3, 2, 1 ignition. Accompanied by a commanding shout, the rocket began to tremble slightly, and a tremendous flame erupted from its base. Liu Yifei watched as the mist dissipated, and the rocket became clearly visible, lifting off from the ground and gradually ascending into the sky, where faint sunlight began to emerge on the horizon. As dawn breaks, sunlight cascades upon the rocket, enveloping it in a radiant halo. Liu Yifei's beautiful eyes brim with pride. The deeper her understanding, the more she becomes enraptured, akin to a book that ignites an insatiable urge to read until the very last page. Yet, Liu Yifei fervently wishes her life were not merely a book, for many tales conclude in tragedy, and most grievously, a finished book has its ending predetermined. What she desires is a direct grasp over her own narrative. At this moment, as the rocket genuinely launches, silence prevails. The rocket, ascending into the dawn-lit sky, carries the hopes of countless individuals. Amidst the gazes of many, they witness the rocket's ascent, reminiscent of valiant soldiers embarking on a quest. Propelled by the will of the masses towards the cosmos, piercing through the azure expanse, it soars with fiery determination into the serene, silent universe. Liu Yifei remained speechless, wholly absorbed in the sight of the rocket's ascent. Guing, too, is at a loss for words, having felt the profound impact of witnessing the launch firsthand. On the observation platform, a group of elders rises silently, their gaze fixed, for none are more anxious than they. They have personally endured the darkest moments in the annals of Chinese space exploration, experiences they wish never to relive. As they listen to the familiar voices emanating from the broadcast, it is not the sound that resonates with them, but rather the commands they know all too well. Ancient Yuan radar, tracking normal, entering silence, abnormal report. Jiyuan radar, tracking normal, entering silence, abnormal report. Tiannan radar, tracking normal, entering silence, abnormal report. Stability intact, data normal. Thrust data normal. Attitude control satisfactory. Transition to full speed. Full speed achieved. Expected to break the first cosmic velocity in 3 minutes. With a commanding shout, the rocket's base erupts with a thunderous roar, soaring directly into the azure sky. The journey from Earth to breaching the atmosphere will not exceed 10 minutes. Soon, the rocket vanishes from sight, yet the observers on the platform continue to gaze upward, for the journey has merely begun. The rocket's body separates, and the second team assumes the launch responsibilities. Second team received, entering second stage ignition. The first group initiates attitude control, reigniting in 5 minutes. The second team deploys solar panels, preparing to enter the designated orbit. The first group ignites, controlling descent speed. The continuous commands from the command center fill the elders on the observation platform with palpable tension. Old Chun, Will it succeed? A voice, trembling slightly, emerges from beside Chun, where a figure is being supported. His face glows with excitement, even a hint of flush, for the satellite has already entered its orbit. Yet, his primary concern is not the satellite's success, but whether the rocket can return. It will succeed. Old Chin's eyes blaze with fervor, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the horizon. On the observation platform, as the elders remain still, others naturally follow suit. Yifei, what is the situation? Guing found herself utterly bewildered, compelled to seek assistance from Lu Yifei beside her. I don't know. Lu Yifei shook her head, following the gaze of a group of elderly individuals towards the horizon. Based on her understanding, the launch should have been successful, yet the anticipation reflected in the elders' eyes indicated that success was still far from their grasp. Confusion reigned, as the directives became muddled, dividing them into smaller groups. Lu Yifei's beautiful eyes, filled with curiosity, traced the direction of the elders' focus toward the sky. Suddenly, she blinked, squinting against the sunlight, uncertain whether what she perceived was real. However, as time passed, she realized it was not merely an illusion. Indeed, a segment of a rocket appeared in the sky, its base intermittently emitting flames. To her astonishment, it drew nearer with each passing moment. Elder Chin's eyes sparkled with fervor. While the prospect of sending heavy satellites into space filled him with joy, the notion of a reusable rocket launch system capable of repeatedly achieving this was even more astonishing. In his excitement, he trembled uncontrollably. "Grandfather, calm down," urged the girl supporting Elder Chun, her expression suddenly anxious. "How can I remain calm? After so many years. We are finally standing here." Elder Chin's voice quivered, his gaze fixated on the descending segment of the rocket, its fiery tail drawing closer to the ground. He yearned to be composed, yet tranquility eluded him. His heart soared with elation, yet it felt overshadowed by the specter of past darkness. How long had he waited for this moment? Finally, in his lifetime, he had witnessed it. For 30 years, he had pursued this dream without a single complaint. In the face of the fiery descent from the abyss, he had not wept, merely enduring in silence. Now, Elder Chin's eyes glistened. This moment had been long awaited. He had feared leaving this world with unfulfilled dreams, yet unexpectedly, he was granted a glimpse of this magnificent flame in his lifetime. Once, I witnessed a flame fall upon this land. Now, another flame streaks across the sky. A smile graced Elder Chin's face, his once clouded gaze now radiant with fervor. The collective of elders remained silent, for Elder Chin's words echoed their own sentiments. On this land, a flame had once fallen, leading them to silence and profound suffering, with some even succumbing to despair. Yet now, a new flame emerged from the heavens, and smiles adorned their faces, their eyes sparkling with hope. The most painful chapter of their past had culminated in this exhilarating moment. As the outer shell shed in a breathtaking descent, it resembled a warrior returning from battle, adorned with glory and accolades. The once dim hour of despair slowly transformed as the segment of the rocket ignited and descended onto the circular launch pad. As the final dust settled, a peak of exhilaration surged through Elder Chun. He beamed at his old companion standing beside him, and they exchanged a knowing glance. No words needed. Everything was conveyed through their smiles. Reflecting on the tapestry of his life, the smile on his face spoke volumes of the culmination of his experiences. Neither Elder Chun nor the others had ever anticipated such a moment. The scene they least wished to recall has now returned, yet their faces are adorned with smiles. Life, akin to a dream, finds them in a reverie they do not wish to escape, for dreams inevitably culminate in awakening. However, as they gaze into the distance, witnessing the ground crew converging, Elder Chun is acutely aware that he is not dreaming. "We have succeeded," he whispers to the elderly companion, while the entire audience is enveloped in exuberance. Exclamations of excitement resound throughout the gathering. "We have succeeded. How astonishing!" The rising chorus embodies the collective thrill of the moment. Guing, too, is profoundly exhilarated. Although no words are spoken, she feels a surge of fervor within her heart. "Yifei, we have succeeded." Guing turns to Lu Yifei with enthusiasm. "Indeed, we have succeeded." Lu Yifei brushes away a tear, reflecting on the countless efforts that lay behind this achievement. The images of those who toiled until the late hours of the night surface in her mind. Individuals united in pursuit of a common goal. Decades of relentless striving have transformed a once dark moment into a spectacle of brilliance. How much hardship and sacrifice lies behind this triumph. Observing the gray strands of hair, Lu Yifei sincerely acknowledges the success of the Fat Tiger 2 launch. While contemplating the myriad of silent contributions made by many, suddenly, Lu Yifei speaks up, Sister Ing, if there is a script concerning space exploration, please share it with me and the production team. Certainly, Gu Ying replies, momentarily taken aback, then nods earnestly. Within the command center, as the satellite enters orbit, most of Nie Yuntian's thoughts are concentrated on a small team. With the fiery trail illuminating the sky, unwelcome thoughts intrude upon his mind. However, his concerns do not materialize. Watching the rising dust, Nie Yuntian feels an immense weight lift from his shoulders, as if tranquility has enveloped him. This launch is flawless, a resounding success. Similarly, many within the launch center wipe away tears of joy. Observing Chu Ze, who is engaged in the handover of tasks, Nie Yuntian instinctively approaches, studying Chu Ze's vibrant countenance. Engineer Chu, thank you. Nie Yuntian extends his hand, his eyes filled with gratitude. The dark moments of despair are no more. The path ahead is long and radiant. We are family. There is no need for formality. Chu Ze responds with a warm smile, clasping his hand. You are right. Let us hear a few words from you. Nie Yuntian glances at Chu Ze, then surveys everyone in the command center. Yes, Engineer Chu, do share your thoughts with us. For some reason, I am especially eager to hear you speak. The broadcast has been activated, and Nie Yuntian's request swiftly garners consensus, with all eyes turning towards Chu Ze. In the face of such earnest anticipation, Chu Ze deliberates briefly before seizing the microphone he had earlier used to direct operations. As the microphone transmitted, the entire Xichang research base was engulfed in excitement. Both the ground crew and the spectators on the viewing platform, including those at various launch sites still broadcasting live. A crisp and resonant voice echoed, Ladies and gentlemen, the light vessel has traversed countless mountains. Let us strive together for the future. Chapter 59, The Uncontrollable Smile. The voice from the broadcast resonated through the speakers, reaching far and wide. The crowd on the viewing platform stood with their eyes fixed intently on the slowly descending cylindrical object. Elder Chen exhaled a breath of relief and turned to his old colleagues, asking, Shall we go take a look? His gaze fell upon a distant circular target, where a massive cylindrical structure stood erect. Let's go. The moment the words left his lips, they were met with unanimous agreement. On the viewing platform, Gu Ying maintained a contemplative silence. Truth be told, she had never been optimistic about Lu Yifei's romantic involvement. However, at this moment, her perspective had undergone a profound transformation. She had come to understand why Lu Yifei, at the tender age of youth, had made a lifelong commitment at the very onset of her journey through life. Such resoluteness, without regard for the repercussions that love might entail within the entertainment industry, was striking. Throughout one's life, one encounters numerous individuals, and Gu Ying had always believed that her thoughts would become clearer with the passage of time. Yet, encountering the right person, as Lu Yifei had, rendered such considerations insignificant, deeply embedding themselves in Gu Ying's heart. It was no wonder that Lu Yifei had fallen in love with the city because of a single individual. At this moment, Gu Ying fully comprehended. This realization seemed to ignite a profound determination within her as she earnestly looked at Lu Yifei and said, Yifei, I shall assist you. Gu Ying's sudden declaration caused Lu Yifei's starry eyes to flicker with surprise. Assist me? Lu Yifei responded, somewhat puzzled and unsure of Gu Ying's intentions. I will act as a cover in front of your General Lu. Gu Ying clarified more directly. The elusive teacher Chu, whom she had only heard of, along with Lu Yifei, were both admirable figures. Love may rise with the wind, yet Gu Ying did not wish to witness that scene unfold. As a woman, she was acutely aware that, given Lu Yifei's current emotional state, missing this opportunity could lead to a lifetime of regret. Yingjia, you are a good person, Lu Yifei exclaimed, wrapping her arm around Gu Ying's, her face adorned with a radiant smile. Was I not a good person before? Gu Ying replied, maintaining a serious expression. You are even better now. Lu Yifei's sweet smile caused Gu Ying to lose her composure, shaking her head in helpless amusement. All right. It seems your beloved is about to make an appearance. Gu Ying reluctantly relinquished her position and spoke up. Lu Yifei, quicker to react, spotted a figure emerging from the launch center and immediately waved enthusiastically, descending the viewing platform to approach. Her face was illuminated by a sweet smile, evoking an instinctive desire to protect her. Gu Ying, seeing this, chose not to interrupt Lu Yifei, but instead observed the young man who had just stepped out from the launch center. He possessed a graceful countenance, his eyes revealing a blend of determination and calmness, his demeanor adorned with a subtle smile. Tall and slender, to Guiying, his fingers seemed as if they were meant for playing the piano, perhaps truly remarkable in their elegance. The proximity between them brought an involuntary, maternal smile to Guiying's face. How wonderful! Guiying felt a twinge of envy for teacher Chu, who had encountered Lu Yifei, and similarly envied Lu Yifei for having someone for whom she would recklessly devote herself. In June, summer arrived, with a refreshing breeze and lush greenery in the mountains. The sun was rising, warm yet blazing. Guiying gazed distantly at the two, observing Lu Yifei's charming smile, a demeanor she had never witnessed in a conversation with a man. Her beautiful, starlit eyes appeared almost ethereal. At this moment, Guiying was acutely aware that the ticket was not merely obtained, but rather because Lu Yifei was indeed a family member. As for herself, Guiying pondered her own position, offering a wry smile of resignation, merely a supporting character. However, Guiying was suddenly moved as she saw Lu Yifei rushing towards her, an inexplicable feeling swelling within her. Sistering, my mom called. Just tell her my phone is with you. I'm off to visit the Xichang research base. Lu Yifei hurriedly returned, shoving her phone into Guiying's hand. Having done that, she turned and left without a moment's pause. Guiying's initial surge of emotion faded just as swiftly. Looking at the incoming call, her expression turned to one of exasperation, yet she gritted her teeth and answered. Lu Yifei is visiting the Xichang research base and does not have her phone. When will she return? Guiying glanced at the energetic figure disappearing in the distance, hesitating slightly before uncertainly replying. It may take some time. I will ensure she returns your call as soon as she is back. All right, the rocket launch was successful. She should return as originally planned. Guiying wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, responding somewhat weakly. At the Xichang research base, at the large target area, a columnar object stood quietly at the center of the target, its exterior resembling a medal of honor due to the shedding of its surface from high-velocity impacts. Climbing the mountains must not have been easy, Lu Yifei remarked, feeling the residual warmth emanating from the column with a tone filled with reflection. Is there anything easy about traversing mountains? Chu Ze shook his head. Although the time from project initiation to launch was brief, it was built upon the achievements of previous generations. Reflecting on the past, countless individuals endured countless days and nights. The hardships were known only to the aerospace personnel and the researchers who had tirelessly pursued their dreams. Chu Ze would not claim this merit for himself. He merely expedited the efforts of countless individuals, providing a measure of assistance. The long journey had only just begun. Suddenly, Chu Ze felt a small hand grasping his own. The warmth of her palm momentarily startled him. There were no words exchanged, yet a force flowed through their hands. Turning, he met Lu Yifei's starry gaze, filled with determination. Chu Ze, Nie Yuntian called out excitedly, but upon seeing Chu Ze, he instinctively noticed their intertwined hands and the shared glance. Nie Yuntian's expression stiffened, a hint of unease washing over him. Lowering his head, he asked weakly, Teacher, did I interrupt? His tone, lacking its previous authority from the command center, now sounded almost fragile. Remove the did I. Old Chen shot a glance at his student, who, despite his advanced age and rough demeanor, shouted at anyone he saw without regard for what they were doing. Could he pretend that nothing had happened? Nie Yuntian's tone was even more insipid. The atmosphere had been shattered by his actions. How could he feign ignorance? Push me over there, Old Chen said, his tone unkind. At that moment, Nie Yuntian resembled a student, quietly lowering his head while Old Chen's granddaughter grasped the handles of the wheelchair, guiding him toward Chu Ze, her anxious expression betraying her unease. Seeing someone approach, Lu Yifei instinctively took a small step back. Should I step aside? She murmured. No need, Chu Ze replied, observing as Nie Yuntian pushed the elderly man forward, accompanied by others leaning on their canes. Meeting Chu Ze's gaze, Nie Yuntian introduced, This is my teacher, Chen Zhen. In truth, Chu Ze had already deduced his identity. Old Chen, Chu Ze respectfully addressed him, having heard the name before, though he had already passed away due to illness during Chu Ze's tenure. A profound respect filled Chu Ze's heart for these pioneers of research who had built the foundation of scientific inquiry in China, tirelessly advancing the nation's technological prowess. Old Chen, trembling, rose to meet the youthful faces before him, his murky gaze seemingly reflecting his younger self. Thank you. he said, extending a somewhat bent hand, which could be described as frail to the point of emaciation. The morning sun rose, casting warmth upon the earth and hearts alike, bestowing a gentle glow upon everyone present. Chu Ze grasped his hand and shook his head. "You are too kind, old Chun. It is no mere courtesy. At least I can go back and tell my old friends that we have succeeded," old Chun replied, a carefree smile illuminating his face, though his frail body told a different story. Observing this, Chu Ze instinctively supported old Chun with his other hand, assisting him back into the wheelchair. The old man wore a serene expression, a genuine smile radiating from within. Chu Ze cheerfully proclaimed, "The future will only grow brighter. We will have our own space station for research, our own fifth-generation fighter jets soaring through the skies, and our own aircraft carriers navigating the seas. China will prosper, and our nation will be at peace. While our passports may not take us anywhere, they will ensure the safe return of our citizens." His words painted a grand blueprint, a vision that old Chun had never dared to imagine. Such vivid imagery unfolded before old Chun, causing an involuntary sense of longing to surface within him. Not only old Chun, but the other elderly individuals nearby also displayed expressions of yearning. Who would not desire their own fifth-generation fighter jets? Rather than watching others flaunt their power in the skies, who would not wish for their own aircraft carriers, rendering it impossible for adversaries to breach China's gates, keeping them at bay from 1,000 miles away? Old Chun was captivated by the thought that while the passport may not lead to distant lands, it would ensure the safe return of the people. "I believe that day will come," he said, his voice filled with emotion. He wholeheartedly trusted Chu Ze's words. Yet he understood that he may not live to witness it. Yet he genuinely yearned to witness the scene depicted by Chu Ze, a scene so vividly portrayed that it seemed he had witnessed it firsthand. With unwavering confidence, Chu Ze painted a future that he was certain would come to pass, igniting an insatiable desire within him to behold it as well. Elder Chen admitted to his own greed. Who wouldn't he wish to see more? Who wouldn't he long for the day when they could gaze upon a proudly upright spine? The blueprint he envisioned was irresistibly alluring. Captivated by its allure, Elder Chun and his companions fell into a profound silence, their minds filled with images of fifth-generation aircraft soaring through the skies and a formidable fleet of aircraft carriers at sea, all inspired by Chu Ze's vivid illustrations. At that moment, a commanding voice broke the silence, resonating with authority. "Indeed, we shall have our own fifth-generation fighters soaring above the azure heavens." However, this assertion was immediately met with dissent. Another voice interjected, clearly displeased. "Why not a space station or even a space fortress?" The assembly, enraptured by the blueprint, instinctively looked up to see three figures approaching in the distance. On the right stood a robust figure, the source of the earlier statement. In the center was a genteel individual, his expression marked by a hint of distress. On the left was a slender figure, contrasting sharply with the stout man. Yet his words carried equal weight. Observing the dynamic between the two sides, Guizhongjia, somewhat exasperated, remarked, "Enough already, don't you feel embarrassed?" His words extinguished the fire of debate, and both men promptly fell silent, their gazes converging on Chu Ze. Zhao Yolai's eyes sparkled with excitement, while Lu Ning wore an expression of resignation. Zhao Yolai's exhilaration stemmed from the successful launch of Fat Tiger No. 2, which meant that Chu Ze's affiliated institution would soon be their City Flight Research Institute. The mere thought of Chu Ze's innovative approach to turbofan engine research sent waves of enthusiasm through him. If they could enhance the turbofan engine, the performance of the fifth-generation aircraft would undoubtedly reach new heights. Although the Tianyi-type turbojet performed adequately, who wouldn't aspire for something superior? "Chu Ze, your work at the Xichang Research Base is nearly complete. After a brief respite, will you report to our City Flight Research Institute?" Zhao Yolai's tone was gentle, devoid of the tension he had displayed with Lu Nan. "Sure," Chu Ze nodded in agreement. Lu Nan felt a twinge of frustration. Chu Ze's presence at Xichang had diminished significantly, and it would be more beneficial to entrust him to the eager hands of the City Flight Institute. Lu Nan, clearly unimpressed by Zhao Yolai, shifted his gaze to Lu Yifei, who stood beside Chu Ze. As someone accustomed to handling large audiences, Lu Yifei felt inexplicably anxious. Instinctively glancing at Chu Ze, her demeanor reminiscent of a child before an elder, filled with apprehension and concern for his regard. This anxiety was not unfounded. Perhaps in the presence of an ordinary person, she would not have felt such tension, but she was acutely aware of the concerns that had once plagued Teacher Chu. "This is my girlfriend, Lu Yifei, an actress," Chu Ze noted, sensing her unease, and offered a reassuring smile. "Greetings, esteemed seniors." Lu Yifei felt a gentle tightening of the hand, which brought her a sense of reassurance. She greeted with a sweet smile. How could such a young girl be so extraordinarily beautiful? With each compliment, Lu Yifei's cheeks flushed slightly, and she shyly lowered her gaze. Outside, she was poised and graceful. Yet before her elders, she appeared as a simple 16 or 17-year-old girl. Nonetheless, Lu Yifei was quite perceptive and quietly stood to the side, observing the diverse conversations that spanned vast topics. In that moment, she was no longer the star admired by many, but rather a family member of an astronaut. Her boyfriend, Lu Yifei, could hardly contain her joy. Her eyes sparkled like a tranquil spring moon as she gazed at the figure at the center of the crowd. At that instant, she felt a unique radiance that belonged solely to her. She was not merely a rising star in the country. She was the beloved of an astronaut, bearing his name with pride. Simultaneously, Lu Yifei became increasingly aware of the urgency of time, as she did not wish to wait too long. In the distance, Li Xingdong was directing a film crew, noticing a gathering of people but opting to keep his distance. As the head of a crew involved in numerous confidential projects awaiting future public disclosure, he was acutely aware of the significance of the scientific elite before him. The topics of conversation were beyond his grasp, and he understood that any interruption by the camera would disrupt their dialogue, a burden he was unwilling to bear. Although a young girl caught his attention, he was more focused on capturing a photograph, an elderly man shaking hands with a youth, illuminated by the rising sun, their silhouettes glowing with brilliance. He had already envisioned the title, The Century's Handshake. It depicted the legacy of a dedicated astronaut, passing the torch to a young boy on June 20th. The light vessel has traversed countless mountains, and now it sets sail into the sea. Chapter 60, Yifei. Teacher Chu's call. With a profound sense of reluctance, Lu Yifei departed from the Xichang research base. There was no choice. The film crew had scenes to shoot, and Lu Xiaoli's incessant calls were urging her along. Ultimately, after bidding farewell to Chu Ze, she left the research base, boarding a flight to Hangzhou. Gazing out at the endless mountains from her window seat, she was momentarily lost in thought, feeling the powerful thrust of the plane and the mountains shrinking in the distance. Beside her, Guing offered comfort, saying, "Let's focus on filming." She gently patted Lu Yifei's back, a hint of concern etched on her face. At the Xichang research base, whether on the journey there or within the base itself, Lu Yifei seemed to possess boundless energy, embodying a girl filled with curiosity about everything. Yet, at the moment of true separation, she resembled a cat drained of its vitality, curled up on the chair, staring blankly out the window. Lu Yifei responded weakly. At that moment, she was acutely aware of her own state of distress, but she found herself unable to control her emotions during this farewell. The sorrow of parting is ineffable, and the beloved is separated by mountains and seas. At this moment, one can only yearn to traverse those mountains and seas, to chase the winds and ride the waves. From south to north, one witnesses the cyclical passage of spring and autumn, the changing of the seasons. Yet reason tells her that she must cultivate her own pursuits, to forge her own career, while Teacher Chu diligently works. Did Teacher Chu not mention a visit? Since Mr. Lu is also available on set, I will serve as your cover. Guing pondered for a moment before speaking up. She did not wish to see affection rise and fall with the winds, leaving unresolved emotions in its wake. Should these two not end up together, she would undoubtedly feel a tinge of regret for them. Sister Ying, you are truly wonderful. Lu Yifei's beautiful eyes sparkled like stars. What is so wonderful about it? If I lose my job, I will have to start searching anew. Guing rolled her eyes at Lu Yifei, who had suddenly regained her vitality. When you can help, you're wonderful. When you can't, who knows what you'll call yourself? Fear not. At worst, I will find you another job, Lu Yifei reassured, patting her chest. Is that a promise? Guing's eyes lit up, her tone laced with anticipation. Indeed, Teacher Chu has transferred the bonus to me, and you will assist me with the scholarship, Lu Yifei stated with a serious nod. Teacher Chu's bonus has been transferred to you? Guing's interest peaked. Drawing closer, the thrill of being on the front line of gossip was irresistible. Not for me. It's for the scholarship. Lu Yifei shook her head, clearly aware of Gu Ying's curiosity. Upon hearing this, Guing's desire for gossip waned. Very well, this person must be chosen wisely. We cannot support an ingrate. Guing spoke gravely after careful consideration. This bonus, tied to teacher Chu, carried significant weight, having returned from the research base in Xichang. Guing understood its implications all too well. This was a prestigious national grant, and if it were squandered on ingrates, Guing feared she would be unable to reconcile her conscience. I share your sentiment, but I am young and it would be inappropriate for me to take the lead. So I must trouble Sister Ying. Lu Yifei nodded earnestly. Not a problem, Guing readily acquiesced. Lu Yifei turned her gaze to the window, where azure skies met the cerulean sea, with planes tracing wispy trails across the clouds. A faint smile reflected in the glass. The launch of the rocket not only affirmed her identity as a woman, but also bestowed upon her a new role, one that compelled her to strive diligently. Yuqing, Wujiao Paint Factory. In a small conference room, a dozen figures, predominantly youthful, sat with unusually solemn expressions. Han Gong stood at the head of the table, visibly anxious. He had just received a notification from Director Chu, stating that the chief engineer of the paint factory wished to review the project's progress and discuss upcoming research directives. The recent graduates, seated in the conference room, were palpably tense, as though awaiting a verdict. Securing a desirable job was notoriously challenging, especially one that offered ample remuneration with minimal responsibilities beyond research. Brother Gong, why is there still a chief engineer for research? Isn't that undermining your authority? Many, lacking familiarity with Han Gong, inquired with curiosity. It's not about seizing power. Before entering, Director Chu informed me that all research would be led by the chief engineer. I am merely a project leader. And please, do not wear such expressions. The carbon fiber from the fishing tackle factory was developed by him. Reportedly the son of Director Chu, Han Gong replied softly. At this moment, Han Gong's concern did not lie in the fear of losing authority, but rather in his confusion regarding the meeting, particularly about the chief engineer, who remained an enigma to him. Suddenly, a voice emerged, plunging the conference room into silence. Hello. I am the head of the research group, Han Gong. He quickly responded as the voice echoed through the speakers. Greetings, my name is Chu Ze. I have reviewed the research proposals you submitted and made some alterations. You will proceed with the research as per my directions. The voice, though initially faint, revealed a youthful tone as it spoke, causing Han Gong to recognize the name with dawning clarity. It was likely as they had speculated. Indeed, he was the son of Director Chu, Han Gong mused. The voice from the speaker paused momentarily before continuing. Our primary focus will be on evading speed radar. Once the research is complete, I will provide further instructions. I will have my father send you an email. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to inform me, and I will assist you. The announcement left everyone in the conference room exchanging bewildered glances. After concluding the discussion, the connection was severed, and all eyes turned towards Han Gong. Brother Gong, what does this mean? Shouldn't the focus of paint be on avoiding formaldehyde and environmental concerns? Why are we prioritizing evasion of speed radar? A young man expressed his confusion, his tone filled with astonishment. The others in the room turned their gazes to Han Gong, who, like them, was perplexed by the emphasis on evading speed radar. Brother Gong, could it be that the boss intends to venture into the automotive parts industry, aiming to carve out a unique path? Another young man speculated, raising his hand. At this suggestion, Han Gong's eyes brightened, contemplating the possibility with seriousness. Indeed, it is highly plausible that the boss wishes to delve into the automotive sector. However, the market is saturated. Paint could be a niche avenue. By developing a distinctive angle, we could surely forge a successful path, he exclaimed, slapping his thigh as clarity washed over him. This perspective garnered consensus among the others in the conference room. Exactly. The fishing tackle factory has successfully adopted a technological approach. Their carbon fiber fishing rods sell exceptionally well, with stringent internal protections in place. The competitive mindset of entrepreneurs is something we cannot rival, yet I feel empowered and confident that we can achieve remarkable research outcomes. Currently, we have developed rust and corrosion prevention technologies, which, combined with their unique selling points, significantly enhance our competitive edge. A group of individuals engaged in animated conversation, their excitement escalating with each exchange. Han Gong, inspired by a multitude of ideas, decisively struck the conference table. No more discussions. We are heading to the laboratory. We are on the verge of becoming the kings of paint in the automotive parts industry. In Hongdian, two pairs of sharp, discerning eyes were intently fixed on the main and auxiliary driver seats. Brother Zhua, what do you think we will capture this time? Will we be able to intercept Lu Yifei today? Zhang Quan's gaze swept the surroundings with an eagle-like intensity, as if stalking his prey. We should be able to intercept her. Didn't he Fat Tiger #1 launch successfully? Zhuo Wei's tone was contemplative. The journey of Lu Yifei to Liangshan had, indeed, validated his foresight. He had overheard numerous colleagues who had spent 18,000 on intelligence, only to end up dumbfounded upon arriving in Liangshan. Even the crew of the Return of the Condor Heroes had dismissed their personnel, which had undoubtedly offended many in the industry. The notion of having one fish and eating it in multiple ways was not applicable here. Zhuo Wei felt fortunate for his quick thinking. Otherwise, while money was trivial, being confined to a small black room would be a far more serious matter. I have certainly seen it. After navigating countless mountains and persevering for 40 years, I have finally stood tall. His exuberance was palpable. The mere mention of it ignited Zhang Quan's enthusiasm. This prompted Zhuo Wei to scrutinize Zhang Quan as though it were their first introduction. Zhang Quan sensed Zhuo Wei's gaze and felt a flicker of irritation. Brother Zhuo, what kind of look is that? If you have doubts between professional ethics and patriotism, I hope you reconsider my professional integrity. Zhang Quan's serious demeanor suggested he had made a significant commitment and was earnestly addressing the matter. Zhuo Wei found himself momentarily speechless. Zhang Quan had invoked professionalism in their discourse, and he knew questioning it would provoke a strong reaction. At that moment, a group of individuals unexpectedly emerged from a production unit in Hengdian. Zhang Quan, quick to notice, became sharply focused and leaned forward in the driver's seat. Reaching for his phone, "They're coming out, seemingly heading for a meal," he stated swiftly. Zhuo Wei observed the group departing the set, clearly finished with their work. Among them, the men were handsome and the women striking, accompanied by several assistants engaged in lively conversation. At the center of this gathering was a young man with flowing hair, evidently still in costume, clad in simple, casual attire. Also amidst the crowd was a young woman, her hair cascading elegantly, her beauty immediately captivating. "Let us follow them," Zhuo Wei suggested, his gaze flickering with intent as he nudged Zhang Quan to drive. Zhang Quan promptly started the vehicle, maneuvering as if searching for a parking space, stopping intermittently. The car served as their best disguise and shield. The group, filled with laughter and chatter, predominantly discussed the enchanting young lady. "Yifei, we have discovered quite a number of delightful dining establishments, all conveniently located near the filming site, allowing us to enjoy a meal before returning to the hotel for some reading." A young man amidst the crowd beamed with a bright smile, radiating warmth and positivity. However, feeling somewhat lethargic, Yifei expressed her preference for a simple meal at the hotel, shaking her head, seemingly unfazed by the young man's enthusiasm. "That is not quite right, Yifei. The food can certainly be improved. Today, Brother Xiaoming is treating us. We might as well take advantage of that," one of her companions chimed in. "Indeed, we had to persuade Brother Xiaoming for quite some time to agree to this outing. Let us make it a lively affair." The others in the group echoed their agreement, prompting Yifei to suppress her inclination to return to the hotel and quietly follow the lively crowd. Moments later, they arrived at a well-decorated hotel in Hengdian. Clearly not a place for the average person to frequent. The opulence of the decor was undeniable, though not overtly ostentatious. Yifei slightly furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment before stepping inside alongside the group. They entered a pre-booked private room, featuring a spacious table accommodating over a dozen guests. Clearly taking into account the presence of assistants. "Guing, come. Let us sit here and have a good discussion. I'll share some insights on the selection process for endorsements." A woman in her 30s greeted Guing as they entered. Sitting in a corner, Guing glanced instinctively at Yifei, noticing her lack of reaction and the presence of others settling in around her, leading her to remain silent. The restaurant's menu was quite appealing, with enticing aromas wafting through the air. Guing engaged in conversation with her nearby agent, seizing the rare opportunity to gain valuable insights and eager to ask questions. In the private room, some indulged in alcoholic beverages while others abstained without any pressure. Yifei occupied the main seat, chatting amiably with those at the table, occasionally emitting a melodious laugh. At that moment, Guing's small bag vibrated. "Is it an important call?" the 30-year-old woman inquired. Noticing Guing pulling out her phone, her expression momentarily startled upon seeing the caller ID, leading her to surmise the situation. "I'll excuse myself for a moment," Guing replied, then picked up the call. The agent of Huang Xiaoming initially thought Guing would step out to take the call, but was taken aback when she leaned in to whisper something to Yifei. "Yifei, it's Teacher Chu on the line. Guing quietly informed her, passing the phone over. Yifei, who had been engaged in conversation, suddenly paused, swiftly accepting the phone from Guing and quickly exited the private room. As she stepped out, the chatter within the room came to a halt, as the rapid change in Yifei's expression captured the attention of her fellow artists and agents. Not long after Yifei exited, her voice of sheer delight resonated from just outside the slightly ajar door, her words tumbling forth in quick succession. "You've arrived in Hangzhou. Where are you? I'll come find you now." "Great. Wait for me over there. I'll be right there."